Do you really think you're some kind of golden phoenix? Want to marry my son? Fine, bring out 500 yuan first. Even 1 cent less, and I'll report your father to the committee as a foreign capitalist. The sharp, angry voice made Su Qingli's head buzz painfully. She blinked in confusion, her pupils trembling. Where was she? Not far away, on a cracked mud wall, bold white paint spelled out a slogan, "Never forget class struggle." 3 steps away stood a woman in old, rough clothes, her eyebrows slanted sharply upward. She glared at Su Qingli with a mean, mocking look, a blue headscarf tied tightly around her head. Su Qingli, with your background, you think you can marry into the Shen family? Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, the days when rich people could look down on us are over. Families like ours, poor farmers, are the ones respected now. So either you pay up or go back where you came from.
Su Qingli pinched herself hard.
The pain made her gasp. Wasn't she just staying up late watching a rough old drama set in the 1960s? She had only complained a bit about the tragic side character who happened to share her name. How did she suddenly wake up in this poor, miserable decade where even mice would cry from hunger? Heavens above! What kind of bad luck was this? She had worked herself bald to finally land a good job. Her newly renovated apartment was waiting for her to move in, and she was just about to enjoy a date with a handsome model. Su Qingli wanted to cry. The show she had watched was a melodramatic period drama. In it, the original Su Qingli was the daughter of a wealthy capitalist, forced by her grandfather to marry into the impoverished Shen family. During the war, her grandfather had been saved by the Shen family's elder, and he insisted on repaying the favor. He not only married off his only granddaughter, but also sent money to support the Shen family every year. Unfortunately, the Shen family was not kind. After the elder passed away and the father-in-law died of illness, the household fell under the control of the harsh mother-in-law, Zhang Cuihua. Greedy for Su Qingli's dowry, Zhang Cuihua constantly made things difficult for her. She even encouraged her second son, Shen to mistreat Su Qingli, leading to her tragic death on her wedding night. In that era, no one cared about the fate of someone with a bad background. Her body was simply wrapped in a straw mat and left on the hillside. The mean mother-in-law, Zhang Cuihua, kept all the money for herself. The next day, she bought a brand new outfit, making the village women, who were used to wearing patched clothes, stare at her with envy. With that money, Shen was able to marry the drama's heroine, Yi Lanin, the lucky daughter of the village chief of Qingshan village. After their marriage, the couple had one good thing after another happen to them, becoming a model pair admired by everyone. Only Su Qingli met a tragic end, left alone in the wilderness. It was Shen Yanli's sickly older brother, Shen Yanchen, who couldn't bear to see it. He traded his own food for a simple coffin so Su Qingli could be buried properly, nearly starving himself in the process. When Su Qingli, the viewer, had watched this part of the show, she had been furious. She couldn't believe that someone with her name, who had received a good education and had a generous dowry, could be such a weak and helpless person. If it were her, she would never let herself be treated that way. Everything the Shen family owed her would be paid back, many times over. The show had made it clear that Su Qingli's father was living overseas, and her grandfather was a war hero who had fought his way back from the battlefield. So, the Su family wasn't as hopeless as it seemed. They still had a chance to turn things around. Now that she had entered this story, she would fight back for the forgotten supporting character and teach the greedy Shen family a lesson. Su Qingli clenched her fingers and looked at the mean mother-in-law, Zhang Cuihua. Where is Shen Yanli? Since she was here, she had to deal with that unfaithful man first. Zhang Cuihua glared at her suspiciously. Aren't you ashamed? What kind of young woman thinks about a man before even getting married? If you can't bring 500 yuan as a dowry, don't even dream of marrying my son. Mom, what are you talking about? A pale young man with dark circles under his eyes walked into the yard, carrying 2 empty buckets. He looked Su Qingli up and down with disdain and said coldly, "Stop dreaming. Even if you had 500 yuan, I wouldn't marry you. I already have someone I like." Forced love never works, so don't bother me.
Sukingli smiled sweetly.
So, you're Shen Yanli? That's right. Shen Yanli was momentarily distracted by her bright smile, then sneered inwardly. This woman actually thought she could charm him? She was pretty, yes, but so what? Being good-looking doesn't fill an empty stomach. In the end, it was the village chief's daughter who had the real status. Once he married Yilanin, no one would dare laugh at their family for being poor again.
Slap.
Just as Shen Yanli was thinking that, a sharp slap landed on his face. It burned with pain. Are you crazy?
How dare you hit me?
Furious, Shen Yanli rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight back. Zhang Cuihua rushed over, grabbing Su Qingli's dark braid. You little troublemaker. How dare you hit my son? Su Qingli quickly dodged and pulled out a yellowed marriage contract from her pocket.
Wait.
I came here according to this marriage agreement. It says that whoever breaks the engagement must take 3 slaps and return the engagement token. You all heard it just now. It was Shen Yanli who refused to marry me. She smiled and waved at him. Come here, I still owe you 2 more slaps. Shen Yanli covered his face and spat angrily. You crazy woman. Touch me again, and you'll regret it. Zhang Cuihua glared at Su Qingli, afraid the neighbors would see and laugh at their family. You think I'm easy to fool? Who knows what's really written on that paper? That slap just now doesn't count. Get out of my house right now. If you come back to that slap just now doesn't count. Get out of my house right now. If you come back to the marriage contract didn't mention any slaps. She just wanted to teach this unkind man a lesson for the original bride. And now they wanted to send her away after 1 slap? Not that easy. It was noon, and a few women returning from the fields were walking down the uneven dirt road. They had never seen someone dressed like Su Qingli in a floral dress and looked at her curiously. Sometimes, watching too many dramas really did help. Su Qingli secretly pinched herself, then stood at the gate with tears in her eyes and began to cry. Grandpa, why did you have to leave so soon? Back then, to repay Grandpa Shen for saving your life on the battlefield, you promised me to the Shen family and kept helping them all these years. Now that you're gone, I came to fulfill the engagement, but they've turned their backs on me, saying I can't even bring a 500 yuan dowry, and they're throwing me out. Grandpa, if you want to blame someone, blame the Shen family. They look down on me because I'm poor. Zhang Cuihua was a sharp-tongued woman, but she cared deeply about her reputation. Afraid that the gossiping women in the village would start talking, she quickly covered Su Qingli's mouth. What nonsense are you shouting? Who's being ungrateful? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson. A few women nearby had already come over, curious. Oh, Sister Zhang, is this your future daughter-in-law?
She's really pretty.
That's right. Your son Yanli is lucky to marry such a girl. Your family should be thankful to the Su family. Without their help, you might not have survived those hard years. Now that their situation has changed, you should still repay their kindness, or bad luck might follow. The women's chatter made Zhang Cuihua's face turn red with embarrassment. She glared at Su Qingli angrily, regretting not pulling her into the yard earlier. Now, everyone was watching and laughing at her. If the village had heard about this, how could Yilanin still marry her son Yanli? Wait, listen to me. Zhang Cuihua quickly tried to think of an excuse. She's from a bad family background. She doesn't deserve our talented Yanli. That was exactly what Su Qingli had been waiting for. A man like Shen Yanli, she wouldn't marry him even if he begged her on his knees. If she were to marry, it would be to a man who is kind and loyal. This engagement was my grandfather's last wish. I must fulfill it. Su Qingli wiped away her tears, then pointed at a tall figure walking toward them. Since you say I don't deserve Shen Yanli, fine. I'll marry him instead. He's also a son of the Shen family. Everyone turned to look where she was pointing. Shen Yanqing, dressed in patched coarse clothes, looked completely stunned. Wasn't this the Su family's daughter, his younger brother's fiancée? Why was she saying she wanted to marry him in front of everyone? The sunlight was bright and hot, but it could not shine the quiet strength in Shen Yanqing's presence. Even in his worn clothes, his tall frame and calm expression made him stand out. Broad shoulders, a lean waist, and long legs. He was just a bit too thin, his face pale and tired. But those lifted brows and straight nose showed that he was well cared for and looked very capable. He was really handsome. Su Qingli smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly how a main character should look. In the short drama, Shen Yanqing was a sickly man. Zhang Cuihua either scolded or hit him. At 8 years old, he was already sent to work in the fields to earn points and support the whole Shen family. She even told him that as the eldest brother, he had to sacrifice everything for his younger siblings. When Su Qingli first saw that episode, she wondered why Zhang Cuihua treated her sons so differently. Later, she finally understood Shen Yanqing wasn't really part of the Shen family. He was a child Zhang Cuihua had found and brought home. His true identity was that of the only son of a wealthy man who had gone missing. Sadly, Zhang Cuihua worked him so hard that he became ill and eventually passed away during a famine. When the rich man later searched for his lost son, Zhang Cuihua secretly gave Shen Yanqing's jade pendant to Shen Yanli, letting him use it to be recognized as the rich man's child. With that, Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin lived a life of comfort and success. Poor, loyal Shen Yanqing never learned the truth about himself and was buried quietly in Qingshan village. Su Qingli felt sorry for him. How could such a handsome man spend his whole life being mistreated by the Shen family? Since she had been brought into this world, she would protect him this time. She would take the place of the rich man's wife. And as for the cruel Shen family, she would make sure they faced justice too. Shen Yanqing's dark eyes fixed on Su Qingli, a trace of confusion flashing within them. Yes, he had been reborn. In his past life, he had worked himself to exhaustion, fallen ill, and been abandoned by his mother and siblings, dying alone on a cold bed. The neighbors in Qingshan village had wrapped him in a straw mat and buried him. He remembered it clearly. In his previous life, when Su Qingli married into the Shen family, she had been timid and quiet. Why did she seem so lively now? Her eyes sparkled like stars, full of energy. And why did she suddenly want to give up Shen Yanli and marry him, the weak one?
Could it be?
Zhang Cuihua could hardly believe her ears.
What?
You want to marry Shen Yanqing? Yes. Su Qingli answered firmly and held out her fair, delicate hand to Zhang Cuihua. Either help me fulfill my grandfather's last wish and let me marry into the Shen family, or return the engagement token and all the money my grandfather gave your family over the years. This child, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Cuihua rolled her eyes and pushed Su Qingli's hand away. I've always treated you as my future daughter-in-law. When you marry into the family, you'll be the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shen family. You and Yanqing will share the family's responsibilities. That way, she wouldn't have to repay the Su family's kindness or return the engagement token. The Shen family would also gain another hardworking member to help her eldest son. Zhang Cuihua was overjoyed. Smiling broadly, she turned to the women watching nearby. Well, no need to wait for another day. Let's hold the wedding tonight. Don't forget to come and celebrate. The women, disappointed that the drama was over and now being asked to bring gifts, left with annoyed looks. Only Shen Yanqing remained, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He looked closely at Su Qingli and asked the question that had been troubling him. I'm weak and often ill. I might not live long. If you marry me, won't you regret it? He couldn't understand why Su Qingli insisted on marrying him. Anyone with sense would choose his healthier brother, Shen Yanli. He had been sick all his life, working hard for the Shen family, without complaint. Why would someone as beautiful as Su Qingli choose him? Su Qingli paused for a moment. How did Shen Yanqing know he might not live long? Could it be that he had lived through this once before? No rush. She had plenty of time to find out. For now, the most important thing was to win his heart. Su Qingli gave him a bright, gentle smile. I won't regret it, because you're worth it. Marrying you is my choice, and I'm happy to do it. But remember to get the engagement token back from your mother. It's very important to me. The engagement token from the Su family to the Shen family was an old jade ring. It didn't look special, But in truth, it was the most powerful item in the story. Inside it was a hidden space and a spring with healing powers. In the original story, after Su Qingli's sudden death, Shen Yanli had given the ring to Yi Lanin as a precious gift, turning her into someone blessed with endless good fortune. This time, she planned to take back the keepsake first. In this time of shortage, she wanted to live a warm and simple life with Shen Yanqing. By evening, Zhang Cuihua had already arranged the wedding. In the yard, a few borrowed round wooden tables were set up. On them were wedding candies, peanuts, and 8 boiled red eggs. In the center sat a dish of cabbage stewed with pork offal, along with a few pounds of cheap white liquor. That was enough for a celebration. No one thought it was shabby. After all, in these years of famine, having a bit of meat was already a luxury. In front of everyone, Su Qingli and Shen Yanqing bowed to the heavens and earth, completing their wedding ceremony. Then they returned to the room Shen Yanqing had spent the afternoon cleaning. Inside, there was only a clay bed with neatly folded bedding. By the window stood a small, worn triangular cabinet with peeling paint. On top of it was a bunch of wildflowers, freshly picked and bright, likely gathered by Shen Yanqing himself. The only valuable item in the room was probably the enamel wash basin gifted by a neighbor. Hearing the laughter and chatter from outside, Su Qingli grew a little anxious. She wondered if Shen Yanqing had managed to get the jade ring back. As night fell, the feast finally ended. Zhang Cuihua hid in the east room, counting money under the dim kerosene lamp. Everyone's so stingy, only giving 2 or 3 yuan each. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bought so much pork offal, such a loss. Mom, Qingli is already my wife. Please give me back the keepsake ring from before, Shen Yanqing said as he walked in from outside. His sudden voice startled Zhang Cuihua. She quickly stuffed the money into a drawer and frowned. What do you mean give it back? What's yours is mine. It's all part of our family's things. That old ring doesn't look worth much anyway. You wouldn't have any use for it. I'll just keep it safe for you. Shen Yanqing pressed his lips together. He had known it wouldn't be easy to get it back. In his past life, he had worked himself to exhaustion for this family, only to be abandoned by his mother and brother when he fell ill. He had died with regret. In this life, he would not be blindly obedient again. Mom, give me the ring. You can keep all the wedding money. I don't want a single cent, afraid he might ask for money. Zhang Cuihua quickly took out the jade ring. It's just an old ring anyway. Who knows where it came from?
Take it.
Eldest son, you're the pillar of this family. You must help your mother take care of the household. Don't be like those foolish men who forget their mothers after getting married.
All right.
Shen Yanqing replied softly, picked up the ring, and left. Zhang Cuihua rolled her eyes and went back to counting money. When Shen Yanqing pushed open the wooden door decorated with a bright red wedding symbol, he saw Su Qingli smelling the wildflowers he had picked that afternoon. The small purple-red flowers were in full bloom, but they couldn't compare to her delicate, lovely face. Maybe it was because he had taken care of her in a past life. In this life, she had become his wife, sharing both joy and hardship with him. She even told him that marrying him was her own choice. Her bright smile deserved to be cherished and protected. A quiet warmth spread in Shen Yanqing's heart. He felt as if the whole room had become brighter. He walked over quickly and handed her the ring. Here, my dear. You really got it back. Amazing. Su Qingli happily took the ring, her eyes sparkling. She waved at him playfully. Go wash up, it's time to rest. Her soft fingertips brushed lightly against his palm, making it tickle a little. He quickly nodded, clenched his right hand, and walked out, his ears quietly turning red. A bit of shyness made him even more charming, pure and handsome, truly one of a kind. Su Qingli couldn't be more pleased. When Shen Yanqing was gone, she immediately examined the ring. It looked dull and ordinary, nothing special at all. In the short drama, Yi Lanin had once thrown it away in disgust. Later, after getting hurt, she accidentally discovered the secret space hidden inside. Su Qingli pricked her finger with a needle and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. A flash of light appeared. The space opened. She widened her eyes in amazement, looking around. So this was the space. On the green grass stood several tall stone houses. Beside them flowed a clear spring said to heal all illnesses. Su Qingli quickly walked into one of the stone houses. Inside, just like in the drama, it was filled with supplies: firewood, rice, oil, salt, meat, eggs, sauces, vinegar. She laughed with joy. She had struck it rich. During the years of famine, these things were truly life-saving treasures. With them, it would be hard not to live a good life. But for now, the most important thing was to help Shen Yanqing recover his health.
He was far too thin.
He needed to grow stronger before he could work properly. For their future happiness, Su Qingli filled a small container with spring water and stepped out of the space. After a while, Shen Yanqing returned to the new room, having just washed up. He had clearly rushed, as his hair was still wet. Drops of water slid down from his hair, tracing the line of his neck. His collarbone and shoulders looked strong and healthy, glowing with a warm tone. So handsome. Su Qingli's eyes curved with satisfaction. Feeling a bit shy, Shen Yanqing said, "Wife, I've heated some water for you too. Would you like to wash up?" "No hurry," Su Qingli replied with a smile. "Let's first share a cup of wine." She poured the spring water into 2 cups and handed one to him. "Husband, after we drink this, we'll be partners through thick and thin." Shen Yanqing had lived 2 lifetimes, but had never been this close to a woman. Hearing her call him husband made him feel as if he were floating on clouds, his happiness almost unreal. Holding the cup, his face turned bright red, even his forehead and ears flushed. Su Qingli linked her arm through his. "From now on, may we always stay together, happily and peacefully. Together forever. Happily and peacefully." What beautiful words. Shen Yanqing raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Only then did he realize it wasn't wine at all. It tasted sweet, like honey. And his body suddenly felt warm and full of energy. Puzzled, he looked at Su Qingli. "Wife, this isn't wine, is it?" "Of course not," she said with a gentle smile. "You're still recovering, so you shouldn't drink alcohol yet. I gave you honey water instead." "Sweet, isn't it?" Yes, he nodded firmly, though he felt a bit curious. Where had his young wife found such delicious honey water? And why did he feel so much better after drinking it? He didn't ask, just blushed and said softly, "Would you like to wash up now?" "All right," Su Qingli agreed with a smile. "But you have to wait outside, so I can feel at ease." This house didn't just have a drafty door. Even the walls let the wind in. Without Shen Yanqing around, she really couldn't feel at ease. The 2 of them went to the small, simple kitchen. On the floor sat a bucket of hot water and a neatly folded towel beside it. "Just relax and wash up. I'll wait outside," Shen Yanqing said before quickly stepping out. His hurried steps made Su Qingli laugh softly, like the sound of a bell. The door to the woodshed closed. Soon, the sound of splashing water came from inside. Shen Yanqing waited outside, looking up at the bright moon, smiling with quiet joy. From today on, he was no longer the weak man everyone pitied. He had a wife now and a home of his own. The woman inside was someone he would protect with his life. By the time Su Qingli finished washing, the moon had hidden behind the clouds. The young couple returned to their room and blew out the oil lamp. The earthen bed wasn't very wide. They lay side by side, close enough to hear each other's breathing. A faint scent lingered in the air. Su Qingli waited for a long time, but Shen Yanqing didn't move. Was he really this shy? It was their wedding night, after all. She shifted slightly to the side. A moment later, Shen Yanqing moved the same way. She moved again. He followed again. "Don't move," Su Qingli said, pressing a hand to his chest. "If you keep going, you'll fall off. I just don't want to crowd you." "It's warm," he said softly. He understood what it meant to be close, but he felt too rough, too unworthy of her, afraid of hurting her. She was gentle and delicate. If she cried, his heart would ache. But then, the small hand resting on his chest grew bolder, brushing lightly against him. His heart raced, warmth rising inside him. He caught her hand and gently turned over, holding her close. His dark eyes shone in the dim light. "Qingli, is this okay?" he asked quietly. Her face flushed as she nodded. "You're a bit thin," she murmured, "but strong enough." Su Qingli whispered something under her breath, the rest of her words fading away. The evening breeze slipped through the cracks in the earthen wall, gently brushing over the wildflowers on the windowsill. Their fragrance filled the air, making the night wind grow stronger. The petals trembled lightly under the moon's cool glow. In the darkness came Shen Yanchen's frustrated voice.
I'm sorry, Mudir I.
"It's okay," Su Qingli said softly. "Once you recover, you'll be strong again. We're not in a hurry." Her gentle words made Shen Yanchen blush with embarrassment. His health had been poor, and he hadn't expected their wedding night to end so awkwardly. He felt guilty, thinking he had disappointed her. He buried his face against her neck, breathing in her faint scent, and held her close. "I'll listen to you in everything," he murmured. Su Qingli smiled and lightly patted his stomach, making a quiet promise to herself. With the help of the spiritual spring, she would make sure Shen Yanchen became healthy and strong again. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the wall next door. Shen Yanli's impatient voice sounded through the crack.
Can you two keep it down?
"Some people are trying to sleep." Su Qingli knew the mud house didn't block sound well, but she hadn't realized it was this bad. Embarrassed, she hid in Shen Yanchen's arms and didn't dare move again. He gently stroked her back and whispered, "Ignore him. Let's sleep." Before dawn, Shen Yanchen woke up. He was used to rising early to work while the air was still cool. Seeing Su Qingli sleeping peacefully, he didn't want to wake her. Quietly, he dressed, picked up his hoe, and went to the fields. After a while, as the sky began to lighten, Zhang Cuihua came out of her room yawning. Noticing there was no smoke from the kitchen, she angrily pushed open the door to Shen Yanchen and Su Qingli's room. Sure enough, Su Qingli was still sleeping soundly on the heated brick bed. Zhang Cuihua grew even angrier. She yanked off the thin quilt and shouted, "Su Qingli, the sun's almost up. How can you still be sleeping? Get up and make breakfast." Startled from her sleep, Su Qingli kicked out instinctively, then pulled the quilt back over herself and drifted off again. Zhang Cuihua gasped in pain, clutching her leg where she'd been kicked. She almost fell flat on her face. How could she stand being treated like this? She yanked the blanket off Su Qingli again, her voice sharp and shrill. "You lazy girl! Still in bed, and even dare to kick me? Our Shen family must have terrible luck to end up with such a lazy daughter-in-law. Get up and make breakfast right now." The loud scolding finally woke Su Qingli. She opened her eyes and looked at the harsh, mean-faced Zhang Cuihua, slowly realizing what was going on. Oh, she had traveled into one of those overly dramatic old-time stories. And last night, she had just become a new bride. Thinking about her sickly husband and what happened last night, Su Qingli's cheeks turned slightly red. Although Shen Yanqing had regained some strength after drinking the special spring water, he was still weak and inexperienced. In real life, she didn't have any experience either. She had only secretly watched a few romantic movies with her best friend, but that was it. So when the two of them faced each other for the first time, it was awkward and clumsy. Everything happened in a hurry. Since his health hadn't fully recovered, they didn't get very far before being interrupted by Shen Yanli's angry warning. Feeling nervous and shy, Su Qingli had fallen asleep in Shen Yanqing's arms, sleeping deeply. Who would have thought that early in the morning, her grumpy mother-in-law would barge in and pull off her blanket? This old woman was really difficult to deal with. Su Qingli's sleepiness vanished completely. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Cuihua. "Mom, who pulls off their daughter-in-law's blanket first thing in the morning? Good thing I'm dressed, or that would have been really awkward." Zhang Cuihua's face darkened. "Do you even know what time it is? What kind of new bride sleeps in like this? Get up, wash your face, and start cooking." Su Qingli stayed sitting on the bed, not moving. Seeing Zhang Cuihua still glaring at her, she lazily yawned. "I'm not hungry." If you want to eat, you can cook yourself. She had married into the Shen family as a wife, not as a servant. What did you just say? Zhang Cuihua thought she must have misheard. Unbelievable. What kind of daughter-in-law refuses to serve her mother-in-law? Su Qingli, stop acting like some spoiled rich lady. Drop that attitude. You married into our Shen family as the eldest son's wife, so you and Yanqing must share the responsibility of supporting this household. Not just in our Qingshan village, but in the whole commune, which new bride doesn't work hard, doing everything inside and outside the house? No wonder people criticize you capitalists. With your laziness, you've not only embarrassed the Shen family, but also your grandfather. Su Qingli's temples throbbed from the noise. She never planned to be a servant for the Shen family, but she wouldn't let Zhang Cuihua insult her grandfather. When she watched the original story, she had admired her grandfather, who had fought bravely for the country. Whether real or fictional, it was because of heroes like him that people could now live in peace. She would never allow anyone to slander a hero who had protected the nation. Don't bring my grandfather into this. He was your family's savior. Su Qingli's words were sharp as she struck back at Zhang Cuihua. If my grandfather hadn't helped your family all these years, you would have starved back in 58. Would Yanyu and Xingxing have grown up safely to 14? Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing were the Shen family's third and fourth children, twins, only 14 years old. When Zhang Cuihua married into the family, the Shens were so poor that even mice had left their house. It was only because her father-in-law had once saved the injured old Master Su on the battlefield that the Su family kept sending supplies. Thanks to that, she and her late husband finally had enough to eat and could raise their children. The Su family had supported the Shen family for more than 10 years. 2 years ago, after old Master Su passed away, Zhang Cuihua took charge of the household. But as the saying goes, small favors bring gratitude. Big ones bring resentment. Zhang Cuihua refused to admit that the Shen family had survived thanks to the Su family's help. Now, stung by Su Qingli's words, she stomped her feet in anger. How dare you talk like that? Your family's help was just repaying a debt of gratitude. What's there to brag about? You only gave things to make it easier to marry into our family. If it weren't for our poor peasant background, you would have been publicly shamed long ago. Lazy girl. If you don't want to cook, go dig up some wild greens. Don't make me tell you again. I'm already tired of it. Throwing a bamboo basket at her, Zhang Cuihua left with a dark face. It hadn't been long since the famine years. Life was a little better now, but people were still very poor. Fine rice and white flour were luxuries, eaten only during holidays. Most days, people filled their stomachs with coarse grains and wild vegetables. Finding tasty wild vegetables in the mountains depends on luck. She didn't bother arguing with Zhang Cuihua. After washing up, she picked up a bamboo basket and headed for the mountain. Her hopes were high, but reality was harsh. The mountain was bare. The few trees that could grow leaves had already been stripped clean. As for the wild vegetables, not even their roots were left. Su Qingli wasn't worried at all. She had plenty of supplies stored away, so there was no need to fear going hungry. After checking that no one was around, Su Qingli entered her secret space. Without searching much, she took out some wild mushrooms and a few pounds of rice. Before leaving, she went back and grabbed a piece of fresh meat. Shen Yanqing was too thin. He needed something hearty to eat. Soon, Su Qingli returned with her basket full. Zhang Cuihua was sweeping the yard. Seeing her come back so quickly, she frowned and put down her broom. I told you to dig wild vegetables, and you're already back? Were you being lazy again? Lazy? Not at all. Su Qingli walked straight to the kitchen. Can't you see how heavy the basket is? It's full of food.
So fast?
Zhang Cuihua didn't believe it and followed her inside. She saw Su Qingli taking out several pounds of rice and some wild mushrooms from the basket. Then, to her shock, Su Qingli pulled out a fine piece of pork belly. Meat? Zhang Cuihua's voice rose sharply. You wasteful girl. Did you go to town to buy all this? Who told you to spend money like that? Young people these days don't know how hard life is. Spending money so carelessly. No way. Hand over your money right now. From now on, I'll keep it for you. Su Qingli calmly washed the mushrooms and said without turning around, Mother, aren't you being a bit too calculating? I didn't ask you for anything. I used my own family's money to buy this food. Why should I give it to you? She wasn't foolish enough to tell Zhang Cuihua about her secret space. It was safer to say she used her family's money. After all, everyone knew her family used to be well off. Zhang Cuihua grew anxious. Your family's money? What nonsense are you talking about?
Su Qingli, listen carefully.
From the moment you stepped into the Shen family, everything you have belongs to us. Even you. You're young and don't understand how hard life is. I'm keeping your money for your own good, so don't be ungrateful. You really waste money like it's nothing. Even the village chief's family can't afford meat, and you dare to buy it? Su Qingli was so angry that she laughed. She shot back without holding back. You can't even read, and you want to manage my money? Save it. Besides, Yan Chen works so hard every day. What's wrong with him eating a little meat? If you feel bad about it, then just watch us eat later. Zhang Cuihua was furious after being talked back to again and again. She slapped her leg and jumped up, shouting, Su Qingli, I say one thing and you say three back. Did our Shen family marry a goddess or what? The yard had been quiet before. Zhang Cuihua's loud voice startled the chickens and ducks, sending them running everywhere. Shen Yanli came out of his room rubbing his eyes, his clothes not even buttoned properly, and rushed into the kitchen. Mom, who made you so angry this early? Who else? Your wonderful sister-in-law. Zhang Cuihua pointed at Su Qingli angrily, almost poking her in the face. She doesn't know how to live properly. I just said a few words, and she nearly choked me with her attitude. Yanli, thank goodness you were smart enough not to marry her, or I'd be furious every day. All right, Mom, calm down. I'll help you teach her a lesson. Shen Yanli pushed Zhang Cuihua out of the kitchen and turned to Su Qingli. Sister-in-law, respect for elders comes first. What kind of new wife makes her mother-in-law this angry in the morning? I didn't make her angry. She brought it on herself. Su Qingli turned away to wash the vegetables, not wanting to talk to him anymore. But Shen Yanli's eyes lingered on her graceful figure, and he swallowed hard. He remembered hearing noises from the next room last night, which had made him restless and uneasy. This woman was supposed to be his fiancée, but now she belonged to his sickly older brother, Shen Yanchen. He cleared his throat and leaned closer with a sly look. Sister-in-law, my brother's health isn't great, right? Maybe you smack. Before he could finish, Su Qingli slapped him across the face. Su Qingli waved her hand in disgust and kicked Shen Yanli away. Your mouth is so foul. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it.
Get out.
Remember this. I'm your sister-in-law. If you dare to speak rudely again, I won't let it go. What's wrong with you? Why do you hit people so easily? Shen Yanli was furious. Su Qingli, who do you think you are? Don't think I won't stand up for myself just because you're a woman. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. She hit you again? Hearing the noise, Zhang Cuihua came back and saw the red handprint on Shen Yanli's face. She was so angry she almost fainted. She grabbed a broom and swung it towards Su Qingli.
How dare you?
You've just joined the family, and you're already picking fights with your brother-in-law? You rude girl. I'll teach you some manners today. The dirty broom was about to hit Su Qingli when a strong hand caught it firmly. Stop. Shen Yanchen had just returned from working all morning. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother and brother trying to hit his wife. He gripped the broom tightly and pulled Su Qingli behind him, his face dark with anger. Mom, what's going on here so early in the morning? Tell me, which family treats their new daughter-in-law like this? Cornering her in the kitchen and picking on her? Picking on her? Yanchen, you've really forgotten your mother after getting married. I'm so angry I could cry. Zhang Cuihua clutched her chest and wailed. Your wife is ruining the household. Early in the morning, she went out buying meat, vegetables, and rice, wasting money like water. I just reminded her to be careful with spending, and she almost shouted me down. Then Yanli tried to speak up for me, and she slapped him. She's completely out of control. How can we live like this? Shen Yanchen didn't believe a single word. He hadn't in his past life, and he wouldn't now. He had worked like a servant for this family for years and knew better than anyone how Zhang Cuihua twisted the truth and stirred up trouble. As for his younger brother Shen Yanli, spoiled and lazy from their mother's favoritism, he was hardly one to talk about fairness. It was clear they had bullied his new wife while he was away. Mom, Qingli just joined our family. If she doesn't understand something, you should teach her patiently. Don't raise your voice and scold her all the time. The neighbors might hear and think you're picking on her. About the banquet gift, your sister-in-law hit you, so you must have done something wrong. Tell me what really happened, and I'll judge fairly. Shen Yanqing was clearly taking Su Qingli's side, which made Zhang Cuihua so angry that her chest hurt. She gave Shen Yanli a hard push. Yes, tell us. Why would she hit you for no reason? Shen Yanli was about to speak when he met Su Qingli's disdainful gaze from behind Shen Yanqing. Her eyes clearly said, "Go on if you dare." Shen Yanli wasn't foolish. He wouldn't expose the real reason behind it. He awkwardly rubbed his face. It's nothing. I just told my sister-in-law to be more respectful to Mom. She thought I shouldn't have said that, so she slapped me. Su Qingli curled her lips in contempt. Coward. He had the nerve to flirt, but not the courage to admit it. That slap had been too light. All right, since it's nothing serious, everyone get back to work. We still need to earn work points after breakfast. Shen Yanqing waved his hand, sending Zhang Cuihua and Shen Yanli out. Only the couple remained in the kitchen. He then took Su Qingli's hand and looked down carefully. Your palm is so red. Did it hurt when you hit him? Su Qingli smiled softly, her voice gentle. Honey, aren't you going to ask why I hit Shen Yanli? You're his sister-in-law. You can hit him whenever you think he deserves it. Shen Yanqing answered naturally. After making sure Su Qingli wasn't hurt, he quickly started preparing the food. You rest, dear. I'll cook. I'll help you start the fire. Su Qingli didn't stay idle. She crouched down and added firewood to the stove. She watched as Shen Yanqing skillfully washed, chopped, and stir-fried. Soon, a rich aroma of meat filled the old kitchen of the Shen family. People returning from the fields in small groups caught the delicious smell from afar. Isn't this strange? It's not a holiday, but the Shen family is eating meat this early in the morning. It's mushrooms stir-fried with meat. Smells amazing. Has sister-in-law Zhang finally stopped being so stingy? You don't know? A few years ago, they married into the Su family. Their daughter-in-law is from a wealthy background. Eating meat is nothing unusual for them.
Sigh.
If only my grandfather had helped the Su family back then, maybe I'd be the one living such a good life now. A few farmers laughed, swallowing hungrily. They had also attended the wedding feast last night, eating so much pork stew with noodles that they had to visit the outhouse twice during the night. But no matter how tasty that was, it couldn't compare to the smell of stir-fried mushrooms with meat. The aroma was so tempting it made their mouths water. In the Shen family's kitchen, Shen Yanqing had just placed the freshly cooked dish into a porcelain bowl. The golden brown pork belly mixed with fresh wild mushrooms looked and smelled delicious. Su Qingli secretly reached out to pinch a piece to taste it. The next second, she burned her fingers and winced.
Ouch.
It's hot. The piece of meat slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. Her delicate fingertips quickly turned red. Shen Yanqing, worried, grabbed her hand and gently blew on it. Did you burn yourself? He did it without thinking. When he realized what he was doing, he felt a little embarrassed. Su Qingli froze for a moment, then quickly pulled her hand back. Her face turned pink, and her heart beat faster. Dear, would you like to taste it now? He asked softly. Their eyes met, and they slowly leaned closer. Just then, Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing ran in, jumping with excitement. It smells so good. Are we having meat today? Big brother.
I'm starving.
Let me try some first. Their sudden arrival broke the quiet moment between Shen Yanqing and Su Qingli. Su Qingli quickly turned around and smiled at the twins. Hungry? Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands first. In a moment, sister-in-law, they said together. Noticing the scene they had interrupted, the twins giggled and covered their mouths. We didn't see anything. Blushing, Su Qingli watched them run off, then carried the dish of stir-fried mushrooms and pork out of the kitchen. Shen Yanqing smiled and tidied up before following her outside. By the time he came out, the food was already set on the round table under the pear tree in the courtyard. On the table sat a big bowl of steaming white rice and a plate of fragrant mushroom stir-fry. Even from a distance, the delicious smell filled the air. "Dear, come and eat." Su Qingli filled a bowl with rice and handed it to Shen Yanqing. "You've been working all morning. Eat something first." Ahem. Zhang Cuihua cleared her throat and walked over, immediately finding fault. "You have no manners. Don't you know how to respect your elders? I'm the senior here. The first bowl should be for me." "Mom, you eat first," Shen Yanqing said, trying to keep the peace as he passed her his bowl. But Zhang Cuihua didn't move. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, clearly waiting for Su Qingli to bring the bowl to her personally. Su Qingli pretended not to notice. Respecting elders was right, but she wasn't going to spoil someone like Zhang Cuihua. Instead, she served rice for the twins. "Yinyu, Xingxing, you're both growing. Eat as much as you want today. There's plenty of rice and dishes." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Shen Yinyu said eagerly. He had been hungry for a while and started eating right away. The fragrant rice was soft and chewy, making him almost choke as he swallowed too fast. After catching his breath, he quickly picked up a piece of golden stir-fried pork belly. The rich flavor filled his mouth, and he felt completely satisfied. "This is amazing," he said with his mouth full, urging Zhang Cuihua. "Mom, you have to try this." Zhang Cuihua had already been tempted by the smell. She glared at Su Qingli once, then picked up a bowl and started eating. After one bite, she couldn't stop. Delicious. She had never tasted anything so good. "You're all too much. Why didn't anyone call me for dinner?" Shen Yanli came in with a dark expression. Zhang Cuihua swallowed her food and said, "Yanli, sit down and eat. Have some more meat." Shen Yanli served himself a bowl of rice, sat down, and reached for the meat. The golden, sizzling pork belly looked irresistible. Just as he was about to pick up the fattest piece, Su Qingli said coldly, "That's not for you. If you want some, buy it yourself." Shen Yanli froze. "What's wrong with you? Why can't I eat at home?" "Because I paid for the rice and the meat," Su Qingli said matter-of-factly.
Ouvert pays décidé.
With a loud clack, Zhang Cuihua slammed her chopsticks on the table and glared at Su Qingli. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you've gone too far. The eldest sister-in-law should take care of the family and love her younger brothers and sisters. But look at you, after cooking, you won't even let Yanli eat. Aren't you afraid people will talk behind your back?"
Su Qingli smiled.
"Does he even treat me like his sister-in-law? Why should he eat the food I cook? Stop finding faults. As long as I'm alive, this house isn't yours to run." Zhang Cuihua suddenly stood up, grabbed the plate of stir-fried pork with wild mushrooms, and scooped some into Shen Yanli's bowl.
Eat.
"I'm here today. Let's see who dares stop you from eating meat." "Mom." Shen Yanqing stopped her. "Qingli bought the food. She's not refusing to let Yanli eat. She just feels he doesn't respect her. Eldest son, I was right when I said you forgot your mother after getting married." Zhang Cuihua's face darkened with anger. "I worked so hard to raise you, and now you're taking an outsider's side? How can you treat your brother and me like this?" "Mom, I already said Qingli isn't stopping him from eating. She just wants to be treated with respect. Besides, Qingli isn't an outsider, she's my wife." Shen Yanqing looked straight at Shen Yanli. "Second brother, don't tell me you don't understand basic manners." Shen Yinyu and Shen Xingxing both nodded firmly. "That's right. Second brother, you are rude. Big brother is right." Shen Yanli became the target of everyone's criticism. His stomach growled with hunger, and though unhappy, he finally looked at Su Qingli. "Sister-in-law, thank you for cooking. That's better. We're all family, no one owes anyone. Go ahead and eat."
Su Qingli finally relaxed.
Shen Yanli happily picked up a piece of pork and put it in his mouth, his eyes narrowing in delight at the taste. Before swallowing, he quickly took a bite of rice. Seeing him eat so happily, Zhang Cuihua finally gave a satisfied hum. Then she glanced sideways at Su Qingli. Listen, since you've married into our family, you should share the responsibility of supporting it and help your brothers and sisters-in-law. Your money is also Shen family money. Yanli needs to maintain good relations at work, so tomorrow you should make him a new set of clothes. Oh, and Yanyu and Xingxing need money for school again. If you ask me, it's best if you hand your money over to me for safekeeping. Managing household expenses is too complicated for you. Zhang Cuihua spoke as if everything she said was perfectly reasonable. Su Qingli couldn't help but laugh in anger. Just listen to that, they were still thinking about her dowry money. Always talking about being one family and wanting to keep it safe for her. What a bold excuse. Money only works when it's in your own hands. She must have been out of her mind to hand it over before.
What are you laughing at?
I'm doing this for your own good. Don't mistake my kindness for something bad, Zhang Cuihua snapped, embarrassed by the laughter.
Do as I say.
I'm your mother. Would I ever harm you? After finishing her meal, Su Qingli lazily set down her chopsticks. Mom, what you said doesn't make sense. My second brother has a job and earns a salary. Surely he can afford a new outfit. He needs to save that money for marriage. How can he waste it? Zhang Cuihua's face darkened. So, eldest daughter-in-law, are you really so stingy that you won't even buy him a new set of clothes for the celebration? As the eldest sister-in-law, being so tight-fisted really embarrasses our Shen family. Su Qingli spread her hands calmly. Mom, you're the one who said we should live carefully and save money. Why am I suddenly stingy now? There are so many mouths to feed in this family. If we don't manage carefully, how long will my dowry last? So please stop worrying about my money. I need to save it to help Yanchen recover. If he gets sick again, who will support this family? Zhang Cuihua put her hands on her hips, furious. So you're really not giving the money? No, Su Qingli said firmly. That completely set Zhang Cuihua off. She pushed her chair back, slapped her thigh, and sat on the ground crying loudly. Oh heavens! Other daughters-in-law care for their in-laws and siblings, but mine is heartless. Neighbors, come and see. Our new daughter-in-law hasn't even warmed the bed yet and already wants to anger her poor mother-in-law to death. She even mistreats her brother-in-law. Oh heavens! Open your eyes and punish this ungrateful girl. Shen Yanchen couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, what are you doing? Qingli is my wife. How can you talk to her like that? He was about to reason with her when he saw Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang from across the street walk into the yard. Those two were the biggest gossips in Qingshan village. Whenever something happened in anyone's home, if they saw it, the whole village would know by the next day. Shen Yanqing frowned and reached out to pull Zhang Cuihua. Mom, please stop. The neighbors will laugh at us. Seeing someone come over, Zhang Cuihua refused to stand up. She pointed at Shen Yanqing and scolded, You useless man. Are you just going to watch your wife talk back to me? If you really have any courage, give her a lesson and show her that the Shen family listens to the man. Su Qingli was stunned. That last sentence sounded all too familiar. It was exactly what Zhang Cuihua had said in the drama she once watched, when she urged Shen Yanli to hurt his bride on their wedding night. The poor bride in that story had just married into the Shen family when she was struck and lost her life on the spot. Now that Su Qingli had somehow ended up in this world, Zhang Cuihua was saying the same thing again in front of everyone. Well then, she thought, it's time to give her a taste of her own medicine. Anyone can make a scene. Su Qingli sat down on the ground and, imitating Zhang Cuihua's tone, began to cry loudly. Oh, what a miserable life. I've only been married one day, and my mother-in-law already dislikes me and keeps finding fault. First, she told me to buy clothes for my husband's younger brother. Then she demanded to keep my dowry, saying I'd be unfilial if I refused. Everyone, please judge for me. That dowry was given by my parents for my own use. How can my mother-in-law be so greedy for it? I'm Yanqing's wife. He's not in good health and needs money for treatment. How could we have extra to give away? Grandpa, You said this marriage was to repay your kindness, but it feels more like you've pushed me into a fire pit. Shen Yanqing's heart ached. He went over to help her up. Qingli, I go away, don't interrupt me, Su Qingli said, brushing off his hand and crying even louder. Only then did Shen Yanqing notice that although his young wife was crying pitifully, not a single tear had fallen. Her eyes sparkled like stars. She was clearly doing this on purpose to challenge Zhang Cuihua. Zhang Cuihua realized it too and stood there, dumbfounded. She had lived in Qingshan village for many years and had seen all kinds of new brides. Usually, a mother-in-law only needed to show a little authority and the daughter-in-law would behave obediently. But she had never seen anyone like Su Qingli, crying, arguing, and completely unafraid of losing face. Aunt Lu and Madame Wang had come just to watch the commotion. Since they were already there, they stepped forward to help Su Qingli up. Yan Chen's wife, don't cry. Life is full of ups and downs. Every family has its troubles. That's right. Your mother-in-law just speaks bluntly. Don't take her words to heart. As they spoke, they began to criticize Zhang Cuihua. Sister Zhang, don't blame me for saying this, but you're in the wrong this time. Yan Chen's wife grew up in comfort and never suffered hardship. Now that she's married into your family, you shouldn't treat her harshly. Exactly. She was originally engaged to your younger son, Yanli, but your family refused. To fulfill her grandfather's wish, she married your eldest son, even though he's not in good health, and she's willing to help him recover. You shouldn't make things difficult for her. Her aunt is right, you're being foolish. How could you let her give money to the second son? Doesn't he have a job? He can afford his own clothes. As a mother, you shouldn't be so biased. Look at Yanli, he's always well-dressed, while your eldest son wears patched clothes and does all the hard work. Anyone who didn't know better would think he wasn't your own child. Zhang Cuihua's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stood up and said, both my sons are dear to me. Don't talk nonsense. Eldest daughter-in-law, don't say things that make us look bad. I never told you to hand over all your dowry. I just wanted you to make a piece of clothing for Yanli. If you don't want to, forget it. I don't agree, Su Qingli said firmly. She took the chance to press further. Mother, you say you're not biased, but I heard that the job at the supply and marketing cooperative was originally meant for Yan Chen. You were the one who made him give it to his younger brother, weren't you? Yan Chen gave up a good job and works hard every day to earn work points to support the whole family. You should at least show him some care, buy him a decent set of clothes. Look at our family. Everyone dresses nicely except Yan Chen, who wears his brother's old clothes. Do you think he doesn't deserve better? Zhang Cuihua was at a loss for words and waved her hands nervously. That's not true. It was Yan Chen who didn't want it. Mother, if you buy it for me, I'll wear it, Shen Yanqing said calmly. He had long grown used to Zhang Cuihua's favoritism and simply chose not to argue. Exactly. Who doesn't like wearing something new? Sister Zhang, just buy Yan Chen a new outfit. Otherwise, it really isn't fair. Auntie, Yan Chen is the pillar of this family. You must treat him well. After everyone kept talking, Zhang Cuihua had no choice but to go inside and take out 20 yuan to give to Su Qingli. Take this and buy something for the eldest. Su Qingli quickly accepted the money.
Thank you, Mom.
Happily, she took Shen Yanchen's arm. Husband, let's go to the market and buy you some new clothes. Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing immediately followed. Sister-in-law, take us with you.
All right.
When the neighbors saw Su Qingli leave, they also went home. After everyone was gone, Zhang Cuihua sat down angrily on the stone bench in the yard. She had tried to take advantage, but ended up losing instead. She had planned to make Su Qingli hand over her dowry, but instead, she lost 20 yuan. Fuming, she patted her chest and stuffed the leftover meat into her mouth. Just wait, I'll deal with her later, that sharp-tongued girl. Su Qingli pulled Shen Yanchen out the door. The two younger ones quickly caught up. Sister-in-law, we heard the candied hawthorns at the market are really cheap. Only 20 cents a stick, big and sweet. The red hawthorns covered in shiny syrup look so good. Who said you could come to the market? Go to school. Shen Yanchen said sternly, sending them away. Then he led Su Qingli to a big tree by the road and gently brushed the loose hair from her ear. I'm sorry you had to go through that. My mother has always been unreasonable. Don't be afraid of her when I'm around. The thin young man stood in the morning light, his eyes filled with guilt. Su Qingli smiled, showing her white teeth. I'm not upset. I even got 20 yuan out of it. As long as you don't think I'm rude, it's fine. After all, to deal with someone like Zhang Cuihua, you had to fight back in kind. Looking at her bright smile, Shen Yanchen shook his head lightly. No, you're not rude at all. You're brave. He had lived 2 lifetimes and seen too many women who endured everything in silence. Even Su Qingli, in his past life, had been timid and quiet. But now, she seemed like a completely different person, full of life. She wasn't afraid of his mother's harshness and even managed to turn the situation to her advantage. She truly had skill. Wife, I have to go to work now, so I won't go to the market. You go and buy yourself some new clothes. Don't worry about me. I'm used to wearing old ones. After reminding Su Qingli a few more times, Shen Yanqing picked up his hoe and went to the fields. Every household in Qingshan village had to work to earn labor points, not missing a single day. Watching Shen Yanqing's thin figure walking away, Su Qingli felt a little sad. Her husband couldn't stay weak and sickly forever. She had to use the spring water to help him get stronger. Instead of going home, Su Qingli headed straight for the mountain. After making sure no one was around, she adjusted her floral blouse and slipped into her secret space. The green grass was full of life, and the spring beside the stone house shimmered in the sunlight. Su Qingli walked over quickly and was surprised to find several wild ginseng plants growing near the spring. That was excellent medicine. Happily, she scooped up half a ladle of spring water and poured it over the ginseng. The bright green leaves stretched out, sparkling with water drops that swayed gently in the morning light. Then Su Qingli went into the storage room and soon found 2 sets of clothes suitable for the current time period. The dark blue Zhongshan suit was perfect for Shen Yanqing. The light blue floral dress looked neat and stylish, so she kept it for herself. Before leaving, Su Qingli also packed some wild mushrooms, thinking that with such a large space, she could raise some chickens and ducks next time. She wondered if fish could live in the spring. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a wild pheasant suddenly flew out from behind the stone house and landed at her feet. Its long, colorful tail feathers shimmered in the light. It seemed that whatever she thought of could appear in this space, even living creatures. Smiling, Su Qingli caught the pheasant and left the space, feeling quite pleased. By the time she returned to the Shen house, it was already noon. No one was home. Everyone must have been busy with their work. Su Qingli quickly washed the clothes she brought back and hung them on a rope to dry. Then she carried the pheasant into the kitchen. In no time, she had cleaned and chopped it into pieces. Just as she finished washing the mushrooms, she heard footsteps outside. I've been cutting pig grass all morning, so tired. Zhang Cuihua walked into the yard, panting. She scooped up a ladle of cool water and drank it, grumbling, "It's all that careless daughter-in-law's fault. The food she cooked this morning was so salty it made me thirsty all day. When I said something to her, she even argued with me and tricked me out of 20 yuan. Who knows where she's lazing around now?" Su Qingli heard everything clearly from the kitchen and silently shook her head. Her mother-in-law wasn't just sharp-tongued but also extremely selfish. In the morning, she scolded her for wasting money on unnecessary things. Yet when it came to eating, no one could match her appetite. She was the kind of person who ate endlessly, did nothing well, and always found someone to scold. After drinking a bellyful of cold water in the yard, Zhang Cuihua's throat finally felt better. Suddenly, she noticed smoke rising from the kitchen. A faint smell of meat drifted out. Meat again? Even rich people don't eat like this every day. She really doesn't know how to live properly. Zhang Cuihua stormed into the kitchen and saw Su Qingli stir-frying wild chicken. She glanced at the pan and sneered, "Pork in the morning, chicken at noon. Aren't you afraid of wasting your luck with such rich meals? I was lucky today, and found a wild chicken that flew into a tree, Su Qingli said calmly, adding water to the pan. If you're worried about wasting blessings, you can just eat plain rice later. The hot pan hissed as the water hit it, sending up fragrant steam that filled the air. Zhang Cuihua sniffed and muttered sarcastically, young people really don't know how to manage things. That much oil could last 3 meals. You should have saved some for tomorrow. As she spoke, she reached for a ladle but then noticed 2 new sets of clothes hanging on the drying line outside, still dripping with water. Her eyes widened in shock. She rushed out and shouted, "You wasteful woman! You really bought new clothes? 20 yuan for just 1 outfit? What farmer dresses like that?" Su Qingli kept cooking, ignoring her. Zhang Cuihua circled the clothes twice, then smirked. "Humph, that one must be for Yanli. At least she knows how to act like a proper sister-in-law. The other one must be for me. It's a bit fancy, but the fabric feels nice. I suppose I can wear it. Anyway, the 20 yuan was mine, so the clothes should be mine too. Once they're dry, I'll take them and have Yanli wear one tonight." Su Qingli had no idea what Zhang Cuihua was plotting. She stayed in the kitchen, quietly simmering wild mushroom and chicken stew. She had made it especially for Shen Yanqing. By noon, Shen Yanli was still on duty at the supply and marketing cooperative and hadn't come back. Shen Yanchen was eating at the commune, so only Su Qingli, Zhang Cuihua, and the 2 children were at home. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disliked each other, eating in silence without a word. After the meal, Zhang Cuihua went out early to cut pig grass. Su Qingli laid out some wild mushrooms she had brought from her secret stash to dry, planning to trade them later at the market. They weren't anything rare, but some people liked them. The sun slowly moved westward. When Shen Yanchen came home carrying his hoe, he heard loud arguing in the yard. Zhang Cuihua's sharp voice could be heard from far away. "What's wrong with what I bought? Wasn't it my money? And isn't it right to buy clothes for your mother-in-law and brother-in-law? Why are you upset about that?" "Su Qingli, I'm telling you, I make the decisions in this house. If you don't know your place, you can leave." Su Qingli grabbed the clothes. "This morning, you gave me 20 yuan in front of the neighbors and told me to buy clothes for Yanchen. Now you want to give them to Yanli instead? Should I call Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang to judge who's right? Judge? You still want to embarrass yourself more?" Zhang Cuihua's voice grew even louder. "If I had known you'd be so unreasonable, I never would have agreed to let my eldest son marry you." Su Qingli didn't want to argue anymore and reached out to take the clothes back. "What are you doing? Trying to grab them? Stop making trouble. These clothes are so bright. Aren't you afraid they'll bring bad luck to your husband? Who are you calling unlucky?" Su Qingli's angry voice burst out. Outside, Shen Yanchen felt his vision darken, anger rising from his feet to his head. He had been strong as a child, but years of hunger and hard farm work had left him weak and sickly. Every winter, he coughed so much he could hardly sleep. "Mother, so you already knew I might not last long, did you?" Shen Yanchen stepped into the yard, fists clenched, his voice rough and strained. His face, already pale, looked even grayer now, worse than the mud stains on his pants. Zhang Cuihua was still struggling with Su Qingli over the new clothes. Caught off guard by Shen Yanqing's sudden questioning, she forced a nervous smile. "Boss, that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" Shen Yanqing's face was tense, his thin chest rising and falling with anger. "This morning, you gave Qingli money to buy clothes, and now you're saying she doesn't deserve to wear bright colors. What are you trying to do? Qingli is my wife. If you really can't accept her, then we'll just have to live separately." "Live separately?" Zhang Cuihua screamed, her sharp voice piercing everyone's ears. She slapped her thigh and sat heavily on the ground, kicking her short legs in frustration. "Heavens, open your eyes and see. I raised my son with so much effort, and now that he's married, he's forgotten his mother. He's breaking my heart. Son, you ungrateful child. Your father passed away early. Do you want to send me away too?" Zhang Cuihua cried loudly, tears streaming down her wrinkled face. Su Qingli rolled her eyes in annoyance, picked up the blue outfit she had taken back, and walked toward Shen Yanqing. Honey, do you like this color? With a loud bang, Shen Yanli kicked open the old wooden door and rushed in toward Zhang Cuihua. Mom, I heard you crying from far away. Did Su Qingli bully you again? He bent down to help her up, then turned and pointed angrily at Shen Yanqing. Brother, are you even human? Mom worked so hard to raise us, and now you're taking that woman's side and ignoring your own mother. Be careful. Heaven sees everything. Second son, you came back just in time. Help your mom get justice. Zhang Cuihua immediately stopped crying, finding her support. Without needing help, she quickly stood up and reached for the blue outfit with surprising speed. I don't care what you say. This outfit must go to Yanli for work. Su Qingli finally lost her patience. She yanked the clothes back hard. Zhang Cuihua stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out again, oh no. She hit me. Su Qingli is attacking her mother-in-law. Shen Yanli's face darkened with fury. He rushed to the corner of the yard and grabbed the carrying pole. This has gone too far. Su Qingli, you troublemaker. How dare you hit my mother? I'll make you pay for this. The wooden stick in Sangmu's hand was heavy and dark with age. Shen Yanli swung it with full force, aiming straight for Su Qingli's head. The strike was fierce and merciless, clearly meant to hurt her badly. Qingli! Shen Yanchen shouted in alarm. In a burst of strength, he pushed Su Qingli out of the way. The next moment, Su Qingli fell to the ground and watched in horror as the furious Shen Yanli brought the stick down hard on Shen Yanchen's back. Thud! Cough! The dull, heavy sound filled the air, followed by Shen Yanchen's painful cough. The thin man had taken the full blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled to the ground. Zhang Cuihua's cry caught in her throat. Shen Yanli froze, the stick still raised in midair. Even the two hens in the yard hid quietly in their coop. The whole world seemed to stop. Only Shen Yanchen's ragged breathing could be heard. The faint metallic scent of blood spread through the hot evening air. Su Qingli's eyes stung as she looked at the red stain on the ground. She ran to Shen Yanchen, shouting, Honey, are you okay? Cough, cough.
I'm fine.
Shen Yanchen coughed hard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please don't scare me, Su Qingli cried, tears streaming down her face. He had taken the blow to protect her. After a long day of work, he was already exhausted. Now his face was pale as paper, drained of all color. Shen Yanchen shook his head weakly and wiped away her tears.
I'm fine.
Don't be afraid, don't cry. Brother, I didn't mean to hit you. It's just a stick, you'll be fine. No need to act so dramatic, Shen Yanli said with a sneer. Zhang Cuihua brushed the dust off her clothes and stood up. Yanli hit the wrong person this time. Big brother, go rest. And teach your wife not to covet things that don't belong to her. Su Qingli knew this mother and son were shameless, but she hadn't expected them to be this cruel. Boundless anger surged through her whole body. How dare they hit her husband? In her previous life, Su Qingli had been a chief manager, in charge of hundreds of difficult people at a resort. She had trained the fiercest horses and even broken several whips while doing so. How could she not handle a pair of bullies like these? Thinking this, Su Qingli felt something heavy in her pocket. She reached in and touched it. A coiled piece of tough leather rested in her hand. It was a dark brown horsewhip, smooth, shiny, and flexible, with a sharp glint at the tip. It was the very whip she had always carried while inspecting the stables at the resort. Honey, take a rest. Let me deal with this cruel pair. Su Qingli helped Shen Yanqing sit on the stone bench in the yard. Then she snapped the whip. Crack! The sharp sound cut through the air as she strode toward Shen Yanli. Startled by the fierce look on her face and the whip in her hand, Shen Yanli froze and stepped back. What are you going to do? Zhang Cuihua quickly hid behind her son. Don't be afraid of her, son. She's so thin. You could stop her easily. Though she said that, Zhang Cuihua's eyes were fixed in fear on the whip in Su Qingli's hand. Where had that come from? It looked like something used to drive animals, and it must hurt terribly. It even looked expensive. Crack! The whip sliced through the air again with a chilling sound. Like lightning, It struck Shen Yanli's wrist, knocking the stick from his hand.
Ah!
He screamed, tears and snot flying as pain shot through him.
Crack!
Zhang Cuihua rushed forward to protect her son, but the whip landed on her back. The sound echoed as her worn, faded clothes tore slightly, leaving a red mark on her thin back. She cried out loudly, "Help! Someone stop her! Heaven, save me!"
But Su Qingli didn't stop.
She swung the whip again and again. She was truly furious now. Anyone who dared to hurt her husband would have to face the consequences. Everyone wanted to die together. The mother and son were whipped around the yard, but could never escape Su Qingli's whip. "Stop hitting. Sister-in-law. Please, I beg you, stop. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me this time. It was just a misunderstanding. Qingli, you are educated, so please forgive us this time. If you hit us again, someone might really get hurt." Shen Yanli and Zhang Cuihua were whipped until they grimaced in pain. They no longer cared about their pride, shrinking together to beg Su Qingli for mercy, with no trace of arrogance left. Su Qingli held her whip tightly, looking down from above, and said loudly, "Tell me, do you dare to hit my husband again?" "No, we don't dare. We won't dare. Even if you beat us to death," the mother and son shouted in unison, shaking their heads, wishing they could hide underground. Their terrified eyes stared fixedly at the whip in Su Qingli's hand, afraid it might fall again. Outside the yard, Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing had just come back from school, carrying their backpacks, too scared to come in, their faces pale with fear. How did their kind sister-in-law turn into a fierce woman? Su Qingli glared fiercely at the mother and son on the ground, who looked like rotten mud, and put away her whip. Then she helped Shen Yanqing up and walked toward the house. Shen Yanqing was very light, and despite being tall, he felt weightless, like a doll filled with cotton that had been emptied. With every step, he struggled to hold back a cough, blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Husband, hold on." Su Qingli helped him back onto the bed, carefully avoiding his injured back. Shen Yanqing barely opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in pain.
Cough. Qingli, Ivy fine.
"Really, close your eyes and rest first. I'll get some medicine for you." There was no time to delay. Su Qingli turned away from the weak Shen Yanqing and entered the space. She took a bottle of spiritual spring water, then grabbed bottles of iodine solution and ointment from the stone house, and quickly came back out.
"Here.
Drink some water first." Su Qingli supported Shen Yanqing and carefully brought the bottle of spiritual spring water to his lips. He obediently drank it. After a few sips, the strange power of the spring water eased his painful breathing significantly. Even his dull face showed a visible hint of redness. Su Qingli finally felt a little relieved. She unscrewed the iodine bottle, dipped a clean cotton swab in it, and carefully cleaned the edges of Shen Yanqing's terrible wounds. The cool liquid stung his injured skin, and Shen Yanqing gasped softly. Where did that smell of alcohol come from? He looked at the things Su Qingli was holding, full of confusion. "Wife, where did you get this?" The Shen family was too poor to have any medicine, and the ointment in Su Qingli's hand seemed to have foreign words on it. Su Qingli kept applying the medicine and answered naturally, "Don't worry about it. My father brought this back from abroad a long time ago. I've been saving it. He said it's a good medicine for wounds, stops bleeding and prevents infection. It works better than our home remedies." Shen Yanqing didn't ask more and quietly let her treat his wound. A feeling he had never known before, being cared for, filled his heart. He turned his head to look at Su Qingli's focused face. "Wife. Marrying you is the best thing that ever happened to me." "Of course." Su Qingli smiled, her eyes bright. "You're lucky, you know." She soon finished treating his wound and stood up. "Wait here, I'll be right back." The yard was very quiet. No one was cooking dinner, and no one dared to make a sound. Zhang Cuihua and Shen Yanli had probably already hidden in their room. Hearing her footsteps, Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing peeked out carefully. "Sister-in-law. Hungry?" Su Qingli waved to them.
"Come with me."
The two children's eyes lit up, and they followed her into the kitchen. When Su Qingli lifted the iron pot lid, a rich, mouth-watering smell filled the air. It was the wild chicken she had been cooking all afternoon. The hot, savory aroma made everyone's stomach growl. "Sister-in-law, I'll take some for your brother. The rest is all yours. Eat as much as you want." Su Qingli served half a chicken and carried it away. Behind her, Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing were already eating eagerly. The delicious smell followed her steps into the small room she shared with Shen Yanqing. "Husband, this is wild chicken soup I made. It'll help you recover." She handed him the bowl. The warm, rich aroma made Shen Yanqing swallow hard. He didn't refuse. He tore off a piece of wild chicken and put it into Su Qingli's mouth. "Wife, you've worked hard. Eat first." They looked at each other and smiled. Under the dim kerosene lamp, they enjoyed their meal happily. After finishing the hot soup and meat, Shen Yanqing's face looked a little rosier. He helped Su Qingli wipe the oil from her lips and said sincerely, "Wife, your cooking smells so good." Of course, Su Qingli tidied up the dishes and placed the new clothes she took back from Zhang Cuihua on the bedside table. "Change into these tomorrow. You'll look great in them. Actually, not wearing them might look even better." Though her figure was a bit thinner, she still looked very attractive. But Su Qingli kept these thoughts to herself, afraid they might scare Shen Yanqing. She blew out the kerosene lamp and lay in Shen Yanqing's arms. "Sleep now." The night was thick and dark, swallowing the small Shen family courtyard like ink. In the east room, Zhang Cuihua sat under the kerosene lamp, her back burning with pain. She was firm in her decisions at Shen's house, but now her new daughter-in-law had beaten her so badly that her bones felt like they might break. This made her feel humiliated and filled her with hatred for Su Qingli, who showed her no respect. Shen Yanli sat opposite her, his wrists swollen and painful, like a dowy bun. His stomach growled loudly. He looked awkwardly at Zhang Cuihua. "Mom, I'm hungry." Zhang Cuihua snorted angrily, grinding her teeth. She had been hungry for a long time. The damn Su Qingli hadn't even cooked dinner. Good for nothing, always hungry. "Wait, I'll make something for you." Zhang Cuihua loved Shen Yanli the most. She forced herself to endure the pain in her back and sneaked into the kitchen like a thief. Before she entered, she smelled a delicious aroma of meat. That wild chicken. Her eyes lit up instantly. She suddenly remembered that Su Qingli had found a wild chicken earlier that day and was cooking in the pot. "Yanli, come eat some meat." Zhang Cuihua quickly returned to her room and lowered her voice to call Shen Yanli over. The mother and son sniffed the tempting smell of meat and eagerly went to the stove, lifting the wooden lid off the iron pot. The pot was cold. Not only was there no wild chicken meat, but the iron pot was so clean that not a single drop of water was inside. Instead, in the fire pit, there were crushed wild chicken bones. Zhang Cuihua was so angry, she almost bit through her teeth. That little brat Su Qingli, stealing wild chicken meat, not even leaving us any soup. "She's so mean." Shen Yanli swallowed hard. "If I had known she was cooking wild chicken, I should have eaten it first before arguing with her." "Mom, I'm starving. Please find me something to eat. Just wait." Zhang Cuihua snorted impatiently and forced out 2 cornbread cakes mixed with bran, steamed together. The hard cornbread looked rough and coarse, but it was the only food left in the stove. "Eat up." Zhang Cuihua took a big bite of the cornbread, her old, cloudy eyes fixed on the west room. Just wait and see. She wouldn't let Su Qingli get away with this. The next morning, just before dawn, a loud, piercing cry echoed through Qingshan village. "Oh heavens, I can't take this anymore." Zhang Cuihua pounded her thigh and rushed into village chief Yimaotsai's house, crying loudly. "Village chief, you have to help us. My old Shen family married a wicked woman. That troublemaker Su Qingli has beaten us up so badly. Look at her, she's so vicious. She not only hit me, but almost killed Yanli with her own hands." Yi Maokai, known as the honest and respected man of Qingshan village, was the village chief for a reason. He immediately opened the courtyard door and saw Zhang Cuihua with messy hair, crying outside, covered in bruises. It looked like she had suffered a big loss. Not far behind her, several villagers with sleepy eyes stood, waiting to see the show. Seeing the village chief come out, Zhang Cuihua cried even harder. "Village chief, you must help us orphan women. Su Qingli, that troublemaker, got married just a few days ago and already went crazy. Yan Chen only took a few bites of food, and she started throwing things. Wah wah wah. And Yanli tried to stop her, but she beat us both. Look at me and Yanli. He's covered in wounds. She whipped us." Zhang Cuihua lifted her clothes and sleeves to show her injuries, then pulled the pale-faced Shen Yanli over, rolled up his sleeve, and lifted his shirt to reveal his back so Yi Maokai and the villagers could see. "Is this true?" Yi Maokai frowned deeply. He had met Su Qingli before. She looked gentle and obedient, not like someone who would hit her mother-in-law or younger brother. Despite Zhang Cuihua's miserable appearance, it was clearly obvious. Yi Maokai waved his hand. "Go, call Shen Yanqing and his wife here for a face-to-face meeting." A few older children quickly called Shen Yanqing and Su Qingli over. Shen Yanqing's lips looked pale. He hunched slightly, walking with a faint wobble. But his new son Yatsen's suit made him look more spirited. Su Qingli also changed into a blue floral dress. Her lively figure swayed in the morning light, looking very charming. On her way over, she guessed that Zhang Cuihua was trying to turn the tables. It seemed the beating yesterday was too light. She appeared innocent as she joined the crowd, looking at Yi Maokai. "Village chief, did you call us for something?" "Yes." Yi Maokai nodded softly. "Yanqing's wife, your mother-in-law said she and Yanli were beaten by you yesterday." He asked this hesitantly, not fully believing that such a delicate new wife would dare to hit the notorious Zhang Cuihua. "Village chief." Su Qingli's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her voice was soft and gentle. I. Before she finished, tears fell like beads breaking from a string. It was clear she had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Cuihua was so angry, she almost spat blood. "You little brat. Why didn't you show your power yesterday?" Acting innocent now, Su Qingli immediately hid behind Shen Yanqing. Then she shyly showed half her pretty face, looking pitiful. "Village chief, look at me. I'm so thin I could fall over with a gust of wind. How could I have the strength to hit my mother-in-law and my little brother? It was you." Shen Yanli was about to accuse Su Qingli but met her sharp gaze. Though she looked timid, a quick warning flashed in her eyes. Shen Yanli felt his swollen wrist hurt even more and looked away, feeling guilty. This wife was crazy. She looked weak, but when she fought, she was more ruthless than anyone. If she caused more trouble, he would be the one embarrassed. Luckily, Yi Lanin wasn't here, or he'd be even more ashamed. Su Qingli was satisfied as she looked away, thinking he was smart. She wiped her tears and choked out an explanation. "Village chief, yesterday. It was my mother-in-law's kind intention to have me buy new clothes for Yanqing. Even the neighbor aunt saw it with her own eyes. When the clothes were bought, second brother felt upset and he suddenly rushed forward to fight. Second brother was very strong. He pushed Yan Chen down and punched him, causing Yan Chen to spit blood on the spot. Mother-in-law came to stop the fight, but second brother. He went crazy and even started hitting mother-in-law. I was so scared I almost fainted, only able to cry. I didn't dare fight back. Even if I had, I couldn't match second brother. Village chief, please help me. When it comes to acting, I, Su Qingli, am not afraid of anyone." I turned the situation around completely, crying loudly and painfully. I already have a face that looks pitiful and a fragile body. Now I was crying like a tearful person, making my point even clearer. The villagers watching started talking quietly. "Exactly, this new wife just came in, and she dares not to hit mother-in-law or younger brother-in-law. Besides, Zhang Cuihua is fierce like a she-wolf. Who would dare to provoke her? I saw with my own eyes that Aunt Zhang took out 20 yuan when buying clothes. She probably paid and was unhappy about it, so she looked for trouble. A good daughter-in-law like her. You can't find her even with a lantern. Aunt Zhang, stop causing trouble." The villagers' teasing made Zhang Cuihua tremble all over. She tremblingly pointed at Su Qingli, her face turning dark like pig liver, and said harshly, "You little brat, you're lying. It's clearly you." "Enough," Yi Maokai shouted. "Zhang Cuihua, stop making trouble. When a new wife comes in, as the mother-in-law, you should be more tolerant. Anyway, Su's grandfather has supported you for over 10 years, and even married his eldest daughter to your family. He doesn't mind Yan Chen's poor health, but you do, and Yan Li, your brother, is naturally weak. How could you beat him into this state just over a piece of clothing? That's just wrong. Everyone calm down and live peacefully. Don't cause trouble." Zhang Cuihua stood there stunned for a long time, as if she couldn't believe that the village chief was on Su Qingli's side. She was so angry she trembled all over and almost fainted. After scolding Zhang Cuihua and her son, Yi Maokai told the villagers, "Everyone, disperse now." The villagers, having enjoyed the show, chuckled and left. Zhang Cuihua looked at Su Qingli with hatred, wishing she could rush over and tear her apart. Shen Yanli grabbed her sleeve. "Mom, I told you not to cause trouble. If Lanin finds out, she won't want to be with me anymore. Yi Lanin is the daughter of village chief Yi Maokai. She went to the town a few days ago and hasn't come back. She cares a lot about her reputation. Secretly, she is very close to Shen Yanli, but she keeps it hidden from the villagers." Su Qingli didn't bother to look at the mother and son. She supported Shen Yanchen and said, "Husband, let's go home. It's getting cold outside." The young couple returned to their shabby little courtyard. Su Qingli poured half a bowl of clear water and handed it to Shen Yanchen. The water was very pure, seeming to shimmer with a faint, almost invisible glow. It was spiritual spring water from the space. Shen Yanchen obediently drank it. A warm, gentle feeling instantly flowed from his throat into his lungs, easing the dull pain in his back. This water felt like a magic pill. "Wife," Shen Yanchen wanted to ask something, but outside, they heard Zhang Cuihua shouting and scolding angrily. "Am I afraid of her? What a joke. Your older brother has been bewitched by that sly fox." His heart completely turned to her. "We can't rely on him anymore. I think our family will fall apart sooner or later," Shen Yanli sneered coldly. "Vicious woman." The mother and son stormed into the east room, full of anger and nowhere to vent. Zhang Cuihua slammed the table hard. "Yanli, this won't do. Your older brother is now siding with that wicked woman. We have to find a way to get rid of that evil stepmother." "Mom." Shen Yanli's voice was a little shaky. He had never actually killed anyone before. "Why are you afraid?" Zhang Cuihua's voice suddenly rose, then sharply lowered, her tone vicious. "A daughter of a capitalist, and she still dares to rebel? Listen to me." Shen Yanli made up his mind and nodded heavily. His mother was right. If he didn't teach Su Qingli a lesson, she would think she was invincible. In the east room now, Shen Yanchen was lying on the Kong bed, resting. Because of his back injury, he couldn't go to work and had taken 2 days off. Su Qingli was tidying up the house when she heard some rustling footsteps outside the door. Soon they moved away stealthily. No need to guess, it's probably Zhang Cuihua and Shen Yanli returning, planning to cause trouble again.
Su Qingli sneered quietly.
Since that's the case, she was going to see what tricks they were up to. She deliberately spoke loudly to Shen Yanchen, saying, "Husband, the room is stuffy. I'll help you go to the old locust tree at the village entrance to get some fresh air and soak up the sun. It will also help you recover." "Okay." Shen Yanchen happily agreed. With Su Qingli's help, the two slowly left the small courtyard. After they walked away, Zhang Cuihua took Shen Yanli and rushed into the east room, heading straight for the small wooden box by the bed.
"This is brought by Su Qingli.
There must be something good inside." Excited, Zhang Cuihua opened the box, but found only a few neatly folded clothes. "Where's the money?" Unwilling to give up, she turned the box upside down. But besides the clothes, it was empty. Darn it! That stubborn girl didn't hide the money here. Zhang Cuihua angrily threw the clothes on the ground, her eyes red as she searched the room. After a long while, she found nothing. Damn thief! Where did she hide the money? Zhang Cuihua trembled with anger, grabbing Shen Yanli, who looked equally upset, and they left the room. Let's go back. We'll deal with her tonight. At the old locust tree at the village entrance, Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen sat side by side, enjoying the breeze. The clear air and his handsome face made Su Qingli suddenly feel a sense of peaceful happiness. Around noon, she helped Shen Yanchen return home. As soon as they entered, she noticed the cabinet by the bed had been disturbed. It seemed Zhang Cuihua had sneaked in. Su Qingli stayed silent, waiting quietly for her malicious mother-in-law's next move. Night fell gradually. Soon, the sky turned completely dark. Through the paper-covered window of the Shen family's east room, two suspicious figures were visible.
Mom.
Are you really going to set a trap? Shen Yanli whispered hoarsely, holding a writhing cloth bag. The bag was tightly tied with hemp rope, and inside, creatures were struggling, making chilling hissing sounds and the rustling of scales against fabric. Of course, Zhang Cuihua's eyes were fierce. This is a 5-step snake. One bite, and even a god can't save you. While they're all asleep, be quick. Slip it through the window and hide it in that wicked woman's bed. Let it bite her to death. Let's see how she pretends to be pitiful then. Once she kicks her legs, your brother will listen like before, and that wicked woman's dowry will belong to us. Shen Yanli nodded with excitement. Once he had money, he could go to the Yi family to propose marriage. He tiptoed to the window of the west room, pried open a crack with his fingers, untied the hemp rope, and shook his pocket forcefully. A dark shadow with a foul smell silently slipped through the window crack into the darkness. Shen Yanli immediately sneaked back and realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. Zhang Cuihua asked fiercely, "How is it? Did you succeed?" "Mom, I did my part. Don't worry." The mother and son stared at the tightly closed door, waiting for the scream of Su Qingli inside. But time passed, and there was no sound from inside. Only faint, intermittent coughs from Shen Yanchen could be heard. Shen Yanli felt uneasy. "Mom, that snake probably crawled away, right? Just go to sleep peacefully. If anything happens, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Zhang Cuihua waved her hand to send him away. Shen Yanli returned to his room, tossing restlessly on the bed. In the west room separated by a wall, Su Qingli looked at the 5-step snake crawling onto the bedding and smiled silently.
She was not afraid of this thing.
She took a cage from her space and carefully placed the snake inside. Then she quietly left the room, slipping it through the window crack into Shen Yanli's room. Shen Yanli was still tossing on the bed, unable to fall asleep. After a long while, he finally wrapped himself in a patch-thin quilt and prepared to sleep. But just as his fingertips touched the inside of the quilt, he suddenly felt a chill. A cold, slimy sensation, carrying a sense of death, suddenly wrapped around his wrist. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through Qingshan village. The nearby dogs barked wildly in alarm. Zhang Cuihua was awakened and hurriedly put on her clothes, rushing into Shen Yanli's room. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, she was so frightened her soul seemed to leave her body. She saw Shen Yanli curled up on the broken wooden bed, rolling wildly and convulsing, foaming at the mouth. A 5-step snake, as thick as a child's arm, was tightly coiled around his wrist. The snake's head, shaped like a triangle, bit into his forearm. Its venomous fangs were deeply embedded in his flesh, and the snake was thrashing wildly out of instinct. "Yanli? My son!" Zhang Cuihua screamed as she rushed forward, trying to tear the cold, slimy snake away.
"Snake!
Poisonous snake! Help!" Her fingernails scraped off several snake scales, causing the snake to lift its head and strike toward her face like lightning. "Ah!" Zhang Cuihua screamed loudly and fell to the ground, her legs giving way. The snake missed its attack and slithered away into the corner, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Cuihua, crying desperately, was helped by some neighbors to carry Shen Yanli to the village clinic. Shen Yanchen also followed, worried. He was a bit confused. On such a day, why would a snake come into the house? Su Qingli looked expressionless at Shen Yanli lying on the doorframe, his forearm swollen and turning purple. She silently snorted. Karma has its way. The village clinic only had a barefoot doctor, an old, thin man. He looked at Shen Yanli's blackened, bleeding arm under the oil lamp, then checked his dilated pupils and shook his head. Too late. The five-step snake's venom is very strong. The poison spread quickly, swelling up to the shoulder. Even if I had the serum, it's too late now. The old man looked at the pale Zhang Cuihua and softly said, "Prepare for the worst. He might only last another half hour." No.
My son.
You can't die. Zhang Cuihua suddenly broke down, throwing herself onto Shen Yanli, who was unconscious on the doorframe, crying her heart out. God, open your eyes. Save my son. He's still young, he shouldn't die. Someone save Yanli. I'll work as his servant for the rest of my life. Her desperate cries echoed in the small clinic. The villagers watching shook their heads with sympathy. They had spoken to Shen Yanli during the day, but who knew that night he would be bitten by a snake? That was a five-step snake. Whoever encounters it is doomed to a deadly fate. At that moment, Su Qingli stepped into the clinic from the crowd. She looked at Shen Yanli, who was near death on the doorframe, then at Zhang Cuihua, who was crying almost unconscious, and timidly spoke. Mom? Get out. You bad omen. It's all your fault. Zhang Cuihua was so furious she rushed forward, eyes red, and hit Su Qingli. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been bitten by the poisonous snake. You're the one to blame. It's all your fault. Shen Yanqing quickly stepped in to stop Zhang Cuihua, holding Su Qingli safely behind him. Mom, it's not the time to cause trouble. What's going on? Anyway, she's still part of our Shen family. Even if you don't like her, you shouldn't curse her like this. Who cursed her? Zhang Cuihua's eyes burned with anger. She's the one who should have been bitten by the snake. Yanli was harmed by this wicked woman. Su Qingli had been waiting for her to say that. She peeked out from behind Shen Yanqing, looking timidly at Zhang Cuihua. Mom, you're saying that like you already knew I'd get bitten by a snake tonight. Well, maybe that snake was brought back by you, right? You? Zhang Cuihua suddenly looked like a chicken caught by the neck, her face pale and white. Don't talk nonsense. I would never do such a thing. I don't think so either. After all, people do things and heaven watches over us. Su Qingli spoke slowly, pointing at the top of her head. Doing bad things will catch up with you sooner or later. Then she changed the subject. Mom, this is urgent. Don't hit me now. I might have a way to save second brother. What? Zhang Cuihua couldn't believe her ears. Everyone in the room was also surprised, their eyes wide as they looked at Su Qingli. Zhang Cuihua, like a drowning person seeing a life raft, begged, "Say that again. Do you really have a way, wife, you?" Shen Yanqing wanted to advise Su Qingli to think carefully before speaking. But as he opened his mouth, he remembered the sweet water Su Qingli had given him these past few days. He was sure that water wasn't from their own well, and since drinking it, his body felt much stronger. Maybe Su Qingli really had a solution. Under everyone's watch, Su Qingli took out a blue cloth handkerchief from her pocket. Inside was a small, delicate box. The box contained a piece of red velvet cloth. In the middle of the velvet, a round, shiny pill lay quietly. It was black as ink, about the size of a longan seed. There was a faint scent drifting from it. Everyone present was used to digging in the earth for a living, but they had never seen such fancy packaging. Their hearts immediately believed her a little more. Su Qingli carefully held the medicine pill as if it were a rare treasure, saying, "This is a life-saving pill my father brought back from France. It can cure all poisons and was meant for emergencies. There's only this last one left." Zhang Cuihua stared at the pill and suddenly lunged forward. "Give it to me. Quickly let Yanli take it." Su Qingli quickly closed the box and held it to her chest, stepping back. Her eyes reddened and she choked up. "Mom, this medicine was left for me by my father to save my life. There's only this last one." Zhang Cuihua's hand froze midair, her face darkening. "Tell me, what do you want?" Su Qingli looked at the box in her hand, seeming hesitant. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Mom, this medicine is very precious. I won't ask for much. Just 300 coins, that's all I want. How much? Zhang Cuihua almost spat out blood, her eyes nearly popping out. 300? Why don't you go steal it? Are you trying to kill me? 300 coins. That was the savings the Shen family had scraped together over the years. It was her nest egg. She had been saving it for years to marry Yanli off. Su Qingli, that little brat, really dares to ask for so much. Oh, so my second brother's life isn't worth 300. Su Qingli shook her head in disappointment, then looked at Shen Yanli lying on the doorframe with a pale face. In a little while, my second brother's blood might cool down completely. Her words were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing sharply into Zhang Cuihua's heart. Seeing Shen Yanli struggling with his last breath, Zhang Cuihua collapsed to the ground.
Give.
I'll give it. She gritted her teeth and got up, staggering back to the dilapidated Shen family courtyard. Soon, she pulled out a cloth bag wrapped in red cloth from her bosom. She opened it, revealing a roll of coins. Exactly 300. Here, all of it. Give me the medicine. Save my son. Zhang Cuihua glared fiercely at Su Qingli, as if she wanted to swallow her whole with her eyes. Su Qingli glanced at the red cloth bag on the table, but didn't reach for it. Instead, she pinched the black pill and put it into Shen Yanli's mouth. Then she took out a small, ancient-looking ceramic bottle, about 2 fingers high, shaped like a treasure gourd. She poured a few drops of clear liquid from it and fed it to him. The liquid was colorless and tasteless, but it seemed to carry a strange power. Shen Yanli, who was already fainting, instinctively swallowed the pill and a few drops of water together. After a moment, Shen Yanli made a chilling, sound in his throat, like a wind chest being pulled. His weak breathing, almost stopping, suddenly became faster and stronger. Even the swelling on his arm from the snake bite, which was dark purple, stopped spreading. That terrifying sense of death was actually visibly being held back. The villagers watching gasped in disbelief, looking at Su Qingli with awe and surprise. This is incredible. It's truly a miracle medicine. Old Dr. Chen, barefoot and leaning close to the door, carefully checked Shen Yanli's pulse and wounds. After a moment, his wrinkled face showed amazement. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. This foreign medicine is too amazing. No wonder traditional Chinese medicine is declining. Sigh. Is my son okay? Yanli is fine, right? Zhang Cuihua pushed aside old Chen and threw herself onto Shen Yanli. Soon, she felt Shen Yanli's faint but gradually strengthening heartbeat and breathing. She burst into tears of relief, crying out, "Son, you're okay. As long as you're alive, I haven't lived in vain." Su Qingli silently walked to the table, reaching for the red cloth bag. All that talk about miracle medicine was just her nonsense. Inside that box was a Malteser she took from her space. The real useful thing was the spiritual spring water in the small porcelain bottle. She paid 300 yuan to save Shen Yanli's life. Hopefully, in the future, this mother and son won't cause trouble again. Seeing Su Qingli take the red cloth bag away, Zhang Cuihua looked on with reluctance, her heart filled with resentment and anger. 300 yuan. All the blood and sweat of the Shen family over the years. Now it was taken by this wicked woman. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and a rusty taste suddenly rose in her throat. Ugh, a mouthful of old blood spurted from Zhang Cuihua's mouth. Tiny drops. It stained Shen Yanli's rough cloth coat, which hadn't yet woken, and also stained the Shen family's doorframe. The villagers knew Zhang Cuihua was a stingy person. She glared at Su Qingli and said, "You're just ripping a piece of flesh from her. How could that be? Compared to these worthless pieces of paper that bring nothing and take nothing, of course, my second brother's life is more important." Su Qingli smiled and looked at Zhang Cuihua. "Am I right, Mom?" Zhang Cuihua snorted coldly and turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Qingli. If it weren't in front of so many people, she would definitely have taken back her money. Su Qingli saw her thoughts clearly and silently curled her lips, implying, "Take it easy, life. Still has a long way to go." Half an hour later, Shen Yanli, who had escaped danger, was carried back to the small courtyard by some kind neighbors. Zhang Cuihua trudged along, head hanging low, looking as if she had aged decades. Her small savings were gone. It felt like her life was gone too. Only Su Qingli was happily supporting Shen Yanchen. When the young couple returned to their room, Shen Yanchen watched Su Qingli counting the money. He opened his mouth but silently swallowed his words. No one knew better than him about Zhang Cuihua's stingy nature. Without 300 yuan, she would probably fall seriously ill. But that pill was a secret treasure, truly saving his second brother's life. Compared to that, 300 yuan was nothing. The next day, Zhang Cuihua really fell seriously ill, just as Shen Yanchen had guessed. She wrapped herself in a towel, lying on the Kong bed, groaning, "Am I about to die? If I die, it's better. It'll be over, and I won't have to suffer from the wickedness of my unworthy children. Old Shen, you left me alone to fend for myself when you were young. Look at what kind of life I'm living now. I'm about to be forced to death." Boo-hoo, Su Qingli poured a basin of water under Zhang Cuihua's window. "Mom, you can't curse yourself like that early in the morning. If you really kick the bucket, it's okay. At least you won't suffer. But if you're paralyzed in bed, and it's so hot outside, TSK, and if we have someone who can't take care of you properly, what if maggots appear?" "Shut up. You wicked woman. Just waiting for me to die so you can take over this family." Zhang Cuihua was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. She yanked off the towel from her head and stormed out of the house. "The more you wish for me to die early, the more I won't do as you want. Yanli is still waiting for me to take care of him. Yanli, are you hungry? Wait a moment. Mom will get some eggs and make you egg tea." Zhang Cuihua stomped off toward the chicken coop. Shen Yanchen silently gave Su Qingli a thumbs up.
Great.
His wife is clever and subtle, quietly managing to handle his difficult mother very well. After this incident, Zhang Cuihua and Shen Yanli stayed peaceful for a few days. With Su Qingli's careful care, Shen Yanchen's health improved a lot. He rested at home for 2 days, then went back to work. His strong energy made him work easily and earn many praises. Shen Yanchen is a smart person. He knows that his recent changes are all thanks to Su Qingli. One day, when he returned from work, he picked a bunch of pretty wildflowers for Su Qingli and put them in a bottle by the window. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. The lovely sound of insects and the faint moonlight came through the window. The kerosene lamp in the house was already turned off. Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen leaned close, listening to each other's heartbeat. The air still carried the warm scent of their recent intimacy. This made Su Qingli's face feel a little warm, and she unconsciously twisted the rough cloth sheet beneath her fingers. It seemed she had become much stronger. Even when lying on her side, she could clearly feel the heat and the lively energy that made her heart race. Shen Yanchen's hand reached from behind, gently stroking her back with his fingertips, which had faint calluses.
Wife.
"The honey water you drink every day." Shen Yanchen hesitated, then asked, "Is that really honey water?" Su Qingli remained calm. "What else would it be? I feel like I've been full of strength lately." Shen Yanchen mumbled, then moved closer, the faint scent of his soap lingering near her neck. "Tonight, did I make you happy?" Su Qingli pursed her lips and smiled warmly. "Silly girl. Whose honey water could have such an effect? It's the spiritual spring water from her space." In the past half-month, Shen Yanchen's weak body has become much healthier. His originally pale cheeks now had color, and the unhealthy grayness under his eyes disappeared. Even something else grew a bit. Lately, the nights had been exhausting for her. The young couple was happily sweet. In the next room, Shen Yanli lay on the Kong bed, listening to the sounds from the other side, looking unhappy. How annoying! Why does his sickly older brother keep tossing and turning with Su Qingli, who is so lively and charming? And what about him? He is strong and healthy, but he is stuck here on this broken bed in this shabby house.
Su Qingli.
Shen Yanli's mind couldn't help but flash with her beautiful face and alluring figure. If only the Su family were not wealthy, this marriage would have been his. That shameless woman, Su Qingli, is always clinging to his older brother like a fairy, acting sweet and flirtatious. They stay up all night, and his sick brother still isn't tired of it. Jealousy and dirty thoughts churn inside Shen Yanli's chest, making him so angry he almost explodes. He can't stay in this broken house even for a moment. No, he must go to the Yi family tomorrow and propose marriage to Yi Lanin. Once he marries the village chief's daughter in a grand way, he will see how arrogant Su Qingli still is. Even if she kneels at his feet, he won't look at her again. This idea lit a fire in Shen Yanli's heart, burning so fiercely he couldn't sleep. At dawn, just as the chickens crowed, Shen Yanli, with dark circles under his eyes, rushed into Zhang Cuihua's house.
Mom.
I've decided. Today I will go to the village chief's house to propose. I want to marry Yi Lanin. What? Zhang Cuihua frowned. Propose marriage? Has Yi Lanin agreed? Then let's go. If I can marry the village chief's daughter, my status will definitely rise. Yes, Shen Yanli happily headed outside. He ran all the way to the village chief, Yi Maocai's house. Once he marries Yi Lanin, he will become the village chief's favored son-in-law, and his future status will surely improve. That frustration from last night is gone. He won't let it ruin his face anymore. Shen Yanli adjusted his slightly worn white shirt, tidied his hair, and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened from inside. But it wasn't Yi Lanin who appeared, but her mother, Chen Chuanxiang. She was wearing a slightly old blue cloth shirt, her hair neatly combed. Uncle. Shen Yanli hesitated and fidgeted nervously.
I
came to see Lanin. A few days ago, Yi Lanin had returned from the town, so she should be at home now. Chen Chuanxiang glanced at Shen Yanli with a blank expression and said, Lanin isn't here. She went to the commune with her father. Her voice was steady, without any emotion. But people were blocking the door, not letting Shen Yanli in at all. Shen Yanli's smile froze on his face.
Then.
Uncle, actually, I came today to ask for Lan Yin's hand in marriage. Since he was already here, he decided to be brave and say what he had been thinking all along. Chen Chuanxiang still showed no emotion. Oh, you want to marry our Lanin? She paused and looked at Shen Yanli's wrinkled shirt collar. If you want to propose, you must be polite and respectful. Everyone in the area knows how excellent our Lanin is. She's the daughter we cherish. 2,000 yuan in bride price, no less. Once you gather the money, your mother can find a matchmaker to talk. After saying this, Ye's mother turned and went into the yard.
Bang!
The door closed in front of Shen Yanli. His smile completely disappeared. 2,000 yuan? Even if they sold him, it wouldn't be enough for such a huge amount. Shen Yanli hurried out excitedly. Then he returned home feeling lost and hopeless. His head was buzzing, like he'd been hit hard in the face. Seeing him come back with a downcast face, Zhang Cuihua immediately curled her lips. How did it go? Did you get rejected? With the Yi family, it's tough. It's not that easy to get in. Shen Yanli sat heavily on the millstone, choking up. Mom, the Yi family wants 2,000 yuan in bride price. What did you say? Zhang Cuihua jumped up sharply, her voice rising like a scolding hen. 2,000? Who does she think she is? Does her daughter have a golden edge or something? Even if she had gold, she couldn't sell it for that price. She's crazy for money. The greedy old Yi family, just a broken village head, demanding sky-high prices. Do they think we're a bank? Bah! Seeing his mother scolding loudly, Shen Yanli sighed heavily. But when he thought of the delicate Yi Lanin and his own frustration every night, he knew he couldn't give up. This must be done.
Mom.
Please help me. Our family. Don't we still have some money? Shen Yanli lowered his voice and softly begged. You've saved quite a bit over the years. He knew that Zhang Cuihua had money. Over the years, eldest brother Shen Yanchen worked tirelessly in the fields, sometimes doing odd jobs to earn a little extra, and they also received support from Su Qingli's family for many years. All of this was kept in Zhang Cuihua's locked wooden box. The family's expenses mainly depended on Shen Yanchen's daily work points. Zhang Cuihua immediately jumped up and slapped Shen Yanli. Nonsense. I just got cheated out of 300 yuan by that little troublemaker Su Qingli. How could I have any money? To marry a wife costs 2,000. Why don't you go steal it? Look at your brother. He married Su Qingli without spending a penny, and she even supported us for so many years. What about your skills? Trying to get 2,000 from her. That would force her to jump into the river. She had the money, but not a single cent could be taken. Shen Yanli was scolded and felt furious inside. He glared fiercely toward the west room, almost grinding his teeth. It's all Su Qingli's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be humiliated like this. While cursing in his mind, Su Qingli came out of the west room, hanging her quilt on the rope to dry. She was naturally pretty. Even though she wore a floral short-sleeve shirt and old blue cloth pants, her slender figure couldn't be hidden. Especially when she raised her arm, revealing delicate, slim arms and the open collar showing a small, smooth neck that shone brightly in the sunlight. It looked like fine porcelain, even more beautiful than a peeled, tender egg. Shen Yanli's gaze couldn't move away anymore, staring fixedly at the tempting curve under her white neck, swallowing hard. Su Qingli didn't notice his evil stare. After hanging the quilt, she sat on a lounge chair under the pear tree. This chair was specially made for her by Shen Yanchen, who stayed up late to craft it. It looked a bit rough, but lying on it was very comfortable. Su Qingli swayed gently and closed her eyes happily. Shen Yanli kept staring at her graceful curves on the lounge chair, his anger growing stronger. That wicked woman. No matter how beautiful she looked. Once he married Yilanin, he would definitely teach her a good lesson. The thought of punishing Su Qingli suddenly appeared like a poisonous snake, urging Shen Yanli to walk toward her. Su Qingli, who was dozing off, was awakened by the sound of footsteps. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that the person standing in front of her was Shen Yanli, she spoke coldly. What do you want? Her icy gaze instantly cooled Shen Yanli's wicked thoughts that were boiling inside him. He instinctively took a half step back, feeling that her eyes just now looked like a poisonous snake biting his wrist. This woman is very strange. He's afraid of her. But thinking about the 2,000 yuan bride price, Shen Yanli puffed up his chest and started to argue stubbornly. Big sister-in-law, you were supposed to marry me, right? But instead, you married my older brother. You and my brother owe me. Now I want to get married, and as the big sister-in-law, you should give me money to support me. That's only fair. I don't ask for much, just 2,000 yuan. It's not a lot for you, since the Su family is famous for being wealthy. Huh. Su Qingli almost burst out laughing. She's seen shameless people before, but someone as brazen as Shen Yanli, she's never met. She glanced at Shen Yanli as if looking at a disgusting toad. Shen Yanli, are you still not awake? Or have you been filled with nonsense? Marry you?
Ha.
Even if I were blind and ran headfirst into a wall, I would never marry a loser like you. Even my own brother dares to hit, and you sneakily put a snake into my room. TSK, too bad that karma catches up with evil people. That snake didn't bite you to death. So, after just 2 days of peace, you want to cause trouble again. You, Shen Yanli, feeling guilty, shouted, You're talking nonsense. Spreading lies. Su Qingli looked at him with disdain. Talking nonsense? Do you dare swear that the snake you caught wasn't meant to bite me, but instead bit you? Learn to be smarter in the future and stop doing stupid things that only bring trouble on yourself. You. Only then did Shen Yanli realize. It was you. You caught that snake and put it in my room. Ever since being bitten by the snake, he had been having nightmares for a week. In his dreams, he saw the fierce fangs of a venomous snake. It turned out all of this was Su Qingli's plan. Anger rose from his heart, and his evil intent grew stronger. Shen Yanli's eyes turned red with rage. He rolled up his sleeves and moved toward Su Qingli, saying, Today, I will kill you, wicked woman. Stop! A loud shout rang out. Shen Yanchen carried a hoe back, his tall figure like a sharp spear, silent and strong. Second brother, what are you trying to do? Big brother? When did you come back? Shen Yanli awkwardly stepped back. Haha, I was just joking with my sister-in-law. He didn't know exactly when Shen Yanchen had returned, nor how much of his words Shen Yanchen had overheard. If Big Brother found out that he was trying to catch a snake to harm his sister-in-law, that would be a big problem. Shen Yanchen put down his hoe and went to Su Qingli. After making sure she was okay, he looked coldly at Shen Yanli. Are you trying to hurt your sister-in-law again? Don't forget, a few days ago, you were bitten by a snake. If it weren't for your sister-in-law, you would have died. Shen Yanli was furious. That snake was put in my room by big sister-in-law, Su Qingli sneered. Second brother, who brought the snake in and put it in your room? Everyone knows in their heart. From now on, stop doing things that hurt others and yourself. Shen Yanli couldn't find the words. He looked at Shen Yanchen with a grievance. Big brother, I want to. Do you want money, brother? To get money to marry? I am. Shen Yanchen's questions made Shen Yanli speechless. He used to not fear Shen Yanchen at all, and he didn't even pay attention to his sickly older brother.
But now it was different.
Since Su Qingli married into their Shen family, Shen Yanchen seemed to have become stronger every day, as if he had taken some kind of supplement. He was so intimidating that Shen Yanli didn't dare to speak. Shen Yanchen looked at Shen Yanli with cold eyes, his voice full of disappointment. Marrying is fine, but you shouldn't ask your sister-in-law for money. After all, the Shen family is run by our mother.
Talk to her if you want.
We have no objections. But if you dare to hurt or frame your sister-in-law again, my fist will not recognize you. The whole yard fell silent. Shen Yanli looked at Shen Yanchen's clenched fist, veins bulging, and suddenly remembered the fear of being scolded by his older brother when he was a child. Even more than before. A wave of fear rose from his feet. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground like a defeated rooster. Be good from now on and don't bother your sister-in-law. After saying this, Shen Yanchen took Su Qingli's hand and went into the house. The wooden door slammed shut. Shen Yanli angrily returned to his own room. He must marry Yilanin. He had money, but she didn't. He strode over to an old wardrobe with peeling paint, revealing the natural wood underneath, and took out a small, flat metal box. Inside, neatly stacked, were small piles of banknotes. The largest note was 5 yuan, with a few 2 yuan and 1 yuan bills. Most of the money was old paper notes, pressed flat and carefully trimmed at the edges. This was all of Shen Yanli's secret savings. 71, 72, 75 yuan and 30 cents. Shen Yanli sighed sadly and drooped his head. He worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, earning a steady 25 yuan a month. 20 yuan of that had to be handed over to Zhang Cuihua for savings. He secretly kept 5 yuan each month, pinching every penny, and finally saved this much. But compared to the 2,000 yuan bride price, it was nothing. Fuming with frustration, Shen Yanli clutched his secret money and headed to the cooperative, feeling downcast. If he couldn't gather 2,000 yuan, he couldn't marry Yilanin. Without marrying into the Yi family, he'd never become a son-in-law, and his life would be stuck working at the cooperative, unable to move up. Annoyed, Shen Yanli grabbed a feather duster and began sweeping the counter, pretending to dust non-existent dirt. If only he weren't so strictly controlled, he'd really want to exchange things from the cabinet for money. Suddenly, a figure blocked the light at the door. Shen Yanli instinctively looked up, and his eyes lit up instantly.
Lanin?
Yilanin was dressed in a brand-new pink dress, with shiny black leather shoes. Her 2 glossy braids hung over her shoulders, tied with bright red ribbons. Lanin, you came to see me, right? Shen Yanli put down the feather duster, smiling so broadly his cheeks almost touched his ears. A faint blush appeared on Yilanin's face. You're so full of yourself. I just came to buy soy sauce. She actually liked Shen Yanli a little. After all, he looked decent, treated her well, and had a respectable job that could support a family. He was a good match for the girls in Qingshan village. But his family was too poor, several crumbling mud brick houses, and Zhang Cuihua was notoriously difficult to deal with. Seeing Yilanin smile with pursed lips, Shen Yanli quickly opened a drawer. She took out a delicate headband made of soft velvet and said, Lanin, this headband is for you. You will look very pretty wearing it, The satin fabric shone brightly in the sunlight, and Yi Lanin immediately liked it. She knew this was a new item recently added to the department store in the town, costing 5 yuan each. Quite expensive. But she didn't take it right away. Instead, she hesitated, bit her lip, and asked, "What? What are you giving me this for?" Lanin. Shen Yanli rushed over to Yi Lanin and pressed the headband into her hand. "Lanin, our marriage should be settled now. I've liked you for many years. I even went to your house to ask for your hand, but your mother said I need 2,000 yuan in bride price." Yi Lanin's face instantly turned red like she was blushing. She clenched the headband tightly and shyly looked down. "I heard about this. My mother said it's true. Anyone who comes to ask for my hand has to pay that amount." After saying this, her voice softened a little. "My father told me that Chen the Lame said I am lucky for my husband. Any man who marries me will have smooth sailing and prosperity. If you really want to marry me, you should be willing to prepare this bride price, right? Huh? Of course. Don't worry, I'll ask my mother to prepare it when I go back." Shen Yanli pounded his chest to promise. Yi Lanin smiled happily, slapped the money on the counter, and grabbed a bottle of soy sauce before running off. "Lanin, wait for me." Shen Yanli's spirit lifted, and he shouted toward the door. He wished he could gather the 2,000 yuan right now and carry Yi Lanin home. This excitement lasted until after work. When he saw the few mud brick houses at home, all his good mood disappeared. Gathering 2,000 yuan seemed even harder than climbing to the sky. The stove was smoking, probably because Su Qingli was cooking. Zhang Cuihua, with her eyelids drooping, was sewing and mending old clothes in the yard that had turned white from washing. "Mom," Shen Yanli muttered as he walked over. "I want to marry Yi Lanin. Can we gather 2,000 yuan? Humph. Zhang Cuihua didn't lift her eyelids. 2,000?
Dream on.
Even if you broke my bones and boiled oil, I couldn't gather that much. If you have the guts, talk to Yi Lanin and ask her to learn from Su Qingli how to flatter us. After all, once a girl gets married, she becomes part of her husband's family, and she'll always side with her in-laws." Shen Yanli turned red from choking. He knew that asking Zhang Cuihua for money was like asking for her life. He quickly and obediently massaged her shoulders. "Mom, that girl's Su Qingli. How can she compare to Yi Lanin? Once I marry her, we'll be relatives of the village chief. In Qingshan village, no one will look down on us anymore. With the village chief's help, I can climb higher. Getting a raise is easy. We can get more land, relief grain, and at the end of the year, share the harvest. All just a word from the village chief. Plus, Lanin is capable. She'll definitely make Su Qingli obedient. That wicked woman won't dare to boss you around anymore." Zhang Cuihua paused her sewing. "Yes. When the village chief's daughter marries in, Su Qingli is nothing." But just thinking about giving out 2,000 yuan made Zhang Cuihua feel like her heart was being torn apart. She sharply pushed away Shen Yanli's hands on her shoulders. "You little brat, stop digging holes for me. Even if the heavens sent the king himself, there's no 2,000 yuan today. I'll say it one last time. If you have the ability, bring Yi Lanin home. If you can't, then go earn your own money.
Get lost.
Don't block my way, Mom." Shen Yanli's face turned pale with anger. He suddenly stood up. "If you don't agree, I won't live anymore. From today, I won't eat a single bite. I'll starve to death." After shouting this, he stormed back into his small room and slammed the door so hard it shook. The mother and son outside could hear every word clearly. Su Qingli was busy making fish soup over the stove, too lazy to come out and see what was happening. Let them argue. Let them argue to death. From that day on, Shen Yanli really started to refuse food. He stubbornly fasted for 3 days, not eating water or rice, and even took leave from the supply store. Zhang Cuihua scolded him for 3 days straight, but her anger gradually weakened. In the end, she lost. Before dawn on the 4th day, Shen Yanli's door was kicked open. Zhang Cuihua threw a bundle wrapped in several layers of oil paper onto his bed.
Such a sin.
How did I give birth to a debt-collecting ancestor like you? Take it. Fill the endless pit of the Yi family. Marry your little gold nugget. I'll spend the rest of my life waiting to drink the northwest wind. As she cursed, hunger made her feel like her bones were being pulled out. She collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. My money! I have saved up my whole life, through frugal living, penny by penny. Now it's all gone. Oh heavens, I can't go on living.
Just let me die.
The heartbreaking crying woke up the young couple in the next room who hadn't slept yet. Shen Yanchen sat up with his back bare, turning to get out of bed. Why is mom crying like that? Did second brother get into trouble because he's hungry? I'll go check. Su Qingli quickly hugged his waist, her voice still sleepy. Husband, my chest hurts. Please rub it for me.
Huh?
Shen Yanchen was suddenly alarmed. He quickly turned back and sat down. Are you okay? Why does your chest hurt all of a sudden? Where does it hurt? Let me rub it. Su Qingli rolled her eyes at him, her slender finger poking his straight nose. You're confused now. Mom is crying because she doesn't want to spend money. Don't go get involved in the fuss. Later, if she can't find anyone to vent her anger on, she might scold you too, and then you'll have to give her money to make up for it. Do you believe that? I believe it. Of course, Shen Yanchen believed it. He sighed heavily, lay back, and hugged Su Qingli. Wife, I'm sorry you've been wronged. Since you married into the family, I haven't spent a single penny on you. Everything at home, food, clothes, daily needs, has been managed by you. I'm such a husband. I feel ashamed. Su Qingli snuggled into his arms, finding a comfortable spot, and lightly bit his strong arm. Fool, husband and wife should support each other. It's better for us to live a simple life together than anything else. Husband, please rub my chest. The young couple chatted quietly inside, not coming out to join the crowd. Shen Yanli was in the next room, feeling dizzy from hunger, but happily counting 2,000 yuan. He carefully wrapped the money with a new red cloth and took it to the village chief's house. Zhang Cuihua was worried and followed along. Seeing that the 2,000 yuan was intact, Yi Lanin's mother, Qin Chuanxiang, smiled happily. She then handed Zhang Cuihua a chair. Oh, dear mother-in-law, please sit down. From now on, we are family. I've long admired Yanli. He's sensible and filial. Don't worry. Our Yi family knows proper manners. We will never let Lanin leave empty-handed. While speaking, Qin Chuanxiang gently patted Yi Lanin's hand with a shy smile. Mom is giving you 1,000 yuan as a backup fund. We will marry proudly and happily. Zhang Cuihua forced out a smile that was more like a grimace. Yes, the future mother-in-law is a sensible person. Even so, her heart, which felt like it was being cut painfully, was still bleeding inside. Fortunately, she could still get some money back. Although it was only 1,000 yuan. It's better than feeling heartbroken over it. After getting the official approval from the Yi family, mother and son went back home. Soon, the news that Shen Yanli was going to marry Yi Lanin spread throughout Qingshan village. Su Qingli was not surprised at all. After all, in the TV drama she watched, Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin were the main characters, shining brightly. But now she had already taken the ring with a space feature, so she wanted to see how they would handle their lively life. Shen Yanli finally achieved his wish and walked happily, almost floating. In less than 3 days, he announced that he would bring Yi Lanin home for dinner. Did you hear that, sister-in-law? Lanin will come back with me tonight. Remember to cook a few more dishes. She prefers light home-cooked food. Try not to make spicy dishes. Lanin doesn't like them. Su Qingli just kept her head down, eating her own food. Shen Yanchen also helped her pick some dishes with chopsticks. The young couple didn't want to get involved in this argument. Zhang Cuihua's face darkened. She impatiently tapped her chopsticks on the bowl. Su Qingli, how can you have no manners? Didn't you hear Yanli making arrangements? Mom, banging on the bowl will make you poor for a lifetime, Su Qingli said calmly, then looked up at Shen Yanli. I cook for your brother. You two are just passing by. I have no obligation to serve Yi Lanin. If you want to bring her home for dinner, that's fine. If you want to eat something, make it yourself. Don't involve me. Actually, she had already spoken very tactfully. If it weren't for her recent sweet days with Shen Yanchen, she would have slapped Shen Yanli long ago. What is this? Daring to give her orders? You. Shen Yanli's face turned red and his neck thickened with anger. But thinking about Yi Lanin coming in the afternoon, only Su Qingli could cook a good meal. A wise man doesn't eat the loss in front of him. He swallowed his foul words and smiled warmly at Su Qingli, saying, "Big sister-in-law, I don't know how to speak well. Tonight, you'll need to cook a few good dishes. Once Lanin comes in, you two will be sisters-in-law, and you can start building a good relationship early." Su Qingli didn't buy his act at all. She put down her chopsticks, relaxed her hand, and said slowly, "All right, if you want something to eat, just give me the money. I'll buy it and cook." When she mentioned money, Shen Yanli suddenly fell silent. After a while, he awkwardly chuckled. "Big sister-in-law, you're saying it like that. We're all family, no need to be so formal. I know you care about appearances and don't want others to think our Shen family is poor. I'll leave the dinner to you tonight." That's settled. After quickly saying these words, Shen Yanli wiped his mouth and ran away. He was afraid that if he moved too slowly, Su Qingli would call him back to ask for money. Zhang Cuihua pushed some dishes onto a bowl and left. She had just been drained of her savings by Shen Yanli and wouldn't spend another penny. Although Shen Yanxiu and Shen Xingxing were young, they were very good at reading the room, and they ran off with their backpacks. Only Shen Yanxing looked at Su Qingli with a mix of amusement and helplessness. "Wife, if he wants to show off, that's his business. Don't pay him any mind. Yes, you go to work now. We'll talk about tonight's plans later." Soon, evening arrived. Shen Yanli happily took Yi Lanin home. Zhang Cuihua stayed in her room, not coming out. She didn't want to see Yi Lanin, or she'd think about the 2,000 yuan she had been drained of and feel heartbroken. Yi Lanin looked at the dilapidated Shen family yard and frowned slightly. Forget it. Once they get married, they'll split up. She didn't want to be held back by this big family of poor folks. Just as she was thinking this, Shen Yanxing came home from work. Seeing that Yi Lanin was really here, he nodded politely and went to help Su Qingli in the kitchen. Yi Lanin was stunned, almost unable to believe her eyes. That person just now. Could it be Shen Yanli's sickly older brother? Why did he suddenly look so handsome and strong? Although it was just a quick glance, he completely outshined Shen Yanli. Shen Yanli took a ripe plum from his pocket and held it out to Yi Lanin like a treasure. "Lanin, this plum is very sweet. I bought it just for you." Yi Lanin lowered her head and took a bite, feeling much better inside. Good looks don't fill your stomach. Shen Yanli doesn't look much different and has a proper job, much better than his brother Zhonghan. About 10 minutes later, Shen Yanchen and Su Qingli brought out the dishes. Stir-fried green pepper slices, spicy fish head, blanched vegetable hearts, and 4 boiled eggs. Yi Lanin swallowed hard. These dishes smell so good. Even though she is the village chief's daughter, she has never eaten such a rich meal before. However, Shen Yanli frowned and looked at Su Qingli. "Sister-in-law, I told you Lanin prefers light food and can't eat spicy, light and nutritious." Su Qingli pointed at the vegetable hearts and looked at Yi Lanin. "This is made especially for you." Yi Lanin politely smiled. "Thank you. Since you've made it, I can try some spicy food." This was the first time Su Qingli saw Yi Lanin outside of the short drama. Her appearance is average, but she is good at dressing up. She is also quite scheming, good at planning and causing trouble. Seeing Yi Lanin eating with oily lips but not touching the vegetable hearts, Su Qingli was stunned for a few seconds. Isn't she supposed to love light food and dislike greasy, heavy flavors? Thinking for a moment, Su Qingli put down her chopsticks. "Lanin, it's really good that you married into our family, but do you know where your bride price money came from?" Zhang Cuihua just came out and sat down, immediately changing her expression and glaring fiercely at Su Qingli. "Eat your meal, why all these words?"
Su Qingli smiled.
She knew she had hit Zhang Cuihua's soft spot precisely. The bride price paid to the Yi family definitely didn't come from the Shen family. Yi Lanin looked up curiously. "Oh, where did that money come from? If it was saved up from Shen Yanli's work, she wouldn't agree. Who pays for their daughter's marriage? That money should come from the mother-in-law." Su Qingli saw through her thoughts and smiled warmly. "Honestly, that 2,000 yuan is money we've been supporting the Shen family with over the years. When I married in, my mother-in-law didn't contribute a penny, and I even brought my dowry. Since you arrived with such a high bride price, you're really lucky. You should respect me and Yanchen well. If it weren't for our Su family, where would your mother-in-law get the money to marry you home? Shut up. Zhang Cuihua slammed her chopsticks on the table. Su Qingli, what are you talking about? Shen Yanli nodded in agreement. Exactly nonsense. Su Qingli was not afraid at all. She looked sharply at Zhang Cuihua and said, Mom, you should be honest with your conscience. Can you swear confidently that this money isn't from my Su family? I don't know what to swear, Zhang Cuihua replied. She simply dropped her chopsticks and left. I don't know what you're talking about. You're so unlucky, Yilanin frowned. Yanli, I'm full. Please take me home. This was her first time eating at the Shen family, and Su Qingli's attitude was clearly meant to intimidate her. No matter who paid the 2,000 yuan, as long as it didn't come from Shen Yanli, it belonged to Yilanin. Okay. Shen Yanli hurriedly stood up to see Yilanin off. The two walked side by side out. Su Qingli deliberately looked at Shen Yanchen as if she was about to cry. Husband, Mom used our family's money to help Yanli get married, and she won't even let us say a word. How will we live in the future? Sweetheart, it's all my fault. Don't cry. Shen Yanchen hurried to comfort Su Qingli. Yilanin paused, lifted her chin, and quickly walked out of the Shen courtyard. Shen Yanli quickly caught up. Lanin, why are you walking so fast? Slow down, wait for me. He was tall and soon caught up with Yilanin. Seeing she was upset, he quickly smiled and said, Are you angry? My sister-in-law is like that, selfish, calculating. Just ignore her from now on. I can see that, Yilanin said with a serious face. She acts like a capitalist trying to control me. Humph. Exactly. We won't pay attention to her. Shen Yanli kept comforting Yilanin and took her home. Life felt like it was being roasted over a fire, anxiously moving forward. Zhang Cuihua was thinking about the remaining 1,000 yuan dowry. She visited the Yi family several times and finally confirmed that the wedding would be on the 8th day of the next month for Yilanin and Shen Yanli. The wedding date was set, but Zhang Cuihua wasn't happy. Her son was getting married, but she couldn't wear that faded, washed-out dress to the ceremony. Could she? She couldn't afford to lose face. The village head's family wouldn't want to be associated with her. After thinking all morning, Zhang Cuihua went to the kitchen. Oldest daughter-in-law, she called. Su Qingli was washing fresh green beans and didn't look up. Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Cuihua cleared her throat. Here's the thing. Everyone knows that as the big sister-in-law, you are sensible. Since the wedding is coming up, you should go to town and buy a new outfit for the bride. Shen's family's reputation is your reputation. You must choose something good that can impress everyone. After all, we are marrying the village chief's daughter. We can't let anyone laugh at us. Su Qingli secretly sneered but kept a calm face. She put down the green beans and slowly walked over to Zhang Cuihua, opening her palm. All right, Mom, where's the money? Since it's for the wedding gift, I know how to be polite. I won't ask you to give extra money. Zhang Cuihua was choked and felt both anxious and angry. She had argued with Su Qingli several times, always losing and feeling embarrassed. Now that the wedding was near, she couldn't let the villagers laugh at them again. She had no choice but to reach into her old, worn coat pocket and find 2 crumpled 10-yuan bills. Reluctantly, she pressed them into Su Qingli's hand and gritted her teeth. Here, 20. Spend it carefully and pick a good one. Su Qingli held the 2 bills and smirked. Mom, only 20? Are you giving me handouts? Or am I buying a shroud for second brother? He's going to the village chief's house to show off. He's the groom. You need to get a decent suit fabric from the supply store and then have it sewn by a tailor. Without at least 100 yuan, you won't even get close to the counter. This is a big event for second brother. Are you really only giving 20? 100? Zhang Cuihua suddenly jumped up. Who do you think I'm fooling? That's too expensive. 20 yuan is enough to buy a good outfit. Don't try to cheat me. You know better than anyone if it's enough. 20 is 20. I'll buy it. And when the time comes, let the villagers see how grand second brother's wedding clothes are. Su Qingli waved the bills and walked out of the kitchen. Zhang Cuihua stood there, stunned. Thinking about Shen Yanli standing next to Yilanin in torn clothes, the village chief and Qin Chuanqiang's disdainful looks, and the villagers pointing and spitting. She felt like she was about to break down.
Stop.
Come back here. Zhang Cuihua chased after Su Qingli, gritting her teeth and pulling out a small stack of crumpled bills. She painfully counted out 8 10-yuan notes and slammed them into Su Qingli's hand.
Take it.
Take it all. 100. Buy it. Get me the best one. The fabric must be top quality. The style should be the latest. If even a little bit of money isn't spent wisely, I will skin you alive. Money fell to the ground. Su Qingli covered her waist, grimacing, and said, Mom, I have a stomach ache and can't bend down. Don't let the wind blow the money away. She was tired of running errands and didn't want to be bothered. Who in the world would be so kind? Zhang Cuihua knew she was doing it on purpose. She could only grit her teeth, pick up the money, and, with a dark face, put it into Su Qingli's hand. Stop dawdling. Go quickly. Now Su Qingli's waist didn't hurt anymore, and her legs didn't feel tired. She put the money in her pocket and patted it. Don't worry, Mom. I will buy the most suitable one. She strode toward the town. After leaving the village, she took a detour to the back mountain behind the village. She found a quiet spot and entered her space. Soon, she found a set of dark blue, old-fashioned suit in the storeroom. It was made of thick polyester fabric, typical of the 1970s style for officials. The clothes were about 90% new, only slightly worn at the collar. It was probably an antique, kept for a long time. Even in this era, it would only be worth about 60 or 70 yuan. Su Qingli carefully stored the clothes, then wandered around the mountain, gathering some wild vegetables from her space. She felt happy and content as she headed home. Zhang Cuihua was waiting at the gate of the yard. Did you buy the clothes? Did you get the right one? Mom, I was busy. Are you worried about anything? Su Qingli patted the clothes into Zhang Cuihua's arms. Take a good look. This is the most fashionable style in town right now. High-quality polyester fabric, exactly 100 yuan. What? Polyester fabric. Shen Yanli came back from outside, excited, and picked up the suit. It really is polyester. In the county's department store, it would cost over 100. Mom, you're really my real mom, spending so much to boost my image. You love me. Zhang Cuihua was delighted. But when she thought about the 100 yuan spent, she slapped Shen Yanli. Don't take advantage of me. You'll have to pay me back later. Mom, I am your son. All the money I earn in the future will be yours. Shen Yanli, holding the suit, sweet-talked Zhang Cuihua back into the yard. Su Qingli, tired of listening to their mother and son, turned around and went back to the back mountain. She skillfully pushed aside the dense bushes and arrived at the place where she had previously dug up the treasure, the ginseng root. She quickly entered her space. Sure enough, the small mountain ginseng she transplanted next to the spiritual spring inside her space had grown 2 finger-thick seedlings beside it. The original small mountain ginseng, watered with spiritual spring water, had already grown as thick as a wrist. It was time to harvest. Su Qingli dug out the plump ginseng and spent 50 cents to take a bus to the county town. She didn't sell it at the nearby market in Qingshan village to avoid villagers seeing and spreading the news. Instead, she went directly to a traditional Chinese medicine shop in the county and exchanged the ginseng for 300 yuan. That was a lot of money. Su Qingli stored the money carefully, then returned home and carefully watered the other 2 small mountain ginsengs with spiritual spring water. They nodded their tender green leaf buds in the gentle breeze, swaying softly. All these things were the foundation for her future stable life. Su Qingli casually took out a fat, still kicking gray wild rabbit from her space, then happily returned to the Shen family. That night, the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of meat. When a large bowl of glossy, sauce-covered wild rabbit was served, the smell made everyone's mouths water. Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing reached for their chopsticks faster than anyone. Even the usually stern Zhang Cuihua couldn't resist and eagerly ate, her mouth full of oil. After dinner, Shen Yanqing pulled Su Qingli into the house. Before leaving, he arranged Shen Yu. Tonight, you and Xingxing wash the dishes. No problem, Xingxing nodded first. Since her older sister-in-law got married, the family had been eating meat every day. She was willing to wash all the dishes. Su Qingli was pulled into the house by Shen Yanqing. What's wrong, wife? Shen Yanqing rubbed his hands, looking both excited and a little nervous. There's something that's been on my mind for days. I want to talk to you about it. What is it? Just say it. Su Qingli felt a bit strange. Shen Yanqing took a deep breath and mustered his courage. A year ago, I was selected by the town's recruitment office, but unfortunately, I was too weak at the time and didn't pass the physical exam, so I was rejected. A few days ago, they started recruiting again. I tried again, and guess what? I passed the physical exam. The approval has come through. Dear wife, I want to join the army, to work hard and build a better future for us. At this moment, Shen Yanchen was very nervous. He wasn't stupid. He knew that to have a good life, he couldn't just rely on farming. But if he joined the army, it would mean being apart from Su Qingli for a while, and he wouldn't be able to hold his soft, fragrant wife at night. He was also afraid that Su Qingli would oppose his decision. If she didn't agree, then he might not go after all. Su Qingli looked at Shen Yanchen, whose expression kept changing. After a few seconds, a thought suddenly flashed to her mind. Yes, join the army. Follow the troops. Leave Qingshan village completely. Escape Zhang Cuihua's endless scheming and trouble. Most importantly, the nightmare-like ending of the short story, Shen Yanchen falling into poverty and dying, could be completely rewritten, right? At least now, he had become strong and healthy enough to pass the physical exam and join the army. In the original story, that was impossible. If she worked a little harder, she and Shen Yanchen, who were just minor characters in the original story, could finally escape their fate. Without hesitation, Su Qingli looked into Shen Yanchen's nervous yet hopeful eyes and nodded firmly. Go. I support you. Joining the army is a great thing. You must go. Her tone was very firm, calm but with a sense of relief, like new shoots about to break through the soil in spring. Now Shen Yanchen was stunned. He didn't expect Su Qingli to agree so decisively. She supported him wholeheartedly. She was his strongest backing. Really? Wife, you don't blame me for making this decision on my own? You don't mind if we are apart for a while? Why would I blame you? Su Qingli rolled her eyes at Shen Yanchen, her eyes full of trust. Joining the army is the right path. Our future will be bright. When you go, you have to work hard and make something of yourself. She already planned the future in her mind. Once you're settled in the army, I'll report and follow you. We'll leave Qingshan village and live our own little life. A new life was calling to Su Qingli, making her feel energized and hopeful. With her current supplies, spiritual strength, and accumulated knowledge from her past life, she believes that once she joins the army nearby, finding a job to support herself won't be difficult. It's better than staying in this poor mountain village, dealing with the mean Zhang Cuihua, and arguing every day with Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin over trivial matters. Shen Yanchen excitedly hugged Su Qingli, saying, Wife, don't worry. I will do my best. I'll try to bring you over as soon as I can. Su Qingli hugs his slim waist and speaks clearly. No rush. You just focus on being a soldier and practicing your skills. Once everything is settled on your side, I'll come find you myself. I'm pretty capable. When I get to the station, I'll find something to do nearby. I won't hold you back. Maybe I can even help you out. Yes, wife. I'll listen to you. Shen Yanchen lifts her horizontally into his arms and blows out the kerosene lamp. You've had a long day. We should rest now. The creaking sound continues until dawn. The next day, the family only learns Shen Yanchen is going to join the army when the news spreads. Zhang Cuihua just took an egg from the chicken coop. Hearing this, her hand trembles and the egg drops to the ground with a splat. She looks at the sticky yellow and white egg liquid on the ground with pain, her vision darkening as she collapses, crying loudly. Oh, my heavens! I can't go on. Big brother. You ungrateful traitor. How can you join the army? If you leave, What will happen to this family? Who will work in the fields? Who will earn the work points? The old and young will starve without support. Why is my life so hard? Boo-hoo. Old man, open your eyes and see. My son has grown wings and doesn't need his mother anymore. Shen Yanchen knew it would be like this. In his previous life, he was just recruited by the supply and marketing cooperative, and Zhang Cuihua caused a fuss then too. She cried, made a scene, and even threatened to hang herself, forcing him to give up his job to Shen Yanli. Now she's doing it again. Mom, say what you want to say. Stop crying. I'm not getting up. I won't get up. Just let me die. Zhang Cuihua throws a tantrum on the ground, shouting loudly, "You ungrateful person. Joining the army? That's not a good place. Guns and bombs are dangerous. If something happens to you, if you get hurt, who will I rely on? This lonely old woman. Are you counting on that wealthy daughter who argued with me as soon as she entered? Or on that little troublemaker who tries to drain our family's resources before even coming in? You tell me." Shen Yanli rolled his eyes and said, "Mom, you can make trouble, but why insult Lanin? How can you call her a little troublemaker? You useless coward. How did I give birth to such a waste?" Zhang Cuihua was crying and furious. She took off her shoes and threw them at Shen Yanli. What's wrong with calling her a little troublemaker? She hasn't even come in, and she's already asking for 2,000. Why doesn't she go and steal it? I'm telling you, Shen Yanli, if I don't get that 1,000 yuan back, I'll skin you. Shen Yanli was hit and, covered in dust, moved to the side of the wall. He knew he couldn't fight back. It's better to hide, right? He had seen through it all. Besides Yi Lanin, everyone in this family looked down on him deep inside. Once the pressure on Shen Yanli was eased, Zhang Cuihua turned around and cried while scolding Shen Yanchen, "Big brother, you have to be honest and kind. Mom raised you alone after being widowed all these years. You can't be ungrateful." Shen Yanchen almost knew these words by heart. No matter big or small, he had to do what Zhang Cuihua told him. If he didn't follow her wishes, he would be called an unfilial traitor. After living again, he saw clearly that even parents could be biased. He didn't expect Zhang Cuihua to treat everyone equally, at least. Even a little bit of thought for him would be nice. He sighed deeply and patiently explained, "Mom, the army isn't as scary as you think. They provide food and accommodation, and there's a monthly allowance. When I go there, I can support myself and send money home." Allowance? Zhang Cuihua's loud crying suddenly stopped. Being a soldier is such an honor. In the future, we will be military family members, right? Su Qingli looked at Zhang Cuihua, who suddenly changed her attitude, and chuckled softly. Of course. In the future, Chen will be part of the country. Not only will he receive allowances, but he can also bring honor to our ancestors. Many people want to join but aren't qualified. She nudged Shen Yanchen with her shoulder, her eyes full of pride. Am I right, husband? Is that so? Zhang Cuihua rolled her eyes and stretched her neck to ask, Big sister, how much do you think the allowance is? Su Qingli inwardly sighed. She knew she was being eyed again. She initially wanted Shen Yanchen not to say anything, but quickly gave up that idea. Some truths must be fully revealed to see the real situation clearly. In the short story, Shen Yanchen never knew he was not adopted by Zhang Cuihua, even until he died from illness. So, even after entering this world, Su Qingli didn't reveal the truth. After all, in Shen Yanchen's eyes, Zhang Cuihua's constant fussing was still an act of kindness for raising him. People in this era are simple and honest. The word filial piety is considered more important than anything else. When faced with Zhang Cuihua's questions, Shen Yanchen didn't hide anything. It's not much, maybe about 30 yuan a month. But as he stays in the army longer and earns military merits, the allowances will increase. The recruitment officer said there are also extra bonuses for outstanding soldiers. Before he finished, Zhang Cuihua was already excited. Joining the army is much better than working as a small salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative. She glanced at Shen Yanli, who was squatting in the corner, then leaned close to Shen Yanchen and lowered her voice. Big brother, how about this? Since Since you're weak and not as strong as Yanli, why don't you stay home? Let Yanli go instead. Shen Yanchen thought Zhang Cuihua was dreaming. Mom, what are you talking about? Yanli has a stable job at the supply and marketing cooperative. You said he couldn't handle hardships and the family needed him to support the household, so I gave him my job. Oh, that was then, but now things are different. You need to be flexible. Zhang Cuihua looked confident. Big brother, listen to mom. Let Yanli join the army, and you can stay at the supply and marketing cooperative. Mom, I feel sorry for you. The army is so hard, unlike the stable and comfortable supply and marketing cooperative. Young and strong, they can endure more hardships and even earn extra money for the family. It's the best of both worlds. When she said this, Shen Yanchen was completely stunned. His face instantly turned red with shame and anger. He knew Zhang Cuihua favored someone, but he didn't expect her to be so biased. He is also a person. He also knows right from wrong. He had already given up his job at the supply and marketing cooperative once. Why should he give up his place in the army now? And that's simply impossible.
Sukkingly stood beside Shen Yanchen, smiling silently.
She was angry. Although she knew Zhang Cuihua was full of nonsense, she didn't expect her to be so shameless. This made her suddenly feel a bit sorry for Shen Yanchen. Dealing with such a selfish and greedy stepmother, no wonder he ended up poor and sickly before passing away.
Mom.
Shen Yanchen was furious. He suddenly shook off Zhang Cuihua's hand. Are you crazy, Mom? Enlisting isn't a joke. It involves political review and records. You have to go yourself. No one can replace you. My name has already been submitted. The official document has been stamped and issued. Yanli can't go. Not even the King of Heaven can help. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Shen Yanchen looked like a furious lion, overwhelmed by Zhang Cuihua's blatant favoritism and foolishness. Zhang Cuihua trembled from the shouting. She had never seen Shen Yanchen lose his temper like this. Seeing his face so pale and angry, it was clear that the idea of him going to the army was completely off the table. This path was now completely blocked. Zhang Cuihua felt like her house had been robbed. Her legs went weak, and she sank to the ground, crying loudly and beating the dirt. Oh, my dear mother, I can't go on. I've lost my money, lost my hope. Heaven, you're so blind, just let me die. I don't want to live anymore. Mom, Heaven is listening, Su Qingli snorted coldly. She was really tired of Zhang Cuihua's selfish and greedy face, and her ear-piercing crying was giving her a headache. She turned her head and grabbed Shen Yanchen's strong arm. Let's go, husband. Don't waste time here. Let's go to town and see when we're leaving what luggage we need to prepare so we know what to expect. Okay. Shen Yanchen gratefully glanced at Su Qingli. Amid all the opposition, she was the only support on his confusing path. This made him feel like he had found his main pillar. No longer looking at Zhang Cuihua, who was crying loudly but not shedding tears, he followed Su Qingli and left the old, shabby courtyard. The road to the town was winding and uneven, but the air was very fresh. The two walked side by side, facing the bright sunshine, stepping forward confidently. Soon, they arrived at the town's recruitment office. The staff inside were very polite and told them what to prepare and the date for enlistment. Next month, on the 10th day, was the official day to join the army. On the way back, Shen Yanchen felt very light and happy. Looking at Su Qingli, he felt especially reluctant. Wife, after my second brother gets married, I will have to leave. I'm worried about you being alone at home, especially with Mom's temper. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Shen Yanchen knew very well what Zhang Cuihua was like. Although his enlistment was decided, he didn't want to leave so easily. First, he didn't want to part with the delicate and lovely Su Qingli. Second, he was afraid that if he wasn't at home, his newly married wife would feel wronged. Su Qingli understood his worries. She took the initiative to put her hand into Shen Yanchen's broad palm. When he held it firmly, she smiled sweetly. Just keep your worries in your heart and go confidently on your way. I won't suffer any loss. Her confidence instantly inspired Shen Yanchen. It filled him with a strange sense of bravery for the future. The road was right under his feet, and he was sure he would walk it smoothly and openly. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was the 8th day of June. It was the height of summer, very hot. The old lunar calendar said that it was an unlucky day for moving graves or breaking ground, not suitable for weddings. But now, in this new era of fighting against evil spirits and monsters, who would believe such superstitions? On the morning of the 8th, Qingshan village became lively. Firecrackers crackled loudly, filling the air with a strong smell of gunpowder. Red paper scraps flew like rain, drifting over Shen's old, shabby courtyard and the villagers watching the celebration. The villagers carried gifts of money, smiling on the outside but secretly making plans in their hearts. Wow, it's only been a short time. Shen's eldest son still hasn't finished his wedding celebration, and now the second son is getting married too. Who says not? The bride price keeps flowing out like water. The Shen family is spending a lot just to get a daughter-in-law. Alas, what can we do? The second son is capable, and he's marrying the village chief's daughter. Who dares to ignore the village chief's face? A group of people are full of complaints. But when they saw village chief Yi Maokai and Shen Chuanxiang smiling and standing at the gate to greet guests, everyone could only pinch their noses and force a smile, placing their gifts on the gift table. The wedding of Shen Yanli was more grand than when Shen Yanqing got married. They set up over 10 tables for the banquet, using chicken, duck, and fish, not pig offal. Although the amount wasn't large, the rich smell was enough to make everyone hungry. Shen Yanli wore a dark blue dress made from fabric he brought out of the space, with his hair neatly combed and shiny. He also carefully kept a pack of cigarettes in his pocket, giving them to important people in the village. Amid everyone's praise, firecrackers kept going off. Yi Lanin, dressed in a brand-new red satin dress and wearing a red veil, was supported by her sister-in-law as she stepped over the low threshold of the Shen house. Zhang Cuihua's face, which had been pale, finally showed a proud smile. So, what if she's the daughter of the village chief? She still entered the Shen family and became her daughter-in-law. The banquet started quickly. By the time it ended, it was already evening. The villagers, full and satisfied, dispersed. Shen Yanli went into the new house. Yi Lanin had already taken off her red veil, revealing her carefully drawn eyebrows and eyes. Shen Yanli, drunk, walked over and reached out to lift her chin. Lanin, you look so beautiful. Bang, Yi Lanin slapped his hand away. Stop messing around, Yanli. Go to your mother and bring back the bride price of 1,000 yuan I was given. What? Shen Yanli immediately sobered up a lot. Bring it back? Now? Isn't it the same at your mom's place? Same? No way. Yi Lanin raised her eyebrows and raised her voice. My mom said that money is for us, the young couple. Giving it during the day was just for show, to impress outsiders. Now that the guests have left, if you don't bring it back quickly and give it to your mom, how can I even touch it? This, Shen Yanli thought she was right, and nervously went to the next room. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Cuihua sitting on the Kong, counting the money collected during the day with a dim kerosene lamp. When she heard footsteps, Zhang Cuihua nervously hid the money behind her back. You're not in the new house. Why are you here, Mom? Shen Yanli's voice was hesitant and a little weak. Lanin said that the 1,000 yuan dowry her mother gave her during the day was for her private money, and that I should take it back. Take it back? Zhang Cuihua's eyes widened. She suddenly stood up and scolded. Nonsense. Don't even think about it. Once you're on my Shen family's list of good manners, the money belongs to Shen. You idiot. Who do you think you are, asking for money from the new daughter-in-law just after she moves in? That's not proper. Don't talk about her. Your older sister-in-law's dowry before she moved in is still here with me. Shen Yanli was splattered with spit and felt his scalp go numb from the scolding. But thinking about going back empty-handed and how Yi Lanin would cause trouble, he could only look miserable and beg, Mom Lanin. This is just a special situation. What's special about it? Is she embedded with gold or inlaid with jade? Zhang Cuihua pounded the edge of the Kong, spitting everywhere. Go back and tell her, stop dreaming. Even if the King of Heaven comes, this money is still under my control.
Get out.
Don't stand here and block the view. Shen Yanli was thoroughly discouraged and returned to the new house with his head down. Seeing his gloomy face, Yilani knew the matter hadn't gone well. Her face instantly darkened, and she coldly asked, "Where's the money?" Mom won't give it. She said according to the rules, the bride price belongs to her. Shen Yanli stammered, his voice so low it was barely audible. Rules. Yilani was so angry her lungs felt like they were going to explode. Her initial excitement about the wedding was instantly shattered. The shyness on her face was gone, replaced only by anger at being deceived. What nonsense rules! My mom agreed that this money was for me, only for us to spend. Why does your mom hold on to our money and refuse to give it? How do I explain this to my mom when I go home? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. She pointed at Shen Yanli's nose and scolded, "Shen Yanli, I tell you, if you don't bring the money back tonight, don't even think about touching a single finger of mine." "Lanin, don't be angry." Shen Yanli quickly tried to comfort her but was pushed away. Yilani, furious, slammed the door and went straight to the kitchen, even tying the door from inside. No matter how Shen Yanli apologized, she refused to open the door. Their loud arguing was very noticeable. Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen, next door, could hear everything clearly.
Sai. Senjanchen Said Hebili, holding su kingli taitli.
My mom's temper is terrible. When I leave home, how will you manage on your own? Don't worry. I'll handle it. I'll just stay calm, Su Qingli said, nudging Shen Yanchen's strong chest. I've always been someone who prefers to be gentle. The angrier they get, the less I'm afraid. Prefer gentle over tough. Shen Yanchen suddenly chuckled softly and blew out the kerosene lamp inside the room. What if I insist on being firm? Stop joking. Sure. Meanwhile, on their wedding night, Shen Yanli ran away from his bride and had to nervously knock on Zhang Cuihua's door. He had no choice but to beg softly, Mom,
please.
Return the money to Lanin. It's her wedding night, and she's throwing a fit, refusing to go back to the new house. She's gone too far." Zhang Cuihua shouted loudly from inside, "Let her make trouble. Let's see how long she can keep it up. If she's so brave, she can sleep outside and not come back. Who does she think she is, trying to boss me around right after coming in? No way. Get out of here. You can't even handle your own wife. You're useless." All night, the dilapidated Shen family yard was filled with Zhang Cuihua's harsh shouting. Her voice was very loud, disturbing the entire Qingshan village. The dogs barked one after another, louder and livelier. Some neighbors, unable to sleep, came out rubbing their eyes to scold the dogs. "Stop barking. If you keep making noise, I'll tie your head up." The innocent village dogs wagged their tails and curled back into their nests. The villagers, shaking their heads, went back inside. The young wife on the Kong muttered, "What's Shen family up to in the middle of the night? Why is Auntie Zhang crying again? She just married the village chief's daughter, so she should be happy. Why cause trouble? Who knows? That old woman just never has a quiet moment. Let's sleep. The next day, at dawn, Yilani was already crying with red eyes, carrying a small bundle, and she left her mother's house without looking back. Before stepping inside, she was crying so hard it was like crossing a river. "Mom, I don't want to live anymore. The Shen family bullied me. The dowry you gave me was swallowed by my mother-in-law's greedy hands. I asked Yanli to get it back, but she refused and even scolded me all night through the wall. Boo-hoo, I've never suffered such unfair treatment." "What?" Chen Chunxiang stopped drinking her porridge, slammed the bowl on the table, and said angrily, "This is going too far. Zhang Cuihua, that shameless old woman, has no shame. She swallowed all my daughter's dowry money. Let's go. Lanin, Mom will go and get justice for you." Over the years, Yi Mao had been in charge of Qingshan village. Anyone who saw him would bow and flatter him. If it weren't for Shen Yanli having a stable job, looking decent, and receiving 2,000 yuan in bride price, the poor Shen family wouldn't have the right to marry off their daughter. On the way, Chen Chunxiang's face was dark with anger, wishing she could tear Zhang Cuihua apart. She stormed back to the Shen family with Yi Lanin. Zhang Cuihua was sitting on a millstone under the pear tree, sighing deeply. She was worried that many leftovers from the wedding banquet had been taken by neighbors, and she was thinking about how to keep the gift money safe. Losing the leftovers was fine, but that 1,000 yuan had already gone into her pocket. No one could take it away. Just as she was thinking this, there was a loud voice at the door. "Mother-in-law, what do you mean by this?" Initially, we agreed that I would give 1,000 yuan as dowry for Lanin to be kept as a reserve. You're the elder. How can you keep it all to yourself? Chen Chuanxiang crossed her arms, speaking loudly and confidently. She looked like a village head's wife. Zhang Cuihua was about to come up with a good excuse, but seeing Chen Chuanxiang's confident stance, she felt even more guilty. But when she thought of that thick stack of money, definitely not just 3 or 5 yuan, she immediately raised her chin and shouted, "Tieske? Mother-in-law, what you're saying is not right. Our Shen family truly paid 2,000 yuan in bride price. Everyone in Qingshan village knows that. You're still claiming that 1,000 yuan is for show? In the end, it's still our Shen family's money. We can't just turn around and say it belongs to you. Speak out, and others will only say your family lacks manners and that your daughter doesn't understand respect for elders." Chen Chuanxiang was already furious, coming to confront someone. But before she could even enter the door, Zhang Cuihua snapped at her first. She was so angry she felt like her head was about to explode. She tore her face and shouted back, "Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are? A petty, greedy person, and you dare say my daughter has no manners? I spit on you. Listen, that 1,000 yuan is my dowry for my daughter. If you don't return the money today, I won't let this go." The two women started arguing through the gate of the yard. One had a sharp, harsh voice, the other was loud and fiery. Their shouting almost shook the sky over Qingshan village. Soon, many villagers peeked out to watch the fight. Su Qingli sat inside, calmly fanning herself, feeling glad that Shen Yanchen was at work today. Otherwise, just these two women fighting would give her a headache. Let them fight. The louder, the better. It would also make everyone see clearly that Zhang Cuihua was difficult and petty, but Yi Lanin was no easy person either. When she watched dramas, everyone praised Yi Lanin as a lucky charm, saying anyone who married her would become rich. But in reality, when the truth came out, everyone's eyes were clear. Outside, the shouting continued, each voice louder than the last. Shen Yanli ran back and forth trying to stop them, but he was scolded harshly. Even Yi Lanin didn't look kindly at him, crossing her arms and frowning. Shen Yanli, defeated and helpless, could only ask Su Qingli, who was inside the west room, for help. "Sister-in-law, you should come out and stop this. Look at how they're making a fool of us." "Sigh, sister-in-law. Big brother isn't home. You need to take charge." Coming, Su Qingli lazily put down her fan and pushed the door open. As she stepped out of the west room, she saw a young man, about 17 or 18, full of energy and strength, running into the yard. He was broad and strong, but his eyes still carried a hint of innocence. This person was someone Su Qingli knew, Yi Lanin's younger brother, Yi Xinqing. He was a few years younger than Yi Lanin, spoiled by Yi Mao, and used to having his way at home. It seemed he had just returned from the town yesterday after attending Yi Lanin's wedding. Now, this will be interesting. Yi Xinqing was persuaded to drink some wine last night and slept deeply. In the morning, Yi Lanin returned home crying, but he was still asleep. It was the neighbor who knocked on the door to wake him up, saying that his mother and sister had gone to the Shen family and were arguing with the mean Zhang Cuihua, asking him to go see what was happening. At that moment, he was so angry he almost exploded, rushing out without even putting on his shoes. Sure enough, when he stormed into the Shen house, he saw Zhang Cuihua pointing her finger at his mother and sister, shouting at them. Yi Xinqing's eyes instantly turned red. "Old woman, how dare you bully my sister?" Yi Xinqing shouted angrily, rolling up his sleeves and rushing forward. He lowered his head like a furious young bull, aiming straight at Zhang Cuihua. "Honestly, this bride price also belongs to the Shen family. You two should stop causing trouble. Zhang Cuihua was still stomping her feet and arguing with Qin Chuanxiang. Suddenly, her vision went black, and Yi Xinqing suddenly bumped her to the ground. She fell flat on her back and limbs. Since it was just dirt ground, falling shouldn't have been a big deal. But the coincidence was that Zhang Cuihua stepped back several steps and hit her head hard on the stone mill in the yard.
Ouch!
She screamed in pain, reaching up to touch her head, and her palm was instantly stained with blood. This scared Zhang Cuihua badly.
Blood. Blood.
Trembling, she uttered those two words, then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately, losing consciousness. The lively yard suddenly fell silent. Shen Yanli was so frightened he immediately ran over, holding Zhang Cuihua and crying out loudly, "Mom!
Mom!
Wake up!" Chen Chuanxiang and Yi Lanin looked at each other, both stunned. Yi Xinqing also froze in place, his face pale, realizing he had caused a big trouble. Only Su Qingli was alert, quickly reminding him, "What are you waiting for?
Take her to the hospital now."
The hospital was in the town, far away. Shen Yanli hurriedly carried Zhang Cuihua on his back and ran toward the village clinic. The barefoot doctor looked at the wound on Zhang Cuihua's head, waved his hand to stop them, and said, "Can't treat it here. The head has a big cut that needs stitches. Hurry to the hospital, or it'll be too late." Just then, a tractor passed by, and Shen Yanli quickly flagged it down. No matter how much they argued, the driver refused to agree, saying, No, she's badly hurt. What if something worse happens? Comrade, please do a good deed and help us out, Su Qingli interjected. In the end, she couldn't bear to see someone in danger and do nothing. You're so fair and kind-looking, you seem reasonable. The driver waved at Su Qingli. Come on, get in. Since you look friendly, I'll give you a ride. Just in case this old lady has any problems later. Don't worry, comrade.
We won't accuse you falsely.
Thank you so much, Su Qingli gratefully said. The tractor started moving, bouncing along, making Su Qingli feel a bit queasy. Suddenly, she felt a little regretful. She had initially thought that Zhang Cuihua and Yi Lanin would argue and fight, but why did she soften her heart? Su Qingli, remember, in the short story, Su Qingli was harmed because Zhang Cuihua stirred up trouble. Don't be too kind-hearted. Soon, the tractor took them to the town hospital. Shen Yanli walked through the corridor filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, carrying Zhang Cuihua to the emergency room. The wound is deep and needs stitches. Family members, please pay the medical fees. We will clean and disinfect the wound first, the doctor said after examining her and handed over the bill. Shen Yanli looked at Su Qingli for help. Sister-in-law, look. About this money. A penny is hard to come by for a hero, especially for Shen Yanli, who is quite helpless. Their family had already fallen apart over bride price money, and now he had no money at all. I have no money, Su Qingli refused directly. Since I came in, I haven't seen a single penny from your Shen family. The family's finances are controlled by Mom, so it's not up to me to give you money. With that, she made it clear she had nothing to do with the situation. Ridiculous. Just accompanying them to the hospital was already her act of kindness. And now they wanted her to pay for Zhang Cuihua's treatment?
Dream on.
In front of the doctor and nurses, Shen Yanli's face turned red and white from embarrassment. He looked awkwardly at the doctor, forced a smile, and said, "Doctor, I was in such a hurry I forgot to bring money. Can I pay later? I'll go back and get it now. In this time, no common person is without poverty. Situations like this are very common in hospitals now." The doctor nodded and said, "Have a family member stay with the patient and another go back to get the money. Thank you." "Thank you." Shen Yanli kept thanking him. Then, looking at Su Qingli with some anger, he said, "I'll go get the money. You watch over Mom." After saying that, he hurried out of the emergency room and headed straight to Qingshan village, which was over 10 miles away. Su Qingli looked at Zhang Cuihua, who was still unconscious, and silently pressed her lips together. Forget it. Today, she'll do a good deed. This time, Shen Yanli didn't carry the patient on his back, so he easily caught a ride to Qingshan village. By the time he got home, he was exhausted and sweating all over. The Shen family's small yard was very quiet. On the millstone under the pear tree, there was still some blood from when Zhang Cuihua was hurt. Yilanin wasn't there, probably gone back to her parents' house with Chen Chuanxiang. Shen Yanli didn't care about anything else. He rushed into Zhang Cuihua's east room, rummaging through boxes like a headless fly. After a lot of noise, he finally found a hard cloth bag under Zhang Cuihua's bed. He untied the layers, and sure enough, inside was a stack of brand-new banknotes. This was the bride price money that Yilanin had been begging him for since last night, but was refused by Zhang Cuihua. Holding the money, Shen Yanli's hands trembled. Suddenly, he heard Yilanin's angry voice, with red eyes, shouting, "If you don't return my bride price, don't expect to touch me ever again." This money was supposed to be given to Lanin. Shen Yanli's heart wavered a little, but soon he remembered Zhang Cuihua, covered in blood, and shook his head fiercely.
"There's no time to think about that now.
Saving Mom is the most important. As for Yilanin, she was already married into the family. He would find a way to make her happy later. Shen Yanli packed the money into his pocket and turned to leave without looking back. But just as he had gone a short distance, someone grabbed his collar. "I heard you're back. That means that old woman is probably fine." Like a young bull, Yi Xinqing pulled Shen Yanli and led him toward his home. "Come on, apologize to my sister. Her eyes are all swollen from crying. Marrying into your family was a mistake. Xinqing, let me go first. I have something urgent to do." What could be more important than cheering up my sister? Yi Xinqing glared, his fists tightening with a crack. "Just say it. Will you do it or not?" Shen Yanli didn't dare refuse. He lowered his head and nodded. I will. Yi Xinqing dragged him back to the Yi family home. They happened to meet Yilanin, who was about to go out with Chen Chuanxiang. When they saw Shen Yanli, both mother and daughter sighed in relief. Their thoughts were the same as Yi Xinqing's. Since Shen Yanli had returned, it meant Zhang Cuihua must still be alive. Yilanin's face darkened as she glared at Shen Yanli. "Who told you to come? Did you get my dowry money back?"
"Lanin, the money."
"The money is here." Shen Yanli quickly took out a cloth bundle from his arms and handed it to her. "This is for your mother's hospital fees. You keep it first." Yilanin hurriedly took it, checked that it was indeed 1,000, and put it safely in her pocket before looking at him coldly.
"What do you mean by that?"
"That's clearly my dowry money. When did it become your mother's hospital fee?" "Shen Yanli, a person should have a conscience. How could you use my money to pay for your mother's treatment?" Shen Yanli was stunned. That wasn't right. From what he knew of Yilanin, she should have returned the money out of kindness once she learned it was for his mother's medical bills.
But now,
she had pocketed it and was even saying such harsh words? "Lanin, you." Sweat formed on Shen Yanli's forehead. "You're the kindest person I know. Can we put the dowry issue aside for now? My mother is still in the hospital, waiting for the payment to save her life." Before Yilanin could speak, Chen Chuanxiang sneered. "Isn't it her own fault? If she hadn't taken Lanin's dowry money, would she be in the hospital now?"
"Mom."
Shen Yanli was so anxious that he didn't know how to calm Chen Chuanxiang down. He sighed helplessly and turned to Yilanin with a pleading look. "Lanin, please, I'm begging you. We're already family. Could you cover this for now? I'll find a way to pay you back later." "Pay me back?" Yilanin gave a cold laugh. "The money my mother gave me for security isn't meant to fill the endless hole that is your family. I was only married into your family for one night, and your mother already scolded me worse than anyone else. Now she is laid down, still thinking about my money. There's no reason for that in the world. Lanin, you can't do this. Mom is still waiting in the hospital for help." "Enough. I don't want to hear a single word more." Yilanin directly interrupted Shen Yanli, turned around, and went into the yard, slamming the door shut. "Stop thinking about my money. As for your mom's treatment, that's your Shen family's business, not mine. Lanin, you can't do this. Listen to me." Shen Yanli was so anxious he pounded on the door heavily. Yi Xinqing grabbed Shen Yanli's arm. "Stop knocking. My sister doesn't want to see you. Isn't she going to help your mom? Hurry up and leave. Qin Chuanxiang followed with a stern face. You really are my good son-in-law. Even with a lantern, you'd be hard to find. The money has already been sent back. I'll talk to Lanin later. Once she's calmed down, I'll persuade her to go back and live with you. But remember, she married into your family for you. If you can't protect her or let your mom bully her, I'll bring her back and never let her step into your Shen family again. As the village head's wife, Qin Chuanxiang was a bit proud. But she loved her children most and couldn't bear to see them suffer even a little. Shen Yanli was so scolded he couldn't lift his head. He knew whatever he said now was wrong. He regretted just now losing his temper and taking out the money. But it was too late now. Everything had already happened. He could only walk away in despair under the stern gazes of Qin Chuanxiang and Yi Xinqing. Half an hour later, Shen Yanli arrived at the hospital by car. Zhang Cuihua's head wound had been stitched up and she was receiving 4 fluids. But she was still unconscious and didn't wake up. Seeing him arrive, Su Qingli stood up. You finally came. I'm leaving this to you. I'll go back and pack things for your brother. He's supposed to leave for the army tomorrow. Shen Yanli hesitated for a moment, looking troubled. Sister-in-law, I didn't get the money. What? Su Qingli was a bit surprised. You weren't going back to find the money? Didn't you find it? Zhang Cuihua's room was small. Where could she hide the money? Shen Yanli looked guilty and lowered his head. I did find it, but Lanin took it. He spoke very softly at the end. Su Qingli still heard him clearly. She was stunned for 2 seconds and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Yi Lanin is praised by everyone for being understanding and gentle. Now, because of that 1,000 yuan dowry, she is about to reveal her true intentions? Just look at it yourself. The doctor has guaranteed to treat the illness first. The bill is here, totaling 107 yuan. You must pay this. Su Qingli slaps the bill on the table and walks away, feeling too lazy to get involved. With Zhang Cuihua's stingy nature, if she knew the money was in Yi Lanin's hands, she would definitely cause trouble. Just as this thought appears, Zhang Cuihua opens her eyes with a hum. She has a terrible headache and squints as she looks around. Yanli, the eldest daughter-in-law. Why are we here? Suddenly, she remembers the previous argument and sits up angrily. That rotten woman, Qin Chuanxiang. Let her son hit me. This isn't over. Hiss. Zhang Cuihua is so emotional that she pulls out the needle from her hand, grimacing in pain. Shen Yanli quickly calls the nurse to reinsert the needle. Zhang Cuihua's shouting and cursing never stop. Sometimes she curses Qin Chuanxiang as a useless person who only gives birth but can't raise children. Other times she curses Yi Xinqing, who hit her, saying he will never eat 4 dishes in his life. The nurse, annoyed by her shouting, finishes the injection and urges Shen Yanli, since you went home to get the money, just pay the hospital bill. Zhang Cuihua frowns.
What?
Who will go get the money? When did we owe the hospital money? Ma'am, your head wound is serious. It was stitched with 8 stitches, plus cleaning, dressing, and 4 fluids, totaling 107 yuan. The nurse is a bit impatient. Your son said he would bring the money back, so we paid for your treatment first. Otherwise, you would have bled to death. 107 yuan? Are you a hospital or bandits? Why don't you just rob us? Zhang Cuihua screams loudly, raising her voice to Shen Yanli. We can't pay this. If we do, we should go to the village chief's house and tell him. It was his son who hit me, so they should pay. Su Qingli, watching the scene, lazily adds, Don't worry, Mom. The Yi family can definitely cover this medical fee. Even if Yi Mao is the village chief, he won't be able to do whatever he wants. If they make me angry, I'll go to the town to complain about him. Zhang Cuihua pouts and snorts, then falls into a deep sleep. Su Qingli silently bit her lip. When she was watching TV before, Zhang Cuihua never argued with the Yi family. Instead, after Yi Lanin married in, the Shen family prospered and always supported her, almost treating Yi Lanin as a lucky charm. Now, because of 1,000 yuan for the wedding return gift, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are fighting fiercely. Shen Yanli is trying to mediate inside. Let's wait and see. These 2 women will keep fighting. Shen Yanli stood nearby, with a very unhappy look. The money was in Lanin's hands, and he couldn't pay the bill. Just as he was feeling stuck, Shen Yanchen strode in confidently. He went straight to Su Qingli, checked that she was okay, and then relaxed. Wife, husband, why are you here? Did you hear from the villagers? Su Qingli smiled warmly and walked over. Yes, Shen Yanchen nodded. He had just finished work and, before entering the house, heard from some neighbors about the chaos at home. He wasn't worried about the others. Zhang Cuihua was fierce and had never been taken advantage of. He hurried over because he was worried Su Qingli might be upset. Fortunately, she was fine. While the young couple was quietly talking, Shen Yanli rubbed his hands and came over. He clearly saw Shen Yanchen as a hero and stammered, "Brother, Mom owes over 100 yuan to the hospital and can't pay. What should we do?" "Stop dreaming. Your brother has no money. I saved some and asked neighbors for a little when I came." Both Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen spoke at the same time. Shen Yanli immediately felt relieved. "Great, brother. Let's go pay the money and go home." Shen Yanchen followed Shen Yanli to pay the bill. Su Qingli shook her head helplessly. She knew Shen Yanchen was a filial son and, even knowing Zhang Cuihua's favoritism, he wouldn't ignore it. Oh well. People's hearts are made of flesh. After enough disappointment, they become cold and can never warm up again. When he sees Zhang Cuihua's true face in the future, he will be able to completely cut ties with the blood-sucking Shen family. Shen Yanchen paid the medical bill. After Zhang Cuihua finished her treatment, everyone found a car to go back. Since the wound was already bandaged, only the antibiotics remained, which saved a lot of money in the village. When they got home, it was already dark. Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing were sitting in the yard doing their homework. Seeing Su Qingli enter the door, the two exaggeratedly covered their stomachs and said, "Big sister-in-law, can you make some food? We're almost starving." Greedy cats. Su Qingli smiled briefly and quickly got busy in the kitchen. Soon, she prepared dinner efficiently and ate together with Shen Yanqing and the twin babies. Zhang Cuihua had been sleeping deeply and didn't wake up. As for Shen Yanli, he didn't even enter the house but went straight to pick up Yi Lanin. After they finished eating, Shen Yanli held Yi Lanin's hand and walked into the yard. As soon as he entered, he smelled the delicious aroma of rabbit meat and remembered he had been hungry all day. Naturally, he asked, "Sister-in-law, where's our meal?" Su Qingli put away the dishes and bowls, speaking coldly. "Oh, I didn't know you would come back to eat, so I only cooked for the four of us." Really stingy. Shen Yanli snorted unhappily and looked at Yi Lanin. "Wife, I'm hungry. Can you make some food?" Yi Lanin's pretty face turned cold. "What are you talking about? I've never cooked at home. If you want to eat, make it yourself." Yi Lanin crossed her arms and stood there, full of anger. She originally thought that when she returned to her parents' house, Zhang Cuihua would come to invite her back. But only Shen Yanli came. He went back empty-handed and didn't even call her, and now she's home. She can't even get a hot meal. As the new wife, she really is quite helpless. Now he even wants her to cook, dreaming. Zhang Cuihua, in the room, suddenly woke up groggy and heard Yi Lanin's complaints, which made her feel energized. She sat up on the bed and pounded the window loudly. "Humph. All I know is marrying a wife. If you didn't know better, you'd think we're supporting ancestors. We have to be served just to eat. Go out and take a look. Whose wife comes in and isn't busy inside and out? That's good. Bringing her family here to act arrogant, and she still has that spoiled princess temper. What a thing. I spit on her." The harsh insults echoed in Shen's yard. Yi Lanin was raised with love by her parents. When had she ever suffered such treatment? Her face turned red with anger as she glared fiercely at the east room. Shen Yanli knew trouble was coming and quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Lanin, Mom has that temper. She's uneducated. Don't argue with her. Get lost." Yi Lanin pushed away Shen Yanli's hand and directly scolded back toward the east room. "No wife should kneel to marry, and the wife's family is bullying. Your Shen family is really powerful. Can't live without squeezing the daughter-in-law to get by. Marry a man, wear clothes and eat. If Shen Yanli can't support me, just say it. I won't accept your family's cowardice. Zhang Cuihua was so angry inside, she was about to explode. She leaned on the wall, trembling as she came out, crying loudly, "I must have committed a sin in my 8 lifetimes. Who did I marry? Causing chaos at home. Sinning. Sinning. It's because your family burned incense for 8 generations that I married into this family. It's my fault." Yilanin didn't let her speak and started arguing with Zhang Cuihua. "Enough," Su Qingli snorted softly. "What are you making a fuss about? If you can't handle it, just split up. Don't bother with endless fighting, all this fuss over appearances. Mom, second brother is already married now. Yanchen will report to the army in a few days, and he'll be gone for many years. Honestly, I think this family should just split up and be done with it." Her voice was soft. But what she said was like a block of ice crashing into a boiling oil pot, almost overturning the Shen family's yard. "Split the family?" Zhang Cuihua screamed, her thin finger pointing at Su Qingli. "I just thought you were better than Yilanin, at least not sucking my blood. I didn't expect you to be unkind too. Split the family, huh? The eldest is going to join the army, and if we split, who'll do the land, chickens, ducks, and all the chores inside and outside? I tell you, once a daughter-in-law enters the house, she must work hard. Don't think you can just sit back and relax. As long as I have breath left, you won't split the family." Shen Yanli was moved. "Mom, the eldest sister-in-law is right. It's good to split up, live separately, and be at peace." He had always looked down on Su Qingli. They had only been married for a short time, and she already acted like the eldest sister-in-law, refusing to cook for them. It's better to split up, so he wouldn't have to see the trouble. "Shut up," Zhang Cuihua slapped Shen Yanli on the back of his head. "You don't know anything. I'm not dead yet, and this family can't be split." Shen Yanli was hit hard, rubbing the back of his head and stepping back, afraid of another blow. Good for nothing. Yilanin secretly despised him. Previously, she didn't realize that Shen Yanli was just a helpless mama's boy. After being scolded a few times by the delicate and slender Zhang Cuihua, she didn't dare to argue back. Her gaze couldn't help but drift toward the tall figure by the table. It was her eldest uncle, Shen Yanchen. Since she entered the room, Shen Yanchen had been sitting straight and still, with a slight change in expression. No matter how Zhang Cuihua yelled, he seemed unaffected and said nothing. Especially his sharp jawline and broad, strong shoulders silently gave off a calm, solid presence like a mountain stone, making people want to rely on him. She heard he was about to join the army. Yilanin clenched her fingertips, feeling as if something was scratching her heart, making her feel both sour and bitter. There was also a faint, indescribable flutter in her chest. How did she end up marrying someone like Shen Yanli? Yilanin's slightly heated gaze was clearly seen by Shen Yanli. He immediately became alert, grabbing her arm and walking toward the stove. "Come on, Lanin, let's not argue with them. Let's cook and eat." Yilanin staggered forward. As she passed Shen Yanchen, she cast a deep look at him. Su Qingli watched her actions closely, as if she understood everything. It seemed she was falling for him. Earlier, when she was watching dramas, she felt that Yilanin's look at Shen Yanchen was a bit different. She often took opportunities when no one was around to send some food or drinks, teasing with her eyes. But Shen Yanchen was too upright and kept his distance, so Yilanin's flirtatious eyes were like a blind person trying to see. So, she had already started having secret thoughts right after getting married. Su Qingli became even more determined to join the army early, to get rid of the strange Shen family members sooner. Inside the stove area, a thick cloud of smoke billowed out from the door. Inside, Shen Yanli and Yilanin stared at each other in surprise, both busy and clumsy. Shen Yanli only added firewood, but didn't know how to control the fire, causing thick smoke to roll out of the stove, almost suffocating them. Yilanin pinched her nose, annoyed, and used 2 fingers to pick up a piece of yellowed cornmeal, then casually sprinkled it into the boiling pot. Adding water, lighting the fire, stirring. They fussed around, their faces and hair covered in black ash. After a long time, I finally managed to make a pot of half-cooked, sticky corn paste that looked like glue, with a burnt smell. It should be edible now. Wife, you're really good. Shen Yanli flattered Yi Lanin and then got up to scoop out a small handful of salty, lumpy pickles from the jar. He casually cut them with a knife, added a few drops of fragrant oil with chopsticks, and happily carried them to the outdoor dining table. The pot of corn paste was also brought out, but its color didn't look quite right. Yi Lanin poked a bit with her chopsticks and put some in her mouth. A strange bitter taste and burnt flavor hit her head instantly. Her stomach churned violently. She pushed away the bowl and exclaimed, "Ugh, what is this? In our house, even pigs wouldn't eat this." This time, Yi Lanin was completely overwhelmed and started crying. Zhang Cuihua was already upset from the argument about dividing the family with Su Qingli. Now, seeing Yi Lanin's pretentious attitude, she was furious. She slammed the table and said fiercely, "Pigs wouldn't eat this? In our house, this is all there is to eat. If you like it or not, eat it. If not, get out. Go back to your fancy nest. A girl who married out is like water spilled on the ground. What does the village chief's daughter matter? Once you marry into the Shen family, you have to listen to us. Just get out." Yi Lanin's feelings of grievance and anger exploded at that moment. She threw down her chopsticks, stood up suddenly, and rushed out of the suffocating little courtyard. Shen Yanli quickly followed, calling out, "Lanin! Lanin!" Zhang Cuihua's sharp scolding pierced through the night sky. "Don't bother her. That's not how life should be. Our temple is small. We can't serve her like a goddess. If she has the ability, let her stay at her parents' home and not come back." The harsh insults cut through the darkness, falling into Yi Lanin's ears without missing a word. She crouched behind the dark firewood pile outside the wall, covering her face and crying. Is this the marriage she dreamed of? Married to a useless man, stuck with a mean and vicious mother-in-law, and not even able to eat a decent meal. Everyone used to say she was destined for wealth and honor, that whoever married her would rise quickly. Where is her wealth and honor now? Where are they? Lanin! Lanin? Shen Yanli called Yi Lanin's name, searching for her in the dark, taking small steps. Yi Lanin shrank back into the firewood pile, not wanting him to see her. She was very miserable now and didn't want to see anyone. Night deepened gradually. Through a mud brick wall, Yi Lanin heard Su Qingli and Xin Yanchen whispering softly. Faintly, she could also hear their laughter. How could their little life be so peaceful and happy? Tears kept falling from Yi Lanin's eyes, and her stomach ached with hunger. She regretted being blind to the truth. Why did she marry someone as weak as Shen Yanli? Suddenly, a figure stopped in front of her. It was Shen Yanli. He held a bowl with a crack in it, filled with thick, burnt-smelling corn porridge. Lanin, please try to eat a little. Don't let yourself get too hungry. Shen Yanli whispered softly to comfort her. Starting tomorrow, I'll learn how to cook, okay? Yi Lanin looked up at him, then at the food that looked like pig feed, and her stomach churned again. But her intense hunger made her unable to hold on, so she forced herself to eat the porridge. The rough cornmeal scraped her throat painfully, but her stomach was quickly filled, though she still felt empty and anxious. Let's go, Lanin. It's time to go back and rest, Shen Yanli said kindly, finally convincing Yi Lanin to return to their wedding room. Yi Lanin climbed onto the bed, frowning slightly. The bed was too hard. Shen Yanli reached out and gently said, Lanin, let's sleep now. Yi Lanin bit her lip, but said nothing. The oil lamp in the room went out. In the darkness, Shen Yanli's movements were hurried and clumsy, disorganized and awkward. Yi Lanin's nails dug deep into her palms from the pain, and she bit her lip until it bled to keep from crying out. She was just a girl, with a delicate face. But there was no sweet anticipation she had imagined. Shen Yanli didn't struggle for long. He seemed to deflate like a punctured ball, sighing softly and collapsing. A few seconds later, his snoring sounded like a broken windbag, making the earth tremble slightly. The annoying snoring and the burning pain reminded Yi Lanin of what had just happened. Is this her wedding night? Brief and hurried. From the next room, faint sounds of different noises could be heard. It was like a suppressed laugh rolling up from deep in her throat, carrying a lazy, husky tone. There was also a long-lasting, gentle sound that made her heart tremble. The intermittent, hypnotic noise kept hitting Yi Lanin's ears like magic. The snoring beside her grew louder. Annoyed, Yi Lanin covered her head with a blanket. The snoring eased a bit, but the strange sound became clearer. It was a delicate, biting noise that made her heart feel a little sore. Something she couldn't quite describe seemed to be a mix of frustration and longing, burning inside her and making her feel pain all over. That night, Yi Lanin rarely couldn't sleep. She stared at the ceiling until dawn. Watching the dull light seep through the broken window, she quietly slipped out of bed to get some air. As she pushed open the door, she froze in place, as if she had lost her soul. All eyes were fixed on the tall figure next door. Shen Yanchen, shirtless and wearing a pair of faded shorts, was standing in the yard, washing something. The morning sunlight fell on his broad, solid back, tracing down along his muscular spine. Below his narrow waist, his deep V-line made her face flush. As he scrubbed, his movement caused his waistband to sway, revealing a primitive, masculine strength that made it impossible for Yi Lanin to look away. Her throat felt dry, and she quickly swallowed. She felt more regretful for being so blind. How had she not noticed how outstanding Shen Yanchen was? And she had been fooled by Shen Yanli's decent appearance and a few sweet words. In reality, he was just a showy but empty shell.
Cough.
Su Qingli came out of her room and saw Yi Lanin staring fixedly at her man. She cleared her throat and chuckled. Second sister-in-law, what treasure are you looking at so early in the morning? You're so captivated. Yi Lanin, as if burned, suddenly turned around. She only then realized Su Qingli was standing at the door, wearing Shen Yanchen's loose coat, which made her look even more slender. Her hair was a bit messy, but her face was surprisingly rosy. Whether at the corners of her eyes or her brows, there was a lazy, satisfied look after being thoroughly pampered. At this moment, she was standing with her arms crossed, a faint smile on her lips. With sharp eyes, she stared directly at Yi Lanin's face, which was flushed with embarrassment. It seemed she had seen through everything long ago. Second sister-in-law, your man is probably still lying on the bed snoring loudly. Unlike your eldest brother, who is diligent and gets up early to wash my underwear, and I can't stop him, Su Qingli said, gently poking the house of Shen Yanli with her delicate chin, her tone slightly teasing. Some things, if they aren't yours, better not to covet. Her words were straightforward, with a cruel insight into everything. Yi Lanin's face instantly turned red, as if it were about to bleed, and her ears buzzed loudly. She could no longer face Su Qingli's penetrating gaze. Reluctantly, she cast one last glance at Shen Yanli's strong back, then, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly ran into her and Shen Yanli's new room.
Bang!
The wooden door was shut. Yi Lanin's heart was pounding wildly. Did Su Qingli see through her inappropriate thoughts? What should she do? What could she do? Yi Lanin was extremely anxious. The lingering smell of sourness from last night still filled the room. She glanced at the bed. Shen Yanli was still lying sprawled, snoring loudly, with a trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth. Yesterday, he was dressed neatly and looked energetic and handsome. But now, he looked exhausted and disheveled, like a dead pig. Yi Lanin couldn't help but think of the powerful back in the yard and the almost constant rustling sounds from last night. The stark contrast hit her prideful heart hard. A strong feeling of sourness and physical disgust made her rush to the corner wash basin stand and gag at the new red porcelain basin. Unfortunately, besides tears, she couldn't vomit anything. Su Qingli heard Yi Lanin's dry heaving and shook her head silently. Is it really necessary? This is nothing. Fortunately, Shen Yanchen was about to join the army, or else Yi Lanin might go crazy. Shen Yanchen had already hung up Su Qingli's underwear, then carried the prepared water and wrung out towel, smiling as he approached her. Wife, wash your face. But Su Qingli didn't respond. She tiptoed, pinched Shen Yanchen's chin, and almost leaned in to his lips. This is a warning from the old man. From now on, don't walk around the house with your back bare. Keep your virtue. Shen Yanchen stood there, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Did Su Qingli just tease him? Who would have thought that his delicate waist, long legs, soft body, and his adorable wife, who whined softly, would have such a mischievous tone?
It was quite new to him. He liked it.
Why aren't you talking? Are you unhappy? Su Qingli used a bit of force with her finger, trying to look fierce. From now on, be more proper. Don't walk around with your back bare, understand? Trying to flirt with a restless woman? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Shen Yanchen was so charmed by her cute look that his heart almost melted. He simply reached out and carried her horizontally, then went inside and casually closed the door with his foot. In just a few steps, he threw Su Qingli onto the bed. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? All right, I want to see how you'll teach me a lesson. Today was supposed to be the day Shen Yanchen reported to the army in town. But early in the morning, his mood was stirred up by Su Qingli. Su Qingli finally realized she should back down and begged for mercy. Husband, I was just joking with you, right? Well, if you want to walk around with your back bare, go ahead. Anyway, it's not like I'm the one looking. Ahem, I think I need to go make breakfast now. I'll get busy first. As she spoke, she climbed down from the bed on the other side. But as soon as one foot touched the ground, Shen Yanchen pulled her back. The man easily pressed her into his arms. I was careless this morning. I forgot that my second brother just got married. Walking around with your back bare isn't appropriate. I'll fix that right away. It's still early, no need to rush making breakfast. Feed me first, be good. A rustling sound came from nearby. Su Qingli, unable to hold her ground above and below, realized she was regretting her actions. Why did she provoke this reckless man? Last night, she was almost worn out, and now she came again? Fortunately, Shen Yanchen was very restrained this time. Looking at the clock on the table, he ended their playful fight early. After all, they had agreed to report at 8 o'clock, and he couldn't be late. Su Qingli's legs went weak as she stood up and tidied herself. When the young couple left the house, it was just past 7:30. It was already bright outside. The crooked old locust tree at the village entrance watched the young couple walk away. Su Qingli originally wanted to send Shen Yanchen to the town and then take a bus back herself, but she was refused. No need to send me. You'll have to come back later, and it'll be tiring. Shen Yanchen was dressed in a brand new training uniform, standing tall like a green pine tree. The bag hanging on his shoulder was small, but heavy, filled with the cookies Su Qingli had baked and some daily necessities. Seeing that he insisted, Su Qingli had no choice but to give up. She reached out and adjusted his collar. All right, once you get to the town, focus on your training. Remember to eat on time and don't overwork yourself. Okay. Shen Yanchen nodded firmly. His broad, strong hand gently held Su Qingli's cool fingers. She was so thin, yet he was about to join the army. If it weren't for wanting a better future, he really wouldn't want to leave. His warm, rough palm briefly brought her some comfort. She understood Shen Yanchen's worries. But right now, joining the army was the only way for Shen Yanchen to have a chance to change his fate. They looked at each other in the morning fog, reluctant to part. Finally, Shen Yanchen sighed softly. Don't worry about home. Just take care of yourself. Mother is always unreasonable. When she loses her temper, don't argue back, or you'll get hurt. Actually, Shen Yanchen had many worries in his heart. But as they were about to part, all he could do was give a few useless words of advice. Su Qingli slightly curled her lips, didn't reply, just waved at him. Go now. Don't be late for your registration. A passing vehicle from the village arrived. Shen Yanchen carried his bag and got on. His tall figure quickly disappeared into the thin dust rising at the end of the dirt road. The sadness on Su Qingli's face lingered for a long time. Parting is for a better reunion. She didn't go home immediately, but turned and headed toward the town. Her old cloth shoes stepped on the uneven dirt road, walking steadily and quickly. She used to look down on these black square cloth shoes, thinking they were ugly and dull. But now, wearing them, she realized how comfortable they were. Breathable, fitting, lightweight, much better than leather shoes. Soon, Su Qingli arrived in the town and headed straight to the sales point of the supply and marketing cooperative. The glass display was shining brightly, with several new fabrics hanging inside. The clerk was a young girl. Seeing Su Qingli come in, she shyly smiled and had a faint dimple on her face. "Welcome." Su Qingli's fingers brushed over the rough cloth and finally stopped at a deep blue fabric. The fabric was stiff, and the color was just right. In the dim supply store, it also had a subtle shine. Next to it was a piece of khaki cloth made from a cotton wool blend, thick and durable. "Comrade, please help me cut 2 sets of men's clothes from these. Shoulder width 52, chest 103, waist 78. After giving the detailed measurements, Su Qingli took the money from her handkerchief and handed it over. The shop assistant looked at her a bit longer. Nowadays, not many rural women are willing to spend on good fabric for men's clothes. And she also bought a piece of khaki cloth. Only those with stable government jobs in the county could afford such luxury. No one knew who this woman was, but she looked elegant, and her figure was so good, she seemed like a winner in life. Su Qingli patiently waited for the shop assistant to finish cutting, then carried the fabric out of the supply store. The sun was already high, shining warmly on her. She hugged the cloth bundle to her chest. The deep blue and military green colors made her old-fashioned floral blouse look brighter. When she returned to Qingshan village and hadn't yet entered the yard, Su Qingli heard Zhang Cuihua shouting sharply. The sharpness made her frown, like an old cat stepped on its tail. "Lazy bones. Sleeping until noon. Waiting for me to serve you? Eating leftovers. Ancestors. Phew. Bad luck. Vampire. I have to go to the fields to earn your food." Zhang Cuihua, in her past life, she must have committed murder and arson. Now she married 2 lively ancestors who torment her. Such a sin. Her loud scolding stopped with the sound of her slamming the door. The yard was silent again, no other sounds. It seemed Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin hadn't gotten up yet. After Zhang Cuihua walked away, Su Qingli turned into the yard from another side and then hurried into the west room. The main house of the Shen family had only 3 rooms. The easternmost room was where Zhang Cuihua lived. Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen lived in the west room. Yi Lanin and Shen Yanli stayed in the corner room next to the west room. Shen Yanyu and Shen Xingxing were still young, sleeping inside Zhang Cuihua's main room, separated by a sorghum stalk. In recent days, Shen Xingxing has been arguing with Zhang Cuihua, saying she is grown up and should have her own house. Su Qingli returned to the west room, placed the cloth bag on the bed, and locked it. Then she turned to the stove to heat some water. Just as the fire flared up, the fragile wooden door was pushed open. Shen Yanli, wearing baggy pants, walked in with messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, clearly just waking up. His eyes were slightly swollen. He looked inside and saw Su Qingli frowning and asked, "Big sister-in-law, have you seen Lanin?" "Early in the morning. I don't know where she went. I've looked everywhere but can't find her." Su Qingli shook her head directly. She didn't need to guess. She knew that Yi Lanin probably went back to her parents' house to complain. After all, she caused so much trouble last night. She must have gone back to cry. Seeing Su Qingli shake her head, Shen Yanli didn't ask further and turned to leave the stove area. After walking a few steps, he turned back and asked, "My brother went to the army today, right? No wonder Mom keeps saying she has to go earn work points." "Yes." Su Qingli kept a serious face and focused on adding firewood to the stove. Seeing that she didn't want to talk to him, Shen Yanli turned around and left. He was thinking that he needed to wash up quickly and go find Yi Lanin. At this moment, Yi Lanin was, as Su Qingli guessed, crying at the Yi family's house. "Mom, I really regret it. I shouldn't have married Shen Yanli. I can't stand this life anymore." Yi Lanin was crying so hard, she was gasping for breath. "You don't know how mean my mother-in-law is. She's so stingy, she'd squeeze out 2 drops of oil from the ground. She's useless at everything and the best at scolding. Shen Yanli is so useless, like a broken mud pie. At home, he doesn't dare to fart. I really was blinded when I married him." "Enough." Chen Chuanxiang, feeling sorry for her daughter, took a handkerchief and wiped Yi Lanyan's tears. She also softly advised, every family stove has smoke. It's normal for a new wife to be treated a little harshly when she first moves in. It's just part of the process. But life must go on. It's not a game where you can just leave if you're unhappy. You've only been married a few days. Stop saying you regret it. You're not allowed to say that anymore. Women, that's just how it is. Marry the man, follow him. Go back and live your life well. Crying won't solve anything. She lowered her voice and said, just endure for 2 more years. Have a boy, and your posture will straighten. Only then will Shen Yanli truly support you. Go back and ignore that stubborn, mean mother-in-law of yours. How many years does she have left to live? Chen Chuanxiang patiently persuaded her, finally stopping Yi Lanyan from crying. Mother and daughter sat for a while longer, and only then did Yi Lanyan turn back toward the Shen family with a heavy heart. She walked into the small yard with a gloomy face and saw Su Qingli bringing out the freshly prepared breakfast. Golden corn pancakes, a few boiled eggs, and a large bowl of thick, fragrant red bean porridge. Yi Lanyan swallowed hard, her stomach growling. She stood still, waiting for Su Qingli to call her over to eat together. But instead, Su Qingli called Xin Yanyu and Xin Xingxing over, and the 3 of them started eating quietly. This made Yi Lanyan feel awkward and embarrassed. She couldn't help but remember the unappetizing corn mash from yesterday. She really didn't want to eat pig food anymore, so she awkwardly approached and said, sister-in-law, thinking to herself, since she had taken the initiative to greet her, surely Su Qingli wouldn't ignore her completely? But Su Qingli only nodded and continued eating her breakfast, with no intention of calling Yi Lanyan over. Now, Yi Lanyan felt both embarrassed and filled with resentment. She had tried to be friendly again and again, but was ignored by Su Qingli.
What's so pretentious about that?
Isn't she just a rich girl from a wealthy family? What's there to be proud of? Yi Lanyan glared fiercely at Su Qingli, her eyes fixed on her pretty floral dress, her anger burning hotter.
Why?
Why does Su Qingli look so good just wearing a simple floral shirt? Why does she get to enjoy these good foods and treat her like heir? Why can Su Qingli have such an outstanding man like Shen Yanchen? These thoughts swirled in Yi Lanyan's mind, mixing with the rich aroma of red bean porridge, turning into a storm of jealousy. Suddenly, a wicked and crazy idea popped into her mind. What if Su Qingli died? That annoying woman occupying Shen Yanchen's heart was gone. Then she would naturally have everything. And Shen Yanchen had joined the army, with a bright future ahead, much more promising than Shen Yanli, who is just a sales clerk. Just as strong, healthy body was far better than Shen Yanli's. Yi Lanyan thought more and more that this was the case. The resentment in her eyes almost became real, and she stared coldly at Su Qingli. Yes, she would report her. Go to the committee and report that Su Qingli is the daughter of a wealthy family. Report that Su Qingli is hiding something shameful. Completely ruins Su Qingli's reputation. Make her wish she was never born. Push her into hell. Yi Lanyan clenched her fists in excitement, her body trembling slightly because of this evil thought. She couldn't act hastily. She needed to plan carefully. She had to hit her hard and kill her completely. Yi Lanyan turned and went into the house to think of a plan. Until evening, she couldn't come up with a good idea, and she was so hungry she lay on the bed, not wanting to move. The sun slowly moved west. The evening glow turned most of the sky red. The villagers, tired from working, gradually returned home. Zhang Cuihua was so exhausted she looked like a worn-out dog. She threw her hoe onto the wall corner and dragged her heavy legs toward her house. Life was really hard. It was so difficult to earn work points. She shouldn't have agreed to let Shen Yanqing join the army. Now, the 2 daughters-in-law in the house were no longer reliable. She would have to do all the dirty and tiring work herself. What a tragedy. Zhang Cuihua was so tired she gasped for breath. She lay on the kong, a traditional bed, turned a few times, then suddenly sat up.
Wait.
Earlier, she had hidden 1,000 yuan of dowry money in front of the kong.
How?
How could it be missing? This thought made Zhang Cuihua tense up nervously. She immediately reached out to search, but after feeling around, the space under the Kong was empty. Nothing was there. Where was her money? Where did that 1,000 yuan go? Zhang Cuihua's lips trembled, and she suddenly collapsed onto the Kong. Suddenly, a piercing, sharp scream broke through the evening darkness that had just settled over the Shen family, startling the chickens in the yard to flap their wings and fly around wildly. Oh my goodness! My money! My money! Where did it go? Who the thief is, stealing my precious money? Heartless thief! Zhang Cuihua scrambled out of the house, crying and tears streaming down her face. She went straight to the west room, kicked open the door with a loud bang, trembling as she pointed at Su Qingli, who looked surprised. She gritted her teeth and cursed. It's you, Su Qingli. You heartless, mean-spirited girl. While I was out working, you sneaked into my room and stole my money. God damn it, that was 1,000 yuan. It's my savings for my future. How dare you take it? You clearly want to ruin me. What wrong did I, Zhang Cuihua, do to deserve marrying a troublemaker like you? Give my money back. Not a penny less. Seeing Zhang Cuihua so furious, like a vengeful ghost, Su Qingli only felt it was absurd. What was meant to happen couldn't be stopped. Look, Zhang Cuihua finally realized her money was gone. But unfortunately, she guessed the wrong person. Su Qingli crossed her arms and slowly walked toward Zhang Cuihua, expressionless, softly humming, Mom, if you're catching a thief, which I saw me steal your money, since I married into the Shen family, I've never stepped into your room even once. Do you think I'd steal gold or silver from your house? 1,000 yuan isn't worth me risking it. I think you're just tired from working so hard. Instead of suspecting me, you should think carefully. Who is most likely to have taken that money? Zhang Cuihua was left speechless, unable to come up with a retort. Deep down, she had her suspicions but dared not think too much. Could it really be that Su Qingli didn't take it? While she was pondering this, she noticed Su Qingli's gaze flick toward the crooked house where Yi Lanin was staying. Outside, Shen Yanli had just returned from outside. He had gone to find Yi Lanin during the day, but was turned away by the Yi family. Afraid to delay his work, he had gone to work anyway. He thought she would come back after her temper cooled down. But he never expected that as soon as he entered, he would hear Zhang Cuihua shouting about theft. He was already feeling guilty about being a thief himself, nervously enduring 2 days. Now that he was caught, he broke out in cold sweat and staggered into the crooked house. Yi Lanin was leaning against the door, listening to the noise outside. Suddenly, Shen Yanli came in, startling her. She quickly patted her chest to steady herself, then glared at Shen Yanli. What are you panicking for? That money was mine. I didn't steal it from her. Although she spoke confidently, her face didn't look much better than Shen Yanli's. Thinking about Zhang Cuihua's fierce temper, Yi Lanin feels a chill down her spine. She walks around the room twice, grits her teeth, and packs her bag. No, I have to go stay at my parents' house for a couple of days. Shen Yanli quickly holds her hand. Lanin, maybe you should return the 1,000 yuan to Mom first, and then, don't even think about it. That's my money. Why should she have it? Yi Lanin pushes Shen Yanli away. If you want to be a coward and stay here to listen to her scold, that's fine. I'm leaving. We can't stay here even a day longer. Before she finishes speaking, the door to the room is kicked open. Zhang Cuihua stands there with a dark face, looking like a fierce ghost. Your money? What money is yours? Yi Lanin gasps in fear and quickly hides behind Shen Yanli. She has seen how fierce Zhang Cuihua can be. When this mother-in-law gets angry, anyone dares to fight her. Zhang Cuihua steps inside, her eyes red as she approaches step by step. Give me back the money. What money? I don't understand what you're saying. Yi Lanin's voice gets softer and softer, feeling guilty and unable to stand her ground. She pulls Shen Yanli hard. Say something, Mom. Shen Yanli is pulled out and kneels at Zhang Cuihua's feet, holding onto her muddy pants.
Mom.
Stop causing trouble. That money. I took it. Zhang Cuihua looks like she's been struck by lightning, frozen in place. She lowers her head, staring hard at her son kneeling at her feet.
You.
What did you say? Shen Yanli lowers his head, trembling. It was on the day you were hospitalized. I came back to find money and ask Lanine to keep it safe. Let her keep it. She just moved in a few days ago. You're pushing her aside, stealing my money and giving it to her. I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful beast. Zhang Cuihua's anger boils over. She turns around, pulls out the door latch, and swings it down fiercely. The sturdy latch whizzes through the air and hits Shen Yanli hard. He screams in pain and jumps up. Mom, it hurts. It hurts. I know I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. You still know it hurts? Today I will definitely beat you, little beast. Zhang Cuihua's long-held anger explodes at this moment. She grabs Shen Yanli and hits him several times. The sharp, painful screams echo inside the room. Yi Lanine can't watch anymore. She angrily rushed out and stood in front of Shen Yanli, screaming as she tried to push Zhang Cuihua's hand away. Enough. Do you really want to kill him? Bang! The door bolt in Zhang Cuihua's hand suddenly swung down and hit Yi Lanine hard. Everything happened in an instant. A dull, heavy sound echoed, making everyone's heart tremble. The angry door bolt struck firmly on the right side of Yi Lanine's temple. Just once. Yi Lanine didn't even have time to make a sound. She was like a broken piece of wood, falling straight onto the muddy ground inside the house. Bright red blood flowed out like a bursting stream from her dark hair. It trickled down her pale face and into her neck. Soon, a small pool of dark, sticky blood spread on the muddy ground beneath her head. The bright red color was shocking and frightening. Shen Yanli's throat tightened. He rushed over immediately. Lanine, Lanine, but no matter how he called, Yi Lanine's eyes remained tightly shut, her face deathly pale, and her chest showed no sign of movement. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The door bolt in Zhang Cuihua's hand clattered to the ground. She opened her mouth, staring blankly at the silent Yi Lanine on the ground, then looked at her own hands, trembling with fear. She sat down on the ground, legs weak. It's over. It's all over now. Zhang Cuihua's eyes were vacant as she shook her head. I just wanted to teach the thief Yanli a lesson, not to hit her.
She
isn't dead, is she? Shen Yanli was so frightened that he lost half his soul. He wanted to check if Yi Lanine was still breathing, but his hands trembled so much that he dared not move them close to her nose. He was scared. Seeing the glaring blood and Yi Lanine's lifeless face, Shen Yanli felt that disaster was imminent. If Yi Lanine died, not only the village chief and his wife would be angry, but her fierce younger brother would also come after him. Who could save her? Who could bring Yi Lanine back to life? Shen Yanli's mind raced quickly. He suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze on Su Qingli, who was standing outside the door, watching coldly. He immediately crawled over, ignoring the blood on his hands, and grabbed Su Qingli's legs, begging loudly, "Sister-in-law, please save her. I know you have a way. That medicine of yours, I was bitten by a poisonous snake last time, and I was fine. Give it to Lanine to take. Please, big sister-in-law. As long as you save Lanine, I will pay any price. I will work for you forever." Big sister-in-law, Shen Yanli stammered and cried, placing all his hope on Su Qingli. He searched his pockets and finally took out a few crumpled bills soaked with sweat, then hurriedly shoved them into Su Qingli's hand. Zhang Cuihua also came over awkwardly begging, "Big sister-in-law, you're usually smart. You must save the second family member. Otherwise, we'll all go to jail and our family will fall apart. It's not a big deal if we go to jail. But if it ruins the reputation of the big brother in the army and he gets expelled, what will we do then? Just think of a way to save her." Su Qingli looked coldly at the pleading mother and son, secretly sneering inside. Now they're afraid? Just because the person they hit was the village chief's daughter, Yi Lanine? What about last time? When they accidentally killed the helpless Su Qingli, they didn't show any fear. Instead, they rolled the body in a straw mat and threw it into the back mountain overnight. Sure enough, the remorse of the abusers was never sincere. They only feared punishment. Su Qingli didn't bother to watch the crying mother and son anymore. She walked over and reached out to check Yi Lanyan's neck. It was cold to the touch, and she couldn't feel a pulse under the skin. She then reached out to check her nose. It was also cold. It seems that since she came into this body, a butterfly effect has been triggered. Yi Lanyan, who should have been the lucky heroine, has tragically died. Who will be next? Su Qingli's cold gaze swept over the nervous mother and son, and she calmly announced, "She can't be saved. She's already gone." Her voice was calm and steady, but it hit Zhang Cuihua and her son like a heavy blow to the heart. Zhang Cuihua suddenly shivered, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot.
No. Lanyan.
"You can't die, Lanyan." Shen let out a beast-like wail. He released Su Qingli's leg and scrambled back to Yi Lanyan's side, frantically shaking her cold body. "Lanyan, wake up. Wake up. What will I do if you die? We'll all go to jail." An overwhelming sense of despair swept over Shen, making it hard for him to breathe. He looked at the unconscious Zhang Cuihua, then suddenly turned around and knelt at Su Qingli's feet, almost completely submissive. His forehead hit the cold dirt with a loud thud. "Big sister-in-law, I beg you,
Please.
whether she can be saved or not, just try. Please, just try." Shen was so frightened he almost lost his mind, begging incoherently. He staggered to his feet, rushed to the bed, and hurriedly pulled out a crumpled stack of money, then shoved it into Su Qingli's hand. "This is the money Lanyan hid. I saw it all. It's yours now. As long as you save her, big sister-in-law, this money is yours. Please, I beg you, I'll kowtow to you, please." Zhang Cuihua, awakened by his crying, collapsed on the ground and begged Su Qingli, "Big sister-in-law, please, save our family. We can't go to jail. We just can't."
Su Qingli stood quietly.
After the mother and son cried out in despair and could no longer speak, she replied calmly, "All right, I'll try." She glanced at the money Shen had just shoved into her hand. Unlike the small change earlier, this bundle was wrapped in a few small bills, dirty and torn, but inside, there were 5 brand-new large-denomination bills, hundreds of yuan. Su Qingli didn't care much for this money. She looked coldly at Zhang Cuihua and her son and said, "Let's be clear from the start. I'm just trying. Whether she can be saved depends on her luck." But Su Qingli's voice was clear as she looked over the mother and son, who looked like dead dogs on the ground, and Shen whose eyes suddenly lit up with joy. "Whether she can be saved or not depends on her luck. If she's saved, I'll take this money. If she's not saved, I want nothing to do with it. All right. Big sister-in-law, it's all up to you. Save her. Please go and save her." Shen nodded eagerly, his eyes full of hope. Whether he could get through this depended entirely on Su Qingli's skill. Zhang Cuihua also held her breath nervously. She had seen Su Qingli's confident look when she took that pill. At that time, Su Qingli said there was only one pill, but she knew it was a lie. There had to be a second one. "Wait a moment, I'll go get the medicine," Su Qingli said, making an excuse and leaving for the West Room. Actually, she went to space again and took a M&M candy, then poured some spiritual spring water. The items were there, but she wasn't sure if it would work. After all, she had already tested earlier, and Yi Lanyan had no breath left. Even the magic spring water couldn't bring someone back to life, right? Thinking this, Su Qingli mimicked last time, putting the chocolate into Yi Lanyan's mouth, then pouring some spring water in. Shen and Zhang Cuihua nervously leaned over, staring at Yi Lanyan without daring to breathe. After about 10 seconds, Su Qingli was surprised to see Yi Lanyan's previously pale face slowly turn pink. Her chest also started to rise and fall gradually. Could it be that the spring water is so magical? Can it really bring someone back to life?
Suddenly, Su Qingli felt uncertain.
Was giving Yi Lanyan the spring water this time the right choice or not? She wasn't afraid of Yi Lanyan coming back to life. She was worried that if Yi Lanyan survived, she might carry memories from her past life. That would be terrible. Amid her worries, Yi Lanyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the shabby, slightly light-leaking roof, feeling dazed. Wasn't she the wife of a top wealthy person, living in a palace-like home, about to have her grand funeral? Where was she now? Was this hell of reincarnation? She hadn't smelled this smell of poverty and decay for many years. She vaguely remembered that this smell was what she first smelled after marrying Shen Yanli. Later, she relied on that magical ring, and with Shen Yanli, she became rich and lived better every day, never suffering any more grievances.
Lan In.
You're awake. That's wonderful. Shen Yanli happily hugged Yi Lanin tightly. I knew you'd be fine. You said you were lucky, very lucky, so you couldn't die so soon. Zhang Cuihua saw that she was really awake, and her fear instantly disappeared. She looked at the 2 rolls of money in Su Qingli's hand, sneering. Humph. I think she's just pretending. Not very capable, but quite cunning. Pretending well. Huh? She managed to steal 1,000 yuan from me, and now it's a free gift to Su Qingli. Stupid girl. Yi Lanin was stunned by their words. She looked at Shen Yanli in surprise. Strange. Why does he look like he did when they first got married? She looked at Zhang Cuihua again. She was a bit younger, but her harsh expression never changed, not even in old age. Disgusting. The next moment, Yi Lanin saw Su Qingli looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Her heart trembled. No, this can't be. In her previous life, Su Qingli, the ex-wife who was married to Shen Yanli, died suddenly after being brought home. She was said to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Later, Shen Yanli married her with the bride price she left behind and also gave her a space ring.
How?
Su Qingli shouldn't still be alive. This is impossible. If Su Qingli were alive, why was she being held in Shen Yanli's arms and even became Zhang Cuihua's daughter-in-law? And what about her ring? Yi Lanin quickly looked at her hand, but there was nothing there. Her gaze immediately shifted to Su Qingli. Sure enough, the ring was on Su Qingli's hand.
Could it be?
She has been reborn? But unfortunately, the timing was off, and Su Qingli took the lead with the ring. While Yi Lanin was thinking, memories from before Zhang Cuihua beat her to death flooded her mind like a tide. Damn it! It really is Su Qingli. She had taken the lead, shamelessly married Shen Yanli, and let her marry Shen Yanli's useless brother. Then, relying on that space ring, she ate well and drank well, while watching her being bullied by Zhang Cuihua.
Bitch.
You better watch out. Yi Lanin glared fiercely at Su Qingli, then pushed away Shen Yanli, who was still crying out loud, and snapped. Enough.
Can you shut up?
You're so noisy. Shen Yanli, what did you just say? I was saved by Su. Sister-in-law, and you gave her $1,000? Yes, Lanin. You almost died just now. It was sister-in-law who saved you. Money is just material things. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. I'll give you all the money I earn in the future. Shen Yanli's words almost drove Yi Lanin crazy. Useless fool. That space ring is the key to getting rich. Without it, relying only on her small salary from the supply store, she couldn't even fill her stomach. Yi Lanin looked at Su Qingli with envy and said ambiguously, Sister-in-law is really clever. Su Qingli stood quietly where she was, unbothered by Yi Lanin's coldness, and replied calmly, Likewise, likewise. It seemed her earlier worries were right. She shouldn't have let Yi Lanin drink the spiritual spring water. Seeing Yi Lanin's current expression, as if she wants to swallow him whole, he fears she has awakened memories from her past life.
Huh.
Now, the Shen family is probably going to be lively again. After that earlier disturbance, Zhang Cuihua's desire to kill temporarily subsided. She glanced at the money in Su Qingli's hand, really wanting to rush over and take it back. But then she remembered that she and Shen Yanli had begged to deliver the money to Su Qingli, and now that Yi Lanin was truly saved, all her resentment was stuck in her throat. Even if she was still confused, she knew that Su Qingli had the ability to wake someone up and secretly send them away. So, when she looked at Su Qingli again, her eyes showed a bit of fear. But thinking about the stolen money, her heart ached badly, and she could only vent all her anger on Yi Lanin. Failing at stealing chickens, losing the rice instead. Useless trash. Zhang Cuihua spat at Yi Lanin and then turned around without looking back. Su Qingli also left. Only Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin, who had just experienced death, remained inside the dilapidated house. The house was filled with a strong smell of blood. Yi Lanin looked at the bloodstain on the ground and felt her chest tighten, making it hard to breathe. Her thin shoulders tensed up as she suddenly turned around and glared at Shen Yanli. How come I? A surge of intense anger made her want to curse Shen Yanli as a useless waste. But when the words reached her mouth, she held back. Having been married to Shen Yanli in her past life, she knew his temper well. He seemed easy to talk to, but his methods were very ruthless. No wonder he had sat comfortably as the richest man for so many years. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her resentment, and her eyes darkened as she stared at Shen Yanli.
Go.
You go and get the ring from my sister-in-law. Even though she tried to stay calm, her voice still came out sharp and piercing, hurting the ears. Shen Yanli had never seen Yi Lanin like this before. During their dates, she was always gentle and obedient, blushing after just a few words. But now, her gaze was so sharp it made him feel uneasy. Shen Yanli instinctively took a step back, his heels hitting the doorframe. Lanin. He licked his cracked lips, looking confused. Everything was fine. Why do you suddenly want me to get sister-in-law's ring? I know that thing. It seems to be a betrothal token given by sister-in-law's family. I couldn't speak up. If it weren't for sister-in-law just now, you really what? Really forced to death by you and your mother? Yi Lanin raised her voice, almost shouting. Who said I'm dead?
Huh? Who saw me?
I am not dead at all. It's your mother. That old woman Zhang, Cuihua. She knocked me out and tried to hurt me. It was attempted murder. And Su Qingli. She took my dowry money without permission. She robbed me in a time of trouble. It's fraud. As she spoke, Yi Lanin's lips curled into a cold, poisonous smile. She glanced at the slightly open wooden door, finally understanding to speak softly. But her words carried a more chilling tone. Go tell her, either she obediently gives me the ring, and I'll consider the 1,000 yuan as dog food, or I'll go to the village committee and the local police station to report her. A daughter of a capitalist family, scamming the hard-earned money of poor folks. I'll make sure she can't escape punishment. Pfft. What a thing. If she hadn't married into the Shen family, with her shady background, she wouldn't be standing here peacefully. She'd have been sent to reform through labor long ago. Shen Yanli stared in shock. Is this still the Yi Lanin he knew? Could she have died and been possessed by something? Lanin, do you remember? When was our first date? Shen Yanli asked cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lanin tightly grabbed his hand. What's wrong? Are you doubting something? I haven't even settled the score with you about tricking me into watching fireflies and luring me to the back mountain. Shen Yanli, stop pretending to be so refined in front of me. I know exactly what kind of person you are. I don't believe you wouldn't be angry just because Su Qingli got 1,000 yuan from me. Seeing that Yi Lanin was speaking precisely, Shen Yanli finally relaxed. Indeed, thinking about how Su Qingli had him kneel and hand over money, he felt furious inside. So he decided to go demand it back. Either get the money back or retrieve that broken ring, and maybe cheer up Yi Lanin. Shen Yanli left with a dark face, heading straight to the west room where Su Qingli was. At this moment, Su Qingli was in her room, trimming the wildflowers Shen Yanchen had picked yesterday. The hand holding the scissors was fair and slender. On her ring finger, she wore a simple, old-fashioned ring. The ring band was made of transparent green jade, with a small piece of jade about the size of a fingernail in the center. The jade was very dark, almost deep red. It looked like blood that had flowed for thousands of years, frozen in time, shining with a strange glow in the sunlight. Shen Yanli didn't knock on the door before entering directly. He saw Su Qingli standing by the window, delicately trimming wildflowers. His throat tightened, and his voice became a little hoarse. Older sister-in-law. Su Qingli turned around, clearly noticing a quick flash of desire in Shen Yanli's eyes. He was shameless. She secretly despised him, and her gaze grew colder. Is there something you need? Well, Shen Yanli hesitated, unable to say he wanted to take back the money. After a long pause, he awkwardly pointed at the jade ring on Su Qingli's finger.
That
Ring. Su Qingli immediately understood what he meant. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, filled with icy calm. Ring? So, second brother is also interested in this old thing. She gently raised her hand. The green jade ring on her finger traced a curve in the air, and a faint red glow shimmered softly. Even if Shen Yanli had a thick skin, it was hard for him to say he wanted the ring just like that. Older sister-in-law, this ring. Lan Yin she liked it. Well, it doesn't look very valuable. Maybe. You could let Lan Yin wear it for a few days. Shen Yanli stammered, finally speaking. After he spoke, he straightened his back, feeling more confident. Su Qingli thought this was the funniest joke she had ever heard. A mocking smile appeared on her lips as she played with the jade ring on her finger. She wants to wear it, and she has to ask me? Like I'm some kind of fool. This ring was left to me by my grandmother. When she passed away, this was all I had left. Why should I give it to her? Shen Yanli was disappointed and awkwardly said, Well, we gave 1,000 yuan. Surely, we shouldn't get nothing in return? Ha. Su Qingli chuckled and said, Shen Yanli, you can't want everything. That 1,000 yuan was handed to me by you kneeling and begging me to accept it. Now that Yi Lanin is alive again, you want to take your money back? As a real man, I speak my mind and stand firm. Don't force me to slap you. Shen Yanli immediately stepped back. He had been slapped several times before and knew that Su Qingli was not someone to mess with. At this moment, Yi Lanin walked in from outside. Big sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. Yi Lanin's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of deliberate flattery. I just think your ring looks nice and want to wear it for a few days. Why not sell it to me? As long as you're willing to give it up, I'll pay you 2,000 yuan. How much? Shen Yanli thought he must have heard wrong. 2,000 yuan. Just because of a broken jewelry piece, Yi Lanin was desperately causing trouble over the dowry money, disturbing the household. Now, just for a worthless ring, she wants to spend 2,000 yuan to buy it? Is she crazy? He quickly walked over and grabbed Yi Lanin's wrist. Lanin, what nonsense are you talking? Come back with me. Leave me alone. Yi Lanin shook off Shen Yanli's hand, her eyes fixed on the ring with the green jade and red gemstone on Su Qingli's finger. That's it. In her past life, she discovered the hidden space full of supplies because of this ring. It contained everything she needed, including healing spring water. Thanks to it, she had a smooth life afterward and helped Shen Yanli become the richest man. But she hated that such a precious thing was on Su Qingli's clumsy woman's hand. A capitalist's brat. What right does he have to compete with her, the all-knowing prophet? This ring was destined to be hers. Once she got it, she would truly hold the key to stirring up the world. Those who once humiliated her, like Zhang, Cuihua, and Su Qingli, would all kneel at her feet. Su Qingli looked at Yi Lanin with greedy eyes, but said nothing. She only gazed at Yi Lanin with a cold, silent stare. That long, silent look carried an invisible pressure, making the forced smile on Yi Lanin's face almost unbearable. Big sister-in-law, I really like this ring of yours. Just lend it to me for a couple of days, okay? Yi Lanin's smile became more fake. Really like it. Su Qingli gently touched the dark red ring with her index finger, slowly teasing like fishing. Since it's a keepsake from my grandmother, I'm a bit reluctant to sell it. I think all of you are crazy. Zhang Cuihua rushed in from outside, looking furious. She had been eavesdropping in a room and couldn't hold back anymore. Now, her harsh face was filled with disbelief and anger. She stepped forward quickly, almost poking Yi Lanin's nose with her finger. 2,000? Yi Lanin, have you lost your mind? For that broken stone egg on her hand, you want to spend 2,000? Are your eyes on your backside? Do you know how much 2,000 is? It's enough to feed a family of 4 for 2 years. Not just some worthless paper. I think you're bewitched or something. You're just plain foolish. Shen Yanli also couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to scold. Lanin, you're being reckless. That ring, That ring can be bought for $1 at a street stall, and you say it's worth 2,000? You're just throwing money into the water. Yilanin was first scolded by Zhang Cuihua and then stared at like she was crazy by Shen. Her anger surged. She held her head high and shouted loudly, "My money. I can spend it however I want. You don't have a say. I just like sister-in-law's ring. To me, it's worth 2,000. So what?" Then she suddenly turned to Su Qingli, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Big sister-in-law, just say a word. Will you sell this ring or not?" Su Qingli smiled. She twirled the jade ring in her hand and chuckled softly. "It's just a ring. Why get so worked up? Since you like it so much and it's a sincere price of 2,000 then. Okay, as long as you pay, I'll sell it to you." "Really? Big sister-in-law. I knew you're the best." Yilanin was so excited, she almost jumped up, her face showing pure joy. "Big sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go home and get the money right now. We agreed that I would pay first and receive the item later. Tomorrow, this ring will belong to me." After saying that, she was afraid Su Qingli might change her mind, so she turned and rushed out quickly, running far away. She didn't even look at Zhang Cuihua, whose face was pale, or Shen, who looked stunned. "She's crazy. I think she's completely lost it." Zhang Cuihua felt a wave of nausea and dizziness, her vision blurring. She clutched her chest, trembling and shaking her head. What a reckless woman. "Yanli, shouldn't you go after her and stop her? That's 2,000 yuan. Think of all the things we could buy. Don't let her do anything stupid." Shen Yanli finally snapped out of it and hurried after her. "Lanin, wait for me. Listen to me." In an instant, only Su Qingli was left in the west room. She gently turned the emerald ring in her hand, smiling with a deep meaning. "Reborn? So what? It's all about who can last until the end." Meanwhile, Yilanin ran out quickly, heading straight to her family home. Behind her, Shen Yanli was chasing after her. "Lanin, wait for me. Stay calm. Listen to me." Yilanin had already entered the yard of the Yi family, and she turned around to lock Shen Yanli outside. "No, Lanin, let me in. Open the door. This can't be impulsive. Listen to me, stay calm." Shen Yanli was refused entry and frantically pounded on the door. But Yilanin had already turned into the main hall, ignoring his shouts. Outside the yard, Shen Yanli was anxious and pacing. He knew Yilanin was very favored at home. If he went back and cried, maybe he could get the 2,000 yuan. But if he actually got it, it would just be handed over to Su Qingli for nothing. No way. He absolutely couldn't let her spend this unjust money. That stupid ring. It shouldn't be sold for such a high price. Shen Yanli was so anxious, he scratched his head and soon had an idea: climb over the wall into the yard. He just started climbing when someone grabbed him and pulled him down, causing him to fall flat on his face. "Ugh, who the heck pulled me?" Shen Yanli cursed as he got up, only to see Xinqing's cold, sharp eyes. "Oh, brother-in-law. In broad daylight. You're not using the door. Planning to climb over the wall into my house?" "Haha, Xinqing, here's the thing. Your sister." Shen Yanli tried to explain to Xinqing. The words hadn't finished when the door from inside suddenly opened. Yilanin happily stepped out. Seeing the two people outside the wall staring at each other, Yilanin excitedly waved at Shen Yanli. "Let's go, we're going home." Shen Yanli was completely stunned. From her expression, did she get the money? But in front of Xinqing, he didn't dare ask more. He could only follow Yilanin quickly away. After they were a good distance from Ye's house, Shen Yanli dared to whisper to Yilanin, "Lanin, did you get the money?" "Of course." Yilanin looked full of hope for the future. "Shen Yanli, I'm not joking. From now on, you just listen to me. I promise, I will make you live a good life and become a wealthy person everyone envies." Shen Yanli felt his scalp tingle. He thought Yilanin had gone completely crazy. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were also reckless. How could they give Yilanin such a large sum of money without much discussion? But the money belonged to the Yi family, and she had already taken it. Even if he was unwilling, he could only swallow his words. Yilanin quickly returned to Shen's house and went straight to the west room. She then placed 2,000 yuan in front of Su Qingli. Sister-in-law, no need to wait until tomorrow. Here is 2,000 yuan. Just point to it. As promised, 2,000 yuan. You sell me this ring, no backing out. Su Qingli raised her left hand. Are you sure? Do you really want to use 2,000 yuan to buy this ring on my finger? Not regretting, Yi Lanin raised her head confidently and said, Big sister-in-law, I swear I will not regret paying 2,000 for that ring you have. If I break my promise, let me never have children in this life. TSK. She really made a harsh vow. Su Qingli slightly curled her lips, took off the ring, and placed it in Yi Lanin's palm. Fine, if you really like it, I'll sell it to you. Remember your promise just now. Don't come to find me later. Of course. Yi Lanin held the ring close to her heart like a treasure and hurried out of the crooked house. Shen Yanli couldn't persuade her at all. He glared angrily at the 2,000 yuan on the table and looked down, feeling defeated as he left. After they left, Su Qingli chuckled softly, picked up the 2,000 yuan on the table, and put it into her personal space. Meanwhile, Yi Lanin, happily holding the ring, joyfully entered the crooked house. As soon as she entered, she grabbed a knife, cut her finger, and let her blood drip onto the high-priced jade ring she bought for 2,000 yuan. The green jade ring was quickly stained with bright red blood. Even the surface of the red jade was soaked in crimson. When Shen Yanli entered, he saw this shocking scene and immediately felt a shiver down his spine. He rushed over, grabbed Yi Lanin's bleeding finger, and asked, Lanin, what's wrong? Why are you hurting yourself? Be good. Give me the knife. Yi Lanin's eyes went blank, standing there as if struck by lightning. No. She had spilled so much blood, so why couldn't she open her personal space? In her previous life, she had accidentally discovered the magic of this ring. Why can't she do it now? Could it be the ring is fake? Yi Lanin's eyes trembled, and she took a deep breath. Damn it. She had been tricked by Su Qingli. She must have taken a fake ring to fool her, so the blood didn't work. No wonder she had just been persuaded to swear an oath on the spot. It turns out she had planned this all along, using a fake to deceive her. Raging anger burned fiercely in Yi Lanin's chest. She pushed Shen Yanli away. I was tricked by Su Qingli. Get out of my way. I want to find her. Shen Yanli grabbed her arm. Lanin, stop causing trouble, okay? You must have gotten involved with something bad. That's why you're acting so crazy. Listen to me. I'll take you to see a master. Will that be okay? As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of Yi Xinqing and Qin Xuanxiang came from the yard. Shen Yanli, come out. You heartless person. You stole our money. Just wait. I'll beat you to death. Lanin, are you at home? Someone stole the money I kept aside. Boo-hoo, come out quickly. The two inside the house were stunned for a moment. Shen Yanli swallowed hard and asked Yi Lanin cautiously, that 2,000 earlier. Could it be? You stole it from your family. Stop saying I stole. That's my family's money. I have the right to use anything inside. Yi Lanin raised her chin and walked out of the house. Yi Xinqing clenched his fists and rushed toward Shen Yanli behind her. Sister, move aside. I'll beat this shameless person to death. How dare she steal from us? Tired of living. Shut up. Yi Lanin reached out and pushed Yi Xinqing away. Mom, I took that 2,000. What? Chen Xuanxiang and Yi Xinqing both froze in surprise. You, Lanin, are you crazy? How can you steal money from home? Yeah, sister, if you want money, just ask Mom. Stealing it yourself is theft. Look, I may have married out, but I am still a daughter of the Yi family. What's wrong with taking 2,000? Yi Lanin looked confident. You don't understand. When I get more money, you'll only say I'm capable. In her past life, she relied on her space ring to make the whole family live well. She bought the best car in the village and later bought a house in the city, bringing everyone there. She even paid for her brother's wedding herself. And now they accuse her of stealing money? How dare they? Chen Xuanxiang was stunned for 2 seconds, then scolded Yi Lanin with a dark face. Two inside the house were stunned for a moment. Shen Yanli swallowed hard, cautiously. That 2,000 earlier. Could it be? You stole it from your family. Stop saying I stole. That's my family's money. I have the right to use anything inside. Yilanin raised her chin and walked out of the house. Yi Xincheng clenched his fists and rushed toward Shen Yanli behind her. Sister, move aside. I'll beat this shameless person to death. How dare she steal from us? Tired of living? Shut up. Yilanin reached out and pushed Yi Xincheng away. Mom, I took that 2,000. What? Chen Chuanxiang? Crazy. Crazy. A gold ring isn't worth 2,000 yuan. Chen Chuanxiang was furious. Come on. Mom will go find her and get the money back. She pulled Yilanin and rushed to the west room where Su Qingli lived. Su Qingli, you heartless person, come out. Yilanin followed silently, her eyes burning with anger after being tricked. No matter what, she had to get that space ring today. Suddenly, the door to the west room creaked open. Su Qingli stepped out, her graceful figure like a gentle willow in the breeze. She ignored Yilanin's pale face and looked at her with confused eyes. What's going on? Why is everyone so angry? How can you ask that? Chen Chuanxiang was furious. Su Qingli, stop playing your capitalist tricks in front of me. You tricked my daughter into spending 2,000 yuan on a broken ring. Are you tired of living? We don't want your broken ring. Give me back my 2,000 yuan. Huh? How can you say I tricked her? She begged me to buy my ring. Su Qingli pretended to be scared, widening her eyes and looking at Yilanin. Second sister-in-law, you tell me, did you insist on buying my ring? How come? Shut up. Yilanin's eyes flashed with rage. She almost wanted to tear Su Qingli apart. She raised her hand holding the ring, almost poking Su Qingli's face. You wicked woman. The ring you sold me is fake. You lied to me. And it's not just a lie about 2,000 yuan, it's 3,000. The first 1,000 was my mother's dowry money. Su Qingli, today you either return the money or give me the real ring. Hurry up. Su Qingli looked like she heard a fairy tale and said sadly, what's real or fake? This is so unfair. Second sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking? I only have this one ring. Earlier, you fainted after being hit by your mother-in-law. It looked like you wouldn't make it. I used my dad's rare medicine brought back from overseas to save you from the brink of death. That medicine is very precious. I wouldn't even use it myself. My second brother was so worried that he knelt down and knocked his head loudly, begging me to save you. I only took the money he forced on me because we are family and I used the medicine on you. My second brother knows this better than anyone. When you woke up, you didn't even say thank you. Instead, you insisted on paying 2,000 to buy back my ring. I gave you the ring with difficulty. Now you're saying I'm lying? What about the vow you just made? Shen Yanli felt like he had been slapped hard. His face burned with embarrassment. The scene of him kneeling and begging Su Qingli earlier flashed in his mind. He felt both ashamed and angry, and he couldn't help but glare at Yilanin. What a fuss. She insisted on spending money to buy a ring, and no one could persuade her otherwise. The worst part was, she stole the money from her family to buy it. It's so embarrassing. If the Yi family finds out that Yilanin was beaten just now, they might even attack the Shen family. Shen Yanli looked nervously at the wound on Yilanin's temple. Fortunately, he cleaned it and covered it with a matchstick skin. If he wasn't careful, it wouldn't be noticeable. Yilanin noticed his gaze and glared back fiercely. When he looked away, his eyes landed on Su Qingli's sad face. This made her so angry she almost ground her teeth. Damn Su Qingli, she's such an actress. She was the one being played, but she acted like she was the one suffering the most. In her past life, when she entered the house, Su Qingli was already Shen Yanli's late wife. This life, Su Qingli didn't die but gained many advantages, including an early access to a space ring. This woman is not to be underestimated. She is clever and resourceful. While she was thinking this, she saw Zhang Cuihua come out of the east room with a weak look in her eyes. I heard you arguing just now. What's all the fuss about? Oldest daughter-in-law, that ring you have isn't worth more than 2,000. Don't make the second daughter-in-law feel uncomfortable. Return the money to her. Actually, Zhang Cuihua had been listening inside for a while. She had long disapproved of Yi Lanin spending 2,000 on a ring, but didn't say anything. Now, she realized that ignoring elders' advice only leads to trouble. Whether or not there's money, it doesn't matter to her. She doesn't mind spending her own. She hurried out now because she didn't want Chen Chuanxiang to find out that Yi Lanin was beaten so badly she almost died. Everyone in Qingshan village knows that Chen Chuanxiang is famous for protecting her family at all costs. If she really argued, she would definitely suffer losses. Su Qingli knew what Zhang Cuihua was thinking and laughed on the spot. Mom, when you and Yanli asked me to help my second sister-in-law earlier, you didn't talk like this. Now you're turning around and denying it, even helping her to criticize me. Tell me honestly, was the 2,000 yuan something I asked for, or did my second sister-in-law insist on giving me? I kindly agreed to your request, but now you're turning around and playing tricks. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have taken out the life-saving medicine at all. Cough, cough. Zhang Cuihua was afraid of being exposed, so she quickly cleared her throat and interrupted Su Qingli. Big sister-in-law, how about this? You return half of the money. Su Qingli lowered her head, picking at her nails slowly. When you insisted I accept the money, and now you're making a fuss, Mom. Do you think Yan Chen isn't home, so I can be bullied? Her voice was quiet but firm. Yi Lanin finally understood. From the moment she saw Su Qingli reach for the ring, she had been setting a trap for her to fall into. Now she not only gained the upper hand but also wanted to make her look unreasonable and unreasonable. Su Qingli, stop pretending here. This ring is fake. It can't open the space. It's worthless. You con artist, you think I'm stupid and playing tricks on me. Give me the real one. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Yi Lanin's eyes turned red as she clenched her fists, wishing she could tear Su Qingli apart. A few people standing in the yard looked at each other in confusion. The ring is fake? What did she just say? Space? What is space? Lanin, what nonsense are you talking? Don't scare Mom. Something about space that can't be opened? We don't understand. Are you so angry you're losing your mind? Zhang Cuihua and Chen Yanli looked at Yi Lanin as if she were crazy. Chen Chuanxiang and Yi Xinqing looked worried. The commotion in the small yard had already attracted neighbors from nearby, who secretly gathered outside the door to listen. They had seen all kinds of trivial matters in the village, but this was the first time they heard the word space used like this. Could she be possessed by some evil spirit? When they looked at Yi Lanin again, their eyes changed. Only Su Qingli stood quietly in place, her clear eyes growing more confused. It was as if she had heard the most absurd thing in the world. Space. She deliberately repeated it loudly, then tilted her head to look at Yi Lanin, speaking sincerely and with confusion. Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What is space? What can't be opened? As she spoke, she carefully took a half step forward, lowering her voice slightly. There was even a hint of pity in her tone. Have you been hit by your mother-in-law? Are you still dizzy? That's why you're talking such nonsense? Maybe. Let Yanli take you to the clinic to check? Someone from the neighbors watching the scene couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Their laughter was like a spark, causing everyone at the door to burst into giggles. Lanin, are you sure you're not losing your mind? What space? I don't understand a word of it. Exactly, you spent 2,000 yuan on that broken thing. What were you thinking? I have a silver ring that's worth much more than what you're holding. I could sell it to you for 500, and it would definitely open that so-called space of yours. Ha ha ha. The neighbors laughed as if they were watching a comedy, thinking Yi Lanin was just a fool. The crowd's doubts and mockery almost overwhelmed Yi Lanin. She was so anxious her forehead veins bulged, waving her hands to explain. That's not it. You don't understand. Listen to me, that ring. But just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stopped. These people around her didn't even know a few characters. How could they understand concepts like rebirth and space? Especially now, in the most chaotic 60s. An era determined to crush all evil spirits and monsters. The words she just said, forget it, even in the city, only lunatics would speak such nonsense. The more she tried to explain, the more others thought she was going crazy. A cold wave of despair gripped Yi Lanin's heart, almost suffocating her. She pointed at Su Qingli, her finger trembling with anger. "It's you. Su Qingli. You deliberately lied to me. And to everyone else. That ring originally belonged to me.
This is my stuff.
You stole it by trickery. Second sister-in-law, how long do you plan to cause trouble?" Su Qingli sharply interrupted Yilanin. "Since we are all family, I saved your life."
But what about you?
"Not grateful at all. And now you're falsely accusing me, making up all these confusing words that no one understands to insult me. Everyone knows that ring was our family's token for the engagement with the Shen family. How did it suddenly become yours? Is it because I come from a poor background that you treat me so badly? My things, how did they become yours?" Su Qingli deliberately spoke with a choked voice, seeming so angry she couldn't continue. She also pinched her reddening eyes and tears, looking like a pitiful person who had been badly bullied. "Exactly. Even if you are the village chief's daughter, you shouldn't treat people like this. The ring was a betrothal gift from the Su family. Everyone in the old neighborhood knows that. It's just bullying." The neighbors all stepped forward to speak fairly. All right, stop arguing." Shen Yanli saw Yilanin become a joke and quickly came over to her, whispering, "Stop causing trouble. You wanted to give the money, and you insisted on buying the ring. Neither of us is in the right. Let's first chase away these spectators. We'll deal with the rest later. If this gets out, we'll really become a joke." After all, she was just a newlywed. Although Shen Yanli thought Yilanin did something foolish, she still tried to cover for her as much as possible. Zhang, Cuihua was different. Since Yilanin took away 1,000 yuan forcefully after entering, she became her biggest enemy. Especially now that Qin Chuanxiang was also present, she couldn't help but criticize harshly. "Oh my. Our Shen family has been cursed for 8 generations. Marrying such a brainless fool will surely ruin our family someday. This life is impossible to live. Marrying a virtuous wife. What did our Shen family do to deserve such bad luck?" Qin Chuanxiang was not a kind person either. She immediately retorted, "Mother-in-law, who are you insulting? A train runs fast because of the engine. As the elder in the family, you should reflect on how you're raising these children. Also, did I hear right just now? Did you hit my daughter? How dare you use violence on her? I raised her carefully, and she shouldn't be slapped by you. You better give me a reason." Zhang Cuihua was choked and stammered with a shy smile. "I didn't hit him. I was just teaching that brat Yanli a lesson and accidentally hurt Lanin, but it's nothing serious. Look, she's fine now." "Not really. Her head's probably a bit dizzy, or she wouldn't have spent 2,000 on that broken ring." "Exactly. The neighbors love to watch trouble and stir the pot." Seeing Zhang Cuihua and Qin Chuanxiang about to argue again, Shen Yanli hurriedly tried to stop them from fighting. Finally, she managed to calm Qin Chuanxiang down for the moment. Although she felt sad for her daughter, she was even more upset about losing the 2,000 yuan. She glared fiercely at Yilanin. "You fool. If you don't get that money back, don't come home." "Mom, my sister was tricked." "You didn't hear." Yi Xincheng wanted to defend Yilanin, but Qin Chuanxiang grabbed his ear and pulled him away. "Shut up. Listen less to your sister and think more. Each one of you makes me worry. If I can't get that 2,000 back, I might as well give up." The mother and son huffed and left angrily. The neighbors also dispersed, chattering and gossiping. Only Zhang Cuihua grew more excited, shouting loudly, "Bad luck. Unlucky family. Spending 2,000 on junk and blaming others for cheating you. Pfft. Look at yourself in the mirror. You're just a fool, asking for trouble." That was a light punishment. Yilanin stood stiffly in the yard, mouth open but unable to make a sound. The neighbors pointed and whispered, laughing secretly. Her mother and brother looked disappointed. Her husband scolded her. Her mother-in-law insulted her. And Su Qingli, pretending to be gentle but secretly sneering. All of this formed a huge whirlpool, swallowing her completely. She wanted to scream. She wanted to rush over and tear off Su Qingli's fake mask. She wanted to tell everyone the truth. But she couldn't say anything. Because even if she did, no one would believe her. The secrets that could turn her life around were now the ropes tying her mouth shut. She tightly clenched the fake ring she bought for 2,000 yuan, her finger bones turning white from the grip. The dark red jade on the ring's surface twisted and distorted in her eyes, as if silently mocking her foolishness. Su Qingli glanced lightly at Yi Lanin and then turned to enter the west room. Yi Lanin, our competition has just begun. If you are sensible and work hard, we can live peacefully. But if you refuse to behave, be very careful. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Although she only gave a light glance, Yi Lanin understood Su Qingli's meaning. It was a challenge, a battle she had issued to her.
Yi Lanin clenched her teeth tightly.
She had come back from the future, stepping onto a bright path. The spirit spring ring, endless supplies in the space, Shen Yanli's promising future. None of these were hers to take.
But now?
The ring in her hand was fake. Her path to greatness was cut off by Su Qingli. She would not give up easily. Yi Lanin's eyes turned red as she walked into the new house in the corner. Shen Yanli lazily poured her a glass of water. All right, I know you care about money. I do too. Later, we'll find a way to get it back. The water in the rough ceramic cup was warm, not hot. But it suddenly made Yi Lanin's tears fall. Just now, she had been mocked and disappointed by her mother, but she had held back from crying. Now, holding that cup of water, tears dropped steadily. Shen Yanli was stunned.
What?
Why are you crying again?
Sigh.
I'll talk to the eldest sister later, at least ask her to return half of it. But Yi Lanin cried even harder. Shen Yanli, do you believe me? I've actually been killed and reborn. In my past life, we were so happy. We lived in a villa, had more than 10 luxury cars, and our bank savings were over 1 billion. We had many children and grandchildren. Everyone envied us as a perfect couple.
What?
Shen Yanli's face changed. He reached out and touched Yi Lanin's forehead. You're not burning up. He clenched his teeth, turned, and grabbed the door latch, glaring at Yi Lanin's nose. I don't care who you are, get off her now. Otherwise, I won't be polite. You bastard. Yi Lanin threw herself into Shen Yanli's arms, crying even more sadly. Shen Yanli, I really didn't lie to you. I truly have been reborn.
Please believe me.
We raised 3 children together, 2 sons and a daughter. Each of them is successful in their own way. No matter where they go, they are all important people, but all of this depends on that ring. With it, we could live a good life, but now it's fake. I can't even open it. I'm not willing to accept this. I won't accept it. Yi Lanin kept talking on and on for a long time. Shen Yanli looked confused and didn't believe a word. He couldn't believe in resurrection or a space ring. It all sounded more unbelievable than those stories on the street stalls. He sighed softly, then reached out and touched Yi Lanin's head. Lanin, are you confused? Things aren't as mysterious as you think. You shouldn't have taken that hit earlier. It was my fault. Don't say these things carelessly in the future. Be careful of being labeled or accused. If that happens, they might even arrest you for questioning. You know how scary that can be. Not to mention others, but just look at Su Qingli. If her family weren't wealthy, she wouldn't have married my older brother, who's always sick. When he said, sick, Yi Lanin's eyebrows twitched.
Yes.
She remembered clearly. Shen Yanchen in her past life was not this outstanding. He was always coughing and sickly. And he never married until he died. Why is it that in this life, not only did he marry Su Qingli, but he also looks so handsome and has a good figure? He doesn't seem sick at all. There must be a problem. Is it Su Qingli causing trouble? Or is it because Su Qingli didn't die, so the space ring became useless? Yi Lanin was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. Without the ring, with her spoiled personality and Shen Yanli's laziness, she wouldn't be able to become rich, let alone be the richest person. Then why did she marry Shen Yanli? Waiting for a hard life. She might as well get a divorce. The thought just appeared in her mind, but Yi Lanin immediately shook her head. No, she couldn't divorce. This wasn't the 20th century. Many women were bound by their reputation. No matter how hard or tired they were, they wouldn't dare to divorce. Even if she was the village chief's daughter, if she divorced, she would become the laughingstock of the village, and her reputation would be ruined. She decided to wait and see. If all of this was Su Qingli's doing, she wouldn't believe she had no flaws. Perhaps Su Qingli is also reborn. For now, I can't get that space ring, so I'll wait a bit. The most important thing right now is to get another item from Zhang, Cuihua's hands. That item is a long-life lock. Although only 2 fingers wide, it is made of pure red gold. Zhang Cuihua took it off Shen Yanshen's neck when she found him. Later, the wealthy Zhang family came to find their son, and Shen Yanli recognized him with that long-life lock. With Zhang Cuihua's greedy nature, she would never give it to Su Qingli. I must get it first. This thought made Yi Lanin feel energized and determined. The journey has just begun. She doesn't believe she will lose to Su Qingli. In the afternoon, Yi Lanin smelled a strong aroma of roasted meat. Following the smell, she found the stove. She saw Su Qingli roasting rabbit meat over charcoal, sizzling and oily. Big sister-in-law, where did you buy the rabbit? Yi Lanin walked over with a teasing smile. She was confident she knew the answer. That space ring isn't useless. But Su Qingli gave her a fake one. Rabbit? Oh, I found it on the mountain. Su Qingli kept turning the rabbit so it cooked evenly and became fragrant.
Found it on the mountain?
Humph. She's just fooling around. Yi Lanin didn't believe her at all. During the famine, all edible wild vegetables had been dug up. How could a rabbit on that mountain be so fat? She stepped closer, forcing a twisted smile. Big sister-in-law, I'm not stupid. Did you get that rabbit from the space? Su Qingli ignored her and continued roasting the rabbit. Did I guess right? Don't know how to answer. Yi Lanin continued probing. Big sister-in-law, the day you saved me, you used spiritual spring water from the space, right? I was already beaten to death then. How could I have survived just by taking some pill? Only spiritual spring water has such magical effects. That thing isn't worth much. There's plenty inside. Where do you get the nerve to take 1,000 yuan worth? Forget about that. You also tricked me out of 2,000 with a fake ring. That's really mean. However, at the end of the day, we are all family. I will give you 3,000 yuan, just take it. Can I borrow your ring for a few days? Su Qingli stopped flipping the rabbit meat. From her words, it's clear that Yi Lanin really died once. She was given her spiritual spring water and then reborn?
Interesting.
Fortunately, she had already guessed this possibility, so she wasn't surprised. She simply chuckled softly without turning around. Haha.
What are you laughing at?
Yi Lanin's face changed dramatically, feeling like she was being looked down on. I'm laughing at you, as if you've really gone crazy. Su Qingli didn't look back and said coldly, I already told you last time, I don't understand what you're saying about some space. Now you're asking me about spiritual spring water again, and I have no idea either. And besides, there's no such thing as someone who is beaten to death coming back to life. What crazy talk is that? It's just not scientific. Second sister-in-law, if you're sick, go see a doctor early. Don't talk nonsense and cause trouble for the whole family. She then took a small gourd bottle from her pocket and threw it to Yi Lanin, who was standing behind her. The bottle was made of rough porcelain, not very finely crafted. She opened the seal, and inside was empty, but it faintly emitted a refreshing medicinal aroma. This bottle of medicine is my father's last keepsake. He said it's a Western medicine that can save lives. At that time, you were hit on the temple and nearly died. I forced your mouth open and put the last pill inside to save you.
It's a pity, though.
Instead of being grateful, you turned around and bit the hand that fed you, an ungrateful wolf, both stupid and wicked. I really should have thrown that last pill into the dung pit to make fertilizer. At least then I wouldn't have to listen to your nonsense about spiritual spring water and demon water. Such superstitious talk is crazy. You'd better not say it anymore, or you might get caught and publicly tried. When she heard the word public trial, Yi Lanin's face turned as pale as wax. She had not only seen such trials but also attended one. Women with their yin-yang haircuts, dragging broken shoes around, and the rebels locked in the cattle shed to pick dung. Once you ended up in that situation, living was worse than dying. Yi Lanin shivered inside, and her courage to force Su Qingli to produce her space ring instantly vanished. No matter how that rabbit came about, right now, she couldn't be led around by Su Qingli. Gritting her teeth, Yi Lanin had to lower her head. Sorry, sister-in-law. You know I almost died earlier. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Su Qingli finally turned around slowly, her cold gaze like a sharp blade piercing Yi Lanin's face. That's right, second sister-in-law. In the future, mind your words. If you're not clear-headed, stay out of trouble. If there's a next time, don't blame me, your older sister-in-law, for reporting you first. Protecting the community. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. The kitchen is small, and too many people make it unlucky. Yi Lanin trembled all over from the pressure. She bit her lip tightly, a metallic taste spreading quickly in her mouth.
Su Qingli.
This unfair loss was like a knife stabbing her heart. But right now, no one would believe anything she said. She could only leave the kitchen like a defeated quail, feeling ashamed. Outside, it was getting dark. Yi Lanin stood blankly in the yard, like a lurking ghost in the shadows. Her eyes fixed on the direction of the kitchen, filled with poisonous hatred.
Just wait, Su Qingli.
The space ring, the spiritual spring water, all will be mine. I was born lucky, destined to be the wife of the richest man. Anyone who blocks me will die. In the following days, Yi Lanin watched Su Qingli cooking delicious food in various ways, feeling jealous and angry. Stir-fried wild chicken, steamed river fish, mushroom stew, steamed eggs, garlic eggplant, tofu stew in the morning. Sometimes she even saw scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Of course, she couldn't eat any of it. All of it was prepared by Su Qingli and eaten by the two older children. Every time, Shen would drool with hunger. Yi Lanin's eyes darkened as she stared at Su Qingli. Does she really think she's stupid? What kind of year is it now? It's very hard just to have enough to eat. Forget about chicken, duck, or fish. Even eggs are only sold at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and only with ration tickets. Does Su Qingli really have such great skills, going out every day to pick up wild duck eggs? Accidentally killing a rabbit? Breaking the neck of a wild chicken? Jumping onto the shore to catch a big fish?
Huh.
In her past life, when Yi Lanin relied on her space to eat and drink without worry, she explained it the same way to others. What do the neighbors say? They say she truly has the luck of a lucky charm, always finding good things when she goes out. Soon, her good reputation as a lucky charm will probably be transferred to Su Qingli. Anyway, she must get back that space ring. Yi Lanin first urged Shen to search Su Qingli's room and look for the ring. But no matter how much she begged, he refused to go. Instead, he advised her to stop acting crazy and live a peaceful life. Yi Lanin felt angry and heartbroken, finally realizing that relying on herself is better than asking others for help. Recently, she's been watching Su Qingli every day, waiting for the right moment to sneak into the west room and search. After a nap, Su Qingli left the house as usual. Yi Lanin knew her chance had come. At this time, every day, Su Qingli would be out for over an hour. Then she would happily come back, carrying her collection of treasures. Today, she planned to gather as many items as possible. Once she got the space ring, she would show who really owns this house. But Yi Lanin searched Su Qingli's room thoroughly and found nothing. As she saw Su Qingli coming back soon, she could only hang her head in disappointment and leave. A few minutes later, Su Qingli indeed returned with a small bag of wild mushrooms. She immediately spread her things on the stone table in the yard to organize them. Next to the bag, there was also a lively, jumping big carp. That's too much. These items must have been taken out of the space earlier and hidden outside, then openly collected again. Yi Lanin's face darkened as she couldn't help but sneer. Sister-in-law, your luck is really good. Did you find a fish again, without even going out? Who says not? Su Qingli smiled brightly. I met Aunt Nyo on my way back. She said my luck is unbeatable, like a lucky charm. Her cheerful words hit Yi Lanin hard in the heart. Lucky charm. She is the real lucky charm. Su Qingli seemed unaware of Yi Lanin's expression and casually looked toward the west room. Huh. Why is the door open? Oh no. Don't lose anything. After saying that, she hurried over in a panicked manner. Yi Lanin's heart moved, and her eyes followed her immediately. The ring was not on Su Qingli's hand. It must be hidden inside the house. Su Qingli did not go into the west room, but hurriedly went to Zhang Cuihua's east room. Soon, she came out looking calm again, saying, "Luckily, the things are still here." Seeing her quick change in attitude, Yi Lanin's eyes brightened. No wonder she couldn't find the items after searching through Su Qingli's room. It turns out that the mean person hid the things in Zhang Cuihua's room. How sneaky. She quietly waited until Su Qingli finished packing the mushrooms, then took the items and went to the stove area. Then she slipped into Zhang Cuihua's room. A space ring. She must find it. When she heard the door creak open, Su Qingli, busy in the stove area, slightly smiled. Got her. She patiently cut the mushrooms. In about 10 minutes, Zhang Cuihua would return. The show was finally about to begin. All her efforts to show off in front of Yi Lanin for so many days were worth it. Meanwhile, Yi Lanin sneaked into Zhang Cuihua's room and started searching secretly. The ring was too small. She looked for a long time, but couldn't find it. Instead, she found money hidden all over Zhang Cuihua's place. It was in small amounts, totaling over 1,000 yuan. If it had been before, Yi Lanin might have been tempted by the money. But now, having lived through it, she didn't care much about these things. Her mind was full of that space ring. At worst, she could find the gold lock that Shen Yanqing wore as a child. Yi Lanin was anxious, turning the room upside down. Just as she was sweating heavily, the door behind her opened. Zhang Cuihua, exhausted, dragged her tired legs into the room. Before she could steady herself, she saw the room in chaos, like it had been robbed. The bedding on the bed was thrown on the ground, exposing the bare dirt bed. The old camphor wood chest in the corner was open, with old clothes piled inside and scattered everywhere, looking like a flag being torn apart. Most alarming was the broken, shattered ceramic pickle jar under the table. The pickle brine with lumps was spilled all over the floor, mixed with small rolls of oilcloth-wrapped blue-gray banknotes. Yi Lanin was squatting on the ground, impatiently unwrapping the oilcloth and unfolding the bills. Zhang Cuihua's eyes widened in shock, and she let out a sharp scream. My money. Oh my heavens, you little thief. Housebreaker. She took advantage of my absence to search through my belongings. Stealing my money. I will fight you. Zhang Cuihua, who was obsessed with money, turned red in the eyes and lunged at Yi Lanin like a mad bear. In one move, she knocked Yi Lanin down and slammed her against the earthen wall. Ouch! Yi Lanin gasped in pain, feeling as if her spine might break. She hurriedly avoided Zhang Cuihua's scratching hands, her face pale, and stammered, Mom. Listen to me, I didn't steal anything. I was here to help clean the house. Who knows? Who knows if this jar isn't sturdy? It fell and broke. I picked up the money and was going to put it back. But her excuse was too weak, and even Yi Lanin didn't believe herself. Her voice grew softer as she explained. Get lost, you liar. Zhang Cuihua spat almost in Yi Lanin's face. She looked furious and shouted loudly, grabbing Yi Lanin's hair with her thin, bony fingers. You little brat, you're lying to me. Do you think I'd believe you'd help clean the house? The sun's coming out from the west. You've messed up my pickled vegetable jar, rummaged through my chest, and even got into my pillow stuffing. Do you think I'm blind? Zhang Cuihua cursed fiercely, snatching the bundle of money from Yi Lanin's hand and clutching it tightly while shouting louder, And you say I'm not stealing. There's over 1,000 yuan here. I was saving it for emergencies. You good for nothing. Wasteful. The Shen family really brought disaster on themselves for marrying a thief like you into the house. The neighbors nearby had already been drawn by Zhang Cuihua's loud screams. Su Qingli had already opened the courtyard gate, waiting to see the show. The door to the east room was also open, and everyone could hear everything clearly. TSK, still the village chief's daughter. How can she be a thief? So shameful. Yeah, how did Chen Chuanxiang raise her? She's turned crooked, and her hands and feet aren't clean. She's bound to end up in trouble. This isn't her first theft. Didn't you forget? A few days ago, she went back to her mother's house and supposedly stole all of Chen Chuanxiang's savings. Harsh words and spit flew, almost drowning Yi Lanin. She curled up in the corner, her hair messy from Zhang Cuihua's grip, her face scratched with several bloody marks, and her clothes torn. This kind of humiliation, as if she had been stripped naked on the spot, was something she had never experienced in her life. But why, despite searching every corner, even the mouse holes, couldn't she find the space ring? And the long-life lock that could prove Xin Yanquan's identity was also missing. Where could these things be hidden? She was unwilling to accept this. Clearly, these items belonged to her in her past life. Mom, listen to me. I really did mean to steal your money. It was Su Qingli who set me up. Yes, it must be her. Mom, believe me. I only went into your room after I saw her enter. Shut up. You're a thief, and still trying to blame others. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you don't know the rules of the Shen family. Zhang Cuihua, before Yi Lanin could finish, grabbed her hair and dragged her out of the east room. Neighbors, look at this. Such bad luck. I spent 2,000 yuan to marry a daughter-in-law, and she turns out to be a thief. How can we live like this in the future? Oh, heavens, life is impossible. Boo-hoo, why is my life so bitter? Mom, what are you doing? Let go. Shen Yanli rushed in from outside, quickly shielding the disheveled Yi Lanin behind him. What's going on? Why are you causing trouble again? Zhang Cuihua harshly pinched Shen Yanli. Cause trouble? You useless guy, marrying a thief. Do you still have the face? Mom, calm down. Lanin isn't that kind of person. She even stole money from her own family. Stealing a little from me isn't surprising. You, a scoundrel, married such a person. How embarrassing. The Shen family courtyard was in chaos. Su Qingli quietly moved through the edge of the commotion. She had already prepared dinner for Shen Yanxiu and Shen Xingxing. She had also packed her things, ready to leave. Since Shen Yanquan went to join the army, she hadn't wanted to stay in the Shen family for a day. She stayed only to find out what tricks Yi Lanin had. Now it seemed it was nothing special, just foolish and insignificant. As for Zhang Cuihua and Shen Yanli, one was malicious, the other hypocritical. Just seeing them annoyed her. It was better to leave this dirty place early and find her man. Su Qingli entered the house, picked up the canvas bag she had prepared earlier, and simply packed a few changes of clothes. Then she walked steadily toward the front door. She didn't even look at Zhang Cuihua, who was crying and shouting, or Yi Lanin, who was hiding behind Shen Yanli in a fluster. It was as if all the chaos in the yard had nothing to do with her. Su Qingli's calm and indifferent expression seemed to pierce Yi Lanin, making her feel even more humiliated. Yi Lanin clenched her teeth with a grinding sound.
Why?
Even though Su Qingli had once again plotted against her, she acted as if nothing had happened and just walked away. Why was she allowed to leave like that? Like a rat being insulted and beaten by Zhang Cuihua? If she wanted to leave, she should leave her space ring and the longevity lock behind. Those were the riches that belonged to her and Shen Yanli. Su Qingli, stop right there. Yi Lanin, furious, rushed in front of Su Qingli and blocked her way. It's so late. Where are you going? None of your business. Su Qingli glanced at Yi Lanin with disdain, as if she saw something dirty. I miss my man, so I want to see him. Do you have a say in that? You're always meddling in everything. You should think about yourself first. How to cover up stealing your mother-in-law's money. Get out of my way. After a sneer of contempt, Su Qingli strode out of the chaotic Shen family courtyard. Inside, Zhang Cuihua was still crying and scolding, hitting her chest. The neighbors were gossiping and pointing fingers. Even Shen Yanli had a dark face as he questioned Yi Lanin. But Yi Lanin couldn't hear any of it. Her mind was buzzing. She felt that the sneering smile Su Qingli had left before leaving was mocking her stupidity.
Su Qingli.
Just wait. Yi Lanin, We'll never let you go in this life. The last rays of sunset disappeared beyond the horizon. In the thick night, Su Qingli stepped along the uneven dirt road, her step steady as she turned past the crooked old locust tree at the village entrance. Only after she was completely out of Qingshan village did she breathe out a heavy, murky breath. The evening breeze, carrying the scent of the fields, gently brushed her face, a little cool. The wind of freedom swept away the muddy, chaotic smell lingering at her nose. She didn't look back. Following the impression from the short story she had seen, she strode forward, leaving behind all the trivial, dirty schemes. The road beneath her feet became smoother as she walked. At the end of the road was the once famous Su family estate. The grand courtyard with its elegant blue brick walls was now only a tall, weathered gate and a dilapidated roof ridge remaining. 2 large red doors were tightly shut. On top, 2 faded notices were pasted crosswise. A rusty iron lock hung heavily on the door handle, sealing away all the past inside. Only the climbing ivy covering the threshold swayed in the night, showing tender green new shoots. Perhaps this was the only sign of life here. Su Qingli stood in front of the gate, watching the place. She could easily have entered through the collapsed wall, but she felt it was unnecessary. She came to see the home of the poor extra character in the short drama. When she watched it before, she just glanced over and didn't think much. Now, standing here in person, a suffocating sense of loneliness pressed down on her heart. In this era, it wasn't anyone's fault. It was just fate. She remembered in the drama, Su Qingli's family had a big change. Her father and mother were taken away, accused of being capitalists. She had an older brother named Su Yichen, who was sent to a remote village for forced labor. Life must have been very hard. There was also a younger sister named Su Qiujin, about 17 years old. Since the family's downfall, Su Qiujin had been sent to live with her uncle in the county town, living under someone else's roof. Su Qingli thought carefully. She decided not to look for her supposed older brother, Su Yichen, for now. He was too far away. It was better to visit the county town first. She planned to see her weak sister, Su Qiujin, and then maybe visit Shen Yanqing. She missed him. This thought was like a faint light in the dark night, making her tired steps a little lighter. As night deepened, only the coldest star remained in the sky. Far away, she could faintly hear the barking of dogs. Su Qingli knew she needed to find a place to stay soon. She quickened her pace, following the faint glow in the night, and soon reached a few low earthen houses near the village entrance. At this time, the local customs were simple and honest. Finding a place to stay shouldn't be difficult. After dawn, she planned to find a bus to the county seat. At that moment, 2 blurry figures emerged from the darkness, blocking Su Qingli from both sides. One of them deliberately lowered his voice and said in a rough tone, "Hey, who's this young wife walking alone so late at night? Are you afraid of ghosts? Brother will give you some courage." The 2 dark figures swayed in front of Su Qingli, like 2 rotten dogs emitting a foul smell. One was short and stocky with a flat nose. The other was thin like a bamboo stick, with a pointed face and monkey-like features. They grinned with yellow teeth, greedily eyeing Su Qingli as if she were a tasty treat. "Wow, look at this little face, so tender like a peeled boiled egg. Walking alone at night must be scary, huh? Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. It's fate. Come on, follow us. We'll take you somewhere warm and safe, and you can have a good sleep." The tall, thin one smiled happily and reached out tentatively to grab Su Qingli's shoulder. "How unlucky. Just walking at night, and I run into these thugs." Su Qingli looked at them coldly, without showing any panic. "No need, I know the way." These 2 clowns didn't scare her at all. Before she crossed into this world, her fighting skills were quite high: Taekwondo level 8, Sanda level 4, Judo level 6. She was the beloved only child of her parents, who doted on her the most. As a child, she enrolled in over 10 interest classes. Not only did she master many skills, but she also excelled every year. After graduation, she took over her parents' business without revealing her identity and used her real skills to get a manager position at the city's most famous resort. In her early 20s, she managed hundreds of employees and kept the troublemakers in line. And that's not counting the fierce horses, Tibetan mastiffs, and wolves she kept at the resort. Even the fiercest beasts wouldn't dare stare at her for more than 3 seconds. They'd run away with their tails between their legs. In her world, she had never been afraid of anyone. If these two fools dared to come at her, she'd teach them a lesson and show them why flowers are so red. Her voice was soft but had a strange, penetrating power, clearly reaching the ears of the two thugs. They looked at each other, surprised that the delicate young woman in front of them dared to talk back so boldly. Feeling embarrassed, their fake smiles quickly turned into fierce expressions. "Stupid woman, don't be shameless. I was kind enough to show you the way. Do you dare to refuse?" The tall, thin man spat on the ground and raised his voice. "It's a blessing that two brothers like us are interested in you. Don't refuse our kindness and end up with a punishment. Tonight, we are definitely taking you with us. Second brother, go." The tall, thin man gave the order, and he and the short, chubby man rushed towards Su Qingli. They thought it would be easy to overpower a weak woman like her. But reality quickly taught them a lesson. They lunged at her like wolves, but before their claws could reach Su Qingli, she easily dodged. She took a step back, lowered her center of gravity, and suddenly bent down with a quick move, leaving only a blurred shadow behind. Bang! After a dull sound, Su Qingli's right elbow forcefully hit the soft part of the chubby man's ribs. "Ow!" The chubby man cried out in pain and staggered to the ground. He felt like his tailbone was about to break, and tears and snot streamed down his face from the pain. As for the tall, thin man, he had already been kicked by Su Qingli and curled up on the ground. He hadn't even managed to scream before Su Qingli, using the momentum from her spin, delivered a heavy whip kick down on him. Crack! A sharp, bone-jarring sound. The tall, thin man widened his eyes, clutching his aching leg, and fell stiffly to the ground. "My leg, you shameless woman! How can you be so cruel? My leg is broken, it hurts." In just a moment, two fierce-looking thugs, one curled up like a shrimp and the other crying out in pain while clutching his leg, completely lost their fighting ability. The loud night was disturbed by their noisy commotion. Around them, the sounds of barking dogs echoed. The two men blocking the way, sweating profusely from the pain, realized they had met tough opponents and were completely defeated. "Hero, no, Miss Big Sister, we were just joking earlier. Please spare us," the chubby man, clutching his ribs, begged tearfully. The tall, thin person scolded a companion, and with fierce, triangular eyes, he stared at Su Qingli. You dare to hurt our brother? Do you even know who our boss is? Let me tell you, if you mess with us, you're done for in this life." The tall, thin person's voice trembled, but he refused to admit defeat to Su Qingli. He shouted loudly, trying to regain some face. But before he could finish, Su Qingli stepped forward with her foot. Her expression was blank, like a ghost emerging from the night, frightening the tall, thin person so much that his soul seemed to leave his body. He dragged his sore leg back, eyes wide with fear. "W, what do you want to do? I warn you, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law."
Su Qingli es nortez coldly.
She kicked out with her right leg, her toes like a venomous snake, sharply stabbing into the soft spot below the tall, thin person's ribs, at the point called the stomach center.
"Ah!"
The tall, thin person let out a sharp, high-pitched scream of pain. It felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed and crushed. The pain made him see stars, and tears and snot flowed as he dry-heaved. Su Qingli looked down at him from above. Then she lifted her foot and pressed her muddy shoe sole onto his trembling back, which was arching from the pain. "Say it again. I recognize the road myself. From now on, behave and keep a low profile. If you try to block the way again, I'll personally send you to see the King of Hell." After saying that, she stepped on his back and collapsed forward. Without looking back, she continued walking ahead. Behind her, There was only the thick night and the painful groans of the two beaten men. Su Qingli kept walking forward. Gradually, she saw some faint lights ahead. They were scattered houses in the village, some still awake. She chose the nearest mud-brick house, knocked on the door. Soon, a cautious middle-aged woman's voice came from inside.
Who?
Who is it?
Mum.
I'm a traveler. I miss my lodging. Could I have a bowl of hot water, or maybe stay under your roof for the night?
Or.
Even near the stove is fine.
Huh?
After a moment of silence, there was the sound of rustling clothes and quiet talking. After a while, the wooden door opened. A middle-aged woman held a kerosene lamp and looked through the door crack at Su Qingli. Once she confirmed that only Su Qingli was there, she sighed in relief and pushed the door open fully. It's late at night. How can a woman travel alone at night? What if you run into bad people? Come in and rest a bit. There's hot water inside. The door was wide open. Only then did Su Qingli notice a kind-looking middle-aged man standing behind the woman, holding the door latch. She guessed that if something was wrong, the latch might hit her on the head. But at night, being cautious was understandable. Su Qingli followed the two into the small yard and into the main room. The room was simple, but kept very clean. On the wall, there was an old portrait of a leader, and on a faded square table, there were 2 dried oranges. Miss, where are you headed? Why is a young woman walking alone at night? Our place isn't very safe. The middle-aged woman rubbed her hands, seeming to want to say something but hesitated and swallowed her words. Unsafe? Thinking about the 2 thugs she had just taught a lesson to, Su Qingli silently pressed her lips. Yes, it was a bit unsafe. But luckily, she was good at dealing with troublemakers. Comrade, where are you going tonight? The middle-aged man brought a rough ceramic bowl filled with warm water and placed it beside Su Qingli. To the county town. To find someone, Su Qingli mumbled vaguely and changed the subject. Uncle, can I stay here overnight? Even just by the stove is fine. Once morning comes, I'll leave. She then took an old handkerchief from her pocket, untied it, and pulled out 2 10-yuan bills, placing them on the worn table. This 20 yuan is a small token of my thanks. Please use it to buy some food. In this era, 20 yuan was a significant amount, enough to buy hundreds of jin of grain. The elderly couple saw the money and immediately widened their eyes, as if burned, and hurriedly waved their hands. Oh no, this won't do. No, we can't take money. Please take the money back. Our broken house can only give you a bowl of hot water and a place to rest. We can't accept money. Please take it back. The couple refused almost in panic. Looking at their simple and somewhat clumsy refusal, Su Qingli felt a complex and hard-to-express emotion in her heart. In this time of scarce resources and everyone feeling insecure, some people take advantage of others, some watch from afar, and some are afraid of chaos. But most of all, there are honest and kind common folks like this elderly couple. Their kindness is very precious. Under the couple's polite refusal, Su Qingli didn't insist further. She quietly took back the money, wrapped it in her handkerchief, and put it back into her arms. The woman finally relaxed and smiled again, saying, "That's right. When you're outside, helping others is what you should do. Just rest assured, I'll tidy up the small house in the corner of the east room. Thank you, ma'am." Su Qingli followed the woman to help tidy up. The room was indeed small, with some farming tools and miscellaneous items inside. They cleared out the things, cleaned the bed, and the woman found an old rolled-up straw mat. "It's hot, so here's a straw mat. You can use it for now." "Thanks." Su Qingli lay down in her clothes, feeling her body grow more tired like a rising tide. But she was a bit particular about her bed, and it was hard for her to sleep well in a strange place. Outside, in the main hall, faint voices of the elderly couple could be heard. Occasionally, there were some scattered dog barks from afar. The sounds gradually faded away. Sleepiness took over. Just as Su Qingli was about to fall into a dream, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the courtyard wall, seeming a bit unsteady. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knocking on the door. Then came a young man's fierce shouting. "Old folks, are you dead? Open the door quickly. Such bad luck." I almost got beaten to death by a crazy woman outside. And you all are sleeping peacefully at home. Get out here and open the door for me. This voice. Su Qingli's sleep was instantly shaken off. She suddenly opened her eyes, recognizing that the person was probably the tall, thin man she had just scolded. The hall's light quickly turned on. Then came the man's nervous questions and the woman's tearful exclamations. Schwazi, what's wrong with you? Who beat you up like this? Oh, my son. That murderous woman. She was so vicious. The tall, thin man angrily shouted. Give me some food.
I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm going now. I'll cook you your favorite egg noodles. Chaotic footsteps rushed into the yard. Su Qingli held her breath, rolled off the cold bed. She quietly moved to the door, peeking outside through the crack. The oil lamp in the main room was lit, casting a faint yellow glow over part of the yard. With this weak light, she saw the figure being helped in by an old couple. The person was tall and thin, hunched over. His clothes were covered in dirt and grass, his lips were cracked and bleeding, and his nose seemed to be bleeding too. He held his side tightly, grimacing in pain with every step, saying, Damn bad luck. I ran into a crazy woman at the fork in Lu village. She was so aggressive. I think I broke my ribs. If I meet that woman again, I'll make her kneel and beg for mercy. Su Qingli's eyes sharpened. She heard right. It was the tall, thin man she had kicked away when he tried to block her path. She never expected that her temporary shelter was his home. In the small yard, the man clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. Shanzi, did you go and cause trouble again? If the authorities catch you, you'll be shot. What are you yelling about? The woman's eyes widened. Look at Shanzi, he's been beaten so badly. Does it hurt, my son? Let me rub it for you. You must be careful not to cause trouble again, especially with dangerous people around. Enough, be quiet. Just make me some food. I'm starving. The noise in the yard continued. Su Qingli quickly retreated to the edge of the bed, slinging her rough cloth bundle over her shoulder. She took out the 20 yuan she had before and pressed it under her pillow. She couldn't stay here any longer. It wasn't because she was afraid of the tall, thin man, but because she didn't want to trouble the kind couple. Silently, Su Qingli opened the door to the storeroom, staying close to the wall as she moved toward the stove. Inside was dark and shadowy. Fortunately, with the moonlight, she could see the flickering water in the corner. She groped her way to the water jar, filled her water scoop quickly, and hurried out. Just as she slipped into the darkness, she heard heavy footsteps approaching, followed by the faint glow of a kerosene lamp. A woman was using a lamp to light the stove and cook, but she couldn't find the water scoop anywhere. Strange? Where is the water scoop? She muttered as she looked around the room. After turning around several times, she suddenly saw the water scoop on the windowsill, still with water stains on it. What is this? Her eyes narrowed as she looked toward the storage room where Su Qingli was staying, then she continued to focus on cooking. Meanwhile, Su Qingli had already climbed over the low courtyard wall and was walking without looking back toward the town. She had just drunk enough water and wasn't hungry at all. The cool night breeze made her feel lively and energetic. As she walked, the sky gradually brightened. When the gray fog cleared, she saw a tractor emitting black smoke and making loud noises. An old man was driving the tractor. Su Qingli gave him 2 dimes and managed to get into the back of the tractor. During the bumpy ride, she curled up next to a bag full of fertilizer to rest for a moment. Soon, the tractor took her to the town and dropped her off at a dusty intersection. The walls were dull gray, with a white slogan painted on them. Always be alert to class struggle. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, and their faces looked numb from the hardships of life. Su Qingli asked around and stopped in front of a small 3-story building with a yard. The building was a bit run down, but compared to the surrounding low houses, it looked quite prosperous. The door was slightly open. Su Qingli walked over, gently knocked, and asked, "Is anyone home? Who is it?" A sharp voice responded, along with the sound of hurried footsteps. The door was pulled open, revealing a middle-aged woman with high cheekbones and harsh lips. She looked Su Qingli up and down with a piercing gaze, impatient.
Who are you?
Why are you knocking so early in the morning? It seemed she was the wife of her cheap uncle. Su Qingli already had the answer in her mind but asked softly, "Excuse me, is this Lin Hu's uncle's house?" "I am." "Lin Hu?" Before Su Qingli could finish speaking, the stern-looking woman's eyebrows furrowed into a frown. Her impatience suddenly turned into sharp hostility. "You're looking for him? He's not here." She said this and started to pull her head back, preparing to close the door. Su Qingli quickly reached out to block the door and said, "Auntie, I am not here to see Uncle. I came to see my sister, Su Qiujin." "I am her sister, Su Qingli." Su Qingli, the woman repeated the name, and suddenly her face looked like she had been stung by a bee. Her eyes widened sharply. She suddenly pulled the door open, blocking the entrance, her face fierce and angry as she shouted, "Su Qingli! Someone from the Su family! Get out! Stay far away from us. Your whole family are capitalists, and you still think you haven't caused enough trouble for us. Stay away, don't come back to bother us. If I see you again, I will use a broom to chase you away." The woman yelled fiercely, spitting almost in Su Qingli's face. Then she turned and stormed into the yard, slamming the old wooden door shut with a loud bang. Su Qingli wanted to explain herself and follow, but she almost got hit in the nose. Dust on the door shook loose and fell onto her face. She closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. If it weren't for seeing Su Qiujin, she would have kicked down this broken door long ago. Forget it. Out in the world, harmony is more important. Since Su Qiujin was living under someone else's roof, she shouldn't cause more trouble. Su Qingli comforted herself and finally calmed down a bit. She didn't leave, but sat on a nearby stone bench. Since she was already here, she decided to see Su Qiujin before leaving, to fulfill her duty as her sister for the original owner's soul. The sun gradually rose higher. The surroundings became noisy with people and carts. Of course, the carts were all small, old-style vehicles. Even these were considered the most luxurious items of this era. If anyone had a small car, they would definitely be a capitalist and face criticism and protests. As the sun reached its highest point, Su Qingli felt a bit thirsty. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps approaching from the alley, slow and dragging. She looked toward the sound. She saw a thin figure stumbling from the alley entrance. It was a surprisingly skinny girl, wearing patched-up, worn-out clothes that hung loosely on her thin frame. Her yellowish hair was messy and stuck to her sweaty forehead. On her back, she carried a large basket, almost bigger than her own body. Inside was a load of wet, heavy pig grass. The girl was bent over deeply, almost touching her knees, and every step she took was very difficult. She struggled to move forward, and her gaze finally met Su Qingli's. Their eyes locked. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. On the girl's dirty face, her large eyes, which looked even bigger because she was thin, widened instantly when she saw Su Qingli. Her cracked lips moved slightly, making a surprised sound. "Sister?" "Qiuju," Su Qingli responded softly, feeling heavy-hearted. Before seeing Su Qiuju, she only wanted to do her duty as an older sister to help the original owner. But when she saw this small figure, her heart suddenly felt like it was being pierced by a dull knife. She remembered that Su Qiuju was probably only 12 or 13 years old. In her world, children that age are usually loved and spoiled by their parents. But Su Qiuju was wearing patched, rough cloth clothes and carrying a heavy basket of pigweed. She was so thin that she probably didn't eat enough. This dark, skinny girl, bent from hard labor, made her feel very sad. "Sister, why are you here?" Su Qiuju, like a frightened little deer, quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then rushed to Su Qingli. She forced her voice to stay calm, but it trembled with tears and fear. "Sister, now that no one is around, you should leave quickly. Don't let anyone find out you came here, especially not Auntie. She hates our family's capitalist identity so much, she would beat me to death. You need to leave fast. Don't let them take you away, like what happened to Big Brother." Sent away for reform. As she said the last words, Su Qiuju's voice shook badly. Big tears, like broken beads, rolled down her dirty face, leaving muddy streaks. Qiuju. Su Qingli held Su Qiuju's hand tightly, her voice choking with emotion. Her throat felt blocked, as if stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't make a sound. Her delicate little hand was now rough and calloused, like sandpaper. The Shen family also had 2 older children who, despite living hard lives, were rarely made to do heavy work by Zhang Cuihua. Since Su Qingli married into the family, those 2 children had been well-fed and healthy, with rosy cheeks. But the girl in front of her, Su Qiuju, was pale and thin, malnourished. It's clear she has suffered a lot of abuse. Don't be afraid, Qiujing. Your sister is here to see you. Take these first, be patient, and I will come to get you soon, okay? Su Qingli rarely makes promises to anyone. But this time, she tightly holds Qiujing's rough hand, trying to let her understand how she feels right now. She will do her best to take the young Qiujing away from this terrible place as soon as possible. Big sister. Qiujing's eyes look more scared. I'm fine, big sister, as long as you're okay. Don't be afraid, Qiujing. I will think of a way soon. Stay at Uncle's house and wait for me, okay? Su Qingli chokes up, pulls out her small handkerchief. This time, she doesn't even look and just puts all the money inside Qiujing's hand. Hold this, hide it well, don't let Auntie see. When I go out to work next time, buy some good food secretly. Don't go hungry. No, big sister, I don't want this money. You keep it yourself. Qiujing looks at the bundle of money in her hand, feeling like she's holding a hot coal. She wants to push it back, but is afraid it will fall on the ground. Tears fall more fiercely. Qiujing, you little girl, where are you off to working again? Hurry up and bring out the clothes to dry. The diapers haven't been washed yet. Lazybones, get inside quickly. In the yard, the harsh woman's shouting and scolding can be heard. Qiujing trembles with fear, clutching the money and pushing it towards Su Qingli. Big sister, please, you have to go quickly. Auntie is very fierce. She might really hit me. Take it, don't be afraid of her. Su Qingli holds Qiujing's hand. Just bear with it a little longer. Wait for your sister. I will definitely get you out of here soon. After saying that, she suddenly lets go of Qiujing's hand and turns to leave. She doesn't dare look back, afraid to see Qiujing's scared yet reluctant eyes. It turns out that from the moment she entered this body, she had already accepted the family of the original owner. Don't worry, I will protect them all, each one. Just as Su Qingli turns out of the alley, she hears the harsh scolding from behind. Little girl, what are you dawdling for? Have you fed the pigs? Chopped the firewood? Hurry up and wash the diapers. What are you hiding in your hand? Show me. Is it that bad luck star giving you trouble? I have told you many times, if you dare to associate with those troublemakers, I will send you to the countryside for reform. Weak and frail, Su Qiujing looked like she was facing a fierce mother tiger, shrinking back in fear. She clutched her money tightly, stubbornly keeping it behind her. It was given to her by her older sister. Her sister said she must not give it to anyone. Smack! Su Qiujing was slapped hard across the face. Tears welled up as she shrank back, trembling. I told you to take out the money. Are you deaf? The woman's face was red with anger as she grabbed a stick and struck Su Qiujing fiercely. You little brat. Just see how I deal with you. Enough. Su Qingli returned quickly, grabbing the stick and pulling it away. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through half the yard. Su Qingli lowered her numb hand, her eyes sharp as she looked at the mean woman. You must be Wu Shan, my aunt who married into the family 3 years ago but still can't have children. You're so proud, huh? When my grandfather brought Qiujing here, he also brought 10 small yellow fish. Do you remember what you promised? You said you couldn't have children and would treat Qiujing like your own daughter. So that's how you raised her. Su Qingli remembered clearly from watching the drama. Wu Shan couldn't have children and was often talked about behind her back. So when Grandpa Su sent Qiujing over, Wu Shan promised to take her in and care for her. But friendship and kindness are not enough to stop a cold heart. The Su family fell on hard times. Wu Shan also had her own children now, and didn't see Su Qiujing as a person. She would scold or hit her whenever she pleased. Originally, Su Qiujing, who was spoiled by the Su family and as delicate as a flower, was worn down to just a skeleton. Su Qingli endured and endured, but she couldn't stand Wu Shan's cruelty anymore, so she finally took action to teach her a lesson. You. Wu Shan covered her face in disbelief, her face twisted with anger. When Su Qingli first came to the house, she already knew who she was and simply shut the door, sending her away. Who would have thought that this young girl, still full of childishness, would dare to challenge her? And even slap her face? This was shocking. Wu Shan was known as the loudest troublemaker in the alley. She never let herself suffer any loss. She stared at her burning face and shouted, "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the daughter of a wealthy family. No wonder you're so bold."
How?
Progress in culture depends on dealing with you capitalists. Are you not convinced? If you have the courage, take her away. Don't say you have 10 small yellow fish, even if you have 100. Go ask around the alley, who dares help raise your doll? Talking big in front of me, bah. Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, take her away now. Take her away. Wu Shan grew more excited as she scolded, her claws reaching out to pounce on Su Qingli. The alley was originally quiet, but with her shouting, the sound of doors opening creaked gradually. However, the neighbors all knew Wu Shan's temper, so they stayed inside their courtyards listening to the commotion. No one actually came out. Su Qiujing was terrified. She knelt at Wu Shan's feet, holding her leg and crying as she begged, "Auntie, it's all my fault. I was too lazy. Please, let my sister go." She didn't mean it. "I'll go back and wash the diapers. My sister must be hungry too. I'll make her some milk, okay? Let my sister go. All these money are from her. I give it all to you. Please don't be angry." Although young, Su Qiujing was used to the coldness of human relationships. Now she was trembling all over, afraid that Su Qingli would be labeled a capitalist and taken away to be sent down. Wu Shan saw her scared and snorted coldly, lifting her chin.
What did you say?
"Who dares to be angry at you two sisters? Your status is so high, young lady of a wealthy family. You can slap this poor farmer with a single hand. How impressive. Qiujiu, get up." Su Qingli pulled Su Qiujing up, her eyes cold as she stared at Wu Shan. "Auntie, I know you've been to school. You should understand the idea that fortunes change. It's better to be kind. Don't kick someone when they're down, or one day, when you're poor and struggling, you won't have anyone to help you." Wu Shan's face darkened instantly. "You trash. What nonsense are you talking? Fine. I kindly took in your sister, and you slapped me. Now you curse me to be poor and miserable. Heartless thing. Let's go to the commune and clear this up in front of everyone." She reached out to pull Su Qingli. Her fierce attitude scared Su Qiujing, who cried out breathlessly. The neighbors peeked out from their yards, ready to watch the show. Only Su Qingli remained calm and composed. She not only showed no panic but also reached out to pinch Wu Shan's chin. "Auntie, you're too noisy. Take a break." At that moment, Wu Shan suddenly felt a chill all over her body. Usually bold and lively, she was now stunned by the fierce look in Su Qingli's eyes. Her sixth sense told her to step back quickly and avoid Su Qingli's hand. You little brat of a capitalist, you hit me and want to kill me. Help! Someone save me!" Wu Shan just shouted, but someone firmly covered her mouth. "Wu Shan, stop making trouble, okay? Are you still jealous that the neighbors might laugh?" It wasn't Su Qingli who covered Wu Shan's mouth. It was Lin who couldn't stand to watch anymore. He looked clean and gentle, like a kind teacher. But unfortunately, he was too timid. Ever since he married Wu Shan, a loud and unruly woman, he had been controlled by her and dared not stand up for himself. He heard the commotion outside from inside the house but hesitated for a long time before daring to come out. Seeing the chaos, he finally gathered his courage and stepped out. As soon as Lin, who covered Wu Shan's mouth, she bit him hard. He winced in pain, grimacing and bleeding from his finger. Wu Shan pushed him away, more furious. Useless thing. Turning your elbow outward, huh? Fine, then I won't stay. I'll take the kids back to my parents' house. You can live with these two useless kids. Wife, Lin, who hurriedly followed, panicked.
I didn't mean that.
I'm just worried the neighbors will laugh. Who cares if they laugh? I take care of the kids every day and have to support a troublemaker. My family doesn't even dare to visit. If life is like this, then fine, let's divorce, Wu Shan shouted, stomping her feet, veins bulging on her neck. The next second, she suddenly went silent, her voice fading away as she collapsed to the ground. Lin, who was so frightened his hands and feet went weak. Wife, what's wrong? Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. Su Qingli looked at Wu Shan's pale face, guessing she was probably overwhelmed with anger and had a sudden illness. It might even be a heart attack. She glanced around and quickly entered Lin's yard. Su Qiujin was already terrified and followed inside. Sister, we need to rush Auntie to the hospital. Sister? Where did you go? At this moment, Su Qingli couldn't hear Su Qiuji's voice at all. She had already quickly entered the space. After preparing the spiritual spring water and packing it, she came out and saw Su Qiujia with red, swollen eyes from crying. Big sister, where did you just go? Forget about that now. Let's go save Wu Shan first. Su Qingli has never been a saint. She just understands how to judge the situation better. Right now, she is wearing the hat of a capitalist, and everywhere she goes, people avoid her. If she doesn't do something good now, coming to the Lin family will only make Su Qiuji's future days harder. She can easily save Wu Shan's life. If the other person still doesn't understand, she won't be polite anymore. Uncle, please move aside. I have a special medicine my father bought from abroad that can save Auntie. Su Qingli walked over, lowered her voice, and showed the small gourd-shaped medicine bottle in her hand. Lin, who hurriedly nodded, Okay, go quickly. Su Qingli poured the spiritual spring water from the bottle into Wu Shan's mouth. After a moment, Wu Shan, whose face was pale, opened her eyes and woke up. She has a long-standing heart condition. Just now, after being slapped by Su Qingli, she couldn't vent her anger and was also upset by Lin, which worsened her condition. When she collapsed, she thought her life was over. But unexpectedly, she woke up. What is this? Wu Shan covered her painful chest. My chest doesn't hurt anymore. How is that possible, wife? You scared me to death. Lin, who wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling scared, and said, Luckily, Qingli was here. She took out her treasured medicine and saved you. If anything had happened to you, what would my daughter and I do? Wu Shan found it hard to believe. That fiery girl, who slapped her as soon as they met, actually used medicine to save her? Su Qingli could see what she was thinking right now. She waved the bottle in Wu Shan's hand and said, Auntie, this medicine can completely cure heart conditions. I can give it to you, but there's a condition. 3 months. Just treat my sister well for 3 months, and then I will come to take her away. I will also give you this precious medicine. Humph. Wu Shan scoffs. What magic pill can cure a heart attack? Do you think I'm fooling a child? Whether it works or not, I believe your aunt knows better than anyone. Su Qingli isn't in a hurry to explain. After all, it was this bottle of medicine that brought you back from the brink. If you don't want it, that's fine. She then reaches out and takes Su Qiujing's hand. Qiujing, this isn't a place for us. Let's go. Su Qiujing hesitates a little. But sister, I'm a burden. Her voice is soft, and she lowers her head, afraid to meet Su Qingli's eyes. In her young mind, she sees herself as a drag. Her sister is already married. She doesn't want to trouble her. Fool, you are my sister, my lucky star. You will never be a burden. Su Qingli smiles and tightens her grip on Qiujing's hand. Let's go. I won't let you go hungry. Stop right there. Wu Shan sees they are really leaving and quickly calls out, 3 months is just 3 months. I say it like I'd eat people. If it weren't for me, Su Qiujing would have starved on the street long ago. All right. Thank you, Aunt, for your promise. Let's make a gentleman's agreement. Su Qingli rolls up her sleeve. Wu Shan is so frightened, she quickly steps back. This girl's hands are very strong. She hits without warning. Wu Shan doesn't want to get slapped again. And I want to shake hands to make a promise. In 3 months, I will take Qiujing away and bring the medicine that can cure your heart condition. Su Qingli wags her delicate fingers and waves at Wu Shan. Wu Shan shakes her head. No need to shake hands. I, Wu Shan, always keep my word. Qingli, your aunt always keeps her promises. Lin Hu nods heavily. Su Qingli silently rolls her eyes inside. If she really always kept her promises, she wouldn't have taken Grandpa's 10 small yellow fish or treated Su Qiujing like a servant. But what she wants is Wu Shan's promise. Right now, she just arrived in the county and doesn't even have a place to stay. Give her 3 more months. She promises to arrange everything and take Qiujing away. Su Qingli also reminds Su Qiujing for a while longer before turning to leave, her eyes full of reluctance. The neighbors who had been listening with their ears stretched out saw that the excitement was over and all closed their doors to go home.
Su Qingli pinchet her fingertips.
It's okay. One day, she would make everyone see her as a true friend, smiling sincerely and kindly at her. The world is bustling. Everyone is for profit. The world is lively. Everyone is chasing benefits. She will definitely remove the label of a capitalist and become the most needed person in the eyes of these worldly people. After leaving that shabby alley, Su Qingli found a guest house to stay in the county town. She didn't rush to find Shen Yanchen. The recent drama at her uncle's house made her realize the current situation. Her identity was still not public, which could affect Shen Yanchen's future in the army. But none of this could stop Su Qingli. She was already in the county town, so she wouldn't let herself be wronged. She simply wrote a letter and asked a young boy selling candied hawthorn on the street, "Help me deliver this letter to the army guard room. This 2 yuan is your reward." Really? The boy carrying the candied hawthorn looked surprised.
2 yuan.
He sold all his hawthorn sticks and couldn't even earn 2 yuan. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. The young man was quick and carried a full bundle of candied hawthorn to the army, delivering the letter to the guard room. Su Qingli followed from afar. When the boy finished delivering the letter and returned, she immediately handed him the money. Here, your tip. Thank you. If there's ever another errand like this, just come to me. I run the fastest. The boy gratefully left. Su Qingli went straight back to the guest house. After taking a shower, she lay down to rest. She was really tired after all the fuss. Meanwhile, Shen Yanchen was training in the army. Just finished, he was stopped by a guard from the guard room. Shen Yanchen, your letter, a letter? Shen Yanchen walked over curiously. He hadn't been in the army for long. Who would write him a letter?
Could it be his wife?
Especially the faint scent of pear blossoms on her, which made his bones ache with longing. Unexpectedly, he kept thinking about her, and the letter arrived. Shen Yanchen quickly moved to the side, opened the letter, which only contained 2 lines. The moon is high over the willow trees, and lovers meet after dusk. Husband, I miss you. I am waiting for you at the farm machinery guest house, room 301. Did Su Qingli come to the county town? Did she also book a room and wait for him? This news hit him like a bomb, making Shen Yanchen jump up immediately. He looked at the sky, just thinking about noon, then quickly took a shower. After changing into casual clothes, he went to ask the squad leader for leave. Half an hour later, Shen Yanchen appeared energetic in front of room 301 at the farm machinery guest house. He tidied his short hair, adjusted his collar, then gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking sounded. Su Qingli was half asleep, barefoot, getting off the bed. Who is it? Don't wake me up, it's so noisy. She went to the door and opened it. Seeing Shen Yanchen standing outside, she froze for 2 seconds. Dreaming again? My husband is still as handsome as ever. After saying that, she turned to leave. But in the next second, Shen Yanchen lifted her into his arms. Su Qingli was startled and screamed, "Ah!" Before she could finish a sound, Shen Yanchen sealed her lips with his. "Shh, in public, no noise. Honey, I miss you so much." Su Qingli was awakened by his kiss. She realized she had been so confused, she forgot she was already in the county town. The man she had been thinking about last night was now holding her waist with those large, calloused hands. His grip was so strong it almost crushed her, pressing her into his hot chest. The faint scent of soap mixed with pure masculine aroma hit her face. Su Qingli leaned into Shen Yanchen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, smiling silently. Her lower back was sore and red. This man truly missed her. They were legally married, and they had been through countless ups and downs. Now, a little separation made their reunion even sweeter. Su Qingli tilted her head to avoid Shen Yanchen's thin lips, deliberately teasing him with her hips. Is it real longing or just pretend? How much do you miss me, darling? Shen Yanchen's voice was deep and hoarse, full of longing. You'll find out soon. Before he finished speaking, he quickly carried Su Qingli to the bed and carefully laid her down. I washed up before coming. His flirtatious whisper echoed in the quiet room. The bed sank deeply. The air grew hot. Intimate, eager kisses, filled with intense desire, fell like raindrops on Su Qingli's neck and earlobes. A gentle, tingling sensation spread through her limbs. It made Su Qingli feel weak and soft. Her breathing grew faster, and her fair fingers unconsciously clutched Shen Yanchen's shirt. The fabric was stiff and rough, rubbing against her tender palms. Almost there, my wife. Shen Yanchen panted softly in Su Qingli's ear, each word hot and moist. Let's wait another 6 months. After that, I can report to the authorities and apply for my family to join me. Then I can bring you over and we won't be apart anymore. His words, sometimes hurried, sometimes slow, touched Su Qingli's heart deeply. She felt like a small boat floating on a vast ocean, tossed by wild waves, her thoughts chaotic and unclear. She couldn't hear what Shen Yanchen was saying. All she felt was his arms tightening around her, holding her close, as if he wanted to merge with her. After a long while, the room finally became quiet. Su Qingli's cheeks were rosy like cotton, her eyes bright and shiny. She lay on the bed, her neck stretched out, her hand randomly tousling Shen Yanchen's short hair, and softly begged, "Let's rest for a bit, husband. I really can't go on. If they kept going, her body might fall apart." Shen Yanchen didn't give up and continued to enjoy the sweet moment, saying softly, "Be good, hold on a little longer." Su Qingli curled her toes tightly, finally suppressing the scream that was about to burst out. She surrendered, really. What had this man eaten? Oh, she almost forgot. She had given him the spiritual spring water. Shen Yanchen spoke quickly, and only stopped when night fell. Su Qingli snuggled in his arms, too lazy to move her fingers. They leaned on each other, enjoying this rare moment together. Growl. Su Qingli's stomach growled twice. She suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten yet. Are you hungry? Come on. I'll take you to get some food. Shen Yanchen cheerfully got off the bed and pulled on his long pants. Su Qingli stared silently at his impressive long legs and strong hips, smiling slightly. From now on, she must never let Shen Yanchen drink that spring water again, or he might turn into a wild bull. If she kept delaying, she might lose half her life. The two left the guest house, and it was already completely dark outside. The street was not wide, and there weren't many people. Most were dressed in gray-blue work clothes or cloth shirts. Some rode bicycles, others pulled squeaky carts. On both sides of the street, there were low houses made of blue bricks or gray mud, with faded slogans painted on the walls. The words were blurry but mostly said things like, "Fight the revolution, promote production, learn from Dacheng." Most shops facing the street had signs indicating they were state-run, with dull yellow light from the bulbs. They walked side by side slowly. They passed a state-run department store and a grocery store with propaganda posters. Ahead, there was a state-run barber shop with red, white, and blue rotating lights covered in dust, slowly turning.
Su Qingli looked carefully.
She felt that both people and things carried the unique leisure of this era. She and Shen Yanchen arrived at a slightly larger two-story building on the corner of the street. A sign hung outside with red characters on a white background, Man Chun Tang's state-run restaurant. At first glance, it looked more upscale than the nearby state-run shops, but upon entering, She saw the glass door was covered in greasy dirt. "Let's eat here. Their food is pretty good," Shen Yanchen softly asked for her opinion. After she nodded, he pushed the door open for her. A faint smell of cooking oil, mixed with leftover food, wafted toward them. Su Qingli frowned slightly and instinctively held her breath. The hygiene was really poor. She really wanted to turn around and leave. But she thought about Shen Yanchen only having a few hours off, and she couldn't let him go back to the army hungry, so she forced herself to sit down. It was mealtime, but the large hall only had 3 or 4 tables with customers. The waiters, wearing greasy white aprons, were leaning against the counter, dozing off. At a table by the window sat a middle-aged man in a gray uniform with neatly combed hair. He was sighing over an open ledger, his brows furrowed deeply. It seemed he was the manager of the restaurant. Su Qingli quietly observed her surroundings, a thought forming in her mind. "Sit down, dear," Shen Yanchen said, having already wiped the chair for her.
Su Qingli nodded. "All right."
It was their first time eating at a restaurant in the county, and they ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles. Soon, the noodles were served. The white porcelain bowls were as big as small basins, with thin noodles topped with a fried egg. Chopped green onions and drops of oil floated on the broth. At first glance, it looked just acceptable. Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen lowered their heads to eat, chatting about what had happened in the past few days since they had been apart.
"What?
How could the second brother's family cause so much trouble?" "Please be patient a little longer," Shen Yanchen said softly. "I'll try my best to get approval for you to join me soon." His face was full of concern. He couldn't bear the thought of his beloved wife being mistreated.
Su Qingli smiled gently. "Don't worry.
Just focus on your work. I can take care of myself." Shen Yanchen didn't reply, only continued eating. But in his heart, he made up his mind. He would bring his wife to him as soon as possible. If he couldn't even take care of her, what kind of man would he be? After finishing their meal, Shen Yanchen went to pay the bill, but he didn't return for quite a while. Puzzled, Su Qingli looked toward the counter. She saw Shen Yanchen standing stiffly, his face red with anger.
"Comrade, what do you mean this money can't be used? Why not?"
Behind the counter sat a tall, slender waitress with bright red lipstick. She looked at him intently and said, "This bill is too worn out. We can't accept it." "Then either exchange it for a new one or tell me your name," Shen Yanchen said firmly. Su Qingli couldn't help but laugh. So that was what happened. It turned out her handsome husband had caught the attention of a bold woman. Weren't people supposed to be shy in this era? Who knew there were still such forward ones around? Shen Yanchen had clearly never met a woman like this before. His face turned red up to his ears. "I kept trying to pay with different bills, and you said no. You, comrade. You're clearly just trying to make things difficult." The female waitress was a woman in her late 20s, unmarried and quite bold. Since Shen Yanchen entered, she had her eyes on him. She was determined to find out his name. She was secretly hoping for a spicy, exciting encounter. Why say I'm making things difficult? It should be more like fate bringing us together from afar. The waitress leaned on the counter and winked at Shen Yanchen. "Comrade, I just want to know your name. Let's be friends." "I'll treat you to this meal, no need," said Su Qingli, pulling out a fresh 5 yuan bill and placing it on the counter. "My man isn't so broke that he needs a stranger to buy him dinner. 2 yuan for a bowl of spring noodles, right? Here's 5. No change needed. Keep it and buy a mirror." After saying that, she grabbed Shen Yanchen's sleeve. "Husband, let's go." Shen Yanchen's normally dark face suddenly lit up like sunshine. He was genuinely surprised by how different Su Qingli was from her previous self. In her past life, she was timid and wouldn't even look at people. This life, she was lively and fiery, like a little chili pepper that could burn you with her words. He liked it. The young couple turned and headed for the door. Behind them, the waitress muttered in confusion. "Burning money, huh? Giving an extra yuan so she can buy a mirror? Crazy. No, wait. Does she mean I'm ugly, and that's why she's making fun of me?" The waitress suddenly burst into tears. "Damn it. Why is that woman so vicious with her words? Manager Chen, please do something," Manager Chen, who had been staring at the deficit ledger from the window, came over. "What's going on here?" After hearing what happened, he picked up the money on the table and hurried after them. "Comrade." Just as Su Qingli and Shen Yanchen stepped out of the restaurant, they were stopped. Curious, they turned around. "Did your waitress cause trouble earlier? Now you're coming after them to pick a fight?" Shen Yanchen's expression grew serious. Since the waitress was a woman, he didn't want to say anything harsh. But now that a man was approaching, he was ready to stand his ground. Su Qingli simply smiled without saying a word. She thought that the other person was not here to cause trouble. No, you misunderstood. I am the manager of this state-owned restaurant. My surname is Chen." Manager Chen smiled and waved his hand, handing over 5 yuan with both hands. "It was our waiter's fault earlier. To show our apology, we will treat you to a free meal. A kind smile can win people over." Moreover, Shen Yanchen is not the vengeful type. He declined a bit, but when the other person insisted on returning the money, he accepted it. "Thank you for dining with us. Welcome to come again." Manager Chen waved goodbye as they left. Su Qingli watched him walk away, thinking silently that the restaurant manager was decent, but unfortunately not good at managing. A well-run restaurant seemed like it could close down at any moment. Maybe this was a good opportunity for her to try. She didn't tell Shen Yanchen about this. They strolled together on the street, stopping here and there. When they saw Shen Yanchen's leave of absence was about to end, the couple had to part reluctantly. On the dusty street, one went east, the other west, walking in opposite directions. But both held the same firm thought in their hearts, to get a military assignment as soon as possible. As evening approached, Su Qingli went straight back to the guest house, asked the front desk for some paper and a pen, and wrote a few things. Then she carefully compared everything and finally felt satisfied enough to go to sleep. By the next morning, it was already late morning. After washing up, she bought a meat bun on the street and headed straight to the same state-owned restaurant, Manshun Hall, where she had been yesterday. Before the mealtime, the restaurant's door was open and there were no customers inside. Su Qingli entered and saw Manager Chen tapping on the table with his finger, with the same ledger open in front of him as yesterday. "Manager Chen, are you worried about poor business?" "Yes, the dishes we make aren't being eaten and fewer customers come. It keeps me awake at night." As he spoke, he looked up and saw Su Qingli. He paused for a moment. "Hey, you're the same person from yesterday." He thought she was a waitress from the restaurant. Su Qingli took out the note she wrote last night, unfolded it, and placed it beside the open ledger on the table. Manager Chen was surprised by her action, frowning in confusion. "Comrade, what are you doing?" "Manager Chen, when I came to eat yesterday, I felt there were some areas in our restaurant that needed improvement. I wrote down some suggestions after I got back." Su Qingli calmly spoke. "Additionally, the last page contains some of my best recipes. Maybe it can help your kitchen become busier." This, Manager Chen furrowed his brows even more. This colleague is offering advice, and it might turn the restaurant around financially? And she's a woman. He was a bit skeptical. But Su Qingli just stood quietly opposite him, her gaze calm and confident, meeting his scrutiny without flinching. Just this quiet confidence is something many people can't achieve. So he decided to give it a try. What's the worst that could happen? If the restaurant can't make a profit anymore, his job as manager would be at risk. Manager Chen clenched his teeth and picked up the papers with neat handwriting. The front pages listed ways to improve hygiene and service, including the attitude and politeness of the waitstaff. The back pages contained dish names and cooking steps. Every stroke was elegant and strong, almost bursting through the paper. Spicy blood curd, fish-flavored shredded pork, twice-cooked pork. Manager Chen read out these dish names, his brow deepening into furrows. The names sounded fine, but the cooking methods. He couldn't help but look at Su Qingli again. A young woman, delicate and tender-looking, dressed plainly. She didn't seem like someone who could handle big cooking tasks. He hesitated, reluctant to agree. But before he could speak, a female waiter in the restaurant turned her waist and approached. She had seen Su Qingli arrive and had been sneering for a while. When she got closer and saw the writing on the paper, Her expression turned sarcastic. Oh, manager, where did you find this expert? Planning to take over my brother's cooking job. I wonder who this is. Oh, it's that charming young lady from yesterday. No wonder the manager was in such a rush to chase her out yesterday, giving away 2 bowls of noodles for free. Are you old friends? Pesque. Too bad that handsome young man is clueless. With a head full of green, Su Qingli smiled and looked at her. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Huh. The female waiter crossed her arms, sneering sharply. I said you're just a restless troublemaker, eyeing what's in the bowl and the pot. Clap. A loud slap echoed, startling Manager Chen, whose brows jumped in surprise. The female waitress covered her face, staring at Su Qingli in disbelief. You dare hit me? I wanted to teach you a lesson yesterday. Your mouth is so foul. Since your parents didn't teach you how to behave, I have to do it myself, Su Qingli said with disdain, blowing on her slightly numb palm. Ugh, so disgusting. You dirted my hands, you slut. The waitress, furious and desperate, gritted her teeth and rushed at Su Qingli. How dare you hit me? I'll make you regret it. But just as she reached Su Qingli, she was kicked and knocked down. She fell hard to the ground, seeing stars. Remember this. Don't gossip or think about other people's men, or next time, it won't just be a slap, Su Qingli said coldly, looking down at her with sharp eyes. If I hear you spreading rumors again, you'll face serious consequences. The waitress finally realized she had picked the wrong person. She was dealing with someone tough. But she couldn't fight back and started crying, her eyes red with anger. Manager Chen, can you do something? Are you just going to watch her bully me? Manager Chen looked unhappy. Shally, you just spread rumors about me and this lady. Have you thought about the consequences? Fine, you can take 2 days off to reflect, he added. Manager, Shally was stunned. But Manager Chen lost his patience. That's settled. Go home and rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the kitchen curtain was pulled aside. A short, chubby man wearing a shiny white apron rushed out. Old Zhang from the kitchen. Old Zhang's face was red, and the veins on his neck bulged as he strode over. He first glared fiercely at Su Qingli, then turned to Manager Chen, almost spitting as he spoke. Manager Chen, how can you help outsiders bully Shally? This woman doesn't look like a good person. I bet she has some bad ideas. I want to see what she can do to save this broken place. Manager, let her try. I won't serve today. Headache. I need a day off. After saying that, old Zhang really untied his apron and threw it onto an empty chair with force. Clang. The greasy apron hit the ground. Old Zhang was angry and stubborn, ignoring Manager Chen's suddenly pale face, and turned to leave. Old Zhang, why are you still so stubborn? Haven't we already talked about this? Manager Chen was anxious and stood up to chase after him. The waitress, Shally, who was wiping her tears, quickly stood up. Brother Zhang, the manager has brought in someone capable. We don't need to stay here. I'll go with you. They left the restaurant together, disappearing into the dusty road, without looking back. This unexpected change really caught Su Qingli off guard. She initially thought Manager Chen was a good person and came to give some helpful advice. But she didn't expect the waitress to be rude and start talking nonsense. Because of her quick temper, she definitely wouldn't tolerate that. So she had already stepped in to teach the other person a lesson. Who knew there was also a hot-tempered chef in the kitchen who was quick to quit when upset. Sigh. Manager Chen sighed deeply, then looked at Su Qingli with a worried face. Thank you for your suggestions, ma'am, but as you can see, the situation doesn't allow it. Since he took over, he had wanted to make big changes to the restaurant. But most of the waiters were hired through connections, and none of them could be easily offended. In the kitchen, head chef Zhang was also quick-tempered, and he was even more afraid of offending him. This led to his performance as manager being worse and worse over the past half-year.
Su Qingli demand calm.
She said confidently, Manager Chen, employees need to be managed with both kindness and discipline to earn their loyalty. If the problem started because of me, and since they asked for leave, I can come and work here for a day. How about that? I promise I will help increase the number of customers. Manager Chen was a bit doubtful about her words. But with 2 employees already gone, and it being almost lunchtime, plus a lot of work to do, he could only shake his head and sigh, agreeing reluctantly. All right, sigh. You are doing so well. How did it come to this? Manager Chen spread his hands, looking helpless and about to cry. Su Qingli quickly picked up a cloth and walked briskly toward the kitchen. In this era, there was no dish soap, so cleaning relied on hot water and washing clothes, which was very ineffective. To improve cleaning, Su Qingli went straight to the kitchen and found a bag of baking soda. Then, add water and mix into a paste, then scoop it out and spread it on the table. It looks like a dirty lump. Manager Chen sighed heavily, feeling very regretful for losing his temper earlier and telling Xiaoli, the waitress, to go back. Otherwise, this lady would not have taken the initiative to help clean up, making a mess on the dining table.
Sigh.
She is so pretty, but not very reliable. Just as Manager Chen was about to stop Su Qingli, he saw her rush into the kitchen again. Soon she brought out something steaming hot. It smelled sour and sharp. It seemed to be vinegar? At this moment, Manager Chen was completely confused. Su Qingli was already holding a pot of boiling vinegar and poured it onto the table covered with baking soda. The spots that couldn't be cleaned before suddenly became shiny and new.
This.
Manager Chen's eyes widened. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this lady is quite capable. Su Qingli looked at him with a smile. Manager Chen, please find 2 staff members to help me clean the tables thoroughly. After all, this is a dining area, and a spotless table makes the food more appetizing, right?
Exactly.
Manager Chen called 2 employees and showed them how to clean the tables like Su Qingli. Soon, more than 10 tables in the hall were cleaned of old stains and looked brand new. A few employees watching the scene cast deep glances at Su Qingli. They all saw that these cleaning tricks were common, but never thought they would be so effective. Just then, cheerful laughter and chatter came from outside the door. A group of people dressed in bright blue uniforms surrounded a middle-aged man who was quite round and wearing glasses, walking into the room. The man at the front had shiny hair and started shouting even before entering. Manager Chen, hurry. Bring out your best dishes from old Zhang. Our director Li is here to visit the local branch and wants to try your famous Buddha jumps over the wall. Manager Chen's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had been splashed with cold water. Even his forehead was sweating. He quickly went forward, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Haha, Director Li. Section Chief Wang. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. What's that smell in here? It smells like vinegar, doesn't it? Manager Wang covered his nose, then his eyes brightened. Wow, they've changed the new tables and chairs. What a coincidence we came here today. Hurry up, don't just stand there. Tell old Zhang to come out. Let him cook his best dishes. Not a single one should be missing. Okay. Manager Chen rubbed his hands nervously, stumbling as he led the group into a private room. Then, noticing a bead of sweat on his forehead, he shouted at a nearby, stunned waiter, hurry up. Don't just stand there. Go to old Zhang's house and find him for me. Tell him that Director Li specifically asked for his dishes. Even if we have to tie him up, bring him back. The waiter snapped out of his daze and hurried out in a panic.
Su Qingli approvet Manager Chen.
Maybe I can try?
Oh, miss.
Manager Chen looked annoyed. I know you're capable, but these customers are old Zhang's regulars. They specifically asked for his cooking. Just stay calm and don't cause trouble, okay? After saying that, Manager Chen grabbed a teacup and headed toward the private room.
Su Qingli sighed helplessly, shook her shoulders.
Indeed, at this moment, there was no woman available to cook. It was a pity she had learned cooking for several years before, but now she had no chance to show her skills. When Manager Chen came out of the private room, the sweating waiter ran back, panting. Manager, old Zhang. Old Zhang isn't home, his neighbor said. He came back with a fishing rod and went to the river to fish. Nonsense. Manager Chen was so anxious, he clenched his teeth. He's been avoiding us. Why now, at this critical moment, does he go? It's obvious he's trying to give me a hard time. He just found out after entering the room that old Zhang knew about Director Li's visit today. No wonder he was so stubborn. It seemed he deliberately set up a trap, just waiting for Manager Chen to come and invite him. The situation was urgent. There were many regular customers waiting for their dishes, and Manager Chen was so anxious he almost bit his tongue. Which river did he go to? I'll go find him.
Wait.
Su Qingli's clear voice rang out. Everyone's eyes turned to her. She stood tall like a willow, calmly watching the anxious Manager Chen. By the time we follow the river, it might be too late. Manager Chen, if you trust me, can I use the kitchen stove? I can also make Buddha jumps over the wall. If any problems occur, I will take full responsibility. Manager Chen's temper flared up as well. All right, it's your turn. Go to the kitchen, in the Hochu of Manchun Hall. The large stove was turned off. Su Qingli put on a greasy old apron, rolled up her sleeves to her elbows, revealing two slender yet steady arms. Then she quickly grabbed a kitchen knife and started working efficiently. Soon, she became the only focus in the kitchen. A few helpers, who had been hiding in the corner waiting to see a joke, all held their breath and stared with wide eyes. They had seen old Zhang cook before. His knife skills were excellent. But Su Qingli, in front of them, was almost unbelievable. Thin and weak, she moved so fast that she seemed to leave after images, yet her movements were incredibly precise. Pork trotters, ham, winter bamboo shoots. These ingredients flew through the air along her knife's glow. The crisp sound of chopping filled the air, and the ingredients on the cutting board were quickly and neatly piled into nearby plates, shining with freshness. The water in the pot was boiling vigorously, bubbling loudly. Su Qingli threw the blanched vegetables into the water, quickly scooped them out, and drained the water. Next, she turned on the stove and heated the oil. White pork fat melted rapidly at high temperature, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. Without hesitation, Su Qingli grabbed chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with a handful of dried red chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, and threw them into the hot oil.
Et là, a loud crackling explosion sounded.
The strong, spicy aroma, mixed with the unique scent of scallions, ginger, and garlic, burst out from the pot, creating an irresistible fragrance. Su Qingli's gaze was intensely focused, staring at the fragrant ingredients frying in the pot. Add broth. The hot broth poured into the pot. Various ingredients entered the bubbling, thick soup in an orderly fashion. Flames danced wildly at the bottom of the pot, and the aroma grew even richer. When she judged the time was right, Su Qingli suddenly turned off the heat. She carefully poured the steaming Buddha jumps over the wall into a white ceramic basin from the restaurant. The deep red soup base, glossy peppercorns and chili peppers, and all kinds of tempting meat and vegetable ingredients piled into the large basin, forming a fragrant little mountain. When served, the entire hall was filled with the spicy, fresh aroma. The Buddha jumps over the wall was placed on the table. Everyone in the private room salivated with anticipation. They are used to eating Buddha jumps over the wall, but this is the first time they've smelled such a layered and fragrant aroma. Hungry people want to swallow their tongues. Director Li's nostrils flared quickly as he picked up his chopsticks, still in disbelief. Old Zhang's cooking has improved again. Manager Chen was eager to explain, nervously waiting for the diner's opinions. Director Li, try quickly, while it's hot. The appearance of the food is very important. But more important is the taste. You can't prioritize appearance over flavor. Director Li couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed aside the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns floating on top, picked up a piece of the crystal-clear pig's trotter, and, even without waiting for it to cool, blew on it twice before putting it in his mouth. Delicious! This flavor is simply amazing. He suddenly slammed the table, quickly grabbed a second piece with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth, mumbling, "This taste is perfect." Even better than the big restaurants in the provincial capital, his comment was the highest praise. Others at the table also picked up their chopsticks, eager to eat. The private room was lively and bustling. Manager Cheng finally relaxed, feeling relieved, and stepped outside. In the main hall, several tables of guests had already arrived, loudly shouting and banging on the tables. Waiter, what dishes were served in that private room just now? They smell so good. Yes, the one just now. I want a portion. We're ordering two. Hurry up. Serve the dishes. I can't stop salivating from the smell. The delicious aroma conquered the diner's taste buds, making the entire hall lively. The clattering of bowls and chopsticks, along with the diner's praise, was so lively that it was hard to describe in detail. Manager Chen stood at the door, watching the long-lost lively scene, his nose suddenly feeling a bit sore. He quickly walked toward the kitchen, deciding to thank Su Qingli, who had taken on this task at the last minute. The kitchen curtain was pulled aside. Su Qingli was still busy cooking, sweat dampening a few strands of hair on her forehead. Miss, you are truly a savior, a living bodhisattva. Our restaurant hasn't been this lively in a long time. All thanks to you, Manager Chen spoke excitedly and incoherently. He instinctively reached out to shake her hand. Halfway through, he hesitated, feeling awkward, and retracted his hand, rubbing it nervously.
Please stay.
You must stay and help us. You take the lead. You become the head chef. 1 month. I will pay you 60 yuan.
No.
70. Even 80 is fine. These numbers are very high compared to the wages at government-run restaurants nowadays. Manager Chen showed his full sincerity. However, Su Qingli was not easily convinced. She looked at the lively dining hall and then at Manager Chen, shaking her head firmly. Sorry, Manager Chen, I don't want to be the head chef in the kitchen. Huh?
This.
Manager Chen was suddenly very disappointed. Is it because the salary is too low? Fine, I'll pay you 100. I only earn about 150 a month myself, so that's the best I can do. No, Manager Chen, you misunderstood me. Su Qingli patiently explained, I have my own things to do, and I can't always be in the kitchen to cook. But don't worry, I will prepare the dishes. You all can learn. I can give you a copy of the recipes. As for the taste of these dishes, it's all because of the seasonings. Manager Chen was confused. Seasonings? Learning. Recipes. Exactly.
Su Qingli smiled confidently.
The reason these dishes taste special is because I use a secret recipe called zissou paste. I can teach you the menu, but the zissou paste is my family's secret and cannot be shared outside. This. Manager Chen's eyes lit up. As long as I use your zissou paste, you will teach us those dishes for free? As a manager, he naturally thought quickly. In business, it's not just about profit. It's about winning together. As long as it helps the restaurant's business, he's willing to buy the zissou paste or even support Su Qingli fully.
Su Qingli nodded happily.
Exactly. The zissou paste has been passed down in my family for over 100 years. I am confident that if you follow my method, the taste will never be bad. Manager Chen didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Deal. By the way, miss, I don't know your name. Su Qingli. All right, Comrade Su, from now on, you will be our restaurant's great hero. If you see anything that needs improvement, please don't hesitate to give your suggestions. Manager Chen asked sincerely about the restaurant's renovation, acting like a humble student. Su Qingli also did not refuse. She walked around the restaurant and suggested many specific improvements that needed to be made. Before the play, she could manage the large resort easily, so managing a small restaurant was even easier. All afternoon, the staff worked tirelessly according to Su Qingli's instructions. By around 5 p.m., when the restaurant opened for business, the entire place looked brand new. The tables, chairs, and glass doors and windows were all cleaned spotless. Several tables in the main hall were taken away and rearranged, making the space look bright and stylish, no longer crowded like a factory cafeteria. Each table was decorated with a lively fresh flower. Upon closer look, the flowers were carved from radishes, very realistic, instantly elevating the restaurant's atmosphere. Most importantly, outside the restaurant, a small blackboard with a menu was hung up. It was written in neat, strong chalk handwriting. Today's menu: stir-fried seasonal vegetables, 60 cents, braised eggplant, 80 cents, for happiness meatballs, $1.20, sweet and sour fish, $1.80, spicy chicken, $2.60, fish-flavored shredded pork, $2.20. At this time, Resources were scarce, and most people's wages were not high. Most workers earned only 20 or 30 yuan a month. Only the most senior and experienced chefs could earn 100 yuan. Of course, prices were very friendly. 1 yuan could buy a kilogram of pork, so the purchasing power was quite strong. Places like state-run restaurants were usually only visited by people on business trips, or ordinary folks rarely went there. Unless someone was hosting a celebration, they would nervously come in and order a couple of dishes. They didn't dare ask about prices, afraid of the staff rolling their eyes. Now, Su Qingli openly announced the menu, giving some customers who had been wanting to eat out a clear idea. Just after 6 p.m., several tables were already seated with new customers, mostly strangers. Bring us a few bowls of plain noodles and some 4 happiness meatballs, 3 flavor stew, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Order 2 sets of dumplings and also spicy chicken. Since it's payday, let's indulge a little. Haha, the fish-flavored shredded pork sounds great. We'll have 1, plus some dry-fried green beans and braised carp. The hall became busier, much livelier than at noon. Manager Chen looked at the additional guests and knew his position was secure. He happily poured a cup of warm water for Su Qingli and placed it beside her. I tell you, Comrade Su, you really have talent. Have you ever thought about working at our restaurant? Back then, only connections could get you into a state-owned restaurant. Ordinary people didn't even know which way the door faced when trying to give gifts to get in. Being a waitress inside was as good as being a government official, with great benefits. But Su Qingli refused Manager Chen's offer again. Thanks, Manager Chen, but I prefer to work with you long-term rather than just taking a job. Today, after a busy day, I finished making the homemade perilla sauce in the kitchen, and it's all gone. I need to go back and make more. Tomorrow morning, before the restaurant opens, I will bring the sauce and help out for a few days voluntarily. All right, Comrade Su, thank you. Please come early tomorrow. Manager Chen smiled so much his face almost split and saw Su Qingli out of Manchun Hall restaurant. The sky was turning a dull yellow. After leaving the restaurant, Su Qingli went straight to the spice shop. She had already decided at the restaurant. She couldn't just work for others. She wanted to start her own business. Her first idea was her mother's special homemade perilla sauce. She loved it as a child. Whether cooking or delivering meals, she couldn't do without that unique flavor. Now, in this era, she felt even more confident. She believed she could create a bright future with this special sauce. In fact, she had plenty of spices needed to make the sauce in her space. But too many people around could cause trouble. She needed to buy some ingredients and leave a mark to prove she made it herself. As Su Qingli entered the spice shop, a figure spat harshly in her direction.
Spit.
You shameless flirt. You just said a few words and tricked Manager Chen like a dog. What kind of person are you? This was Xiaoli, who had been slapped by Su Qingli earlier that morning. Behind her stood old Zhang, the head chef who was acting aloof and had just asked for leave. He knew that Director Li and others were coming that morning, but he deliberately slackened off to give Manager Chen a warning. He wanted to show that the restaurant couldn't do without him. When the restaurant staff found her, she deliberately used fishing as an excuse to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the regular customers at the restaurant, known for being picky, were actually won over by Su Qingli's charm. The scene where Manager Chen would admit his mistake and bow his head was no longer happening. Looking at how lively the restaurant was this afternoon, it's unlikely that Manager Chen will come to ask him to work there again tomorrow. Old Zhang was feeling frustrated. He looked at the waitress, Xiaoli, and asked, "How about we come back to work tomorrow?" "Brother Zhang, that's not even close to enough. The restaurant depends on you to keep the customers coming. Don't worry, in less than 3 days, the manager will definitely invite you back with a gift." Xiaoli was worried old Zhang might leave, so she quickly tried to persuade him. Old Zhang was impulsive and stubborn. Having been the head chef for so many years, he couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. He clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, "All right, then let's stay for 2 more days. Let's see who can hold out longer." After saying that, he scratched his head curiously. Who do you think that woman really is? How come she's managed to attract so many customers?
Ha.
She looks like a fox spirit, probably not a decent person. Xiaoli rolled her eyes. "Brother Zhang, I'm not criticizing you, but men are so shallow. They just stare at her charming face and forget what the food tastes like. Don't worry. Let her enjoy her moment. When the customers stop falling for her tricks, they'll start causing trouble. We just need to be patient and wait. Shaoli was very experienced in these matters. Which man doesn't have a wandering eye? As long as he can get some benefit, he'd think eating dirt is delicious. But if he can't get what he wants, he'll turn hostile faster than you can imagine. That shameless woman who slapped her face, she should wait for her own trouble to catch up with her. Su Qingli didn't know Shaoli's plans. She bought some seasonings and carried them back to the guest house in big bags. The front desk looked at her curiously, but didn't ask much. After a busy day, Su Qingli was exhausted. She washed up casually and went straight to sleep. She slept very deeply and only woke up when dawn broke. She didn't rush to leave. Instead, she moved the seasonings into her space and started making purple perilla sauce. By the time she finished, it was almost 10 o'clock. Su Qingli checked the time, packed the homemade perilla paste into several small, dark brown clay jars, and carried them out of the guest house. The receptionist glanced at her with a bit of annoyance and muttered softly, coming and going with big and small bags. Women can also run a business now. Su Qingli was already holding her things and arrived at Man Chun Tang restaurant. Before she could enter, Manager Chen came out to greet her. Haha, Comrade Su, you're here so early. Oh, these are your new perilla pastes, right? Yes, that's right. Secret recipe, the best for cooking. Su Qingli placed the bag on the table, took out a jar of perilla paste, and gently unscrewed the lid. A rich, fresh aroma immediately spread out. This scent wasn't overpowering, but very penetrating. It seemed to instantly awaken all the dormant taste buds, making people want to swallow saliva. Manager Chen, here are 15 bottles of perilla paste. Only Man Chun Tang has them right now. Did Master Zhang come yesterday? I have a few good new dishes I want to discuss with him. Su Qingli smiled, covered the jar, and took out a few new recipe notes she wrote last night, handing them to Manager Chen. You mean old Zhang? He said he has shoulder inflammation and needs 2 more days off. Sigh. Can't rely on him. Did you think the restaurant would fall apart without him? Manager Chen held the recipe notes and chuckled softly. The head chef isn't here, but we have the second chef and helpers. As long as they're willing to learn, there's nothing they can't master. He waved his hand and said, Xiaolu, don't say I didn't give you a chance. In 3 days, if your nephew learns to toss the wok properly, he can become the second chef like you. That's great, manager. Don't worry, I'll watch over him and make sure he works hard. The second chef was Lu Cheng, who recently brought his nephew in as an assistant cook. Even as an intern, helpers earn less than waiters, only about 10-something yuan a month, and the work is dirty and tiring. According to the rules, it takes at least 3 years of helping in the kitchen before one can handle the wok. Now that old Zhang has quit and Manager Chen is willing to give a chance, Lu Cheng was overjoyed. He quickly took his taller nephew over to Su Qingli, smiling warmly. Comrade Su, this kid has nothing but strength. You can train him as you like. Whether he can become the second chef depends entirely on your guidance. Please help him out. The boy following behind him was tall, thin, and fair-skinned, and he didn't look like someone who could be a chef. Su Qingli glanced at him. If you want to learn, I can teach you. But you have to be willing to work hard. She knew well the situation in the kitchen. Although doing chores is tiring, being the head chef is a physically demanding job. No matter the season, you have to stand in front of the fire cooking and stirring, which is not easy. The boy nodded seriously. Don't worry, sister. I can work hard. Good. Come with me. Su Qingli led the boy to the kitchen, quickly turned on the stove, and showed him how to cook with perilla sauce. Along the way, she also taught him a few new dishes. Although they used common ingredients, the flavors couldn't be matched by what could be made in this era. The boy learned very carefully. He looked at Su Qingli with admiration. He had never seen a woman cook so skillfully. In the next few days, the Ming Chun Tang state-run restaurant changed completely. On the first day, Su Qingli personally supervised in the kitchen, paying close attention to every detail. The dishes made from the improved menu she provided were quickly snapped up as soon as they were served, with no soup or leftovers left, and the plates were so clean they reflected people's faces. After the meal service, the waiters cleaned the dishes and were shocked to see how spotless they were. It was unbelievable. Even the plates that held meat and sauce, which usually had stains, were cleaner than when washed with hot water. The next day, Su Qingli continued guiding the clever young helper, offering him advice from time to time. Honestly, that kid was very quick to learn. He was a bit awkward yesterday, but today he could easily prepare over 10 different dishes. Not bad, you've improved. It seems you have a real talent for cooking. While teaching the boy how to better control the heat, Su Qingli casually praised him. The boy smiled, his eyes shining with excitement. There was nothing more joyful than hearing someone you admire praise you directly. After cooking several dishes, Su Qingli suggested manager Chen to also promote Xiao Lu's dishes. The freshly cooked fish-flavored shredded pork and twice-cooked pork, with their fragrant and spicy aroma, immediately drew cheers from everyone. Xiao Lu stood in the kitchen, already sweating nervously. It turns out that my own cooking can also receive praise. Manager Chen smiled brightly and walked over. Little Lu, you're teachable. Starting tomorrow, you'll be like your uncle, our second cook during meal times. Just work hard and your pay will be excellent. Really? Really, manager? Little Lu couldn't quite believe it. Lu Qing patted his shoulder firmly. You silly kid. What are you waiting for? Say thank you to the manager and work hard from now on. Okay. Little Lu nodded eagerly, looking gratefully at Su Qingli. She responded with a calm smile. Young man, keep it up. You have talent. Soon, you'll find your own way. Thank you, he said. Little Lu's eyes reddened with excitement. Sister Su, you're my lucky star. If it weren't for you, I'd still need 3 more years as an assistant before I could stand in front of the stove confidently. All right, you two, stop being so polite. Hurry up and start cooking. The customers are waiting for new dishes. Manager Chen laughed happily and left quickly, walking briskly. Thanks to the hard work of the second cooks, the restaurant sales tripled quickly. But even so, the dishes still weren't enough to sell out. By early afternoon, the small blackboard at the door announced that everything was sold out and the restaurant closed early. In the afternoon, more customers heard the news and came. Before reaching the restaurant, some had already circled outside several times. By sunset, the dining hall was full, and latecomers waited outside for a seat. Xiaoli and Chef Lao Zhang, who had taken 3 days off, looked unhappy standing in a corner across from the restaurant. Xiaoli frowned. How is this possible? It's been 3 days and the restaurant hasn't closed, but more and more customers are coming? What tricks did that troublemaker use? Sigh. I've never taken such a long leave before. Manager Chen probably doesn't think highly of me. I have to go back to work tomorrow. The family is waiting for rice to be cooked. Lao Zhang looked regretful, wishing he hadn't gone out to cause trouble that day. Xiaoli quickly encouraged him. Brother Zhang, this is just temporary. Those customers are picky. It's not easy to please them. And that girl Sue. What's her name? Li. She won't last more than a few days. She only managed to get into the state-owned restaurant through strong connections, so she can't be easily pushed out. A woman with unclear background. Just wait and see the show. Little Li didn't sleep well all night because of this matter. Early the next morning, she went to Manchun Hall's state-owned restaurant. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Qingli carving a red heart-shaped radish. The thick, sturdy purple radish was common everywhere. But in Su Qingli's hands, it seemed like a priceless piece of art. She casually moved her knife, and a thin, petal-like slice peeled off from the top. With a bright purple-red color, it blossomed layer by layer under Su Qingli's white, delicate hands. From inside out, each layer was lively and shiny with a blush hue. In an instant, a cheap, ordinary radish transformed into a beautiful, vibrant rose in her hands. Just for show, Little Li sneered softly. It's just a carved radish. What's so special? The kitchen staff all know how to do it. But everyone is usually busy. Who has time to mess with this? She turned her waist and walked over, sourly saying, "Oh, I didn't realize you're quite talented. A broken radish carved like this. No wonder Manager Chen likes you. Today, Little Lee was dressed up specially. Her floral apron was only worn during festivals. Her hair was styled smoothly, and she had a light layer of makeup on her face. But even with all this careful grooming, when she stood next to Su Qingli, whose skin was delicate and fair, she was instantly made to look like a rustic girl." Little Lee tilted her eyes towards Su Qingli, her gaze filled with bitter jealousy. She simply couldn't understand. How does this woman look like that? She heard that after working in the kitchen for a couple of days, covered in smoke and fumes, her skin remained smooth and even became more radiant. Her charming face was also glowing with a healthy red, rare for this era, like a juicy, full peach. In this dull little town's restaurant, it was really eye-catching. Su Qingli used to manage a large resort. She had seen all kinds of people. Little Lee's jealousy was obvious. But instead of getting angry, she found it amusing. This pointless rivalry, she was done with it. Su Qingli didn't lift her eyelids at all. She placed the carved carrot flower in a glass cup and simply replied, just passing the time." After saying that, she continued carving another flower. In the back kitchen, Lu Cheng and his nephew were there, so she didn't need to stir the pot. The front staff had already taken care of the cleanliness. Like Manager Chen said, Su Qingli only needed to stay in Manchun Hall for now. Xiao Li, feeling a bit embarrassed after being rejected, snorted heavily and looked bored. Then she slammed her enamel cup onto the nearest table with a loud bang. Pretending. What's so great about carving a carrot flower? Anyone can do it. If you have the guts, don't rely on that charming face. She mumbled the last part unclearly. It wasn't that she didn't want to curse loudly, but her face, which had been slapped by Su Qingli, suddenly hurt. She remembered that Su Qingli wasn't a soft, gentle person, so she rolled her eyes, holding back her anger. Just as she turned around, she saw Chef Lao Zhang come in from outside. She immediately raised her voice. "Oh, Brother Zhang, good morning. You're a senior here at Manchun Hall. We can't do without your cooking skills." Lao Zhang, wearing a greasy white chef's uniform, walked in with drooping eyes. His round face, weathered by smoke and fire, showed signs of nervousness. He had taken 3 days off, but Manager Chen hadn't come to ask him to return. Today, stepping through this door, he felt something was off. He instinctively looked at Su Qingli, but was surprised to see the rose flower she had carved. Lao Zhang's eyes widened instantly. In the next second, his dark face turned red. He had underestimated Su Qingli. An outsider might enjoy the show, but an expert sees the skill. Carving a carrot flower wasn't difficult. It was even a basic skill for chefs. But to carve a carrot so vividly was no ordinary talent. He realized he had underestimated her and muttered something to Xiaoli before heading into the kitchen. Lu Cheng, the second chef, was teaching his nephew how to cook. Seeing Lao Zhang come in, he greeted cheerfully, "Master Chef, you're here." But Lao Zhang's face darkened. He pointed at Lu Cheng. "He's just an assistant." Who told him to stir the pot? There are rules in the kitchen. An assistant has to work as a helper for 3 years before they can cook. Who gave you permission to do this? Lu Cheng and Xiao Lu exchanged a nervous glance, unsure how to respond. "Oh, it's me," said Manager Chen, walking over with his hands behind his back. "Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. We need to adapt. Old Zhang, you took 3 days off and the restaurant has been very busy. I had to make Xiao Lu a second chef. Luckily, Comrade Su has been teaching him. This kid is quick to learn and makes dishes that customers praise a lot. He's a promising talent." Manager Chen praised Xiao Lu, but everyone understood the real meaning behind his words. The head chef position isn't necessarily reserved for old Zhang. If he doesn't want it, others will take it. Old Zhang has lived most of his life, so he can tell what's really going on. He paused for a moment, then forced a faint smile. "Sorry, Manager Chen. I really wasn't feeling well a few days ago." It's okay. You're an old comrade. If your health can't handle it, just take a few more days off to rest properly," said Manager Chen, patting old Zhang's shoulder with a friendly smile. Business at our restaurant has been booming lately. Haha, his laughter felt like a slap in old Zhang's face. Lu Cheng and his nephew smiled politely at old Zhang and continued working. They used a small stove but kept everything very clean, with shiny spatulas. Despite being a small place, it had been filled with a wonderful aroma for 3 days, attracting many more customers at the door. The second chef and his clumsy nephew cooked with great energy, stirring and flipping dishes with enthusiasm. Manager Shen, who had looked worried all day, was now smiling happily, like a blooming flower. Is Sister Su Qingli really that impressive? Old Zhang felt nervous, like a rabbit in his stomach, unsure of what to think. Over the past 3 days, he heard neighbors talking about the new golden fried rice at Man Chun Tang, which smelled so good it spread for miles. Even the second chef's shredded potatoes became a hot item. Old Zhang felt a sour, bitter feeling in his stomach, worried that his secure job might be taken away by Su Qingli. "Brother Zhang, why do you look so unhappy?" asked Xiaoli, coming inside and lowering her voice. "Don't worry, my uncle said he'll come to inspect today. Our restaurant is state-owned, and that village girl who thinks she can run things isn't going to take over." While speaking, Xiaoli gave a disgusted glance in the direction of Su Qingli. Old Zhang pursed his lips but said nothing, feeling a bit nervous. It was because Xiaoli had confidently assured him that her young boss's uncle would cover everything that he reluctantly took 3 days off. He originally wanted to pressure Manager Chen and give Su Qingli a warning, but now it seems like he might be shooting himself in the foot. Just then, a clear voice came from outside. "Is anyone here? We are from the newspaper. We want to ask some questions." "The newspaper? Why are they here?" Manager Chen quickly brushed his hair back and hurried outside. "Excuse me, are you?" Outside the Chun Tang restaurant, several young men dressed in Zhongshan suits stood. The leader wore a faded blue liberation cap and was holding a camera, taking pictures of the sign of Chun Tang's state-owned restaurant. This is definitely the place. Behind him was a younger man writing in a notebook with a pen. Next to them stood a woman dressed neatly in a linen suit, with short hair combed to the ears, looking like a female official. Manager Chen approached them and asked, "Comrades, may I ask what you are?" "Oh, we are reporters from the Red Flag newspaper in the county. This lady here is Director Liu from the County Women's Federation." The man with the liberation cap pointed to the woman beside him. "Today, we are here to interview a brave female comrade. Yesterday afternoon, near the South City Qing River, a child accidentally fell into the water. It was very dangerous. That female comrade jumped in without hesitation, saved the child, and then quietly left without seeking recognition. After investigating with our newspaper, we confirmed that this brave person's name is Xiaoli. She works at our Chun Tang state-owned restaurant." Everyone inside the restaurant was stunned. Then they all turned their heads and looked at the female waitress, Xiaoli. After all, she was the only Xiaoli in the restaurant. The waitress's surname was Wang, full name Wang Xiaoli. Now that everyone was staring at her, her eyes suddenly brightened. Yesterday, she did pass by the Qing River and saw the chaos from afar, like someone shouting about someone falling into the water. She just glanced and then left, never going closer. It turns out a child fell in and was rescued. However, why is her name the only one mentioned when saving someone? Wang Xiaoli suddenly had a bright idea. She understood now. This must have been arranged by her uncle to make her a hero who saves others. It's a great honor that was handed to her. She shouldn't waste it. Wang Xiaoli brushed her hair aside and took a big step forward. Her ordinary face was slightly flushed with excitement, and her voice rose as she said, "Ah, you mean about yesterday afternoon?" I. She seemed so excited she was speechless, covering her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling slightly. "I didn't think much at the time. I just thought. That child was so young. The river was so fast, I just jumped in. I never expected that I would cause a fuss in the organization. But I was just doing what I should. After all, she came from a family with a small leader." Wang Xiaoli's performance was almost perfect, especially the slight trembling in her shoulders, the tears welling up in her eyes, and her shy, modest attitude after admitting it, all made her look like a simple, kind-hearted young woman who does good deeds without seeking recognition. Director Liu from the Women's Federation immediately showed a approving smile. She quickly stepped forward and took Wang Xiaoli's hand. Good comrade. This is exactly the kind of good comrade we need. Brave in danger, selfless in saving others, you're a role model for us women. Then she turned to the reporters. Li, hurry up and take photos of Comrade Xiaoli. Make sure to report her as a heroine. Encourage all the women in the county to learn from her. Reporter Li, wearing a liberation cap, nodded seriously and adjusted his camera lens quickly. Xiaoli, don't be nervous. Look at the camera. Please tell us what you were thinking at the time. What strength made you jump in? The camera flash went off with a click. Wang Xiaoli immediately straightened her back, her smile becoming even more shy. A huge wave of joy surged through her, making her feel like she was walking on clouds. Today, she had become a heroine who saves lives. Xiaoli, you're amazing. I will definitely call on the staff at the shop to learn from you. Manager Chen was the first to clap, smiling brightly. This was such a wonderful thing. It greatly boosted the reputation of their Changchun Hall state-owned restaurant. Yes, Xiaoli is really impressive. Braver than many men. Wow, Xiaoli, you have courage. Colleagues at the restaurant started praising her. Wang Xiaoli happily stood there, enjoying a sense of pride she had never felt before. Until her gaze fell on Su Qingli, and her smile instantly froze. Everyone was praising her, but why did this woman look so cold, and even wear a mocking smile? Su Qingli looked at Wang Xiaoli's exaggerated performance with a feeling of disbelief. Yesterday, it was not Wang Xiaoli who jumped into the river to save someone. But now, she had no proof. If she spoke up suddenly, people might think she had bad intentions. She decided to wait. Fake things can never become real. No matter how long they last, fakes will never be genuine. Su Qingli's contemptuous look made Wang Xiaoli very angry. She just looked a little better than others. Did she really think she could do whatever she wanted? She had managed to make Manager Chen act like a loyal dog, following her around. Bah, what a thing! Now, Wang Xiaoli was a hero who saved people, and she didn't want this Su person to stay here and be a distraction. Today, she was going to make her leave for good. A wicked idea suddenly popped into Wang Xiaoli's mind. She pointed at Su Qingli and loudly said, Director Liu, Comrade Reporter, Manager Chen, I have something important to report. It concerns the discipline and atmosphere of our Manchun Hall state-owned restaurant. As she shouted, everyone's eyes turned to Su Qingli. The cheerful atmosphere instantly became tense. Wang Xiaoli puffed out her chest and slightly raised her chin, looking righteous and determined. Comrades, I want to expose her. I want to report her. Su Qingli frowned slightly. Could it be that Wang Xiaoli found out she was the daughter of a capitalist? She couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. In this era, being called a capitalist's daughter could ruin a person's future. Wang Xiaoli sneered at Su Qingli and said coldly, Today, I saw her secretly putting restaurant items into her pocket. That's theft of state assets. Our Manchun Hall is a state-run organization. Strict discipline, and everything inside belongs to the people. But now, in our glorious group, there's a rat. This behavior of secretly taking and using state property is completely unworthy of working with us, who are progressive-minded and dedicated to the public. I am willing to risk her retaliation to expose this troublemaker in our team. Manager Chen, I strongly recommend immediately firing this bad element. Wang Xiaoli believes she has the upper hand. She speaks quickly and urgently, eager to publicly shame Su Qingli for stealing national assets. What's the use of being pretty? If you make a mistake, you should leave. From now on, at Manchun Hall Restaurant, Wang Xiaoli, will be the main focus. Director Liu and Reporter Li exchanged glances, both surprised that they would encounter such an issue while coming to commend heroes. Stealing state assets is no small matter. Even if it's just a pair of chopsticks or a soup spoon, it's a matter of principle. It must not be tolerated. Director Liu frowns and looks at Su Qingli with displeasure. This troublemaker is just giving women colleagues a bad name. Reporter Lee already raises his camera, aiming at Su Qingli. His professional instinct tells him that a contrasting news story will be more attractive. Manager Chen's smile stiffens. No, Xiaoli, are you mistaken? Comrade Su is not like that. He really wants to rush forward and cover Wang Xiaoli's mouth. Such a foolish person with short-sightedness. Usually, everyone secretly takes some items from the cafeteria, and he turns a blind eye, letting it go. But Xiaoli, she openly exposes it in front of so many people. That's the cash cow of Manchun Hall. And she still talks about firing her? She's not even an employee here, so why should he fire her? Old Zhang stands behind Manager Chen, his eyes flashing with disgust. He hates people who cheat the collective the most. It's a pity, she's such a good cook, but her character isn't great. Sous Chef Lu Cheng and his nephew exchange nervous glances, afraid to say a word. They are grateful to Su Qingli for teaching them new recipes. But when it comes to serious violations of organizational discipline, they dare not say anything. The surrounding air has become completely still. Under everyone's strange and scrutinizing gazes, Su Qingli remains calm, walking confidently toward Wang Xiaoli. Are you sure you saw me take something from the collective? Yes, that's right. Wang Xiaoli thought for a moment and nodded without hesitation. She was sure she hadn't seen wrong. That carving knife was only found in the restaurant. Don't try to threaten me. I only exposed you to protect the group's property. Somehow, when facing Su Qingli's cold, clear eyes, Wang Xiaoli felt guilty. She took a big step back, tears in her eyes, and asked the reporter for help. Reporter Lee, I just want to protect the group's property. Will I be punished? Her tears made Director Liu and Reporter Lee glare fiercely at Su Qingli. They were about to speak and scold her when someone suddenly ran over from afar.
Comrade Xiaoli.
Comrade Xiaoli, a woman in her 30s, wearing a patched blue cloth jacket, hurried over. She looked very anxious, with messy hair and eyes swollen like peaches. Before she reached them, her gaze quickly swept over everyone. She looked like a confused person, almost like a lost soul. Wang Xiaoli sneered slightly and didn't pay much attention. Next to her, Director Liu had already placed a big red flower on Wang Xiaoli's chest. Comrade Xiaoli, wear this hero's flower first. Our County Women's Federation has decided to recommend you for the title of Hero's Child to honor your brave act of saving someone. Also, this is a reward from our County Women's Federation. It's only 200 yuan, but its meaning can't be measured by money. While Director Liu was speaking, the frantic woman had already come to Su Qingli and tightly grabbed her wrist. It's you. I finally found you. She then knelt down heavily at Su Qingli's feet. Comrade, thank you for saving Iron Egg's life. You saved our whole family. Tell me, how did you save him and then run away without even leaving your name? I searched for a long time before I found this place. Iron Egg is my life. From now on, you will be our family's hero. I bow to you on behalf of my child and his father. The woman clearly wasn't good with words, repeating only these few sentences. But her sincere heart was evident as she bowed to Su Qingli. Everyone present seemed frozen in place. Only Su Qingli forcefully pulled the woman up. Big sister, get up quickly. You can't kneel. I was just passing by chance. Every parent's child is their heart, and anyone would do the same as I did. Wang Xiaoli stared blankly at the scene, her face turning pale instantly. She felt like her bones were being pulled out, trembling as she looked at Su Qingli. The big red flower on her chest was not as red as her eyes, and the 200 yuan in her hand was almost crushed. The person saving the child. Was it
Su Qingli?
How is that possible? Director Liu's expression was even more awkward. His initial praise for Wang Xiaoli had turned into anger, feeling like he had been fooled. He suddenly turned his head sharply, his eyes like knives, staring at Wang Xiaoli. Wasn't it you who saved the child? Reporter Lee, holding his camera, froze in midair, then quickly turned the lens to capture the moment Su Qingli helped the child's mother up. Manager Chen and old Zhang looked at Su Qingli with surprise and confusion. How did the person saving the child become Su Qingli? Wang Xiaoli's mind went blank. She trembled as she walked over, nervously asking the woman, her voice weak like a dying fish. Ma'am, did you mistake someone? The person who saved your child is called Xiaoli, right? Misunderstand? The woman suddenly turned her head sharply, glaring at Wang Xiaoli. What nonsense are you talking? Who saved my iron egg and I wouldn't know? That was this young woman jumping into the water and pulling out iron egg. She was soaked and left immediately. I couldn't even catch up. I asked many people and only then found out her name was Li. I searched all night before coming here. Who are you? I thank the hero who saved my child, and it's none of your business. Kitchen worker Lu Qing chuckled happily, snorting. So it was a mistake after all. Ma'am, the Women's Federation and reporters came to interview the hero who saved the child, and they said it was our waitress Wang Xiaoli. But some people, even when they haven't done the work, dare to claim credit. TSK. He often got teased by Wang Xiaoli. Now he was just adding fuel to the fire, making sure she felt even more embarrassed.
What?
She became a hero? What kind of person is she? How dare she pretend to be the hero? How shameless. The woman's eyes widened, and she rushed toward Wang Xiaoli. How could you do this? If you really saved Iron Egg, why are you wearing a big red flower? How can someone like you exist? Young and reckless, with no shame, heartless and cruel. Ugh, the middle-aged woman was difficult to deal with, immediately starting to scold. Although she didn't use explicit words, every sentence felt like a hot iron burning on Wang Xiaoli. The nearby waiters also looked at her with disdain. This is the end. Wang Xiaoli gasped in shock, feeling dizzy and seeing black spots. This is just nonsense. Manager Chen glared at Wang Xiaoli harshly. How dare you pretend in this situation? You're embarrassing our state-run restaurant. Then he turned to Su Qingli, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, Comrade Su. I almost let that shameless person succeed. You're truly a hero for saving someone. Manager Chen, the staff in your kitchen have serious moral problems. They must be dealt with strictly. Lu, the director nearby, looked angry and changed his tone. As members of the Women's Federation, we have a duty to seek justice for this brave woman. We also need to give the public an explanation for another mother who almost lost her child. The Women's Federation will keep paying attention to this matter. Manager Chen knew how powerful the Women's Federation and the press could be. He straightened up and said firmly, Lu director, don't worry. We will handle this seriously and won't tolerate any misconduct. After speaking, he looked coldly at Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli, you have poor morals, took credit falsely, and accused a colleague. You seriously violated work rules and socialist morals. Start packing your things now and leave Mansion Hall. You are fired and will never be employed here again. Fired. Wang Xiaoli's vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground, weak in the knees. The waiters at the state-run restaurant were very hard to get into. Many people tried and failed. She had only gotten her stable job through her uncle's connections. If she was fired, she wouldn't find such an easy job again, and her reputation would be ruined. When she got home, her parents might even punish her severely. Manager Chen, I was wrong. I was just confused earlier. Please give me a chance. I promise I won't do it again. Please, Manager Chen, let me stay. Even if I have to work in the kitchen as an assistant, I'm willing to do any dirty or tiring work. Wang Xiaoli burst into loud tears, her face covered with tears and runny nose. Her carefully combed hair was now messy, and her pretty floral apron was stained with oil from the ground. At this moment, she no longer looked lively and cheerful like before, wearing a bright red flower in her hair. All that remained was her embarrassment and despair over being fired. No matter how much she cried and made a fuss, no one paid her any attention this time. Reporter Li held his camera and had already taken a photo of this ironic scene. Behind him, reporter Zhang was holding a pen, quietly writing the news. The true hero calmly stood there, holding the mother's hand of the rescued child. The imposter, on the other hand, was lying on the cold, dirty ground like a broken piece of mud, despised by everyone. Comrade Sue, our restaurant is counting on you. Please don't take what happened earlier to heart, said Manager Chen. Don't worry, I will make sure to strictly control everyone in the future, so this won't happen again, she replied. Manager Chen wished he could worship Su Qingli as his ancestor. It was all Wang Xiaoli's fault for being so careless, almost ruining this money-making opportunity. But Su Qingli didn't care about these things. She smiled reassuringly at the mother still wiping her tears, saying, Sister, as long as the child is fine, everything else doesn't matter. If everyone is okay, let's disperse now. It's almost noon, and we need to prepare food for the guests, she said calmly. It was as if the earlier chaos never happened. This calm and composed attitude made Director Liu and reporter Li nod repeatedly. Not being disturbed by praise or blame, that's the true quality of a hero who saves others. It was truly noble. Su Qingli turned to leave. But Wang Xiaoli, stubborn and reckless, shouted loudly, Stop. Su Qingli, don't think that just because you look good, you can take all the benefits. Even if you saved that child, so what? You still stole from the collective. You're a thief. If you don't explain today, I will report you. Manager Chen won't be able to protect you. She was already certain she would be fired. Before leaving, she was determined to drag Su Qingli down with her. I almost forgot if you don't say, Su Qingli said with a faint smile, pulling out a small carving knife from her pocket. You said I stole this, right? Next time, make sure to see clearly before speaking. This carving knife was a gift from my grandfather, and my name is engraved on the handle. It's not from a restaurant. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm only here to help at the restaurant for a few days. I am not an employee. You don't need to treat me as an enemy. After saying that, Su Qingli spread her hands. In her fair palm, she held a stainless steel carving knife. On the small handle, 2 characters were clearly engraved. Qingli. Wang Xiaoli's face looked worse. Even if you didn't steal the restaurant's carving knife, your behavior is not right. You're trying to seduce. Seduce who? Su Qingli's expression turned cold. She lowered her voice. You're not doing your work properly, but you're quick to spread rumors. If you can't prove anything today, I might have to use this carving knife to get some blood. She had always thought, as women, she didn't want to argue with Wang Xiaoli. But her patience had run out. Instead of remorse, Wang Xiaoli only became more reckless and started spreading dirt. If that's the case, there's no need to hold back anymore. Su Qingli played with the carving knife in her hand with one hand, her cold gaze fixed on Wang Xiaoli's neck.
Un mur de roue aura surgi.
Wang Xiaoli covered her neck and screamed as she ran away. As she turned, she bumped into a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Uncle? Uncle? She had begged for a long time last night to get her backstage area moved, and finally, it arrived. Wang Xiaoli suddenly felt more confident. She pointed at Su Qingli and started crying. Uncle, she's bullying me. She even threatened to kill me with a carving knife.
Boo-hoo. Slap.
A crisp slap echoed loudly. Wang Xiaoli's uncle, with his hands behind his back, scolded her angrily. You little brat. Even now you're still lying and causing trouble. I saw everything that just happened. Have you forgotten everything you learned? Hurry and go back with me. Your parents' face is going to be lost because of you. Wang Xiaoli's face instantly swelled on one side. From childhood, she was most afraid of this uncle. She wiped her tears and followed him. They walked quite a distance. She then turned her head to look at Su Qingli. She saw that Su Qingli still stood calmly in place, unbothered, as if she was just passing through this world. But her life had been completely ruined because of Su Qingli. If there were a way to undo mistakes, Wang Xiaoli would swear she would never bother the other person again. Director Liu quickly caught up to Wang Xiaoli. Wait, please return the 200 yuan reward for the hero who saved someone, and that big red flower too. From now on, just do your duty and don't covet things that aren't yours. Humbled, Wang Xiaoli returned the money and the red flower, covering her face as she cried and ran away. Her uncle followed behind, giving a deep look at Su Qingli before leaving. This woman is not simple. Director Liu took back the money and the flower, awkwardly handing them to Su Qingli. Sorry, Comrade Su, I was careless. I almost let someone take advantage. Here, quickly wear this red flower. Let's take a photo together. Our Women's Federation wants to promote your act of heroism and encourage everyone to learn from you. This 200 yuan is a reward for your bravery. Please accept it. After saying this, Su Qingli did not reach for the flower. She only took the 200 yuan and casually handed it to the mother of the boy she saved. The child was frightened and needs some good food. Keep this money and buy him something nice. No. Comrade Su, you saved my child. How can I take your money again? The mother shook her head quickly, her hands nervously fidgeting. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, our family would be ruined. 200 yuan is a huge amount, equivalent to a year's salary for a laborer. How could she accept it? Su Qingli reached out and took her wrist, pressing the money into her palm. You've already thanked me. This money isn't for you. It's my gift to the child. Please accept it. Director Liu stood nearby, feeling like she had been slapped in the face, her cheeks burning. She felt so small standing next to Su Qingli. That 200 yuan was half her monthly salary, yet the other person didn't care and simply handed it to someone else. It was like a mockery of her earlier mistake. As the head of the Women's Federation, she felt she had failed terribly. Feeling ashamed and embarrassed, she forced herself to speak. Comrade Su, how about you wear the flower first? Let's take a photo together. Reporter Zhang is already ready with the pose, just waiting to interview and photograph you. Thank you, Director Liu. I have received the money, and the flowers are just for show. Saving people is really just a small effort. I believe there are many more outstanding colleagues waiting for your interviews. It's almost mealtime, and I need to help in the kitchen, so I'll take my leave now. Su Qingli softly finished speaking and turned to walk into the restaurant. This time, no one stopped her. Refusing interviews isn't because of her high morals. She just finds it funny. The flower was too bright and fake, making her feel nothing. She jumped into the water to save someone, not to seek praise or rewards. She never thought about exchanging this for compliments. If she had taken a photo with Director Liu, she would only feel sorry for herself walking back to the guest house soaked. Director Liu was disappointed and couldn't stay any longer. She waved her hand and led the reporter Zhang and her assistant away in a hurry. Manager Chen shook his head regretfully and quickly followed into the kitchen. Su Qingli was washing her hands with dull, soapy water. After cleaning, she casually picked up a potato and grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter. Chef Lu Cheng and his nephew came in and saw Su Qingli slicing the potato with one hand. The sound was sharp, crisp, and quick, like rain hitting banana leaves. When old Zhang entered, Su Qingli had already sliced the potato into thin strands, as fine as hair. Each strand was clear and shiny, like it had been cut by a precise machine. Su Qingli casually pinched a strand of potato. In the sunlight, the thin strand floated gently but was tough and unbreakable. Old Zhang felt a bit ashamed and lowered his head. Her knife skills were truly impressive. Su Qingli didn't look up, but poured ginger and garlic into the hot oil, then added her homemade perilla sauce. In an instant, a rich aroma filled the kitchen, drifting with the rising white steam. The potato strands went into the pot with a quick splash, stirred rapidly. Soon, they were coated with a tempting thin glaze, each one shining attractively. After stirring evenly, Su Qingli turned off the heat with one hand. While the steam rose, she sprinkled finely chopped green onions. The bright green color jumped into the golden fried potato strands, like spring had come inside. The colorful potato strands were served on a shallow porcelain plate, looking very appealing. Old Zhang tasted a piece with chopsticks and was completely convinced. The most challenging dishes for a cook are usually simple home-cooked meals. This stir-fried shredded potatoes, with its sweet and crispy flavor, is so delicious that it makes your taste buds explode. This time, I am truly impressed and completely convinced. In every profession, there are talented experts. But each profession also has its own geniuses. I think Su Qingli is a naturally gifted top chef. Even though I have been a head chef for half my life, in front of Su Qingli, I can only be a helper." Shaking his hands, old Zhang apologized in a deep voice. "Comrade Su, I was careless before. From now on, if you need anything, just say the word. I will listen to you." Su Qingli raised an eyebrow unexpectedly. Before she could do anything, how did Chef Zhang suddenly bow his head? "Master Zhang, you are being too modest. I was just giving some advice to the restaurant. The real strength of the restaurant is still yours." Su Qingli smiled slightly. "In a few days, once the restaurant is back on track, I will step back and leave." Manager Chen came in, nodding and shaking his head. "Oh, Comrade Su, capable people should take on more work. Why are you always thinking of stepping back? I sincerely want to invite you to come and stabilize the place." "Forget it, Manager Chen. I am used to being relaxed and dislike restrictions. Just being able to focus on making my purple perilla sauce is already a blessing." "Oh, Comrade Su, you are so modest. You don't know. These days, thanks to you and your divine sauce, our business at Manchun Tang has skyrocketed. In the future, we will buy whole boxes of your purple perilla sauce. A dozen bottles are not enough." Manager Chen thought for a moment, then extended his hand seriously. "At least 2 boxes of purple perilla sauce each month. The cost will be settled separately. And if you occasionally come to give us some guidance, I am willing to pay you 60 yuan as a reward." No, 60 yuan is too little. How about 300 yuan a month? I will hire you as our restaurant's chief consultant. What do you think?" The kitchen staff all stared wide-eyed. 300 yuan. They only earn that much after a year of work. But thinking about how Su Qingli's appearance has indeed brought a surge of customers to Manchun Tang these days, everyone understood Manager Chen's urgent desire to keep her. Only Su Qingli was not overly excited. She just nodded slightly and said, "All right. The 200 yuan from the Women's Federation earlier, she could easily give away." A monthly salary of 300 is considered very high in this era. But honestly, she didn't pay much attention to it. With her skills, she could easily earn 10 or even 100 times that amount if she wanted. Manager Chen saw her agree and happily rubbed his hands together. He leaned in and whispered, "Comrade Su, there's something I've been wanting to ask. What special ingredient do you use in that purple basil sauce? The taste is simply amazing. To be honest, I've searched all over the county's supply and marketing cooperatives, but I couldn't find that flavor anywhere. Your secret recipe is really impressive." Su Qingli smiled gently. "It's not complicated. I came up with this purple basil sauce when I was in the countryside. I used some wild ingredients: purple basil leaves, wild mountain peppers, mountain Sichuan pepper, dried tangerine peel, cinnamon, and star anise." She listed a series of dried ingredients, leaving Manager Chen stunned. No wonder it's a secret recipe. There are so many spices. He can't remember them all. By the way, he's lucky to have found the treasure that revived Manchun Hall. All right, Comrade Su, your family recipe is truly amazing. As long as you keep supplying it, our restaurant's business will definitely get better and better." Manager Chen has been in a good mood these days, his face glowing with happiness. "You've helped me so much. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask." This time, Su Qingli didn't respond with polite words. Instead, she softly asked, "Actually, there is something. Manager Chen, could you help me find a small courtyard? I want to buy it so I can make the purple basil sauce more conveniently." "No problem. Leave it to me." Manager Chen agreed. In the afternoon, he took Su Qingli to a courtyard not far from Manchun Hall. The yard wasn't very big, but it was square and showed signs of age. The main house had 3 rooms, with 2 rooms on each side. In the corner, an old locust tree was sprouting tender new leaves, casting a dense shade. The ground was paved with uneven blue bricks, with stubborn grass growing in the gaps. It was quiet, even a bit dilapidated, but very clean. "Comrade Su, this courtyard has complete furniture, including a stove and everything. You just need to move in." Manager Chen pushed open the main room door. "The house belongs to my relative. He asked me to sell it. If you're satisfied, we can discuss the price." As he finished speaking, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit came out of the east wing, carrying a woven basket. Seeing 2 people standing in the yard, the old man paused and asked, "Little Four, why are you here?" Manager Chen smiled warmly and walked over. Second uncle, didn't you say you wanted to sell this house? I found a buyer for you. Why don't you discuss it with him? Not now. The old man impatiently waved his hand. At work, they treat me like a ghost, with a bunch of documents waiting for me to translate. I have no time to talk about this. Maybe another day. After speaking, the gray-haired old man grabbed his box and was about to leave. His steps were hurried. Clearly, he really had no time. Manager Chen was surprised and quickly caught up. Second uncle, just a little while. Look, I brought someone for you. Really no time. The old man frowned impatiently. Besides, I was just saying that casually. Whether to sell this small yard is still up in the air. Please, you should go now. I need to lock the door. Knowing the old man's temper, Manager Chen awkwardly looked at Su Qingli. Comrade Su, my second uncle is very stubborn. Maybe we can come back another day. This old man is named Wu Yong, a well-known scholar in the county town. Although Manager Chen calls him second uncle affectionately, he is actually a distant relative. A few years ago, he was publicly criticized, which caused his wife and children to leave him. Now he lives alone in a courtyard, and his personality has become more withdrawn. Fortunately, he still has many students. Usually, they find excuses to give him work. Otherwise, he would have starved long ago. Su Qingli had long noticed Wu Yong's somewhat lonely personality, but was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the box he was holding. There was a line of English letters on it. Internal documents. She slightly smiled and took the initiative to suggest, "Old sir, you seem to be in a hurry to translate, probably English materials? If you're busy, I think I can help you." Before the drama, she had passed level 8 in English. Translating these documents would be easy for her. Wu Yong paused and looked at Su Qingli with suspicion, his eyes full of scrutiny. Nowadays, those who can access English are usually wealthy and highly educated. The more educated they are, the more likely they are to be stereotyped. The girl in front of him wore a rough cloth dress, with 2 black braids, looking like a village girl. But her demeanor was unusual. She didn't seem like someone from a small family. He cleared his throat. Do you understand English? This is not just any document. It's technical drawings and instructions, hundreds of pages long. I think I can, Su Qingli replied confidently. When I was in the countryside, I learned from a teacher who was sent down. The phrase, sent down, made Wu Yong's eyes narrow with suspicion. He pursed his lips, sounding a bit awkward. You only studied for a few days, and now you're confident enough to recommend yourself? Huh, are young people nowadays so eager to succeed quickly? Please excuse me. This document is very important and can't be handled carelessly. Su Qingli paused for 2 seconds, then quickly understood that the old man was probably very sensitive about the sent down matter. Or maybe he had family members who were being sent down. She didn't back down. Instead, her gaze grew calmer. Sir, even if it's gold, you have to try it to see if it shines, right? Wu Yong hesitated for 2 seconds, then smiled with relief. Very well. Young people should be full of energy. I was narrow-minded. He opened his briefcase, took out a stack of documents, and said, let's see if you can understand these. Su Qingli took them and started reading at a glance. Her pronunciation was perfect, clear, and precise. Then she translated into Chinese on the spot. Ensure the instrument is connected to a stable power source. Turn on the switch, place the sample in the designated area, and control it properly. This was the user manual for the device. Su Qingli translated every word accurately. Wu Yong realized he had underestimated her. His irritation disappeared instantly. He packed the documents back into his briefcase, smiling happily. Great. I was blind. Come with me to my workplace. We're having trouble finding help. Meeting you is like a blessing from heaven. Manager Chen looked at Su Qingli in disbelief. This Miss Su actually understood English? No, second uncle, she's here to buy this small courtyard. That's not urgent. First, help me finish these documents. The courtyard can wait. Wu Yong said happily, then looked at Su Qingli. My surname is Wu. I have a part-time position at the county's archive. Want to come with me? Su Qingli nodded happily. Sure, she was worried about lacking connections. More opportunities mean more choices. They chatted enthusiastically about translation work, even feeling like they had known each other for a long time. Manager Chen listened nearby, feeling confused. He scratched his head, found a reason, and returned to Manchun Hall restaurant. Those strange foreign accents and odd words sounded really unpleasant. Anyway, he had already helped find the house. Whether he could buy it or not depended on Su Qingli's own ability. On the way to the county archive, Wu Yong briefly introduced himself to Su Qingli. Comrade Su, just call me Wu Yong from now on. I'm just an ordinary person with a simple life. No, Teacher Wu, you are talented. There are many things I still need to learn from you. They talked as they quickly arrived at their destination. The county archive was in a remote place, tucked in the corner of a small yard with green brick walls. A handwritten sign hung at the door, Technical Data Room. Inside, there were a few old desks, some peeling and looking quite fragile. The desks were piled with dense files and booklets, mostly with foreign writing and complicated diagrams. Behind the tall stacks of documents, a few young people wearing glasses sat with worried expressions. They were flipping through thick English-Chinese dictionaries, scratching their heads over the documents they needed to translate. From time to time, they sighed in frustration. Wu Yong hurriedly led Su Qingli inside, walking very quickly. As soon as they entered, he loudly called out to a middle-aged official with a serious face. Old Lu, haha, I've found a treasure today. This comrade Su here knows English and can help us. The official surnamed Lu looked up, casually adjusted his glasses that were slipping down his nose. Then he looked at Su Qingli, who was dressed plainly, even a bit modest. How could such a young girl know English? Wu Yong saw the doubt in his eyes and smiled kindly. Comrade Su learned some from her teacher in the countryside. She has a basic foundation. Old Lu sighed helplessly. What good is knowing a little English learned from a teacher? It's just nonsense. They needed a professional English speaker, not someone who knew a few letters and was just fooling around. But thinking of Wu Yong's character, old Lu temporarily suppressed his doubts, casually picked up a document. He flipped to a page filled with technical parameters and asked casually, Comrade Su, right? Since you understand English, how much of these technical terms can you roughly comprehend? Although I asked this aloud, I knew deep down that I had no real hope. My voice sounded formal and polite, but also tired and impatient. A few young translators nearby looked up, their eyes complex as they watched Su Qingli. Some of them secretly looked eager to see her fail. But Su Qingli clearly saw through this. She walked over and took the document. The whole room went quiet, only the sound of paper rustling. Everyone stopped working and waited quietly for her response. Su Qingli was calm and slow, with her eyes slightly lowered. Her steady gaze focused on the jumbled letters. These things were not difficult for her at all. After reviewing it once, she confidently looked at the leader, Lu. Her pleasant voice filled the room, steady and respectful, yet clear and bright. That in summary, the maximum pressure resistance value for this component is 3.5 times 10 to the power of 4 n/m superscript 2. When the temperature exceeds 180 degrees Celsius, its fatigue life will decrease significantly. It is recommended to activate the backup liquid cooling system for forced cooling. Su Qingli not only translated the technical terms accurately but also clearly expressed the implied logical relationships and conditions in the original text. People thought she was just translating documents, but some might have thought she was reciting a well-known speech. When she finished, the entire office fell into complete silence. Lu's expression changed from surprise to shock, then to dazedness. His face was full of emotion. The young translators beside him showed even more dramatic expressions, from initial shock to disbelief. Finally, they all looked almost worshipful and stunned. One of them dropped his pen onto the desk, which rolled a few times before ink spilled on the paper, creating a blot. He didn't even notice. You. Lu finally snapped out of it, hurriedly adjusting his glasses. Comrade Su, are you sure you only learned a little from a teacher in the countryside? How is that possible? With your level, you're clearly among the top experts. Old Lu's excited voice changed tone as he suddenly pounded the table. You're the one. This set of materials. And these few books, all handed over to you. For the translation fee. Let's go with the highest standard. No. We can add more. But it must be fast. Absolutely ensure 100% accuracy. Recently, everyone involved in translating this set of foreign technical documents has been working overtime. Even so, many technical terms are still misunderstood. Wu Yong was right. He really found a treasure. The other young translators were still stunned from earlier. They are all top students from universities, but none of them expected this clever girl, who only learned from a teacher sent down for a few days, to be so talented. Indeed, no matter the field, there are always extraordinary talents. Su Qingli ignored their excitement and nodded calmly. Okay, should I translate here or take it home and then deliver it? Old Lu waved his hand. It's just some technical manuals, not confidential files. You can take them home, but remember, speed is crucial. We urgently need these documents for filing. There are 13 volumes in this set. Those who are capable can handle more. Once you finish translating this one, others are waiting for you. Translating is not easy. It requires a lot of mental effort. Therefore, a quiet environment is especially important. Everyone understands this. Su Qingli took the documents and then smiled at Wu Yong. Professor Wu, now shall we talk about that small courtyard? Of course. Wu Yong nodded happily. He hadn't seen such a talented young person in a long time. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. An old man and a young woman, under the afternoon sun, headed toward a quiet courtyard. They chatted and laughed along the way, like old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. After about 10 minutes, they reappeared inside the small courtyard. The weathered wooden door blocked out the noise typical of the town in the afternoon. Su Qingli stood in the quiet yard, looking at the weeds at her feet, a slight smile on her lips. Soon, she would have a home of her own. It wasn't very big, but it was entirely hers. Wu Yong handed her the key, his gaze lingering fondly on every corner of the small courtyard. He is actually reluctant to part with his home. He decided to sell it because he didn't want to think about past sad memories. Now that he is really letting go, he realizes that even though he is close to death, he doesn't feel as free and carefree as he once thought. The past years are carved into every plant and tree here. This place is a witness to his long life journey. He is newly married and a father, busy like most people, busy adding children and aging with life's hardships. He has gained not only sadness but also joy, gratitude, and satisfaction. In the end, after years of hardship, it seems he is left alone. Comrade Su, the price is, as I said, 300 yuan. No, Professor Wu, that price is too low, almost giving it away. Comrade Su, listen to me. I have an irresponsible son who hasn't contacted me for many years. If you help me keep this house, maybe one day he will come back remorseful, and he will have a place to find me. Professor Wu's wrinkled face shows some regret. Or maybe one day, I want to come here to smell the locust tree blossoms and ask you for a cup of tea. Su Qingli looked at Wu Yong, whose expression was complicated, and understood the sadness in his eyes. The small courtyard is still here, but its owner is now old. His only wish is to find someone who can protect it for him. Right now, she is the best person for that. Don't worry, Professor Wu. I will take good care of this house for you. Su Qingli agreed immediately. Whenever you want to come, this will always be your home. She pointed to the old locust tree in the corner. There will always be a chair for you under that tree. Her response was straightforward, her eyes honest and sincere. Wu Yong looked at her for a moment, finally letting go of his last bit of reluctance, and nodded heavily. Good. This era is destined to belong to the young. And he is already old. It's time for him to step aside. Young people are impressive, Comrade Su. If you ever encounter any problems, just ask. I will do my best to help. Wu Yong solemnly promised. I may not be much, but I have taught a few decent students in my life. Don't worry, old Wu. I will definitely come to bother you again. Su Qingli talked with Wu Yong for a while. When she saw that his expression was completely relaxed, she saw him off. After Wu Yong left the small courtyard, This neat and square yard was finally truly her home. She hummed a song as she tidied up. The yard was already clean, but she polished it until it shone even more brightly. In the small East Wing room, everything was arranged to feel warm and cozy. She loved comfort, so she took bedding from her space and laid it on the bed. The soft mattress made her feel like she was sleeping on a cloud. Su Qingli hugged a pillow and turned over, feeling exhausted from the past few days. She closed her eyes comfortably and drifted into sleep. She was deep in a dream. In her dream, she kept seeing Zhang Cuihua's mean face and the scheming looks of Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin, the young couple. Fortunately, she had her space's help, which helped her escape danger many times. As she slept, she suddenly felt regret. She shouldn't have lost her temper and pushed the Women's Federation director during the interview. Often, honor is the best protection. To remove the label of being a rich girl from a capitalist family, she needed to stand in front of everyone and become the shining star everyone looked up to. She slept for over 2 hours. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. Outside the window, it was almost evening. Faint sunlight filtered through the old locust tree branches, dancing on the spotless desk. There were some documents she had taken from the archive room on the desk. After flipping through a few pages, she put her pen beside the ink bottle and got up to leave. It was getting late. The sunset was tinged with orange and yellow, looking like a delicious cake. Suddenly, she remembered that small figure. It was time to visit Su Qiujia. A few minutes later, Su Qingli arrived at Manshan Hall's state-owned restaurant. It was mealtime, and the place was lively. Baskets of vegetables piled high like small mountains were quickly bought out. The diners ate happily, occasionally praising the food with thumbs up. Su Qingli found a metal lunchbox, ordered 2 servings, and argued with the waiter for a while before finally paying. Then, under the setting sun's glow, she followed her memory to the alleyway leading to her Uncle Lin Hu's house. It was just evening, and many people came out to enjoy the cool air. Su Qingli was thinking about how to call out Su Qiujia. Before she reached the place, she heard faint, broken sounds. They sounded like a small kitten crying, still not weaned. She followed the sound. Near a corner filled with scattered trash and boxes, she saw a small, thin figure curled up. The fragile shoulders were slightly trembling, and muffled sobs came with each shake. Su Qingli felt her nose sting a little. This scene reminded her of abandoned kittens she used to feed on the street. A crumpled, weak little thing, hiding in the corner. Poor, helpless, and vulnerable. Qiujia?
Su Qingli tiptoed closer.
Is that you? Although she was still a bit far, the girl's clothes looked very familiar. It was the patched, rough cloth shirt Su Qiujia had worn a few days ago when she visited Lin Hu's house. Su Qiujia was crouched in the corner, her face dirty from crying. When she heard the voice, she didn't dare to look up but instinctively tried to hide deeper in the shadows. Her dirty little hands covered her stomach, afraid her stomach growling would be heard. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Now her stomach was hurting badly. Seeing the shy, curled-up girl, Su Qingli sighed softly. She felt guilty for neglecting her. These past few days, she had been busy with the restaurant and ignored her young sister. She walked over, placed the lunchbox on a relatively clean stone, and reached out to wipe the dirt off Su Qiujia's face.
But
as soon as her hand reached out, Su Qiujia flinched in fear. Clearly, she had been scared by a recent punishment. Qiujia, it's me. Your sister is here to see you. Su Qingli withdrew her hand, speaking gently. Su Qiujia looked up blankly. When she recognized Su Qingli, she pouted her lips and, with tears in her voice, suddenly threw herself into her arms. Sniff. Sister, it's really you. That's so good. You came to see me. Su Qingli helped wipe her tears. What happened? Don't cry. Sister is here. It's okay. My sister. I accidentally broke the soup bowl that my aunt was using. She called me a troublemaker and a debt collector. Su Qiujia choked up, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The tears fell along Su Qingli's finger, landing on her patched-up pants. Aunt said I can't eat today and told me I have to go pick coal tomorrow to pay for it. I wanted to find you, but I didn't know where you were. Sister, I really didn't mean to break that bowl. Please believe me. Su Qiujing's crying made Su Qingli feel very angry. That woman, Wu Shan, is so mean. She broke a bowl and then kicked her out. She forced herself to hold back her anger, gently took Su Qiujing's hand, and opened her clenched fist. Her rough palm was red and even slightly cut. Did she hit you? Su Qingli's voice turned cold. Su Qiujing quickly shook her head, then nodded, tears falling more fiercely. Just push me a little. My hand hit the doorframe. She spoke softer and softer. Her thin, pointed chin pressed against her chest, trembling slightly. She looked like a discarded kitten. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Are you hungry? Come. Sister brought you some food. Su Qingli sat with Su Qiujing, feeling her bony back ache her palm. The little girl, only 10 or so, had suffered so much hardship. She temporarily suppressed her anger and opened the aluminum lunchbox. A strong aroma immediately spread out. Inside was mushroom and meat slices she bought from the restaurant, with 2 soft white buns on top. The smell of food was like an invisible hand grabbing all of Su Qiujing's senses. She stared at the steaming buns, swallowed hard, and her eyes shone with hunger, making people feel sad. Hurry and eat. Sisters specially brought this for you.
Su Qingli handed her chopsticks.
The small, thin girl nodded heavily, grabbed a big bite of the bun, and her cheeks puffed out immediately. Before chewing, she already took a bite of the meat slices and put them in her mouth. With a greedy look, as if the food in her hands would be snatched away at any moment. The small white bun, weighing about 2 ounces, was almost half eaten in the blink of an eye. Juicy sauce covered her little face. She didn't bother to wipe it but kept chewing eagerly, enjoying the delicious taste. Su Qingli watched quietly, her eyes filling with tears. Take your time, don't rush, and be careful not to choke. Su Qiujing nodded with a sob, eating even faster. Like a whirlwind, she finished all the mushroom and meat slices in the lunchbox. She didn't waste the remaining sauce, dipping her bun to clean it thoroughly. The aluminum lunchbox was emptied completely, not a drop of oil left. But Su Qiujing still seemed hungry and instinctively licked the oil off her chopsticks. Su Qingli couldn't watch anymore, her nose feeling tight with emotion. It was clear she had never been truly full. She reached out and held Su Qiujing's wrist. Stop eating, little Jew. Su Qiujing looked up in panic, her face flushed with satisfaction from the meal, but she dared not meet Su Qingli's eyes. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her clothes. Listen, little Jew, I have a place to stay now in the town, Su Qingli softly said. From now on, I will come to bring you food every 2 days. You wait here for me and don't let your aunt find out. Just hold on a little longer. I promise. In at most 3 months, I will take you away. You won't have to eat by anyone else's rules anymore. Su Qiujing's eyes widened with surprise. Then she shook her head sadly. Big sister, you're not easy either. Actually, Auntie. She's been pretty good to me. She couldn't finish her words. She was still too young to lie convincingly. She treats you well, even better. Su Qingli took out 2 yuan and handed them to Su Qiujing. Take this to Auntie. Try not to upset her during this time. Trust me, I'll bring you to live with me very soon. Okay? Su Qiujing nodded strongly, her eyes finally shining with hope. Just then, Wu Shan's voice came from the yard nearby, loud and clear. So Yuhun? Where has that girl run off to? She's always lazy. Come back quickly and help me with the kids. I don't need to cook today. Su Qiujing? Come out here right now. Big sister, Annie is calling me. I have to go now. Su Qiujing looked awkwardly at Su Qingli and quickly ran towards Lin Hu's house. The sunset was sinking. Night fell, turning the sky dark. Su Qingli watched Su Qiujing's small figure run through the door before turning to leave. On the way back to the courtyard, Su Qingli felt a bit heavy-hearted. Feeding Su Qiujing was not difficult. Even without relying on her space, she had more than enough income from the Mansion Hall restaurant. The real obstacle was the title of being a wealthy family's daughter that she wore like a dark cloud, always threatening to bring trouble and blocking Su Qiujuan's peaceful life with her. Su Qingli regretted again for dismissing the interview with the Women's Federation. A small article about her good deeds in the newspaper was like a shield in this era. She needed that honor, needed people's recognition. Only then could she have enough confidence to protect Su Qiujuan. After the sky was completely dark, Su Qingli returned to her small courtyard with heavy steps. The first thing she did after closing the door was to slip into her space. Behind the stone house where she stored supplies, there was a piece of fertile land she had specially prepared, planted with lively purple perilla. The broad leaves, under the gentle light of the space, shone with a shiny deep purple. Even before getting close, she could smell a strong, unique spicy aroma. Nearby, there were a few plots she had cultivated, with bright red peppers like flames and plump garlic bulbs. Some common spices were also thriving with lush leaves. Su Qingli watered, irrigated, and fertilized these crops, then happily clapped her hands. This piece of good land was key to making her purple perilla paste. She could also earn some extra money by translating documents, but that was far from enough. Having money was just the foundation for her to stand in this era. She wanted her name to become valuable enough to make everyone forget her background as a wealthy family's daughter. From that day on, Su Qingli would normally go to Manchun Hall in the morning to help out. In the afternoons, she would sit at her desk translating various obscure manuscripts sent by Wu Yong, ranging from mechanical drawings, operation instructions, to excerpts from rare academic journals. At night, her courtyard would be filled with the tempting aroma of her special sauce. The rich flavor attracted many curious neighbors. Some brave ones waited for Su Qingli to go out and approached her to make friends. Su Qingli was open about her situation, saying she was here with her military husband and sometimes made purple basil sauce to send to the restaurant. When neighbors heard she was a military wife, their eyes showed more admiration. Su Qingli understood the importance of good manners. She took the opportunity to give a few small bottles of purple basil sauce to these neighbors. Small gifts like these easily win people's hearts. Within 3 days, she became known as a kind and good woman nearby. She was clever and graceful. One day, when Su Qingli went to deliver more purple basil sauce to her neighbors, she pretended to cry a little. "Uncle Nyo, I really wish I had a mother-in-law like you, someone who understands and cares, not picky or harsh, and truly treats me well. But unfortunately, my luck is a bit bad. Aunt Zhang, I really envy you. You're good at everything at home, and your parents-in-law are on your side. You're so lucky." After a couple of visits, the neighbors understood that Su Qingli was hiding from a difficult mother-in-law and came to the city to be with her husband. "Shaoli, don't worry. If that bad mother-in-law comes looking for you, we'll keep it a secret and not tell her you're here." "Exactly. That old hag needs to be taught a lesson. If she dares to cause trouble for you, I'll be the first to stand up to her." Su Qingli thanked them warmly and left. She went back home and secretly felt happy. This yard was her home, and she couldn't let the Shen family's troublemakers find out about it. After preparing for so long, her goal was to form an alliance. No one understands how to deal with women better than women themselves. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingli had been in the city for nearly half a month. Her purse was full of purple basil sauce, and she had earned quite a bit from translation work. As for Su Qiujing, she had been fed well every other day and had gained some weight. Everything was going according to Su Qingli's plan, smoothly and orderly. One day, after returning from Manchun Hall, Su Qingli saw a recruitment notice posted on a corner of a newspaper office. It was looking for a minor language translator. Interestingly, the notice was written entirely in English. That was no problem for her. She had previously passed level 8 in English and was fluent in 6 languages. "I am very grateful to my parents for raising me to be talented and versatile." Without hesitation, Su Qingli tore up the job advertisement. Before she could finish, someone stopped her. "Hey, comrade, we just posted that job notice. How can you tear it up The person was a middle-aged woman with a serious face.
Sukingli smiled politely.
Because I am the person you need. I am applying myself. This young lady. Confidence is good, but too much confidence might not be. The middle-aged woman frowned in displeasure. Our newspaper welcomes ambitious young people, but we don't like bragging or showy behavior. Let's forget about today's matter. Please give me back the notice. She held out her hand to Su Qingli. But I really am capable of this job. I speak 6 languages. Su Qingli hadn't finished speaking when the woman rolled her eyes and sneered. Little comrade, stop bragging, okay? I'm busy and don't have time to waste on you. After saying that, the woman turned and walked away, hands behind her back. Only then did Su Qingli realize that tearing up the notice might have been a bit too bold in today's world. The woman had already formed an opinion that she was a liar who boasted too much. At this point, it was too late to say anything. Forget it, it's just a translation job. Better not to insist. Su Qingli didn't think much and turned to leave. As she walked away, the middle-aged woman stepped out of the shadows. Shaoli, was it her who pushed you out of Mansion Hall? Yes, second aunt. You don't know how clever she is. She flattered Manager Chen until he was dizzy and took my position. She's very scheming. Wang Xiaoli crossed her arms, angry and resentful. Since she was fired from the state-run Mansion Hall restaurant, her parents had given her a good scolding. Even her second uncle didn't help her, saying she brought it on herself. Fortunately, her second aunt was soft-hearted and believed her words. Today, she went to the newspaper to deliver some cooked chicken soup to her second aunt and saw Su Qingli tearing up the job notice. She quickly pointed it out to her. Her second aunt, Qin Yulan, was the director of the newspaper and had real power. It would be easy to deal with Su Qingli. Sure enough, soon Wang Xiaoli saw Su Qingli being chased away, and she was very happy and excited. Qin Yulan already had a poor impression of Su Qingli. She also saw her go to tear down the recently posted job advertisement, which made her think the other person was very superficial, and she unkindly drove her away. Not to mention, as long as she was at the newspaper office, Su Qingli, a common person, would never be allowed to sneak in. Su Qingli, of course, knew nothing about this. She was disappointed, returned to the courtyard, and continued translating the manuscript in her hands. When she finished, the stars filled the night sky. Su Qingli made herself a cup of tea, stretched her waist, and then lay down to rest. The next morning, she took a walk around Mansion Hall restaurant, didn't find any problems, and went straight to the county archive. Wu Yong has his own private office. When Su Qingli looked for him, he was busy translating materials. The small room smelled of old ink and was filled with various books and papers. Teacher Wu, here are the pages I just finished translating. Su Qingli handed over a few pages about Soviet agricultural machinery. Good, just leave them on the desk. You do your work, I trust you. I'm glad to have you here. You've helped me a lot. Wu Yong smiled kindly and looked at Su Qingli with affection, as if he was proud of his best student. It's thanks to your good teaching, Teacher Wu. I still have many things I don't understand. Su Qingli casually made polite conversation. Then, thinking of Su Qiujie, asked directly, Teacher Wu, the current situation. For those with poor backgrounds, is it especially hard to do anything? Wu Yong's pen paused, and his gray eyebrows furrowed slightly. The room fell silent. Only the monotonous ticking of the old clock and the occasional chirping of birds outside could be heard. Su Qingli knew her question touched on Wu Yong's sensitive topic, but she brought it up because she wanted to find a way to help Su Qiujie get into school. She was in her teens, the age for studying, and she didn't want Su Qiujie to fall behind. Wu Yong's pen hovered in the air, not moving for a long time. After a moment, he put his pen down gently and asked softly, So, have you encountered any difficulties? I can't help with the issue of background, but maybe I can help with other things? Su Qingli's eyes showed a smile. She knew that Wu Yong would not stand by and do nothing. That's great, Teacher Wu. It's like this. Our family was falsely accused of being capitalists, and we almost lost everything. Besides that, I won't go into details, but my sister is staying with my uncle and she's not doing well. I want if possible, to bring her here so she can continue studying. Su Qingli didn't hide anything from Wu Yong. She told him everything about her family background. Wu Yong listened quietly and wasn't surprised. He had long suspected that Su Qingli's background was not simple. Being able to fluently translate complex professional English couldn't be done by a girl from the countryside. She must have had a lot of family influence and experience in this area. It's not surprising if she comes from a capitalist family. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yong stood up. For fostering, you need the adoptive parents' approval before you can take her. As for her education, I will ask about it for you. Thank you, teacher. Su Qingli sincerely expressed her gratitude. Wu Yong waved his hand and walked away quickly. Su Qingli didn't stay idle. She found a document to translate and focused on her work. More than an hour later, Wu Yong returned. As soon as he entered, he rubbed his hands and said, "Xiao Su, we haven't found a good solution for your sister's schooling yet. We need to wait a bit longer. But I have better news now." Su Qingli looked up and listened carefully. "Here's the thing. Lao Lu just told me that the foreign language department at the newspaper is short-staffed, especially for Russian speakers." Wu Yong paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "They need a special freelance translator who knows Russian. They say you don't have to work regular hours and you'll be paid per article, but the requirements are high. You need to handle tough material. Earlier, I saw you reading original Russian novels, so you must know Russian. I asked Lao Lu to recommend you. Do you want to try freelance translator?" Su Qingli's eyes lit up. This was really good news. Not only would she have a more stable source of work, but she could also go in and out of the newspaper office and meet more people. It's a pity that last time she volunteered herself, but was rejected. Su Qingli didn't get discouraged. Instead, she felt this was a destined opportunity meant for her. She agreed without hesitation, saying, "Teacher Wu, thank you so much. I will definitely make the most of this opportunity. I also think you are the best person for the job." Wu Yong nodded seriously. "Tomorrow at the business hotel. Go directly to the second floor of the newspaper office and find Director Qin in the foreign language department. She will arrange everything." After saying that, he picked up the manuscript that Su Qingli had just brought and advised, "Take this with you. Let her see your real skills." Su Qingli nodded cheerfully. Okay, she was confident, and after a good night's rest, she woke up early the next day full of energy. Thinking about what happened last time, she was much more careful this time. She changed into a clean, slightly faded blue linen outfit. Her hair was neatly combed, and even her shoes were polished spotless. She arrived at the county newspaper office half an hour early. The building was still a dull gray, 3-story, traditional Sioux-style, small building. A wooden sign with black characters on a white background hung at the door, giving a serious and strict impression. Su Qingli showed the introduction letter from Wu Yong and Lao Lu at the guard station, registered, and then followed his instructions to go upstairs. The door to the foreign language department was open. She approached and gently knocked on the half-open door. "Knock, knock. Please come in." A cold and serious female voice came from inside. It sounded somewhat familiar. Su Qingli didn't think much and stepped inside. Inside the small office, there were a few old wooden desks against the wall. A woman in her 40s, with short hair cut to her ears, dressed in a dark gray official uniform, was sitting behind a desk piled with books, writing something. She looked a bit familiar. Su Qingli temporarily couldn't remember where she had seen her before. The woman looked up, revealing a somewhat stiff face. Her gaunt cheekbones stood out, and her drooping mouth was pressed into a line. Seeing her face clearly, Su Qingli was surprised to take a breath. Could it be her? The woman also recognized Su Qingli and frowned with disdain. "Why are you here?" This woman was Qin Yulan, the second aunt of Wang Xiaoli and the personnel director of the newspaper. She was now scowling at Su Qingli with a look of dislike. "So, the person old Wu praised so highly is you? Haha, you really have clever skills." Qin Yulan snorted coldly, her face showing more disdain. No wonder Xiaoli was pushed aside by Su Qingli. This woman clearly has some tricks up her sleeve. The warmth in Su Qingli's eyes was halved. If she had known the interviewer was this woman, she wouldn't have come. She just wanted to expand her network a bit and had no desire to be treated poorly, yet she came willingly and was looked down upon. Since she was here, she kept her composure and remembered that elegance never goes out of style. Su Qingli smiled politely and reached out her hand. Yes, so you're Director Qin. What a coincidence. I am Xiao Su. Teacher Wu Yong recommended me. After speaking, Su Qingli slightly bowed and handed over the letter of introduction from Wu Yong and her translation sample. Qin Yulan took them with one hand, glanced at them casually, then placed them on the table. She picked up the translation sample and started reading, almost scanning 10 lines at a time. The more she read, the tighter her brow became. Her lips curled downward in a deep frown, her critical expression almost overflowing. After flipping through about 10 pages, she suddenly threw the manuscript onto the table with a snap and scoffed. Old Wu's taste is just as bad as ever, huh? Su Qingli frowned slightly. If last time was her mistake for being too impulsive, this time she could clearly feel that Director Qin had some issues with her.
But why?
She didn't even know this person, let alone offend her. Qin Yulan shot Su Qingli a look of disgust, her tone sarcastic. Comrade Su, being a special translator isn't as simple as just being a guest. We are a newspaper office, handling important materials related to national development and international affairs. We can't afford any mistakes. Just translating technical manuals isn't enough to qualify. Su Qingli didn't understand where her hostility was coming from. But she remained calm on her face. I understand, Director Qin. I will do my best for this job. Qin Yulan stared at Su Qingli for a few seconds with a cold look. Then she opened a drawer, took out a thin document, and pushed it in front of Su Qingli. To be a special translator, whether oral or written, requires solid basic skills. This document just arrived. You have 10 minutes to translate it on the spot, and then read it aloud. In front of Su Qingli was a bright Russian document, still unopened. It was sealed with a bright red confidential stamp. She reached out to pick it up, but Qin Yulan's hand pressed down on the document. Then she sneered at Su Qingli and said, "There's something I forgot to tell you. The girl who was pushed aside and driven away, Wang Xiaoli, is my niece." Wang Xiaoli? The same girl who arrogantly looked down on her in Mansion Hall and was eventually fired.
Ha! Su Qingli suddenly understood.
No wonder Qin Yulan targeted her so much. All that hostility and troublemaking had a source. I, Qin Yulan, don't tolerate nonsense in my eyes, especially from someone like you who uses any means. Qin Yulan lowered her voice even more, glaring fiercely. If you make a mistake in translation, or if I hear even a hint of hesitation, you can just get out. She believed she was confident of winning. That document was a top-secret report filled with complex military terms and difficult place names. Not to mention 10 minutes for translation and interpretation. Even half an hour wouldn't be enough for many professional translators to do it without sweating. She wanted to tease this woman, who relied on her looks to show off, and help Wang Xiaoli get some justice. Okay.
Su Qingli responded coldly.
She didn't turn away in anger or frustration. Instead, she pulled out a chair and sat down. Picking up a pen from the desk, she began to write quickly. The office was eerily quiet, only the sound of the pen scratching paper. Beautiful, swift handwriting flowed from her pen, with clear structure and precise terminology. Qin Yulan's sneer gradually froze on her face as she watched. She underestimated this woman. This calm elegance was clearly confidence. In less than 7 minutes, Su Qingli put down her pen and pushed the translated document to Qin Yulan. Director Qin, I've finished translating. Now I will read it aloud for you. Su Qingli didn't give Qin Yulan a chance to refuse. She sat up straight and smoothly recited her translation. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and all the complicated words were translated accurately. In summary, the results of this logistical supply line stress test exceeded expectations, but the efficiency of the transfer points needs improvement, which has slowed down quick deliveries. After finishing the last sentence, Su Qingli looked calmly at Qin Yulan. Director Qin, please tell me if my translation needs any corrections. Or, do you have any other requests for this report's translation? Qin Yulan's face turned a sickly greenish color. She stared tightly at the perfect translation in front of her, feeling like her throat was blocked by cotton, unable to speak a word. It was flawless. That damn woman had made no mistakes at all. Under Su Qingli's strong skills, she looked like a complete fool. She really wanted to find a flaw and send Su Qingli away, but deep down she knew that this special translator had to be Su Qingli. At least for now, no one in the whole town knew Russian better than her. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yulan reluctantly looked at Su Qingli. It's okay. I'll give Wu Lao some face and keep you. Go to the HR department to handle the paperwork. From now on, you must follow the newspaper's rules. You can't. Director Qin, I remember that a special translator doesn't need to work regular hours. Su Qingli smiled brightly. And you haven't told me about the salary yet. If it's suitable, I will naturally stay. You. Qin Yulan's eyes darkened with anger. Su Qingli, I warned you last time. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll fall hard. Thank you, Director Qin, for your advice. Not being arrogant is what young people do. Good. Good. Very clever. I hope you keep this pride forever. Qin Yulan snorted coldly. The salary is 300 yuan a month. No need to work regular hours, but you must complete the special translation tasks required by the newspaper. If you love it or leave it. Thank you, Director Qin, for this opportunity. Su Qingli walked out of the foreign language office steadily. She had won this round. But staying was just the beginning. Qin Yulan, because of Wang Xiaoli, would definitely hold a grudge and make things difficult for her in the future. Su Qingli didn't mind at all. Instead, she smiled confidently. A great person once said, fighting against heaven, earth, and people is endlessly enjoyable. She was too lazy to bother with anyone who might cause trouble. But if someone was foolish enough to come over and bother her, she wouldn't hold back. She would teach them a lesson. Su Qingli casually walked down from the second floor. As she turned a corner, a tall, thin man hurried over quickly, almost bumping into her. Fortunately, Su Qingli dodged in time. The man stumbled slightly, hurriedly holding his camera. When he looked up and saw it was Su Qingli, he was surprised and widened his eyes. Hey, aren't you the brave woman who saved the child? What's your name again? Su Qingli. She smiled slightly. The world really is small. She recognized the man immediately. He was the reporter who had gone with Director Liu from the Women's Federation to interview her that day. He seemed to have the surname Zhang? Oh, yes, Su Qingli. Reporter Zhang smiled awkwardly. Comrade Su, what a coincidence to meet you here. Why are you at our newspaper office? He had a deep impression of Su Qingli. Despite being a hero who saved someone, she was very modest. She even refused publicity and interviews from the Women's Federation. On the way back that day, Director Liu kept talking about how she was being manipulated, making heroes look bad, and feeling guilty about it. He never expected to meet her at the newspaper office. What a fate.
Su Qingli chuckled softly.
What a coincidence. Zhang, do you know how to get to the HR department? HR? Of course I do. Zhang pointed vaguely to the first floor. Turn left at the stairs, third office on the right. But, Comrade Su, what do you need the HR department for? I'm here to start work. Once I finish the procedures, I'll be a special translator for the newspaper. She smiled calmly.
Oh.
I heard a couple of days ago that the newspaper was hiring a special translator. You got the job? Impressive, Zhang exclaimed, giving Su Qingli a thumbs up. Come on, I'll take you to HR. Thank you. Su Qingli followed Zhang to the HR department. He was very familiar and efficient, handling everything smoothly. Soon, her employment procedures were completed. When the sturdy red-covered work ID was handed to her, Zhang was still telling the HR staff, "You don't know. This Comrade Su is no ordinary person. She just saved a drowning child a few days ago and refused publicity from the Women's Federation. She's very low-key. Our newspaper has a female hero, and we are proud of her. By the way, Comrade Su, if there's a chance later, I should write about this properly and encourage everyone to learn from you." Under his praise, the staff in the personnel department looked at Su Qingli with more familiarity. After all, in this era, any shining point would be exaggerated. She was impulsive before and didn't want this praise. If reporter Zhang insisted on writing it, she would accept it politely. She needed this honor. Only by standing higher could she have enough voice. Not to mention, this could be used to intimidate her Aunt Wu Shan. Su Qingli is cheerful and friendly with her new colleagues. Then she puts away her work badge and leaves the newspaper office. She is a special translator, so she doesn't need to work regular hours. And right now, she has something more important to do. Walking slowly under the mottled sunlight, Su Qingli approaches the alley behind Lin Hu's house. Recently, she often comes here, but the smell of coal ash and leftover sewage still makes her feel sick. She skillfully turns into a narrow side path and stops in front of the peeling paint and crooked doorframe of Lin Hu's yard. Before she can steady herself, she hears harsh shouting and scolding from inside. "You're a jinx. Why are you crying?" "I didn't do it on purpose. I already apologized. What more do you want? It's just a little scratch. It's not going to kill you. Stop crying so loudly. If you wake up my daughter, you'll regret it." Wu Shan's scolding voice comes out from the crack in the door, like a dull knife stabbing her heart. Then, there are broken sobs. "Did Qiuju get hurt?" Su Qingli's eyes turn cold instantly. She takes a deep breath, then suddenly raises her hand and slams heavily on the shaky wooden door.
Bang!
Bang bang. "Who's there? Are you in a hurry? Why are you knocking?" With the sound of footsteps, the door is pushed open halfway. It reveals a face with high cheekbones and a harsh mouth. It's Su Qingli's aunt, Wu Shan. Seeing Su Qingli, Wu Shan's face darkens and sour. She rolls her eyes and crosses her arms at the door. "What? Don't think you can come here to mooch off us. We have nothing for you. Don't worry. Even if I was begging, I would stay away from your house." Su Qingli snorted softly, her eyes crossing Wu Shan's shoulder to look at the thin figure curled up in the corner of the wall. Su Qiujuan was lowering her head, wiping tears, her right hand bloody, clearly injured. There was a small patch of bright red blood on the ground, glaring and sharp. A wave of anger surged directly above Su Qingli's head. She pushed Wu Shan away and walked into the yard. "What are you doing?" Wu Shan steadied herself and chased after her, shouting sharply, "You've gone too far. Breaking into my house. Believe it or not, I can call the police now and say you invaded my home. Go ahead, call the police. Anyone who doesn't is the real troublemaker." Su Qingli's eyes turned red as she glared at Wu Shan. "When the police come, we'll see if they charge you with child abuse or arrest me for breaking into a home. I thought you were my aunt, so I helped save you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. I should have just ignored you that day and let you handle it yourself. Anyway, Qiujuan is still a child. How could you be so heartless to hit her like that?" Su Qiujuan timidly stepped forward to Su Qingli, carefully tugging at her sleeve. "Sister." Her arm was bleeding heavily, and she was trembling from the pain. She had just called out to Su Qingli when tears of grievance fell suddenly. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Ju. Your sister is here. No one is allowed to hit you anymore." Su Qingli held Su Qiujuan's hand and noticed her skin was burning hot. "You have a fever? My goodness, you're burning up like that." Then she glared angrily at Wu Shan. "You have children yourself. How can your heart be so cold? Aren't you afraid of karma?" "What? What did I do?" Wu Shan's face was stern, and she said angrily. She fell accidentally and got a piece of flesh pinched off by the door. "It's not me who hit her. Don't falsely accuse me. At least I'm your aunt, helping to raise your sister. And you call me cruel? You're so young and your mouth is so vicious. Aren't you afraid of lightning strikes? Su Qiujuan, come here. You eat my food, drink my water, and you still deliberately insult me, making me look so mean. Heartless girl, I shouldn't have been kind enough to take you in the first place." Wu Shan cursed as she grabbed a bamboo stick. Grinding her teeth, she swung it fiercely at Su Qiujuan's back. A cold, fierce wind howled through the air. Su Qingli turned to the side and pulled Su Qiujuan aside, then reached out and grabbed Wu Shan's wrist. She was angry and used a lot of strength. Wu Shan only felt pain in her wrist bones, let out a cry, and the bamboo stick in her hand dropped to the ground. You. I am your aunt." Wu Shan was shocked and looked at Su Qingli, unable to believe she would hurt her. Su Qingli shook off Wu Shan and looked at her coldly. You take care of my sister like this? You really are my good aunt. From now on, I will take Qiujin away and never eat a single grain or drink a sip of water from your house again. Su Qiujin's eyes widened with joy as she looked up at Su Qingli. Sister? Really? Yes, I bought a small yard a long time ago. Today, I came especially to pick you up. Su Qingli looked at Qiujin's thin arms, which looked like skin and bones, and saw the bleeding area with a piece of flesh missing, looking very bloody. Let's go back. I'll put some medicine on your wounds. Okay, Qiujin nodded heavily.
Great.
She could finally leave this place. The two sisters headed toward the door. Wu Shan's face darkened. Stop. This is not a hotel. You can come and go as you please. Don't forget, your grandfather registered Qiujin's household registration at our house to avoid suspicion. She was exhausted taking care of her own girl. If Qiujin left, who would cook, do laundry, and take care of the children? And those stinky diapers, she really didn't want to wash them. Today, no matter what Su Qingli said, she wouldn't let Qiujin, who was working for free, leave. Auntie, are you sure you want to argue about this? Su Qingli took out her new work ID. There's one thing I seem to have forgotten to tell you. I am now a special translator for the Red Flag Daily, and I know quite a few reporters. I think they would be very interested in interviewing someone like you who is cruel and abusive to minors. I heard that your uncle's teaching job hasn't been going well lately. If you get caught in another domestic violence scandal, how will you survive? Are you threatening me? Wu Shan's face instantly turned pale. She couldn't believe her ears. She pointed at Su Qingli. Your family background? Did your grandfather teach you to treat elders like this? My grandfather only taught me to respect teachers and elders. Those who are mean and scheming towards me, I will fight back with the same attitude. Su Qingli sneered. My good aunt-in-law, either you let the person go now, or stop causing trouble. I'll pretend none of this ever happened today. If you keep holding on, we can go to the Women's Federation or the police station to settle this properly. Wu Shan was dizzy from the work ID badge Su Qingli held in her hand. She was both surprised and angry. She instinctively lifted her chin. Dream on. I'm not easily scared. This kid is raised by me. Your parents are capitalists, enemies of the people. Don't act high and mighty with me. I won't accept it. Shut up. Su Qingli interrupted her sharply. Her commanding presence made Wu Shan, who was used to being bold, suddenly stop. Aunt-in-law, child abuse, illegal detention, withholding food. Should I write about all this in the Red Flag Daily tomorrow? Let the whole city see what kind of person my teacher uncle married, and how he cares for the orphan of a war hero. Wu Shan gritted her teeth in anger. She underestimated Su Qingli. The Su family might not have a good background, but old Master Su truly fought on the battlefield. He was a real war hero who fought bravely for the country. If Su Qingli keeps exaggerating and writes this in the newspaper, Lin Hu's job will definitely be at risk. Neighbors' gossip might even break their backs. At this moment, Wu Shan finally realized she might really be unable to control these two sisters. But she still threatened fiercely. You dare. What's there to be afraid of? Su Qingli showed a fierce attitude, almost pressing her work ID badge to Wu Shan's nose. For calling you aunt-in-law, I'll give you two choices. 1. Let the person go and return everything that belongs to Xiaoju. 2. We'll see each other in tomorrow's newspaper, and the Revolutionary Committee members will judge this matter. Su Qiujia looked up at the two fighting endlessly. She knew her sister would definitely win. Because Wu Shan was timid, afraid of trouble, and obsessed with face. Sure enough, Wu Shan's lips twitched a few times, finally defeated, shoulders slumping as she shot a fierce glare at Su Qiujia, then turned and stormed into the room. Soon, a small patched bundle was thrown out from inside. Who would be eager to raise her? Get lost. All of you, go away. Bad luck. Don't come to my house to bring trouble anymore. Wu Shan cursed fiercely, her tone full of resentment. There was no longer any gratitude for being saved from the ghost gate by Su Qingli. Su Qingli also didn't bother to pay attention to her. She bent down to pick up the light patchy bundle, while tightly holding Su Qiujia's cold, trembling little hand. Xiaojia, let's go. Follow me home. Su Qiujia nodded happily, clutching Su Qingli's finger, as if holding on to her only lifeline. She finally could leave this nightmare-like small courtyard. The two sisters held hands, straightened their backs, and stepped out of the dirty little yard. Behind them was Wu Shan's hysterical curses and the loud bang of the gate slamming shut. Ahead of them, the sunlight was just right. It seemed even the murky air in the alley became a little fresher. Su Qingli led Su Qiujia through several alleys, then across a busy street, until they finally reached her small courtyard. In a quiet alley not far from Manchun Hall, there was a courtyard with gray bricks and tiles. The bright red gate was recently replaced by someone Su Qingli had hired. Even the copper door ring was polished to a shine. Pushing open the heavy courtyard gate, it made a long, creaking sound. The small yard was kept very clean. In the corner, a few newly transplanted roses under the old locust tree had just sprouted tender new leaves. The main house had 3 rooms, with 2 rooms on each side. The windows were bright and clean, and even the weeds between the blue bricks had been cleared away. Looking at this unfamiliar courtyard, Su Qiujia's eyes were full of surprise. She timidly looked around, instinctively clutching Su Qingli's hand tighter. From now on, this will be our home. Su Qingli looked down at Su Qiujia. It's not as big as our old home, but it's ours. Living here, no one will hit or scold you, or refuse to let you eat. Su Qiujia stared blankly, tears welling up in her eyes as she processed Su Qingli's words. She had a new home? A place without a mean auntie-in-law, where she and her sister could be safe and happy. A strange feeling of happiness overwhelmed Su Qiujin, making her unable to hold back her tears. She threw herself into Su Qingli's arms, crying, "Big sister, we have a new home now. It's so good." Boo-hoo, she was still young and couldn't hide her feelings inside. The sudden sense of belonging made her cry so hard that her whole body trembled, as if she wanted to cry out all the hurt and sadness she had experienced before.
Su Ingli gently stroked Su Yugine's yellow hair.
Cry if you need to. Let out all your worries and sadness. From now on, this place will be the fortress where the two sisters live together. At noon, Su Qingli specially cooked 2 hearty dishes for Su Qiujin. One was a big plate of chicken, and the other was a large carp from the Yellow River. They were simple dishes, but Su Qiujin ate almost to the point of bursting her stomach. She hadn't eaten such good food in a long time and almost swallowed her tongue in delight. "Sis, am I dreaming?" She touched her round belly, still a bit unsure if everything in front of her was real. Su Qingli pinched her face gently. "If it hurts, it's real. How could it be a dream? Don't worry. Follow me, and I'll make sure you eat well and enjoy life." "Big sister, you're so kind." Su Qiujin snuggled next to Su Qingli and fell into a deep sleep. Her arm wounds had already been treated and bandaged with clean white gauze. Since that day, the sisters had been living peacefully in their small courtyard, enjoying their simple life. Su Qingli traveled between Chunman Hall, the newspaper office, and home, busy and fulfilled. Her translations became more accurate. Even though Qin Yulan often found fault, Su Qingli managed to handle everything smoothly. Soon, Su Qingli established herself at the newspaper office. Su Qiujin's arm healed, and her fearfulness faded away, replaced by a bright, childlike glow in her eyes. Su Qingli kept finding ways to make her delicious food, quickly making Su Qiujin's once sunken face round and healthy. But that wasn't enough. She had an even more important task: to get Su Qiujin to go to school as soon as possible. Only through reading and learning could she enrich her knowledge and soul, so she wouldn't be swept away by the tide of the times. However, the pressure from the capitalists made it difficult to arrange Su Qiujin's schooling. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Su Qingli couldn't think of a good solution for now, and could only wait patiently for the right opportunity. She believed that all the beautiful hopes she had were on their way. One day, as she was going to the newspaper office to submit a special article, she heard the editor-in-chief's office filled with the anxious voice of Director Li. There were faint sounds of suppressed coughing as well.
"Ah,
What should I do? My daughter loves to draw, but Teacher Lin insists on going abroad. Sigh. Director Lee is the deputy in charge of personnel at the newspaper. He is honest and highly respected. Over the years, he has built many connections and is more influential than Qin Yuan. However, he is not in good health. When he speaks, he often coughs quietly. I heard his wife has been sick for a long time, which makes Director Lee worry and sigh all day. Reporter Zhang happened to pass by with a teacup, gave a subtle signal to Su Qingli and whispered, "Did you hear?" Director Lee is worried because he can't find a good art teacher for his daughter. His girl is a bit stubborn and the previous teachers couldn't get along with her. Nowadays, going abroad is not easy. Those who leave probably won't come back. Everyone knows that. But Su Qingli's heart moved. Before filming, she took various classes and studied traditional Chinese painting for several years. Although she hasn't gained fame, she is confident she can teach a child well. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Qingli walked over and gently knocked on the slightly open door of the editor-in-chief's office. "Director Lee, come in." Hearing the voice, Director Lee looked up and saw Su Qingli. He politely smiled and said, "Oh, Comrade Su, is there something you need?" Although he smiled politely, the worry in his eyes was hard to hide. Su Qingli smiled gently and said, "It's like this, Director Lee. I was outside just now, and I think I overheard you looking for an art teacher for your daughter." "Yes, that's right. Teacher Lin has been teaching my girl for 3 years, but now she's leaving suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all." Sigh. Director Lee sighed heavily, his brows full of worry. "Actually, Director Lee, I learned traditional Chinese painting from my elders for a few years. I think I have some basic skills." Su Qingli offered herself with a gentle smile. "Like fine brushwork and freehand painting, I think I'm pretty good. If you trust me, I can give it a try and maybe teach your daughter a bit while playing." "Huh?" Director Lee was a bit surprised and hesitant. It's not that he's suspicious, but there aren't many young people who can paint well these days. And Su Qingli is their newspaper's special translator.
Does she really know how to draw?
Refusing, she kept turning around in Director Lee's words. But seeing Su Qingli's confident eyes, he swallowed his words. Maybe his daughter is picky, but perhaps they really get along well? Director Lee rubbed his forehead.
"Well,
I'll trouble Xiao Su to inform you. Or tonight, why don't you come to my house? My wife isn't feeling well, and the house is a mess. Please don't mind." "No, not at all, Director Lee. You're too polite," Su Qingli replied with a smile. In the afternoon, as agreed, she arrived at the family courtyard behind the newspaper office. In the small apartment building, there were piles of clutter everywhere. Near the staircase corner, there were many coal briquettes stacked. Climbing the narrow stairs, she found room 203 and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Come in," a gentle voice responded. After some soft footsteps, the door opened. A strong smell of traditional medicine mixed with a dull, sickly scent hit her face. The person opening the door was a middle-aged woman with a pale yellow face, so thin she looked like she could fall over with a gust of wind. It was Director Lee's wife, Wan Jinmei. Behind her, a girl about 8 or 9 years old, with pigtails, sat on a small stool, pouting. In front of her was a drawing book with a pencil tossed aside. Seeing Su Qingli standing outside, the girl looked over curiously. As soon as her eyes met Su Qingli's, she huffed and turned her head away, looking unhappy. "Who are you?" Wan Jinmei didn't recognize Su Qingli and looked confused. Director Lee came out of the room. "Haha, Comrade Xiao Su has arrived."
come in."
"Wife, this is our newspaper's Xiao Su. She's good at drawing. Come visit us." "All right. Please come in," Wan Jinmei said with a smile, quickly pouring water and showing great enthusiasm. Director Lee looked at the girl still pouting. "Yaya, call her over. This is Aunt Su from the newspaper, here to teach you how to draw." Yaya looked up, scrutinizing Su Qingli with a critical eye. Her lips pouted even more. She tightened her lips and refused to greet her. Her eyes clearly showed distrust. Director Lee awkwardly rubbed his hands. "This child has been spoiled by us. Comrade Su, look at this. It's okay. Kids are like that. Honest and cute, Su Qingli said, casually taking the tea handed over by Sister Wan Jinmei. Thanks, sister-in-law, but I'm not thirsty. Sit down. The house is a mess. We haven't tidied up much, Wan Jinmei said, brushing some stray hair from her ear and mumbling shyly, oldly, you really should tell us in advance if guests are coming. Su Qingli didn't sit down. Her attention was caught by an old picture album spread out on the small table beside the bed. It was a very old copy of the Mustard Seed Garden Painting Manual, a stitched-bound book with worn edges. Hey, the Mustard Seed Garden? Su Qingli naturally walked over, bending down to pick up the album. Her slender fingertips brushed the yellowed pages, and she said nostalgically, this book. It's quite old. When I was a child learning to draw, I copied from this many times. Yaya, who had been turning away in anger, twitched her ears and quietly peeked over. Director Li and Wan Jinmei exchanged a glance, sensing something interesting. They only had one daughter, Yaya, who was spoiled and raised with care, quite willful. Not many could catch her attention, with just a few words. Su Qingli picked up a pencil from the floor and gently sketched a few lines on the blank page of the album. In a blink, a cute panda had appeared with smooth, flowing lines. It was full of spirit. Yaya's eyes widened instantly. Her unhappy expression turned into surprise and curiosity. She stood up from a small stool, leaned over to Su Qingli, and asked in a clear voice, Annie, can you draw pandas?
Pretty well.
I know a little, Su Qingli said, holding her brush and smiling at Yaya. Want to draw together? I can teach you how to draw its round belly?
Yeah.
Yaya nodded eagerly, picked up the discarded drawing book and pencil, and pushed them towards Su Qingli. Director Li and Wan Jinmei exchanged a happy look. Young people really have ways. Most likely, she would learn to draw. Just follow my lead. Drag this line like this, then curve around. See, the round belly, Su Qingli explained. Wow, that's fun.
I want to draw too.
The big girl and the little girl sat side by side in front of the drawing book, getting along very well. After a few hours, Yaya, tired from drawing, rubbed her eyes and went to rest. After she left, the couple immediately thanked Su Qingli many times. You're really talented, Xiao Su. Our Yaya is quite picky, so from now on, I'll leave teaching her to you. Wan Jinmei was very happy. As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and started coughing hard, cough, cough, cough. Nearby, Director Li quickly brought a bowl of herbal soup from the kitchen. Wife, drink it while it's hot. Wan Jinmei frowned and swallowed the bowl of bitter, thick, dark herbal medicine. Director Li looked at Su Qingli apologetically. Xiao Su, my wife's lungs aren't very good. She's been on medication for years. This illness isn't contagious, so don't worry. Su Qingli smiled and shook her head. It's okay. My mom's lungs weren't good either, and she coughed all night. Later, my dad got some cough medicine from abroad. After a few doses, she really got better. By the way, Sister Yume, how about I go back and get some medicine for you to try? Hearing that it was from abroad and worked wonders, Yume's eyes lit up. Director Li already smiled so much his eyes disappeared. Oh, Xiao Su. How can I accept that? Medicine from abroad isn't cheap. As long as Sister Yume gets better, nothing else matters. Su Qingli stood up to leave. It's settled then, Brother Li. I'll bring the medicine tomorrow at this time. She came here not just to be Yaya's drawing teacher, but to build a good relationship with Director Li. As for the miraculous foreign medicine, she wanted as much as she could get. After returning home, Su Qingli entered her space. She mixed spiritual spring water with Maltesers to make syrup, then poured it into small bottles about the size of a finger. She didn't make many, only 3 bottles in total. The next evening, as the sunset cast its glow, she placed the medicine into Yume's hand. Sister Yume, there are only 3 bottles left. Try it and see how it works. Yume clutched the 3 small bottles, uncertain but hopeful, and opened one to drink. A gentle, sweet warmth flowed down her throat into her lungs, bringing a cool, calming feeling to her heart. Yume paused, and the itchy sensation in her throat surprisingly disappeared quite a bit. She happily looked at the remaining 2 bottles of medicine.
This
medicine is so amazing. I just took 1 dose and my throat feels so much better. As long as it works. Su Qingli smiled and said, if the effect is good, I'll find a way to get more from outside. That would be great, but it's hard to buy this medicine because it's from abroad. Wang Yume is a straightforward person. Xiao Su, how much does this medicine cost? I'll pay you. Our sisterhood is close, so don't worry about the money. Su Qingli shook her head with a smile and shared her real idea. When your sister-in-law has free time, bring the kids to my small yard for visit. I have a younger sister, a few years older than Yaya, and she has no playmates. Okay? In a couple of days, we'll definitely come. Wang Yume happily agreed. They exchanged a few more words, and Su Qingli was satisfied and left. In the next 2 days, Su Qingli didn't visit again. Because she had arranged with Director Li that only on Saturday and Sunday evenings, she would teach Yaya to draw for an hour. She believed that after Wang Yume finished drinking these 3 bottles of spiritual spring water, she would definitely come to thank Director Li in person. After all, no one doesn't want a healthy body. That day, Su Qingli just returned from Man Chun Tang's state-run restaurant when she heard faint crying from the yard. She immediately pushed the door open. She saw Su Qiujing with her back to the door, quietly sobbing. In front of her was an open Chinese language textbook, the pages already wet with tears.
Xiaoju, Su Qingli stepped in.
Do you want to read? Su Qiujing instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head.
No.
Sister, why are you back so early today? Business was good today at the restaurant. The dishes sold out early. I specially packed your favorite braised pork, and it's still warm. Come. Su Qingli placed the lunchbox on the table. When she opened the lid, a rich, tender, sweet aroma of meat instantly filled the room.
Su Qingli happily grabbed at her chopsticks.
Sister, it's my favorite braised pork. She was still a child. Even though she was crying with tears all over her face, seeing food made her forget all her sadness and worries. The fragrant white steamed bun was bitten into hard, paired with tasty braised pork, making her mouth greasy with oil. Eat slowly, no one is rushing you. After Su Qiujing finished eating and let out a big burp, Su Qingli couldn't help but laugh and say, you're such a greedy girl, never satisfied with eating meat. Meat is delicious, I love eating it. Su Qiujing wiped her oily mouth and awkwardly asked, Sister, you're so capable. Can you take me to school? I miss my classmates and teachers. I want to go to school. But her words lacked confidence. After all, she was expelled earlier because of her background. Back then, some classmates even threw rotten eggs at her and called her a capitalist kid, saying she didn't belong in the classroom or to study. Thinking of this, Su Qiujing's eyes darkened. One shouldn't be too greedy. Having such a beautiful house and eating meat every day is already like living as a fairy. There's no need to be greedy for more. Could Su Qingli see what Su Qiujing was thinking? She was about to comfort her when she heard Director Li's cheerful laugh outside. Comrade Su, are you at home? Her heart moved, and she quickly went outside. Yes, I am. She hurried to open the door and saw Director Li and Wang Yume standing outside with Yaya. Behind them was a sunset painted in orange, turning the sky red. Director Li was holding 2 packages of square snacks wrapped in grass paper with a relaxed smile she had never shown before. Next to her, Wang Yume still looked as thin as before, but the yellowish pallor on her face had faded significantly. Her cheeks showed a bit of healthy red, and her eyes looked bright and lively. Even her breathing seemed much steadier, not at all like someone suffering from tuberculosis. Su Qingli knew this was thanks to the spiritual spring water. It was time to use the plan she had prepared. She smiled and motioned for them to come inside the small yard. Director Li's sister-in-law, please come in. Yaya pouted playfully. Teacher Su, aren't you inviting me in? Of course. How could I not invite you? Su Qingli gently pinched Yaya's small face and said, our little yard has become more lively because of you. Dear little guest, please come in. There's a playmate waiting for you inside. Hearing there was a playmate, Yaya grabbed her skirt and ran into the yard. Where is she? Come out and play with me, Su Qingli called from inside. Xiaoju, come out and meet her. Yaya wants to play with you. Coming, replied Su Qiujing obediently, walking out of the house. Seeing a stranger, she shyly lowered her head and hesitated to step forward. Don't be afraid. This is Uncle Li and Auntie. And this is Yaya, Su Qingli patiently explained to Su Qiujing. Since she was still a child, it was normal for her to be a little timid. Su Qiujing nervously clutched her clothes but still politely said, "Hello, Uncle Li." Auntie, Director Li and Wan Yumei looked at Su Qiujing and noticed her shyness. Especially her fearful eyes, like a frightened bird, made Wan Yumei feel a bit sorry for her. "Little Su, who is she?" "Oh, sister-in-law, this is my younger sister Xiao Ju. She's a bit shy." "I see. She looks sensible."
How old is she?
"Is she in school?" Wan Yumei casually asked. But Su Qiujing looked hurt, with tears welling in her eyes.
I
haven't been to school." Director Li sensed something was wrong and frowned. At this age, she shouldn't be out of school. "Little Su, what's going on?" Su Qingli had been waiting for this question. She sighed heavily and said helplessly, "Director Li, we are all family, so there's no need to hide anything. Before, my parents were labeled as capitalists because of overseas connections. They were called bourgeoisie, and my brothers were sent to the countryside. I also married into the countryside because of my background. It was only after a long time that I managed to get out and find a job in the county. None of that matters much. The sad thing is, little Ju is so young, but because of her background, she hasn't been able to go to school." "Oh, how sad." Wan Yumei gently hugged Su Qiujing. "She's still so young. Not going to school isn't good. Old Li, go back and try to find some connections. If someone is unfairly blaming little Su's family, try to clear it up. Nowadays, many people are falsely accused and their futures are ruined." Wan Yumei and Director Li were both educated people with kind hearts that cared deeply for others. "Don't worry, I will ask about this later. If you are truly innocent, I will help you clear your name." Director Li immediately responded and casually handed over some fruit snacks. "Xiao Su, we came here especially to thank you. Your sister-in-law has had this problem for many years. No matter how much she eats, she doesn't get better. It's been exhausting for me too. Since you brought that medicine, your sister-in-law has been taking it for 3 days. She feels better each day. Now she can even go downstairs for a walk. Yes, Xiao Su, I really owe you for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how many bitter herbal teas I would have had to drink." Wan Yumei nodded along. "Today, Lao Li and I came specifically to thank you." Su Qingli smiled. "Sister-in-law, there's no need to thank me. We're all family, so there's no need to thank. Just because you care so much about Xiao Ju earlier, I think I should call you my sister-in-law for life. Don't worry, Xiao Su. I will find a way to help remove the label of being a capitalist from you."
Wan Yumei spoke sincerely. Su Qingli politely declined.
"No, sister-in-law, just leave the capitalist label as it is. If you and Li Ji really want to help me, could you help get my sister a household registration so she can go to school? Rest assured, my grandfather was a war hero. My parents are currently being sent down due to overseas relations and are actively undergoing reform and education. This matter is on me. As long as she sincerely reforms, being a capitalist isn't that scary." Director Li almost pounded his chest to promise. "Moreover, your grandfather is a hero. There are colleagues in our newspaper who have more serious issues than your family, and they are working diligently." The matter of registering Su Qiuji's household was basically settled. Su Qingli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She then chatted with Director Li and his wife for a while longer and warmly invited their family of 3 to stay for a meal. "Maybe another day. We came in a hurry this time, so let's just consider this a meal." Just as Director Li was about to decline, Yaya pouted and tugged hard on his clothes. Earlier, Sister Xiao Ju said that Teacher Su's braised pork was delicious. Yaya also wants to try braised pork. Little glutton, Wan Yumei pinched Yaya's nose and smiled at Su Qingli. "This girl is so greedy. Looks like today she will get to taste your cooking. I just don't know if the meat shop still has fresh meat to sell right now. Sister-in-law, I bought some fresh food when I came back. It's in the kitchen. You and Director Li can play with the children. I'll go cook dinner. We'll eat soon." Su Qingli rolled up her sleeves and went to the kitchen. Actually, she didn't bring back fresh meat at all. Instead, the space's storage had plenty of preserved pork kept in the fridge. All of it was high quality, naturally raised and free-range. Su Qingli quickly took out a whole fresh pig's leg from the space, along with some vegetables, and started cooking in the kitchen. She was always quick, and soon a fragrant aroma rose from the stove. A little while later, a delicious and colorful meal was served on the table.
Wow.
Braised pork, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, steamed fish, and sliced boiled meat. Smells so good. Teacher Su, did you make all this? Yaya drooled eagerly and happily handed out bowls and chopsticks. And my favorite white rice. I feel so happy. Although Yaya's parents both worked outside, in those hard times, they could only enjoy such a feast during festivals. You're just a little greedy cat. Wan Yumei gently pinched Yaya's nose and started chatting warmly with Su Qingli. She was a few years older than Su Qingli, but they hit it off immediately. Laughter echoed in the small yard until the stars filled the sky. Wan Yumei and Director Li took Yaya and said goodbye. On the way home, Wan Yumei quietly advised Director Li, "Little Su is not simple. We should try to help her as much as we can in the future. Don't worry, I know what to do." Director Li had been working at the newspaper for many years and was very sharp. In his circle, there was no useless person. He had long seen that Su Qingli was extraordinary, which is why he wanted to get to know her. Especially after tonight's dinner, he understood her a bit more. This woman, who came from the countryside to join the army, was quite remarkable. Qingshan Village. If there's a chance, he should go see it. But for now, he needed to help Su Qingli with her sister's education. The next morning, Director Li went to the county office to investigate Su Qingli's background. The results confirmed she hadn't lied. Su Qingli's grandfather was a veteran who fought on the battlefield and was awarded 2 first-class merits for his injuries. Her parents were in the porcelain business, mainly dealing with foreign clients, which is why she was labeled a capitalist. As for Su Qingli, because of her status, she had to marry into a poor rural family. Such a talented woman. What a pity. Director Li clicked his tongue and walked toward his old friend. Look at this file. Their capitalist identity is being suppressed. At noon, Su Qingli was about to take a nap when she heard a knock at the door. Someone's here. She put on her slippers and went to open the door. When she opened it, no one was outside, but there was a black plastic bag tied to the bronze door ring. Su Qingli looked around, took the bag inside, and found a brand new small notebook with a deep red plastic cover, the household registration book. The familiar 3 words made her eyes widen suddenly. She quickly opened the household register, and the name of the head of household was clearly written, Su Qingli. The second page listed Su Qiujia's name. In the relationship column, it said, sister, and in the address column, the location of the courtyard was clearly printed. The last page held a neatly folded small note. Su Qingli hurriedly unfolded it. It was written in Director Li's familiar handwriting. Little Su, it's right for children to go to school. Your household registration is now settled here. Yaya is in 5th grade, and there's still a spot available. I've spoken to the principal, so you can take Xiaoju to register next Monday. No need to thank me. Your medicines from abroad saved my wife's life, so I helped you with these matters. Live peacefully. If you need anything, just ask. Also, please help buy some more cough medicine from abroad. A few more bottles, and Yumei's lung disease will be completely cured. These few simple lines were very sincere. Su Qingli held the brand new household register and jumped with joy. It's done. It really worked. She didn't expect Director Li to be so powerful. Not only did he help Xiaoju get her household registration, but he also moved her own registration here, all in this newly bought courtyard. Xiaoju. Su Qingli clutched the household register and hurried into the east wing. Before reaching Su Qiujia, she was already shouting with the new household register in hand. Come and see. Your name is on it now. From now on, this will be our home. Our household registration is here. Really?
Sister, is that true?
Su Qiujin could hardly believe what she was hearing. She quickly snatched the household register and looked at it carefully. When she saw the clear words, Su Qiujin. The young girl, only a little over 10, suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. She reached out to touch the name, her eyes blurred with tears. This is her new household registration. From now on, she doesn't have to go back to Uncle Lin Hu's house. She no longer needs to worry about her aunt taking her back.
Sister.
This is all real. We are on the same household register. Su Qiujin choked up, her shoulders trembling with excitement. Su Qingli nodded firmly and handed her a note. And this, Uncle Li said that next Monday, I can take you to Yaya's school to register. You'll be in 5th grade. Xiaoju, you can go to school now. You can go openly and proudly.
Sister. Sister.
Su Xiaojin couldn't speak through her tears. Her long-held hope suddenly became real. This huge happiness overwhelmed her like a wave. Her throat was tight, and she couldn't say a word. She simply threw herself into Su Qingli's arms and cried loudly. Her sobs echoed in the room. They were no longer desperate whimpers or feelings of resignation, but the joy of dreams coming true. It was the satisfaction of finally regaining self-respect after being trampled on for so long. Su Qingli didn't stop her, but gently patted her back. She understood this feeling. The long-suppressed grievances and fears needed to be released. Crying it out made her feel better. When Su Qiujin's crying gradually softened, Su Qingli gently comforted her. It's okay now. All the unhappy things are behind us. Xiaoju, study hard from now on. Only knowledge can change your fate. When the time comes, I will take you to see Mom and Dad and Big Brother.
Su Qingli post.
Our family will be reunited someday. Actually, when she first came here, she didn't have much feeling for the original family. She even thought they were just paper figures, insignificant and replaceable. Over the past few days, through her interactions with Su Qiujin, Su Qingli gradually understood the beauty of family love. She was willing to try accepting those unfamiliar relatives for Su Qiujin's sake. Su Qiujin had already cried so much, she looked terrible, curling up in Su Qingli's arms and firmly promising, "Sister, I will study hard. I want to become successful. I will bring our parents and Big Brother back home." All day, Su Qiujin was filled with joy about going to school. Until midnight, she kept turning over and couldn't sleep. It wasn't until Su Qingli warned her that if she didn't sleep, she wouldn't take her to register for school the next day, that she finally closed her eyes obediently. The next morning, before dawn, Su Qiujin got up. She tidied the yard, prepared breakfast, and seeing the sun hadn't yet come out from behind the clouds, she impatiently stomped her foot. Why isn't it bright yet? She was waiting to go to school and register. Finally, as the eastern sky showed the faint light of dawn, Su Qiujin eagerly went to wake Su Qingli. "Sister, it's morning. Take me to register." Su Qingli, still sleepy, sat up, looked at the sky, then lay back down. "Xiaoju, it's not bright yet. The school doesn't open that early." "No, sister, we should go early, so we won't be late." Insisting, Su Qiujin made Su Qingli get up with sleepy eyes. She fumbled to wash up, yawned, and took Su Qiujin to the elementary school. The iron gate was locked with a big lock.
Su Qingli, feeling tired, patted Su Qiujin's shoulder.
"I wasn't lying. I told you, the school doesn't open that early." Su Qiujin just shyly apologized. "Sister, I just really want to go to school. That's why I was so anxious. Maybe I can treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding?" She took out 2 crumpled 1 yuan bills from her pocket. This money was a reward Su Qingli gave Su Qiujin for doing chores. Usually, Su Qiujin didn't like to spend it. Since she was being generous this time, Su Qingli smiled happily.
"Okay."
There was a tofu pudding stall on the street, where a big bowl cost only 50 cents. The old man selling tofu pudding served 2 bowls, filled with milky shrimp and pickled radish cubes, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and drizzled with sesame oil. So fragrant, it made your mouth water. After finishing the tofu pudding, the sky was fully bright. The 2 sisters waited a little longer before the school opened. The elementary school was small, mainly for local children. Su Qiujin carried her new canvas backpack and followed Su Qingli into the school. From today, she was a fifth-grade student and would cherish this hard-earned chance to learn. Su Qingli helped Su Qiujin complete her registration and saw her into the classroom before waving goodbye. During registration, they faced no trouble, clearly because Director Li had given a heads-up in advance. The smooth registration made Su Qingli feel happy. When she went to the newspaper office to translate documents, her ideas flowed easily, making her work much more efficient. Just after sunset, she hurried to the school gate to pick up Su Qiujin, worried she might not adapt well. There were no parents waiting at the school gate. People in this era were very simple and honest, so there was no need to worry about children's safety. Su Qiujin came out with two other girls, laughing and playing, clearly having made new friends. Su Qingli gave her a thumbs up and turned to leave. Since no one else came to pick up their children, she didn't want Su Qiujin to be the only exception. After turning a corner, Su Qiujin caught up, excitedly waving her arms and jumping around. Big sister. You don't know how kind and friendly our teachers are, and the classmates are all very nice. We get along really well. Any knowledge I don't understand from the books, I just ask, and the classmates are very patient to teach me. Big sister, I'm so happy to be able to go to school. Su Qingli watched her sister happily talking and couldn't help but smile. No, your happy days are just beginning, she said. The sisters returned home. One went to do homework, the other to cook dinner, working together in perfect harmony. Fulfilling days always pass quickly. Su Qiujin treasured this rare opportunity and studied very hard. Her face gradually shone with confidence. Su Qingli's work as a special translator at the newspaper became more skilled. Her position stabilized, and she made many connections. But for her, that wasn't enough. She didn't want just to survive in the county and barely get by. She wanted to become a leading figure who could influence the times. She was willing to put in more effort for that. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Su Qingli put away her translated documents. Listening to the chirping of crickets outside the window, she felt very peaceful. A deep feeling of longing quietly spread in her heart. She missed Shen Yanchen very much. She wanted to write him a letter. The night was cool and clear. Su Qingli was no longer sleepy. She simply picked up the pen she had just put down, and under the warm glow of the dim yellow lamp, she started writing quickly. Her neat handwriting appeared on the paper. Husband. Seeing your words feels like seeing you. Since we parted last time, I haven't returned to Qingshan village. I stayed in the county town instead. Everything is fine now, don't worry. Also, I found a job at the newspaper. It's going well, and I bought a small traditional courtyard house to live in. The address is number 6, Cuihua Alley, Hojia, Manchintang. The yard is a bit old, but it's tidy and feels very cozy. Additionally, I took my sister Ziyaj out of her aunt's house where she was being mistreated, and she now lives with me, so we can look after each other. Since coming to the county, everything has been stable. But inside, I feel a little empty, because I miss you. I don't know if you've been busy lately. If you're free, come back and see me. There are some things I want to tell you face to face.
Su Qingli.
After finishing, Su Qingli read the letter again before folding it carefully and putting it away. Tomorrow, she would send the letter to Shen Yanchen's unit. He would surely be surprised. He didn't return to Qingshan village and even bought a courtyard house, right? This warm little courtyard should be ready to welcome its new owner. Early the next morning, Su Qingli dropped the letter into the mailbox. Then she went on with her daily chores. Her homemade perilla sauce was becoming famous. Many restaurants came to ask to buy it at high prices. But seeing manager Chen's nervousness, worried about losing customers, Su Qingli decided to wait a bit longer before thinking about expanding. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be taken step by step. Sudden success would only invite jealousy and schemes. She knew this better than anyone. When she had free time, Su Qingli tidied up her small courtyard and planted many flowers. Every corner was neat and elegant. Her days were very fulfilling. Only late at night, she would gently trace Shen Yanchen's name with her finger. That fool doesn't even know if he received the letter. It's been 3 days, and there's no news yet. On the other side, Shen Yanchen was training as usual in the army. The duty soldier responsible for delivering letters came in carrying a bag. 3rd Battalion, 4th Squad has a letter. Those whose names I call, come and get it. Chun Zhen, Lin Wenba, Shen Yanchen. When he heard his name, Shen Yanchen paused. A letter for him? He quickly rushed out, feeling very happy inside. Besides his sweet wife, who else would send him a letter in the army? He eagerly took the letter, saw the familiar handwriting, his heart beating fast, and then he smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. This beautiful handwriting could only belong to Su Qingli. He opened the envelope, but before he could read the letter, someone snatched it away. Hey, squad leader, got a letter at home? You're smiling so much, it must be from your wife. Come on, read it out loud for us, squad leader's wife wrote it. Ahem, you guys stop blocking the squad leader. I'll read it. Shen Yanchen was now a proper squad leader. Seeing his soldiers so happy and excited, they boldly snatched the letter. Stop messing around, give me back the letter. Haha, squad leader is angry. Run away. They played around on the training ground, but no one dared to look down. In the end, Shen Yanchen managed to take the letter back and put it in his pocket. Then he scowled and scolded his soldiers. All of you, get ready to run 10 kilometers with weight on your backs. Squad leader, go now. Shen Yanchen waved his hand to send the soldiers away, then went under the shade of a tree to carefully read the letter. The gentle words warmed his heart like clear spring water. After reading the last word, Shen Yanchen's face was full of disbelief. His wife never returned to Qingshan village. Instead, she bought a house in the town and moved in. Is she really that capable? No. He must go and see for himself. The thought of her made his heart ache, like a sharp pain, and he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly went to the government office to ask for leave. By evening, Shen Yanchen had already left the military base, looking fresh and clean. Behind him, his soldiers cheered loudly, "Squad leader, say hello to my wife for us, those little guys." Shen Yanchen cursed silently in his heart and followed the address on the letter. Su Qingli was cooking in the kitchen, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. A pot was simmering with tofu and lamb chops, steaming and fragrant. Su Qiujuan was doing homework at a small table in the next room, very focused. Suddenly, there was a slightly urgent knocking at the door outside the yard, firm and steady. "Coming," she said. Su Qiujuan jumped down from the bed and ran to open the door. When she opened it, she saw a tall, straight figure, but she didn't recognize him. "Who are you looking for?" she asked curiously. "I'm looking for Su Qingli. Are you her sister?" Shen Yanchen smiled and handed her the osmanthus cake he bought on the way. "What is your sister busy with?" "She's cooking in the kitchen." Su Qiujuan didn't take the cake, but stood alert at the door. "Why are you looking for my sister?" "You can tell me here." Seeing how clever she was despite her small size, Shen Yanchen grinned and said, "Actually, I am your brother-in-law. I wonder if your sister has mentioned me to you." "Your brother Yanchen?" Su Qiujuan examined him from head to toe. "My sister said her husband is very handsome." She wasn't wrong. "Wait a moment, I'll go call her." "Come in, Xiaoju. He's your brother-in-law." Su Qingli heard the noise outside and came out, still wearing her apron. The man at the door was tall and handsome, full of strength and dignity, her longed-for husband. He received her letter and really came to find her. "Husband, come in quickly and see our new home." Su Qingli waved at Shen Yanchen, smiling more beautifully than a flower. Shen Yanchen stepped into the small yard, looking around in disbelief. The yard's blue brick ground was clean and tidy, with a few lively rose bushes growing in the corner. The tall locust tree with its lush branches and leaves stands proudly, with a full set of stone tables and stools beneath it. The main house's windows are clean and bright, and the kitchen smells delicious with the aroma of stewed lamb. All of this is exactly what Shen Yanchen dreamed of creating for Su Qingli, a cozy little home. In fact, it's even warmer and more inviting than he had imagined. "Honey, did you really buy this small yard? You're so amazing." Shen Yanchen tightly holds Su Qingli's hand, still a bit surprised. "Wow." Sister and brother-in-law are holding hands. Su Qiujuan blushes, covers her eyes, and runs into the house. Sister, brother-in-law, you two keep going. I didn't see anything. Honestly, holding hands isn't a big deal to Su Qingli. But when Su Qiujuan suddenly smiles like that, she feels a little shy. She quickly tries to pull her hand away from Shen Yanchen. But just as she pulls, he holds her hand even tighter. Shen Yanchen smiles charmingly, holding Su Qingli's hand. Honey, we're legally married. Don't worry, holding hands won't get us in trouble. Annoying. Su Qingli rolls her eyes at him and smiles softly. Stop joking. I still have food on the stove. It might burn if I don't go back. Stewing lamb? It smells so good. Shen Yanchen takes a deep breath. Honestly, it's been a long time since I ate my wife's cooking. I'm so hungry I could drool. You're so annoying. Let's go eat. Su Qingli finally frees her hand and heads to the kitchen to get busy. The tender little goat meat is simmering in the pot, soft and tender with tofu. She sprinkles some white pepper on it, then serves it into a large white porcelain bowl and takes it outside under the old locust tree. Then she returns to the kitchen, quickly prepares 2 cold dishes, and sets everything on the table. She also brings out a plate of freshly boiled peanuts and some vegetable buns with a fragrant onion aroma. This simple meal, in a time of scarce resources, is truly precious. Shen Yanchen arranges the bowls and chopsticks, smelling the delicious food, and gazes at the plants and trees in the yard, feeling deeply the richness of everyday life. For a moment, he has a fleeting feeling of escaping the busy world for a peaceful half-day. Brother-in-law, stop looking. My sister's face isn't covered in flowers. Eat your vegetables. Su Qiujuan says this with a playful tongue, covering her mouth and giggling softly. Since the moment the food was served, she noticed that this handsome brother-in-law kept staring at her sister, not even blinking. Previously, she was worried that her sister's rural husband might be harsh and hit people. Unexpectedly, her brother-in-law was tall and handsome, much better looking than city folks. You're so naughty, you can't even keep quiet during meals. Su Qingli added a piece of tender, cooked lamb chop and placed it into Su Qiujia's bowl. Eat it while it's hot. You have homework to do after. Okay. Su Qiujia obediently lowered her head and ate quickly. Although she was only in 5th grade, she was already quite mature. Soon her bowl was filled with rice and meat, and she was full. I'm done eating. Brother-in-law, take your time. I need to do my homework now. Su Qiujia carried her empty bowl to the kitchen to wash it, then turned back and winked at Su Qingli. Sister, tonight I'll sleep in the West Wing. The teacher said I should learn to be independent and sleep separately from you. Whatever you want. Su Qingli waved her hand and didn't mind. Only after Su Qiujia left did she realize that the little girl was doing this on purpose to give them some private space. Even though she had long forgotten what the world was like, when Su Qiujia revealed this, Su Qingli's ears turned slightly red with embarrassment. Shen Yanchen loved her modest shyness the most. That downward glance and gentle smile felt like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, stirring gentle waves in his heart. He scooped some vegetables and placed them into Su Qingli's bowl. You've worked hard, wife. Eat more. It's amazing that you found a job in the county and even bought a house. That's really impressive. Shen Yanchen's praise was sincere. There are many job opportunities in the county, but also many people, so finding a suitable job is extremely difficult. However, buying this house must have cost a lot. Once I get my allowance, I'll give it to you. You can use it for the down payment. We'll tighten our belts for a few months and it should be enough. Don't use your dowry money. That's your private savings. Keep it for yourself. Providing for the family is a man's job. Shen Yanchen wasn't a chauvinist. He just cared about Su Qingli and didn't want to drain her dowry. Su Qingli naturally understood his intentions. She had originally wanted to tell him that the house was already paid for in full. After thinking for a moment, she simply nodded in agreement with his words. All right, I'll go along with you. If someone said they could buy a house with full payment after just a month or two, it would be hard to believe. Not just others, even Shen Yanchen probably wouldn't believe it. As his wife, she is willing to give him face and let him take on the responsibility of supporting the family. Getting rich takes time and steady effort. Rushing it might make others suspicious of him. After a warm dinner, Shen Yanqing took care of the dishes. Su Qingli went to the small room behind the kitchen to fill the bathtub with water, preparing for a bath. Nowadays, bathtubs are rare. But she was used to comfort, and not taking a bath for a few days made her feel uncomfortable. She looked all over the market but couldn't find a bathtub for sale, so she bought a solid wooden one instead. The round, big tub was wide and large, and soaking in it would help her relax. Su Qingli added some flower petals to the hot water and happily lay down. Shen Yanqing was washing dishes nearby, listening to the sound of water, and his throat moved slightly. A man who has been drinking alcohol can't help but get excited by the slightest thing, thinking about that matter. He quickly finished washing the dishes, not wanting to waste even a minute. Half an hour later, Su Qingli came out of the bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Shen Yanqing standing against the wall with one hand in his pocket. He was holding a lit cigarette between his fingers. The red sparks flickered, casting a warm glow on his tense jawline. The smoke from the tobacco drifted from his thin lips, swirling around his Adam's apple.
Su Qingli smiled happily.
No doubt, he was her handsome man. Just standing against the wall, he looked like a charming demon, captivating everyone. It made people imagine all sorts of things. Shen Yanqing looked up and met her gaze, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. He suddenly pressed her against the wall, leaning close to her neck, his voice hoarse. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he quickly went into the bathroom. The sound of water kept flowing.
Su Qingli chuckled.
This man probably couldn't resist temptation. He probably went in for a quick, intense shower, not even 5 minutes. She sneaked a glance at the clock on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes. At 3.5 minutes, the bathroom door opened. Shen Yanqing came out wearing only a pair of long pants, his shirt still not on. The strong, short hair was still dripping with water. A few drops slid down his temples to his chin, then fell onto his collarbone, rolling down his muscular chest. Su Qingli's breath caught. The man's attractiveness was very tempting. It seemed as if the air was filled with the scent of hormones. She felt a little excited. Shen Yanqing's eyes were deep. Leaning on his long legs, he quickly crossed the space and picked her up. His hoarse, magnetic voice rang in Su Qingli's ear. "Wife, where's the bedroom?" "Over there." Su Qingli pointed to the east room, surprised and covering her mouth. Goodness! How could she make such a flirtatious sound? Shen Yanqing had already carried her into the east bedroom and locked the door with one hand. Then, he carefully placed Su Qingli on the bed and knelt beside her. His cool lips left a gentle mark on her collarbone. "Wife, I heard. You miss me a lot. Do you have more things to tell me alone?" His husky voice, like a flickering flame, made Su Qingli feel hot all over. She simply reached out and wrapped her arms around Shen Yanqing's neck, pulling him close, and playfully bit his ear. "Come closer, I want to tell you." They stayed awake all night. Until dawn, Su Qingli begged him several times before Shen Yanqing finally let her go, still wanting more. She was tired, but happy. When Su Qingli woke up, she was filled with regret. She was wrong. She would never challenge this man again. And the spiritual spring water. Absolutely. She must not let him drink it again. Otherwise, she might really be drained. "Oh my, please have mercy on her." "You're awake." Seeing her open her eyes, Shen Yanqing smiled happily. He easily pulled her into his arms with a long, strong arm. Su Qingli quickly pushed him away. "Don't mess around. Qiuju has to get up early for school. I need to cook. Be good. When you were sleeping just now, I already prepared breakfast." Qiuju has eaten and gone out with her backpack. Shen Yanqing's fingertips gently stroked her delicate skin and lazily said, "By the way, when Qiuju left, she warned me. She said she heard you crying, and if I dare to hurt you, she would fight me." Such a brave little girl. She was so cute. Su Qingli was stunned for several seconds. She didn't cry at all.
"Wait."
"Oh my goodness." Su Qingli sadly covered her face. "It's all because of that jerk Shen Yanqing. He's such a troublemaker, and now she's misunderstood because of him." She was angry and annoyed, reaching out to pinch Shen Yanqing's arm, giving it a hard twist. That's too much. It's all your fault, making me lose face. Why are you embarrassed? Kids don't understand these things, Shen Yanqing said happily, not feeling ashamed. His gaze fell on her smooth, white cheeks, and his eyes suddenly looked deep. He leaned closer to Su Qingli, the smell of tobacco brushing her cheek. Warm and a little aggressive. "Sweetheart, I'm hungry," he said. Su Qingli pinched his nose. "If you're hungry, go eat. Stop bothering me." Shen Yanqing moved even closer, almost whispering into her ear, I'm hungry here." This time, it was only around noon that Su Qingli was finally released. She held her waist and got up from the bed to brush her teeth. While brushing, she scolded the man like he was a beast, full of brute strength. She shouldn't have let him drink that spiritual spring water. Now she was paying the price. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. After she finished washing up, Shen Yanqing had already brought the food to the old locust tree in the yard. 2 boiled eggs, 2 bowls of millet porridge, and a stack of her homemade pickled vegetables. Simple and fresh. The breakfast was warm and cozy, with the two of them enjoying each other's company. But after breakfast, Shen Yanqing had to go back to the army for more training. He was the squad leader, already on a mission, and it was a rare chance for him to take a night off. They walked side by side out of the Locust Blossom Alley, passing by the Mansion Hall state-run restaurant. Shen Yanqing looked at the long line outside and casually said, "Honey, I think we've eaten noodles at this restaurant before. Why don't I remember seeing so many people before?" "Oh, they recently hired a very skilled chef, so business is really good." Su Qingli smiled warmly. Shen Yanqing didn't mind. "I see. No wonder. Honey, you should go to work now. Don't wait for me. I need to return to the army. Recently, I'll try to behave well and see if I can bring you to the family quarters sooner. Actually, I should try to go out more often." Compared to the small courtyard Su Qingli just bought, the difference in status is immediately clear. He needs to work hard, earn more allowances, and pay off the house loan as soon as possible. "All right, I'm going to work now." Su Qingli waved goodbye and walked into Mansion Hall's state-owned restaurant. Shen Yanqing paused for a moment. No, after all the talk, the chef who made Mansion Hall's business so successful is actually his wife. That makes sense. With his wife's cooking skills, everyone who tastes it will never forget it. He looked at the long line of people waiting to buy breakfast outside the restaurant and at the alley behind the restaurant, his eyes growing more determined. "Wife, wait for me. I will do my best to get an external assignment." Shen Yanqing happily returned to the army. Su Qingli also started working busily again, just like before. The days were orderly, peaceful, and very comfortable. Meanwhile, far away in Qingshan village, Shen Yanli's family was struggling. The sun was blazing hot, and Zhang Cuihua was shouting loudly, "This is so unfair. In this hot weather, I come back from work and can't even get a meal. People think we married a wife, but those who don't know might think I married some ancestor. What kind of thing is this? Even the emperor's daughter-in-law has to take 3 punches before she can speak her mind. And now, she's just being supported by Grandma." Clang, Yi Lanin threw a chipped bowl across the room. "Old witch. What kind of insults are you throwing around?" She couldn't stand this life anymore. She was reborn and started over. So how did she end up so miserable? Su Qingli, that green tea girl, was fine. She just left after patting her but leaving her to be harassed by Zhang Cuihua every day. Yi Lanin was getting angrier the more she thought about it. But outside, the shouting continued. "Tian Yuan Grandma, what kind of person did I marry? I only said 2 words and she threw a fit. Why is my life so bitter? I can't go on like this. I'd rather be dead. At least then I could rest in peace, instead of working like a beast for this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Enough of the cursing. It's noon, and you're still causing trouble." "Huh." Yi Lanin came out of the house with a stern face. "Mom, if you really think you've lived enough, I won't stop you. There are ropes in the yard, knives in the stove, and if that's not enough, I have a bag of rat poison I bought a few days ago. You can choose whichever is more convenient." "You?" Zhang Cuihua almost gasped for breath. You unfilial thing. Are you trying to force me to die? You're heartless. Not only did you take my money, but now you even want my life. Fine, I won't live anymore. But before I die, I want to take you with me. As she spoke, Zhang Cuihua lunged forward, claws bared, toward Yi Lanin. Her fierce appearance scared Yi Lanin so much she screamed and staggered backward, falling to the ground with a thud. She hit her tailbone hard, tears welling up from the pain. It hurts. Stop crying. Don't pretend with me. I won't fall for it. Zhang Cuihua grabbed Yi Lanin's hair. You uneducated girl, get up. I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson. She was used to being fierce in the village and was very cruel. Every time they fought, Yi Lanin always lost. Just as she was about to be hit again, Shen happened to come back from outside. Before entering the door, he saw Zhang Cuihua riding on Yi Lanin and about to hit her. Shen rushed over immediately, grabbing Zhang Cuihua tightly.
Mom.
What are you doing? Why are you about to hit Lanin again? What did she do to offend you? Zhang Cuihua, being pulled so hard, spat at Shen.
Spit.
You come home and protect your wife, just like your brother. Both ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. Why do you only see me hitting her? Why don't you ask her why I hit her? Oh heavens, my life has always been so hard. I endured loneliness and raised my children alone. Every one of them married and forgot about their mother. I don't want to live anymore. Ah, her mournful crying echoed through the dilapidated yard of the Shen family. Neighbors outside heard the commotion and pointed and whispered. They were already used to Zhang Cuihua's fiery temper, but they still liked to watch the lively scene. After all, they often chatted during work. Who says not? Just now, I chased away my eldest son's wife, and now I'm dealing with my second daughter-in-law. If I had her skills, I could manage the whole family perfectly. By the way, I haven't seen Su Qingli in a long time. She's really a good daughter-in-law, always cheerful and smiling, and her cooking is delicious. You probably don't know, but she's gone to the county town. I heard she made some special sauce for the county's state-run restaurant. It's really tasty. Yes, the purple basil sauce. A few days ago, she even gave me a bottle. No, I think it's called purple bamboo shoot sauce. Sorry, I can't remember clearly. The neighbors' chatter drifted into the yard. Yi Lanin became even angrier. Again, Su Qingli. What does she have that I don't? I refuse to believe that with my second chance, I can't handle that rich girl. Yi Lanin's eyes flicked as she turned to look at Zhang Cuihua, who was still crying loudly. Mom, stop being so fierce. Don't cry so much. It's not good for you, and people might laugh at us. If you have time to scold me, why don't you go find the eldest sister-in-law? She's been gone for a month, and the eldest brother isn't home either. Maybe she ran off with someone. She dares. Zhang Cuihua's eyes widened. She's a rich kid's daughter. Thanks to our family, she has a place to stay. If she dares to run away with someone, it's shameful for our family. I'd be the first to tear her apart. She wouldn't dare run away. She's been gone so long. She probably got taken in by someone. Yi Lanin sneered coldly, full of contempt. Zhang Cuihua froze for a moment. That's right. She'd been busy working lately and forgot that Su Qingli had been gone from Qingshan village for over a month. That little troublemaker is also a handful. Married into the Shen family, she's just here to work like a beast. Dream on about living peacefully. Zhang Cuihua steadied herself and looked at Shen Yanli with a vicious glare. Go to the county town and find your brother. Tell him your sister-in-law ran away, and also ask him to send over this month's allowance. Whether Su Qingli runs or not isn't important. What matters is she must hold tightly onto Shen Yanchen's allowance. Shen Yanli didn't want to go. Mom, I still have to work. Before he finished, Yi Lanin pinched his ear sharply. You're hopeless. Now you realize you need to work? Your sister-in-law ran away, and that's a big deal. Let's go. Today, I will go to the county town with you to talk to Big Brother about this. We must not let others undermine us. Since his wife spoke, Shen Yanli had no choice but to nod and agree, even if he was reluctant. After having lunch, the two of them borrowed a tractor and headed to the county town. They had been there many times before and knew the place well. However, they didn't rush to find Shen Yanchen first. Instead, they went to the department store to buy some new clothes. After all, when going to the army, they should dress properly. They couldn't wear their wedding clothes. Sales clerk, please get this floral dress for me. As Yi Lanin entered, she spotted a sky blue long dress with sleeves. This is our department store's bestseller, priced at 120 yuan. If you really want to buy it, I can get it for you. The clerk lazily looked up. This was the most expensive dress, not something everyone could afford. Think I don't have money? Look down on people. Yi Lanin took out a 100 yuan bill from her purse and slammed it on the counter. Get it for me. But the clerk didn't move, still looking indifferent. Sorry, comrade. I think you didn't hear clearly. This dress is the latest model, 120 yuan. I won't sell it for less. How dare you? I will complain about you. Yi Lanin's face turned red with anger. She had brought 100 yuan, thinking it was enough given the current prices. Who would have thought the department store would go crazy and sell a 120 yuan dress? Were they trying to sell it to the county chief's wife? Hearing about a complaint, the clerk finally put on a fake smile. I'm happy to serve you. Do you want to try on this dress? Yes. Yi Lanin raised her chin and snorted coldly. The dress was taken off and handed to her. It felt like high-quality silk, smooth and light. Eagerly, Yi Lanin went behind the curtain to change. When she came out and looked at herself in the mirror, she thought she looked like a fairy. She looked left and right, satisfied, and spun around. Shen Yanli, pay the bill. Huh? Shen Yanli paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and leaned close to Yi Lanin. Wife, this dress is too expensive. We can't afford it. Why? When I ask you to buy me a dress, you keep hesitating. Are we too poor to do that now? Yi Lanin gritted her teeth in anger. In her past life, she lived a wealthy and comfortable life. A dress costing just over 100 yuan was not even worth her effort to clean shoes. Now, she was living in such a miserable way. How could she have been so blind to marry Shen Yanli, a useless man? No, wife, it's just that this dress is really expensive, more than half a year's salary. After Shen Yanli finished speaking, he noticed the disdainful look from the sales clerk. He quickly pushed Yi Lanin aside. Maybe we should buy something else. I only want this one. Yi Lanin snapped in anger. If you're worried about money, I won't ask you to spend much. I brought 100 yuan with me, and just 20 more from you would be enough. Wife, you shouldn't be so selfish. I give you all the money. What else should I buy? Shen Yanli muttered softly. I can't just go out looking shabby while you look so fancy. So, you mean you only brought 20 yuan when we go out? Yi Lanin burst out laughing in anger. Shen Yanli, I really married the right person. You're so good to me. No, wife, I just want us to live carefully. We should save money and not be so reckless. So, you think I'm reckless? Buying a dress is being reckless?
Fine, Shen Yanli.
If you think that way, maybe we shouldn't live together anymore. Let's get a divorce. I won't spend a single cent of your money. The two argued quietly. The sales clerk rolled her eyes and knocked on the counter. Hey, you two, buying clothes shouldn't cause such a fuss. You're making us the center of attention here. If you can't afford the dress, just take it off. When it gets smelly later, other customers won't want it. Yi Lanin was so angry she nearly exploded. Who said I smell? You, with your snobbish eyes, think I can't afford this. Let me tell you, I will be the richest person in the city someday. I have plenty of money. I don't want your broken clothes. The sales clerk continued to sneer. All right, madam, the total for this dress is 120 yuan. Please pay. Shen Yanli, pay the bill. Shen Yanli, Yi Lanin urged Shen Yanli without turning around, but he was still not responding. When she turned to look, she found that Shen Yanli had already slipped out of the crowd. Among the onlookers, she saw a familiar face, Su Qingli. Su Qingli was standing with her arms crossed, smiling as she looked at Yi Lanin.
Sham.
Sister-in-law. Yi Lanin's curse caught in her throat. She really wanted to rush over, grab Su Qingli's collar, and make her hand over the space ring. With it, she could buy not just a dress, but even the entire department store. But there were too many people watching. and they were all watching her with glee. Most importantly, Shen Yanli had disappeared without a trace. Thinking about the 20 yuan she was missing, Yi Lanin walked towards Su Qingli. Sister-in-law, can you lend me 20 yuan? I want to buy this dress. The color is nice, it suits you. Su Qingli nodded perfunctorily, then changed the subject. But unfortunately, I didn't bring any money when I went out, so I can't help you. Go ahead and browse. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. No, sister-in-law, wait for me. Seeing Su Qingli turn to leave, Yi Lanin hurriedly chased after her. But she had only taken a few steps when a sales clerk grabbed her arm. I told you, Mrs. Richest, either you pay or take off this dress. I'm just here to serve the people, not to be treated unfairly. Yi Lanin was furious. But she couldn't shake off the clerk's iron grip. And Su Qingli was already gone. There was nothing she could do but grit her teeth and take off the long dress. Here, the clerk hung up the dress, sneering. Next time, if you can't afford it, say so early. Don't keep bothering people. Yi Lanin pounded the counter heavily. Don't look down on me. Just wait, I will pay you back with money. Oh, I'll be waiting. The clerk responded mockingly, then lowered his head to continue cracking his sunflower seeds. Yi Lanin's anger had nowhere to go, and she didn't know where Shen Yanli had run off to. After thinking for a moment, she headed in the direction Su Qingli had left. She couldn't rely on that scoundrel. What she wanted most was Su Qingli's space ring. Soon, Yi Lanin caught up with Su Qingli. She quickened her pace and blocked her path. Sister-in-law, stop right there. How? Did you buy the skirt? Su Qingli looked half-smiling. Her cold expression instantly hurt Yi Lanin. Mind your own business. If I want to buy it, I will. If I don't, I won't. Yi Lanin huffed angrily, scrutinizing Su Qingli from head to toe. Big sister-in-law, you're so carefree. Just running off without caring for the family or your mother. You're very unfilial. How am I unfilial? Su Qingli's eyes were cold. I remember last month Yanchen only sent back 30 yuan. Our family is supported by my husband's money. Where do you get off criticizing me? Second sister-in-law, step aside. I'm busy and need to go to work, so I don't have time to talk to you. Su Qingli was originally at the department store to buy notebooks for Su Qiujing. If she had known she would run into Yi Lanin, she wouldn't have come. She found it unlucky. After saying that, she sidestepped Yi Lanin and walked ahead. Work? Yi Lanin's eyes lit up. Yes. Su Qingli hadn't been back for so long because she found a job. Having a job meant earning money, and the wages in the county town were quite high. Big sister-in-law, big sister-in-law. Yi Lanin quickly forced a smile and moved closer. Sister-in-law, look, I was just joking with you earlier. We are family and I was worried about you. Su Qingli didn't respond. She knew well that Yi Lanin was mean and selfish, so she didn't bother to talk much. But Yi Lanin kept shamelessly approaching. Sister-in-law, you haven't been home for so long. Where are you staying? Your job must include food and accommodation, right? Or maybe you can find a job for me too. Su Qingli was really annoyed with her. Not only with Yi Lanin but also with Shen Yanli. She found them both unlucky. But since they were the main characters in the story, they couldn't just disappear. She guessed there would be some trouble ahead. It was frustrating because she couldn't shake them off. After enduring silently, Su Qingli coldly said, "The work I do, you can't do." Oh, big sister-in-law, you're talking like that, looking down on people. Yi Lanin was quite unconvinced. I've studied before, and I can work hard. You, a rich girl, can do any job, so why can't I? Hearing her mention the word capitalist, Su Qingli felt anger rising. Second sister-in-law, I advise you not to call me a capitalist and accuse me of things. Since you dislike that I'm a capitalist, then stay away from me and don't come so close. After saying that, she pushed past Yi Lanin and strode forward. If they weren't on a busy street, Su Qingli really wanted to whip her with a riding crop. Yi Lanin glared with resentment at Su Qingli's figure, then rushed over to stop her. Big sister-in-law, we are all sensible people. I won't bother with polite words. Just tell me, where's your ring? That ring is the key to becoming the richest person. Yi Lanin is desperate to get it. Su Qingli looked down at Yi Lanin's hand and saw that the finger where the ring should be was bare. She knew clearly in her heart, but she looked confused and asked, Why are you asking about that? Didn't you sell the ring to me? It's better not to mention this. But once she did, Yi Lanin's anger exploded.
Dam su Kingli.
She tricked her out of her money and caused her to be beaten and scolded by Zhang Cuihua. This personal grudge, she would get revenge for someday. Thinking of this, she said fiercely, "Sister-in-law, stop pretending. You know that ring is fake. Wouldn't your heart hurt if you tricked me out of so much money with a fake ring? Trick? Did I force you to buy that ring?" Su Qingli smiled faintly. "Second sister-in-law, you can leave now. We're not on the same side. Everyone knows you forced me to buy that ring. Why are you asking for it again now? I think you're going crazy. Get out of the way or don't blame me for being rude." This time, Su Qingli's patience was completely gone. She coldly pushed Yi Lanin aside and strode toward the newspaper office. She had a translation to submit today and didn't want to waste time here. Yi Lanin refused to give up and quietly followed behind. When she saw Su Qingli walk into the newspaper office, she stared in disbelief. That despicable woman, working in the newspaper office? How is that possible? As she was thinking, someone patted her shoulder heavily. "Wife, why did you run so far? I called for you behind, but you didn't answer." Shen was exhausted, gasping for breath like a dog. Seeing his face, Yi Lanin was furious. She punched him on the back. "You jerk. I gave you money, and you ran off. Now that old woman is laughing at me. I've lost face. Get out of here. I don't want to be with you anymore. Let's get a divorce." Shen quickly apologized. "Honey, it's okay if you hit me. Be careful not to hurt yourself. It's not that I wouldn't give you money for the dress. That dress isn't something ordinary people can buy for daily wear." "How dare you say that?" Yi Lanin was so angry she wanted to scream. "Shen you useless fool. You wouldn't even spend 20 yuan. I don't want to be with you anymore. Divorce. We must get a divorce today." Yi Lanin was determined to divorce him today. Shen panicked. Money shouldn't be spent carelessly. But his wife wasn't easy to win over. He had already given her 2,000 yuan as a bride price. He quickly pulled Yi Lanin to a corner, trying to calm her down. "Honey, look at you. You're like a child, getting upset over small things. How could I not spend 20 yuan on you? Let's go buy that dress now. I was just feeling sick earlier, so I went out to find a bathroom." Seeing him soften, Yi Lanin's expression eased a little. Thinking about how Shen would be the richest man in the city someday, she decided to endure a little longer. "That's better." Yi Lanin crossed her arms. "Let's go buy that dress first. Once I'm dressed nicely, I'll find a job at a newspaper just like Su Qingli." "What? Honey, are you crazy?" Shen looked at her in disbelief. Someone like Su Qingli working at a newspaper? That's a joke. He simply couldn't believe it. Yi Lanin pointed at the newspaper office, jealous and angry. "You're wondering why I came here?"
I followed Suingli.
"She works inside. Yanli, why don't you go back and ask your leaders at the supply and marketing cooperative to give me a job in the county too? The wages in the city are much higher." Su Qingli dresses well and looks healthy. She must be earning a lot. Money is the best support. With her sharp intuition, Yi Lanin was sure Su Qingli had made a lot of money. But that wasn't strange. With that space ring, earning money was easy. She must get that ring back. Shen was hesitant. "No, wife, we are from the town. If the leaders had connections, they would probably arrange for their own children. It's impossible for me to be assigned to the county." Yi Lanin knew this was the truth. But even knowing it, she still felt upset. Why can Su Qingli find a good job in the city? I want to stay too. Only by staying can I get close to Su Qingli and get that space ring. That woman tricked me so badly. I will not let her go easily. After making up her mind, Yi Lanin grabbed Shen arm and shook it hard. "I don't care. I want to work in the county. Su Qingli or her rich boss, they can find good jobs. Why can't I? Where she is, I want to be there too. I am no worse than her." Shen was shaken so much he had no temper left. After all, who wouldn't want to work in the city with so many opportunities? But you need to have the chance first. Lan maybe. We should go back and ask Dad, Shen tentatively suggested. His father-in-law had been the village chief in Qingshan village for over 20 years, with many connections and a wide network. If he tried hard, it wouldn't be difficult to find Yi Lanin a job. Maybe someday, he could even get himself into the city too. Yi Lanin thought for a moment and decided this was the only way. Once she found a place to stay in the city, she would deal with Su Qingli. The ring and the position of the richest lady could only belong to her, Yi Lanin. That afternoon, Yi Lanin and Shen Yanli returned to Qingshan village. They didn't even eat and went straight to her mother's house. Under her tears, village chief Yi Mao had no choice but to seek help through connections. Fortunately, he had many friends and managed to find several contacts. Finally, he arranged for Yi Lanin to get a cooking job at a small school cafeteria in the city. "Girl, are you really going to cook at a primary school?" Yi Mao was very worried about his daughter. The previous job was much better, easy and clean. But working in the school cafeteria was different. It was crowded, and the work was dirty and tiring. However, Yi Lanin was determined and left without looking back.
Don't worry, Dad.
"I will work hard in the city and build a career. So you and Mom will be proud of me." "Dad, I'm leaving now." "Sorry to trouble you." Shen Yanli politely bid farewell with a forced smile and quickly left. As soon as he stepped out of the Yi family's door, his face darkened. What village chief? What connections?
Ha!
After all this time, they only found her a job as a cook's assistant? It was dirty and greasy. How could that compare to working as a sales clerk at the supply store? But thinking of Yi Lanin's temper, Shen Yanli didn't say much. Forget it. Let her do as she pleases. Once she's tired of fussing, she won't bother him anymore. Yi Maokai watched his daughter and son-in-law's figures walking away and shook his head heavily. He always felt that his daughter seemed to have changed recently, becoming more clever.
Sigh.
A grown daughter is hard to keep at home. There are so many good young men near Qingshan village, but she married someone lazy like Shen Yanli. He only has a decent face, barely worth mentioning. He's actually better than their eldest son, Shen Yanchen, who's in the army. But his own daughter is just spoiled, and he's done his best to support her, hoping she'll suffer less. Going to the county town is also a kind of experience. 2 days later, Yi Lanin officially became a vegetable washer in the kitchen of Hongxing Elementary School. She didn't know how to cook at all, and she only got the job through connections to do chores and wash vegetables. She was exhausted after just half a day, with sore waist and back, and her hands peeling and cracking from washing. It was a bit better in the hot weather now. But in winter, when it froze, the water would be painfully cold. Yi Lanin carried a basket of freshly washed cabbage and chopped fiercely, grinding her teeth in anger. She had already been reborn, so why was she still so miserable? She had to rely on her village chief father's connections just to get this job in the school kitchen. Not only was she exhausted, but she also had to endure the greasy smell of pork fat from the big pot. And what about Su Qingli? That shameless woman. Why was she so easily settling in the county and finding such a decent job? In the end, it was all because of that space ring she was supposed to have. She was determined to take the ring back.
Crash.
Yi Lanin finally finished chopping the basket of cabbage and threw the knife into the sink in frustration. Then she stepped out the back door to get some air. And unexpectedly, she saw a familiar figure. Across the street at the corner, Su Qingli was wearing a new floral dress, carrying a small bamboo basket covered with a clean white cloth. She turned and strolled into another street. Darn it! Yi Lanin cursed silently, her eyes full of hatred, wishing she could nail Su Qingli down forever. It was the 1960s, and everyone was simple and conservative. But Su Qingli dressed like a butterfly, and her walk was flirtatious, like a sly fox trying to attract attention. Humph. No wonder she quickly found a decent job in the town. Probably took advantage of Shen Yanqing's absence and sneaked around. Jealousy and anger grew wildly in Yi Lanin's heart, almost bursting from her throat. No way. Why should she work so hard like a dog, while Su Qingli is so comfortable? She had to expose this little troublemaker and catch that wild man. Yi Lanin wiped her hands on her apron, which had vegetable leaves on it, and secretly followed. From a distance, she saw Su Qingli go into the Man Chun Tang state-run restaurant. Before she even entered, a handsome man approached her, smiling warmly, and took the bamboo basket from her hand. From far away, Yi Lanin couldn't hear what they were saying. She only saw the man lift the white cloth on the basket and smile even more, as if he had found a precious treasure. Yi Lanin was stunned. What exactly was inside that basket? It didn't look like something for a secret meeting. And Su Qingli handed over the basket and then turned to leave. The man kept smiling at her, happily taking the basket and walking into the restaurant.
Could it be
a treasure from her space ring? Did Su Qingli use that to get close to the restaurant? It must be. This was a sneaky deal. Feeling more confident, Yi Lanin waited until Su Qingli was far away, then suddenly stepped out of the shadows and strode into Man Tang Hong's state-run restaurant. She pushed open the glass door with a loud scrape. Her voice was sharper than the noise, and she shouted, "Where is your manager? Tell him to come out." A few customers sitting in the hall looked over, startled by her loud voice. Manager Chen heard the commotion and came out from the kitchen. "Comrade, what can I do for you?" "Of course. And it's a very serious matter." Yi Lanin tilted her head and looked at the diners waiting in the hall, feeling proud. She said, "Let me tell you, the woman who just delivered the goods is the daughter of a wealthy family, a troublemaker from the wrong side of the tracks. This is a state-run restaurant. How can you do business with her? What's your stance? Aren't you afraid of being reported?" Manager Chen's eyebrows immediately furrowed. "Comrade, you need to have proof when you speak. Sister Sue's cooking skills are well known and highly praised. She came to deliver goods. Don't jump to conclusions just because she walks in. Who are you? How can you call her a troublemaker from a wealthy family? And a troublemaker from the wrong side of the tracks? Tisk, it's better not to be so harsh. You might end up in trouble someday and have no one to help you. Go away, stop spreading rumors here, and delay our business." A few years ago, the campaign to criticize and persecute was very intense, and everyone was on edge. But recently, the situation has clearly improved. Those who accuse others of their background are either foolish or malicious. Therefore, Manager Chen looked at Yi Lanin with disgust. "She supplies you with goods." Yi Lanin seemed to have caught a big handle and almost spat at the manager.
Humph.
With someone like Su Qingli, what could she possibly supply? Have you checked if her supplies are legitimate? You dare to accept things without asking clearly. I think you're not interested in doing this job anymore. Humph, you're colluding with her. I will report you to the higher-ups. She didn't need to guess. She knew the goods sent by Su Qingli must be from the space. These fools. They create things out of thin air, and they don't even doubt it. The word, report, completely angered Manager Chen. His face turned red as he grabbed Yi Lanin's sleeve, almost dragging her outside. "What are you? Coming to our restaurant to cause trouble? Get out of here. You mind your own business. Who cares where Sister Sue's goods come from? As long as her purple basil sauce can make people's tongues tingle, the customers will believe it. That's her secret recipe. Many people want it but can't get it. Mind your own business. Look at your gloomy face. You're not a good person. If you want to report, go ahead. I'll be waiting here."
Bah.
"What kind of person are you?" He pushed and shoved, forcing Yi Lanin out the door, then slammed the glass door shut with a loud bang. The door frame vibrated with a buzzing sound, and bits of wall plaster fell onto Yi Lanin's face and hair. She staggered backward, nearly falling onto the stone pavement. Phew, phew, phew. After spitting out the wall dust, Yi Lanin glared angrily at the greasy signboard of the Hall of Red, feeling furious. Such a contemptible thing. A fool who thinks they're clever. They really believe that Su Qingli has some secret trick. Humph. That purple basil sauce must have been brought out of Su Qingli's ring space. But if she told anyone, she'd probably be called crazy.
Fine, fine, fine.
Su Qingli, just wait. I don't believe I can't find a way to catch you. In the next few days, whenever Yi Lanin finished her work at the school cafeteria, she kept watching for Su Qingli. Finally, after several attempts, she saw Su Qingli passing by from across the street again. She didn't bother to wash her vegetables and eagerly followed her. This time, she kept watching for a long time. She saw Su Qingli first go to the Hall of Red's state-run restaurant, then to the Red Flag newspaper office. In the afternoon, under the glow of the setting sun, she went to a small alley behind the Hall of Red. The alley wasn't very deep, and she could see the end with one glance. Yi Lanin secretly hid in a corner, watching as Su Qingli took out her keys and entered a small courtyard in the alley. When the gate closed, she immediately ran over. The courtyard was small but very peaceful. A few branches of locust trees stretched out from the wall, their leaves lush and full of life. The gate was tightly shut. Near the wall, there were some vegetables growing, lush and green. No matter how you looked at it, it was much better than the old rural brick houses. Yi Lanin had lived in such houses in her past life. Now they belonged to Su Qingli. This made her more certain that Su Qingli had taken over that ring and stolen the life that was meant for her. Her heart burned with jealousy, a wicked fire rising to her head. She couldn't wait to break in and take back the ring. That was what she thought, and that's what she did. She clenched her fists and knocked loudly on the door. "Who's there?" Su Qingli heard the noise and came out to open the door. She saw Yi Lanin with a face full of jealousy. How did she find this place? Su Qingli felt annoyed and frowned slightly. "Why are you here?" After saying that, she stepped back to close the door. Yi Lanin pushed against the door and forced out an exaggerated, fake smile. "Oh, sister-in-law, so you live here? TSK, this small yard is really nice, much better than our old brick house. Buying this yard must have cost a lot of money, but you tricked me out of 3,000 yuan before, so buying a small yard is easy for you." While speaking, Yi Lanin greedily looked around the tidy yard, her tone sour. Su Qingli thought, what a despicable person. She even used the 3,000 yuan she stole to buy a house in town. She really wanted to tear her apart. Su Qingli looked coldly at Yi Lanin's performance. "Are you done talking? All you do is accuse me of cheating you. What exactly did I cheat you of? Yi Lanin, this is the last warning. If you dare to slander me again with such nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Lanin immediately took 2 steps back, instinctively covering her face. The slap she received earlier still hurt. When she looked up, she met Su Qingli's icy gaze, which instantly crushed her arrogance. "Calm down, stay calm, Yi Lanin." The space ring was in Su Qingli's hand. Now is not the time to settle scores. She reminded herself firmly in her mind. Yi Lanin finally regained her composure. All the foul words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, making her face turn pale. She hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say in a small, hesitant voice, "About your seasoning, that purple perilla paste. Could you sell me some? We're family after all." "Ha!" Su Qingli crossed her arms and sneered. "Now you remember we're family? Just a few days ago, you went to Man Tang Hong's state-run restaurant to report me? Who publicly insulted me as the daughter of a capitalist, a black category dog. Yi Lanin, are you out of your mind? First, you try to sabotage me, and now you want a share of what I have." Chen manager had already told Su Qingli about Yi Lanin's visit to Man Tang Hong. She didn't take it seriously. "I didn't expect to be followed by Yi Lanin all the way to my door. She's like a persistent fly, buzzing around. It doesn't bite, but it's really annoying." Yi Lanin's face turned red from being confronted. She stiffened her neck and said, "Did I say anything wrong? You're just a rich girl from a wealthy family. Wealthy families are just the worst. Don't think I don't know. You couldn't have just made that purple sauce out of nowhere. You must have taken it from your space ring, and you're just pretending not to admit it. Says Qingli, don't go too far. You're living comfortably, but you should share a little with us. If you keep pushing, I might report you. Things could get really bad then." Since she didn't get her way, Yi Lanin turned hostile and threatened her. She didn't believe that even if Says Qingli had a space ring, it would matter. Just being the daughter of a wealthy family was enough to crush her. And if the secret about the space ring got out, it would definitely make Says Qingli suffer. Yi Lanin thought she had the upper hand and looked at Says Qingli with a proud expression. She was just waiting for her to beg and kneel. But she was wrong. Says Qingli wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "Second sister-in-law, I think you're really crazy. You keep talking about space rings. What exactly is that? I've never heard of it before. Last time, you almost died from some illness. Maybe you've been possessed by something dirty? Maybe I should take you to the mental hospital? So you don't go crazy and cause trouble someday. People's safety is the most important." Says Qingli's words were calm but sharp, hitting Yi Lanin right in the heart. She suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Yeah, talking about space rings to people in this era, no one would believe it. If she was labeled as mentally ill, it would be terrible. Even if her father was the village chief of Qingshan village, it wouldn't help. All her pride and arrogance disappeared instantly. She awkwardly stammered, "Sister-in-law, I was just joking." "Joking?" "Humph," says Qingli flipped her wrist, and a shiny, black whip suddenly appeared in her hand. She looked at Yi Lanin with greedy eyes and warned softly, "My patience is limited. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really be rude to you." Yi Lanin felt a chill run down her spine under her gaze. But deep inside, the madness fueled by jealousy and greed started to surface again. That whip appeared out of nowhere. It was also in the space. This thought shattered all of Yi Lanin's reason. She screamed, "Stop scaring me. Do you think I'm easily frightened? Don't think I didn't see that the whip in your hand came from the space. You lied to me. If you won't admit it, fine. But then you turn around and blame me. That's so disgusting. Su Qingli, give me back my ring. It was mine to begin with." As she spoke, Yi Lanin rushed forward to grab it. But when she grabbed Su Qingli's left hand, she didn't see the ring. Just as she was about to reach for the other hand, her vision blurred. Swish! Smack! The heavy whip tore through the air and struck hard on Yi Lanin's arm. She immediately felt a burning pain and let out a sharp scream. Tears and snot burst out all at once. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands," Su Qingli coldly snorted, and the whip in her hand fell mercilessly. She had already given many chances, but Yi Lanin was ungrateful. Su Qingli knew how to defend herself. Smack! 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 The cruel whip lashed repeatedly on Yi Lanin's body, making her fall to the ground like a spinning top, rolling everywhere. Soon, her face and body were covered in dull dust. The pain all over her made her curl up and scream while clutching her head. "Su Qingli, you're so cruel. You took the ring and refused to admit it, then play to act so everyone thinks I'm crazy. The ring is mine. Give it back to me. Give it back. Yi Lanin, you really have no hope." Su Qingli looked down from above at the woman rolling and crying on the ground, as if she were looking at a pile of mud. The whip in her hand crackled loudly, without stopping. "Think carefully before you talk nonsense next time. I don't understand a word of your crazy, rambling nonsense, but I can tell you this. If you keep spouting rubbish, Su Qingli spoke softly, then leaned close to Yi Lanin and suddenly lowered her voice to a freezing level. "Do you believe it? I could make you completely disappear from this world right now." Her voice was very quiet, but it carried a deadly intent that made one's bones freeze. At that moment, Yi Lanin realized she was afraid. If Su Qingli killed her and threw her into the space, she would truly vanish from this world. The shadow of death completely covered her. The proud Yi Lanin finally gave in. She curled up, crawled to her knees, and held onto Su Qingli's leg, begging, "Stop hitting me. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me." Boo-hoo. Seeing Yi Lanin, who looked like a dying insect curled up on the ground, Su Qingli finally put away her whip. She kicked Yi Lanin aside, turned around, and entered the yard, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. "Stay away from here in the future. Your bad luck." Yi Lanin lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up because of the pain. Several doors opened in the alley one after another. Someone peeked out from their yard but only glanced and didn't come over. Nowadays, staying safe was the most important thing. No one would be foolish enough to come close and cause trouble. Yi Lanin hobbled out of the alley, grimacing in pain. That whip that appeared out of nowhere haunted her like a nightmare. She was determined to get back the space ring from that despicable Su Qingli. After finally dragging herself to the school dormitory, she saw a figure walking quickly toward her. Lanine, what happened to you?
Why?
Why are you so hurt? Was it a car accident? The person was Shen Yanli. He had come from the countryside just to see Lanine. After all, they were married. Missing his wife for 2 days made him restless and unable to sleep. He never expected to see Lanine looking so battered. Her body was covered with dark bruises, looking terrible. It was as if she had been mistreated. Of course, Shen Yanli hesitated to ask about it, afraid that if he did, the terrible truth would come out. He was worried that if he asked, the incident would really happen and he would end up being the fool with a green hat. Seeing Shen Yanli, all of Yi Lanine's frustration and sadness overwhelmed her. She suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried loudly, Yanli.
Boo-hoo. Look.
Look what that despicable Su Qingli did to me. If I hadn't begged for mercy, she really would have hit me to death.
Boo-hoo.
I don't want to live anymore.
What?
Did big sister-in-law hit you? Shen Yanli was completely stunned.
This.
Just normally, why did you go and provoke her? Su Qingli, that little brat, looks delicate and weak, but she's actually very mean and vicious. Last time, she took a whip and beat him and his mother. Thinking about that beating, Shen Yanli couldn't help shivering. Seeing his useless, cowardly look, Yi Lanine was furious. She glared sharply at Shen Yanli, then snapped, She owes me a ring. Last time, she lied and sold me a fake ring at a high price, and she still refuses to give me the real one. Clearly, she was wrong, but she turned around and blamed me, beating me like this. That brat. Enough. Before she finished, Shen Yanli's eyebrows furrowed, and his voice rose a bit, full of impatience. Husband, can you be a bit more clear-headed? I think you're really losing it. Back then, you insisted on spending money to buy big sister-in-law's dowry ring. She already gave it to you. What's real or fake doesn't matter. A broken ring, can it be used for eating or wearing? You keep obsessing over this and causing trouble, talking about space and other nonsense. If this keeps up, Su Qingli will be fine, but you'll go crazy first. Use your brain, stop causing trouble. I'm begging you, okay? Yi Lanine was frozen in place by the shouting, her mouth open but unable to speak. Seeing Shen Yanli's impatient face, her vision darkened with frustration. The ring and the space are real. But no one believes her. They all think she's crazy. Clearly, Su Qingli played tricks and deceived her. She is the victim. But now, no matter what she says, it's all useless. She can only swallow her deep resentment and grievance, unwillingly accepting this silent loss. This feeling is even more painful than being whipped. That night, Yi Lanine stayed awake until dawn. Clearly, the Reborn heroines are all lucky, with perfect timing and advantages, shining brightly. Why, then, is she being toyed with by Su Qingli like a dog? She is unwilling. Unwilling.
No.
I must prevent Su Qingli from being so arrogant. She probably won't be able to get her space ring for a while. So, first, I need to find the golden lock that can recognize the richest man. Let Shen Yanli, the useless one, replace Shen Yanchen and act as the son of the richest man. This way, everything will go back to normal, and she will still be the wife of the richest man. After making up her mind, early the next morning, Yi Lanine insisted on going home. Shen Yanli saw she was still injured and had no choice but to go to Hongxing Elementary School to ask for leave. Then, with a gloomy face, he took her back to Qingshan village. On the way, he kept muttering in his mind, just a small injury, and she's making a fuss about taking leave? How delicate. Going back and forth just wastes money. But no matter how annoyed he was, Shen Yanli didn't dare show it on his face. After all, she was his newlywed wife. And in his future career, he still needed his father-in-law's connections. After sending Yi Lanine home, Shen Yanli went to work. Yi Lanine looked at the broken and messy yard, her eyes turning red with anger. If it weren't for that mean woman Su Qingli stealing her space ring, she would have already been enjoying life in the city. In the end, She believed that wealth and power were the keys to a comfortable life. These days, she had taken leave and was determined to get that golden lock from her mother-in-law, Zhang Cuihua. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She suddenly turned over, but accidentally bumped her injured spot, grimacing in pain. She took a deep breath and sat up. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Without needing to look, she knew it was her harsh mother-in-law, Zhang Cuihua, returning. Yi Lanin tiptoed down from the Kong and looked outside through the broken window. Sure enough, near the crumbling mud wall of the courtyard, a hunched figure appeared, none other than Zhang Cuihua. The old woman was sneaking toward her room, glancing back cautiously several times. Something was wrong. Yi Lanin immediately became alert. When Zhang Cuihua entered the house, she quietly crept to the window of Zhang Cuihua's room. Then, holding her breath, she peeked through the broken hole in the window. Zhang Cuihua thought that she was alone at home. After all, Shen was busy at work, and her second daughter-in-law had gone to the county town to work a few days ago. After closing the door, she nervously unfastened her patched pants. Then she carefully reached inside and took out something from a hidden pocket inside her waistband. Although the room was dark, the object still reflected a heavy, golden shine. Yi Lanin's breath caught, and her eyes widened in surprise. It was definitely it. In Zhang Cuihua's hand was a small gold lock about the size of a thumb. There seemed to be some patterns engraved on the lock. Yes, it was it. In her past life, Shen had used this small gold lock to be recognized as the son of the richest man in the provincial city. No wonder she couldn't find it when she searched Zhang Cuihua's house before. It turned out that this thing was sewn into her smelly underwear, close to her body. What does a space ring matter? Once she got this gold lock and Shen successfully recognized her, she would truly become the wife of the richest man. Great wealth would be within her reach. She would no longer have to stay in this broken mountain village eating coarse food, nor would she have to see Su Qingli's contemptuous face. Once she had money, she could use it to get what she wanted, and controlling Su Qingli would be easy. Yi Lanin's heart pounded with excitement outside. Zhang Cuihua, inside, stared at the gold lock for a moment, muttered softly, then took out a piece of underwear, sewed it back, and carefully hid the object in the broken wooden box at the head of the bed, which was peeling and old. For safety, she also covered the box with a few moldy old clothes. Only then did she seem to feel completely at ease, and she walked out unsteadily. Before Zhang Cuihua pushed the door open, Yi Lanin had already sneaked back into her own room. After hearing her footsteps disappear for a while, she couldn't wait and rushed into Zhang Cuihua's room. She swept away the dirty clothes on top, reached inside, and felt around. Soon her fingertips touched something hard, and she quickly pulled it out. It was that tattered underwear. Yi Lanin's nervous heart almost jumped out of her chest. She quickly tore open the stitches. Finally, the heavy gold lock fell into her palm. The front of the lock was engraved with 4 characters: long life and happiness. Turning it over, she saw a tiny, exquisite family crest in the corner on the back. Yes, it was it. In her past life, her wealthy father decided their family status based on this family crest during the family reunion. Finally getting what she had always dreamed of, Yi Lanin quickly shoved the item back into her bag and ran straight home. In the corner of the Yi family's yard, there was a tall mulberry tree with lush leaves. While no one was around, Yi Lanin dug a deep hole under the tree and buried the golden lock inside. She covered it with soil, pressed it down firmly, and even placed a few broken bricks on top as a marker. After finishing, she still felt a bit unreal, so she pinched herself hard. It hurt. This was not a dream.
Yi Lanin smiled proudly.
Good, the item was in her hands. Now she just had to wait for 3 years until the wealthy person sent someone to find her. Wait a minute. 3 years.
Yi Lanin's smile froze instantly.
She still had to wait a full 3 years. But she couldn't endure this poor life for even one more day. She was tired of watching Su Qingli live comfortably in the county town. No, This was absolutely unacceptable. The space ring and the golden lock could only belong to her. She also planned to find Su Qingli and take back her things. Yi Lanin was a person of action. To avoid unnecessary delays, she left her family home and went straight to find Shen Yanli. She told him she should go back to work, or she'd lose money on her leave. Shen Yanli was surprised by Yi Lanin's diligence and agreed, without hesitation. After all, now that they were married, they both needed to work hard for their little family, and it was only fair to endure some hardship. Yi Lanin hurried back to the county town. She even refused Shen Yanli's offer to see her off, saying she didn't want him to delay his work. She looked like a good wife who knew how to manage her household. But actually, she was just afraid that Zhang Cuihua would find out she lost the golden lock and reveal her secret. By the time she returned to the county town, it was almost afternoon. Yi Lanin still had injuries on her body. There was no way she could go to work. Since she had already taken leave, she decided to rest at her dorm for 2 days, sleeping so deeply her bones ached. Of course, while resting and healing, she wasn't just idling away her time. She was thinking hard about how to get the space ring back from Su Qingli. After much thought, she realized brute force wouldn't work. She couldn't fight her way through. So she decided to change tactics, use a softer approach. And so, in the evening 2 days later, when Su Qingli returned from Mr. Li's house after teaching Yaya how to draw, she saw a figure curled up at the wall entrance of her quiet courtyard from afar. The sunset glow was beautiful, but it couldn't hide the familiar, irritating aura of that person. It's Yi Lanin again. This woman really remembers kindness, but forgets the punishment. Su Qingli didn't bother to frown and simply walked over, took out her keys, and opened the door. Big sister-in-law, Yi Lanin pitifully approached Su Qingli, deliberately sounding sad. Big sister-in-law, you're back. I have nowhere to stay. The school dormitory had some issues. Can I stay at your place for 1 night? Just 1 night. Please be kind. I promise I won't cause trouble. I'll leave as soon as morning comes. As she spoke, Yi Lanin tried to squeeze into the yard. Su Qingli crossed her arms, blocking the entrance like a wall. Her gaze was colder than ice.
Impossible.
This is the newspaper's house, not mine. Without the newspaper's permission, no outsiders can stay here. There are many inns outside. You can find one and stay for the night. Su Qingli wasn't stupid. Yi Lanin's act of pretending to be pitiful was clearly a trap. She had bad intentions. Only a fool would let this scheming woman in. But even if she firmly refused, Yi Lanin still wouldn't give up. Big sister-in-law, please be kind. We're both married to Mr. Shen. We're family. She looked innocent, with tears in her eyes. Su Qingli didn't buy it at all and impatiently warned, "Stop trying to get close to me. I already said this is the newspaper's house. I can't make decisions. Besides, our relationship isn't close. Don't cling to me. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here and cause trouble, or I will report you to the police for trespassing on the newspaper's property and disturbing the residents." Yi Lanin couldn't maintain her perfect fake smile after such a blunt rejection. "Big sister-in-law, get out," Su Qingli said calmly, pushed the door open, and entered the yard. Then she slammed the door shut with a bang, showing no respect for Yi Lanin at all. Dealing with such a hypocrite, you must be firm and quick to refuse, so she wouldn't get entangled. Yi Lanin almost got caught on her nose, making her grit her teeth in anger. No matter how much she knocked on the door, Su Qingli acted as if she couldn't hear her and paid no attention. Yi Lanin felt her heart ache with frustration, so she sat down on the stone platform outside the door. She didn't believe that Su Qingli would stay inside forever without coming out. Let's see who can outlast whom. As evening approached, Su Qiujuan skipped back happily with her school bag. Seeing Yi Lanin, she curiously asked, "Who are you? Why are you sitting outside my house?" "Your house?" Yi Lanin immediately asked suspiciously, but Su Qingli said this is a newspaper office. "How did it become your house?" "Which newspaper office?" "That's my sister. Little Jew, ignore her. Come inside quickly. Sister will cook you a meal." Just as Su Qiujuan was about to explain, Su Qingli, who had opened the courtyard gate, interrupted her. Yilanin quickly forced a smile and tried to flatter her. Big sister-in-law, please help me just this once. I really have no other way. Get lost. Su Qingli coldly refused, pulling Su Qiujuan into the yard and shutting the door again. Su Qiujuan looked confused. Sister, that person just now called you sister-in-law. Yes, unfortunately, I married into the same family with two brothers, Su Qingli lazily explained before heading to the kitchen to busy herself. Oh, so they're sisters-in-law, Su Qiujuan finally understood. Then why didn't sister let her in? Because she's bad, right? In her eyes, anyone Su Qingli didn't like must be a bad person. Su Qingli's voice came from the kitchen. Kids shouldn't worry about these things. Go do your homework. Tonight, I'll cook the garlic stalks and cured meat you love. Thank you, sister. Hearing the food, Su Qiujuan cheered happily, temporarily forgetting about the small incident. Soon, the tempting aroma of food wafted from the yard. Yilanin, hiding outside and refusing to leave, sniffed eagerly, drooling. It was the smell of cured meat stir-fried with garlic stalks. She had tasted it once during the New Year. No need to guess. Both the garlic stalks and cured meat were definitely brought out from Su Qingli's space. Inside her space, there were all kinds of supplies. Truly a magical, all-powerful storage. But now it belonged to Su Qingli. If only she could get inside and enjoy a delicious bite. Calling Su Qingli's sister-in-law a few more times wouldn't be a loss. Yilanin swallowed hard and knocked loudly on the door. Big sister-in-law, open the door.
I'm hungry.
No, I really have nowhere to go. Please, big sister-in-law, have mercy on me. Let me in. No matter how she shouted, the yard remained silent, only the smell of food drifting out. Yilanin was so angry she wanted to climb over the wall to get in. But thinking about Su Qingli's fiery temper and the feeling of being whipped a few days ago, she felt too humiliated and sat down in despair. Until it was completely dark, the door of the small courtyard never opened again. Some neighbors returning home saw Yilanin sitting outside, unwilling to leave, and pointed at her with confused looks. Yilanin was so hungry her stomach hurt, and she couldn't hold on anymore. She covered her belly and went back to her school dormitory. She tossed and turned all night, cursing Su Qingli. Damn, that mean person. She stole her space ring. She deserves a bad ending. No, she won't be happy. If she's suffering, Su Qingli won't be happy either. The next morning, Yilanin, with dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep, returned to Qingshan village. Zhang Cuihua hadn't yet noticed her hidden gold lock was stolen. Seeing Yilanin come back, she casually asked, "Why are you back? Don't you need to go to class in the city?" "Mom, I have something very, very important to tell you." Yilanin stepped closer to Zhang Cuihua, gritting her teeth, and said, "You don't know, sister-in-law is now very proud. She lives in a big courtyard with red bricks and white walls, carefree and comfortable. Such a nice house. She never told us about it. She's probably afraid we'd come looking for her. So selfish. Yesterday, something happened in our dorm. I asked to stay there for a night, but she just kicked me out, saying I shouldn't bother her anymore. Mom, if she kicks me out, that's one thing, but you're the elder. She lives in such a good house, with her own yard. Why doesn't she think about inviting you over to enjoy it? And the banquet gift. That's for Yan Chen's brother. Su Qingli has such a nice yard, but she won't even let Yanli enjoy some of it. Honestly, Mom, you should go and teach her a lesson. Let her understand what respecting elders and loving the young means. Maybe then we can even move to the city to live." Zhang Cuihua couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What did you say?" "Su Qingli lives in a private house in the city. That unkind, selfish person. How could she be so selfish and unkind?" Such good news, and they didn't even say a word. "Let's go to the county town and find her." When it comes to being sharp-tongued, Zhang Cuihua in Qingshan village says she's second only to herself. No one dares to claim first. She has long been eager to enjoy a carefree life in the county town. Now that she hears there's a chance to get something good, she's so anxious she wishes she could fly over immediately to see Su Qingli. "Wife, is everything you said true?" Did you really see Su Qingli living alone in a house in the county? At this moment, Shen Yanli just returned and rushed into the yard, immediately confirming the news he just heard. If they could move in, finding a job would be so easy. Yi Lani knew Shen Yanli was excited, so she quickly added fuel to the fire. Yes, Yanli, let's go find Su Qingli and move into that small house. Everyone in our family has the surname Shen, so why should she get to enjoy such good conditions all by herself? Exactly. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the county and talk to her properly. Zhang Cuihua decisively made up her mind. This matter was settled. The next morning, at dawn, the three of them stormed into the county town with great momentum. Yi Lanin led the way directly to Leoweishu Alley. She happily led the group, walking at a brisk pace, eager for her mother-in-law and husband to cause trouble for Su Qingli until she was embarrassed and had to give up her ring. Mom, look, this is the house. It probably costs a few thousand yuan to buy. Yi Lanin stood outside the small yard, teasingly pouted. Zhang Cuihua's eyes lit up as she rushed to the big gate, reaching out to touch the copper ring latch. Wow, this house is really grand. No one in Qingshan village can afford to live in such a place. See, we still need to rely on public funds. The treatment is really good. This small yard is twice as big as ours. We can all move in easily. There's plenty of space. Zhang Cuihua was so happy her mouth crooked into a smile. She knocked loudly on the door. Oldest daughter-in-law. Open up. No wonder you've been away lately, moving to the city without telling us. Really heartless, a selfish traitor. How did Yan Chen end up marrying someone like you? Suddenly, the door swung open from inside. Su Qingli looked at Zhang Cuihua and the others with a blank expression, rolling her eyes openly. What bad luck. Just knew meeting Yi Lanin wouldn't bring anything good. Here are 2 sticks of trouble again. Su Qiujuan nervously stood behind Su Qingli, her face turning pale with worry. Is this the sister's mean mother-in-law? She looks so fierce, like she's about to eat someone. I really wonder how life was for my sister in the countryside before. Behind this old woman, there was a man and a woman. I've seen the woman before, but the man doesn't look as good as her brother-in-law, and his eyes are full of anger, like he's not a good person. Knowing these people, my sister really has bad luck. Su Qiujuan was thinking this to herself when Zhang Cuihua looked at Su Qingli with annoyance. Hey, living in the city for a few days and feeling so high and mighty? You don't even call Mom anymore. Mom, do you give me a chance to speak? Su Qingli coldly replied. There are neighbors living nearby. You're shouting without even coming inside. People might think bandits are here. Just tell us what's wrong. The yard is rented by the company, so no outsiders are allowed in. It's not convenient for you to go in. What? Su Qingli, you've been in the city for a few days and forgot your own family name? So, what if the company rents it? Can we walk on the ground or knock down the house? I won't be stopped. I'll go in anyway. I want to see which company is so bossy they won't even let us step inside. Zhang Cuihua curled her lips and finished speaking, then rushed into the yard. Su Qingli wanted to stop her. Just as she moved half a step, Yi Lanin fake smiled and said, Big sister-in-law, you wouldn't dislike us being from the countryside and refuse to let us in, would you? Although the yard is rented by the company, since you're living here, you're the temporary owner. You invited us, so we're your guests, not just outsiders. Yi Lanin's sarcastic tone made Zhang Cuihua squeeze in through the gate. She looked around eagerly, her eyes darting everywhere. No wonder city folks prefer to come to the county town. Look at how neat the paving stones are, no dust at all. Under the old locust tree, there's a carved stone table and chairs, clearly high quality. The corner of the wall isn't used for planting vegetables, but for some useless flowers. What a waste. On the windowsill, there are a few pots of garlic sprouts, lush and green. This small yard is peaceful and elegant. Compared to the earthen houses in Qingshan village, it's like heaven and earth. If I could live here, I'd be dreaming sweet dreams a night. Zhang Cuihua became happier the more she looked around. She suddenly patted her thigh and said, Wow, this yard is really big. The rooms alone are half as many as at home. Our whole family can't even all move in at once. Look at these windows. Oh my, the glass is so dirty. It looks like there's no glass at all. The sunlight comes in so well. When I move in and take a nap in the sun, it will be worth it for my whole life. Mom, stop dreaming. This is a rental from the company. You can't live here. Su Qingli knew what Zhang Cuihua was planning and immediately refused. Big sister-in-law, you're being too absolute. Yilanin curled her lips and sneered. What's wrong with the company's house? Why can't we live there? After all, we're family. If we're talking about outsiders, then that girl with the yellow hair behind you is the outsider. That's my sister. Su Qingli glared at Yilanin fiercely. You really have no manners. Wow, so she's your sister? I thought your company hired child labor. Yilanin exaggerated her voice. Your sister is grown up and will get married someday. She's not part of our family anymore. Honestly, we're the ones who will be family for a lifetime. Big sister-in-law, you're smart. Do I need to teach you about family ties and closeness? A sister who will marry someone outside the family can live here. Why can't we, as a family, right? Husband? Mom? Shen Yanli sneered. Of course. A woman who gets married is like water spilled on the ground. She's just a relative now, not family. Zhang Cuihua hummed. Exactly. That girl will marry someone else someday. We are your real family. Big sister-in-law, I am the elder, and I say this is settled. We'll pack up and move in later. Living together as a family will help us look out for each other. Big sister-in-law, Mom is doing this for your good. You're busy with work, and there are all kinds of people in the county town. It's not very safe. Moving in will give you confidence. Yilanin's face was full of pride. Family doesn't need to hide secrets. I think the West Wing is pretty good. Later, I'll move there with Yanli. Before she finished speaking, she eagerly headed toward the West Wing. As soon as she entered, she liked it immediately. The sunlight was the best there. You can't let Zhang Cuihua take over. However, as Yilanin had just taken half a step forward, Su Qingli grabbed her arm.
Stop.
Are you still causing trouble? Who said you could move in? Feeling guilty, Yilanin pointed at Zhang Cuihua. It's what Mom said. Mom, please talk to my sister-in-law. The yard is so big, and if we move in, we can protect her. Zhang Cuihua quickly nodded. Yes, it's the older sister-in-law. Don't be ungrateful. We moved in for your sake. This big yard, Yanchen is in the army and can't come back. You and your sister can't live here safely alone. All right, it's settled then. You're young and don't understand how hard life is. More people living together is safer. Exactly, sister-in-law. Mom and I only did this for you. We left everything behind to come help you. You should be grateful. Yilanin tried to break free from Su Qingli's grip. But no matter how hard she pulled, the hand holding her arm was like a clamp, impossible to shake off. It only got tighter. Yilanin winced in pain. No, sister-in-law, please don't squeeze me. It hurts. Did you ever think about how much it hurts when you talk sarcastically? Su Qingli looked at Yilanin coldly, her eyes sharp like a knife. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Even if you bring the whole family here, you won't stay in this small yard. What a thing. Always wanting everything. Now she even wants her space ring. And now she's trying to stay in her little yard. What's next? Planning to hit on her husband too? Su Qingli didn't tolerate Yilanin at all. She pulled her toward the door. Get out. If you keep stirring trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Yilanin shivered. A flash of the scene where she was whipped and rolling on the ground running through her mind. She hated Su Qingli deeply, but dared not cause trouble. Instead, she stirred up Zhang Cuihua. Mom. Zhang Cuihua was never a simple person. Seeing Yilanin about to be pushed out, she suddenly slapped her thigh and raised her voice, crying loudly. Oh heavens! Open your eyes and see. Did I kill someone or set a fire in my past life? Why did I marry such a mean, selfish daughter-in-law? She's hiding in the city, enjoying her life, living in a good house, eating well and drinking fine. My wife was left in the countryside, eating cornbread and cabbage stems. How unkind! Neighbors, please judge fairly. My wife's life is really hard. Poor my good eldest son. He's too gentle and afraid to speak up against his wife. Oh, heavens and grandmothers! Her loud crying echoed through High Street Alley. Soon, neighbors from nearby came to watch. A few heads peeked over the wall, curious about the scene. A few more people gathered outside to see what was happening. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Cuihua got more excited. She cried loudly, rolled on the ground, and kept hitting the floor, tears and snot flowing. Wah, my wife's life is so hard, marrying such a selfish daughter-in-law. Seeing people watching, Yi Lanin perked up. She quickly went to Zhang Cuihua, who was still rolling on the ground, pretending to help her up, but her voice choked with emotion. Mom, get up quickly. The ground is cold, and you'll catch a cold. Big sister-in-law. Didn't mean to do it. She just has a high temper and looks down on us villagers. She wiped her eyes, which had no tears, and looked at Su Qingli with a sad face. Sister-in-law, Mom is so upset. Please say a few words less. We're all family. Besides, this yard is so big and empty. Your sister could live here. Can't you let Mom stay for a few days? I beg you. Mom is getting old and just wants to enjoy life. Don't be so cold-hearted. Can't you just do this as a filial act for your older brother? She believed her performance was perfect and was deliberately trying to pressure Su Qingli. Next to her, Shen immediately understood and added, Yes, sister-in-law, Mom has a point. With such a big yard, just the two of you living here isn't safe. If it weren't for family, who would want to bother with all this? This was a house in the county town. Shen had been eager to move in after hearing about it last night. He wished he could move in immediately. The quiet, elegant small yard was now chaotic because of the three of them. Su Qingli was overwhelmed by the noise. She frowned and walked toward Zhang Cuihua, saying, Mom, you say you came all this way, and now you're causing such a fuss that even the dogs and chickens are disturbed. Talking reason doesn't work, so you insist on causing trouble? My whip isn't made of sugar. It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost with kind words. Since reasoning doesn't help, I can only show my strength. A clear killing intent instantly fills the small courtyard. Zhang Cuihua is stunned. The mention of a whip makes her shiver, her legs weak and almost unable to stand. Even so, she forces herself to act tough, saying, Who is causing trouble? I just care about you and want to come help. No need. I told you before you entered that this is a rented house provided by the company. No outsiders allowed. Su Qingli's eyes turn cold. You're here to visit, and I will entertain you with drinks and food. If you're planning to cause trouble, don't blame me for calling the police. When the authorities come, it's their business to decide about detention or fines. If you want a peaceful life, be sensible, have a meal, and then leave. Zhang Cuihua immediately gets angry, standing up with a huff. Old family, aren't you afraid of lightning striking you for saying that? I'm your mother-in-law. If you don't respect me, you'll face consequences. Let me tell you, I like this courtyard. Today, whether you agree or not, I will bring my family to live here with a gift of celebration. Ignore her. We've found a room, and we're just going to stay. Do you really think she can turn the world upside down? Yi Lanin and Shen nod firmly. Mom, we trust you. After saying that, they roll up their sleeves, clearly ready to work together to deal with Su Qingli. Although Su Qiujuan is young, she understands everything. She can't listen anymore. She quickly steps forward to protect Su Qingli behind her, then glares angrily at Zhang Cuihua and the others. Our teacher said, taking something without asking is stealing. Coming without permission is trespassing. My sister doesn't welcome you. You're bad people. Leave now or I'll call the police. Get out of here. You little girl with no hair yet. Zhang Cuihua curses as she pushes at Su Qiujuan. Before she can reach her, a crisp sound rings out. A shiny, black whip cracks through the air. Zhang Cuihua trembles and quickly steps back. Shen and Yi Lanin also realize the danger and step back several paces. Su Qingli doesn't hit anyone but holds the whip, tapping her palm with it. Have you caused enough trouble? Are you sure you want me to call the police? Zhang Cuihua isn't afraid of the police. I am only worried about the whip in Su Qingli's hand. That fierce woman, she is very clear about punishing anyone she considers wrong. Zhang Cuihua doesn't want to be beaten again, especially in front of so many strangers watching for fun. She forced a smile and said softly, "Old family member, look at you. Mom was just joking with you. Why don't you take a joke? Actually, I am doing this for your good with all my heart. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. Sigh, all my hard work is wasted. Mom feels wronged. Enough, stop nagging. I just work as a helper at the county newspaper office. I only earn a little each month, not as comfortable as you think." Su Qingli looked straight and said, "Life in the city is very stressful. Yen Chen cares about me a lot and advises me to stop working and go back. But if I leave, how will we live? His allowance is sent to you every month. We are poor and have no money for diapers for the baby. Who else will do it if not me? No matter how hard or tiring it is, as long as it's for our family, I can endure it. But what about you? You're eating well with my husband's money, and now you come here causing trouble, trying to get me fired from the newspaper. What are you really thinking? It's just acting. Let's see who is better at it." Since they keep saying they are doing this for her and want to ruin her reputation, Su Qingli decided to do the opposite. She played the part of a young wife pushed to the edge by a cruel mother-in-law. Sure enough, people tend to sympathize with the weak. The neighbors who watched finally spoke up. "I can see now. Little Sue has been bullied a lot in the countryside. I don't mean to look down on rural folks, but their manners are really poor, no sense of boundaries, always wanting more." Exactly. Look at how they've pushed this couple to the limit. No wonder little Sue is so thin. She's been badly bullied. This woman is really no good. She looks mean and speaks harshly, every word like a knife. What a disgrace, bah. We all in Huai Tree Lane are good people. Hurry up and leave. Don't ruin our neighborhood's good name. Zhang, Cuihua, and the others angered everyone and were scorned like drowning dogs. Su Qingli, however, smiled kindly. "Ah, forget it. We are family after all. Why make such a fuss? Mom, second brother, and his wife, you must be hungry too. It's not easy to come to the city once, so I'll prepare some food for you to fill your stomachs." After saying that, she turned and went into the kitchen. Zhang Cuihua was momentarily stunned. Soon, her awkward expression disappeared. After all, she was an elder, and Su Qingli was sensible. The neighbors were also surprised for a while. They thought, with how they were treated and bullied, would they still be offered food? Sigh, little Sue is too easy to bully. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and turned away. Others, feeling angry, crossed their arms and stood there, ready to watch. They wanted to support little Sue, especially after she drank so much of that purple basil sauce. Soon, Su Qingli really brought out some food from the kitchen and placed it on the table. "Mom, this is leftover millet porridge from the morning and a few sweet potato leaf buns. Just make do with these. I only earn a little over 10 yuan a month, trying to save some. Life is a bit tight." Oh, and there's more in the kitchen. It seemed she remembered something, so Su Qingli quickly walked away. Zhang Cuihua looked at the small bowl of sticky corn porridge on the stone table, feeling her stomach churn. Since Su Qingli left Qingshan village, she had only eaten corn porridge every day, and her throat was getting rough. Honestly, she couldn't swallow even a single bite. The sweet potato leaf buns, however, were somewhat edible. Just to fill up. Zhang Cuihua smiled and reached for the vegetable buns in the basket. Before she could take a bite, Su Qingli hurried over with a slightly chipped porcelain basin. Yi Lanin immediately stepped forward. "Sister-in-law, what delicious thing is this?" She wasn't stupid. Su Qingli had a space ring, which must contain everything. It couldn't just be some millet porridge and sweet potato leaf buns. As she approached, she felt a burst of heat. Su Qingli was waiting for her to come closer. She raised her arm, and the basin suddenly fell at Yi Lanin's feet. Splash! The porcelain basin shattered on the ground, spilling out its contents, still warm, with remnants of coal ash. Accompanied by a dull crash, a cloud of black smoke billowed up. The choking coal ash and dust hit Yi Lanin full force, covering her head and face with gray ash. Cough, cough. Cough. Yi Lanin was choked so badly, she coughed painfully, and her normally fair face turned darker than Judge Bao's. Only her wide, frightened eyes remained, blinking in shock on her dark face. Shen Yanli, who was closest to Yi Lanin, was not spared either. Even Zhang Cuihua was affected, with her face and hair covered in black dust. The three looked like they had just crawled out of a coal pile, confused and disoriented. Su Qingli's voice came from the coal dust fog, saying, "Oh no, I accidentally slipped my hand. I was trying to start a fire to roast some corn for you. This coal dust is so strong, I think the batter for the pancakes and the sweet potato leaves buns are ruined." As she said, the food they had just placed on the stone table was covered in coal dust. Even the sweet potato leaf bun Zhang Cuihua was holding turned black and gray. The three of them looked at each other, realizing they had been tricked again by Su Qingli. This sneaky, malicious woman never intended for them to eat. She just wanted to embarrass them. The neighbors were stunned for a moment, staring in shock at what was happening. After a brief silence, suddenly, from behind a neighbor's wall, a loud burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted. It was loud and infectious, spreading quickly with muffled chuckles. One after another, the laughter grew, until everyone was doubled over with laughter. The quiet yard turned into a sea of giggles. Zhang Cuihua's face burned hotter than being whipped, feeling utterly humiliated. She hurriedly ran to the corner of the wall, washing her face with water from a basin to clean off the coal dust. Shen Yanli and Yi Lanin also came over to wash, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Only Su Qingli stood calmly in place, watching them with eyes that seemed to see nothing but filthy trash. Yi Lanin had never been laughed at like this before. Her pride shattered instantly. She finished washing her face, her eyes red with anger, and stared fiercely at Su Qingli. You did this on purpose." Just a slip of the hand, Su Qingli replied dismissively. "Actually, coal dust is good. It clears away bad luck." You. Yi Lanin finally realized that Su Qingli was deliberately targeting her. But what could she do? She couldn't fight back, and she couldn't argue her way out. Losing such a big face without making up for it would mean she lived a pointless life.
Su Qingli.
You. Yi Lanin pointed at Su Qingli, grinding her teeth. "You're really going too far." "Oh." Su Qingli lazily cleaned her ear, dismissively flicking her little fingernail. "Be smarter in the future. Don't cause so much trouble, stirring up nonsense and making a fuss. Go back and live your peaceful life. We don't interfere with each other. If you keep gossiping, I still have some tricks left. Remember this from now on. I don't owe you anything. Don't come near my bottom line." Yi Lanin's pupils shrank. No way. This woman is definitely not Shen Yanli's ex-wife from the past life. That timid woman, who was beaten to death on her wedding night. How could she be so fierce now? She looks like a bloodthirsty demon waiting to devour someone. She must have a problem. Thinking of this, Yi Lanin felt a chill run down her back. If she could be reborn, could Su Qingli also be reborn? So everything before has changed. Su Qingli is no longer Shen Yanli's ex-wife but married Shen Yanchen and became her sister-in-law. And that space ring, she's had it in her hand this life too. It must be like that. Su Qingli definitely has a problem. Yi Lanin's eyes were full of deep fear. In her past life, after marrying Shen Yanli, she enjoyed a comfortable life and knew nothing about his late wife, only her name. If Su Qingli is also a reborn person, she would be her most dangerous opponent this life. The daughter of a wealthy family. Her position as the wife of the richest man would be in danger. No way. From now on, the only true richest person should be Shen Yanli. And the most admired wife of the richest man should only be her, Yi Lanin. Yi Lanin's mind was racing fast. She quickly swallowed all her anger and hatred, putting on a harmless smile. Big sister-in-law is right. It was my mistake. I will remember this and change. Now it was Su Qingli's turn to be surprised. Has Yi Lanin changed her attitude? She couldn't quite believe it. Zhang Cuihua beside her also looked a bit confused. Yi Lanin is the one who came to the city to demand a house to live in, and now she is pretending to be innocent. So, after all this, her role as the mother-in-law has turned her into the big villain? That can't be. I still hope Su Qingli, and her husband will spend money here in the future. Zhang Cuihua quickly changed her tone and said, "Big sister-in-law, Mom was just exhausted and said silly things. You know Mom is always stubborn but kind-hearted. Recently, since you haven't been home, I've been worried and can't sleep well." Sigh. Parents always worry so much. Su Qingli didn't believe a word she said. But she didn't expose her either. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "Mom, sometimes I speak harshly, but you won't hold it against me. Look at me. I just wanted to get you something to eat, but it turned out like this. Luckily, I still have some pastries I bought." "Xiaojie, go get them." The girl named Su Qiujie was surprised. She was asked to get pastries? For these people who clearly have bad intentions? Su Qingli gave her a reassuring look. The girl nodded and went to get the pastries. Whatever, if her sister asked her to get something, she must have a good reason. Soon, a package wrapped in oil paper was brought out. Su Qingli took it, handed it to Zhang Cuihua, and said, "Mom, this is all we have to eat now. It's a benefit from the newspaper. Take it home for your younger brothers and sisters. I heard it's from Bobeo Zhai, the peach pastries. They're sweet and delicious." Zhang Cuihua didn't know what Bobeo pastry was, but she had seen peach pastries before. They're flaky, fragrant, and bite into them, they crumble easily. They're topped with a thick layer of sesame seeds, and just looking at them makes your teeth ache with longing. She knew Su Qingli preferred soft things over hard. A few kind words could easily get her some benefits. All right. It's good that you, as the big sister-in-law, care for your younger brothers and sisters. I'll take this package home. Later. We can still come to see you, right? You live in such a big yard. I really don't feel at ease." Zhang Cuihua learned to be clever and put on a kind face. But her face, used to being harsh, looked awkward with that fake smile. Su Qingli didn't point it out and played along, saying, "Of course, Mom. As long as you don't cause trouble here, you're always welcome to visit. However, let's be clear from the start. If you have bad intentions, it's better not to come, to avoid trouble and embarrassment." She looked deeply at Yi Lanin as she said this. "Haha, big sister-in-law, you're quite funny." Yi Lanin forced a smile, but a quick flash of cruelty crossed her eyes. Su Qingli saw everything clearly, like a mirror in her mind. "I knew it. People don't change their nature. Yi Lanin probably hasn't really changed, and is just planning something sneaky again. Never mind. Let them come. We'll face it when it happens." Shen looked at the three women pretending to be innocent, feeling a headache. Weren't they here to ask for the courtyard?
Why?
Does it seem like they came to visit relatives? "Mom, you..." Shen wanted to speak, but Zhang Cuihua saw through him immediately. She glared at Shen sharply and waved to Su Qingli, saying, "Since there's nothing else, we're leaving now. Your younger brother and sister are still at home. Okay, Mom. Be careful on the way." Su Qingli played her part perfectly, sending the three women out. Then she quickly closed the courtyard gate. Su Qiujin whispered, "Sister, did they really leave? They had just caused such a fuss, almost turning everything upside down, and now they suddenly stopped?"
She didn't understand.
Su Qingli smiled. "They left, but they'll definitely come back." She saw through the Shen family members. Using force alone isn't enough. You need to give a little sweetness, like a red date, to make them obedient. But she needs to pay more attention to Yi Lanin in the future. Her eyes were full of suspicion when looking at her. What was she doubting? Su Qingli couldn't tell and didn't bother to guess. She held Su Qiujin's small hand and went back inside. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Cuihua was happily holding a bag of peach crisps, grinning from ear to ear. "Yanli, this bag of peach crisps must have cost quite a bit, right? Your younger brother and sister will definitely like it. By the way, Mom has lived most of her life and has never tried this. It must be delicious." Yi Lanin rolled her eyes silently.
Fool.
Just a bag of peach crisps, and she's so happy. What a fool. Once she becomes a wealthy lady, with sea cucumbers, fish fins, abalone, and bird's nest, she can order whatever she wants. She instinctively glanced at Shen, about to scold him, but then saw him swallow hard while looking at the bag of peach pastries. Then he said in a muffled voice, "Mom, there are 5 in this bag." When we get back, one for each of us. What a coward. Yi Lanin rolled her eyes again. With that useless face, if it weren't for that gold lock used for recognizing relatives, he wouldn't be a rich man at all. Rely on him? Ha! I'll be living a life of spending money freely only in my dreams. The sky grew darker. The sunset dyed half the sky red. Su Qingli just finished cooking dinner when she heard a loud knocking at the yard gate. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. A cheerful voice came from outside, but it sounded very unfamiliar. Who would call her sister-in-law? Su Qingli hesitated, then walked over and opened half the door. Standing outside was her handsome, strong husband, Shen. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, so handsome that she couldn't look away. The warm sunset light shone on his back, making him look like he was glowing with gold. Behind him, two new soldiers with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood. Seeing Su Qingli, both soldiers saluted in unison. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, come in quickly. Su Qingli hurriedly smiled and invited them inside. But her eyes stayed fixed on Shen, unable to look away. Her husband was just too handsome. Missing even a second of looking at him was a loss. The two soldiers weren't shy. They happily walked into the yard and took a deep breath. What are you cooking, sister-in-law? It smells so good. No wonder the squad leader always makes a special trip here during missions. It's for this delicious food. It's making me drool. As they spoke, they exchanged mischievous glances. They understood each other's thoughts perfectly. Turns out, the squad leader's wife is so beautiful. No wonder he always secretly smiles at the Heir. He thought no one noticed. It's just home-cooked food. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come on in and sit down. After giving Shen a deep look, Su Qingli then went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. As she walked, she felt grateful. Last night, Su Qiujia said she wanted to eat meat buns, so tonight she specially steamed a batch of mushroom and fresh meat buns.